This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Tick. The tick sound of a clock seemed to come from the distant sky and entered Shenxi's ears. Shenxi lay on the bed, pale, eyes closed, and eyebrows furrowed tightly. She struggled to wake up, but no matter how hard she tried, her body couldn't move and fell into an endless abyss. In that abyss, the torrent was surging and the waves were surging. Shenxi was like a tiny dust, submerged and fell into deeper darkness. No! With a strong sense of weightlessness, Shenxi suddenly opened his eyes. She sat up suddenly like a drowning person floating on the water, gasping for breath, and her whole body was already soaked with sweat. A ray of warm golden sunlight shone in from the half-open curtains and onto Shenxi's face. Shenxi was so scared that she quickly raised her hand to block the life-threatening sunlight. But the expected pain of skin being burned by the light did not come, only the warm warmth licked her palm. What's going on? No, that's not right. She remembered that the extreme temperature had passed, the flood came, and the whole sky was shrouded in haze. She hadn't seen the sun for several months. For a moment, Shenxi's brain fell into a brief chaos. It was not until half a minute later that her thoughts finally became clear, and she began to look around the room she was in. First, there was a row of milky white wardrobes opposite the bed, and then there was a small square desk at the corner by the window, with a cartoon cat stool under the desk. Finally, Shenxi's eyes moved down and stopped at herself. Wait, what she was wearing was not tattered, but a set of clean, light pink pure cotton pajamas. Shenxi was stunned. She couldn't remember how long she hadn't worn such decent clothes. Was it a dream? She raised her head and looked at the place above the head of the bed, where an air conditioner was hung, blowing down strands of cool air. The cool air penetrated into her skin, and Shenxi shuddered fiercely. Wardrobe, desk, air conditioner, this is her bedroom 3 years ago. How could it be? She is not, isn't she dead? Died in the 3rd year of the end of the world, in a flood? She remembered that it was a super flood that made all mankind feel desperate, accompanied by typhoons and tsunamis, destroying countless cities, and the whole world was devastated. At that time, she was the only one left, numbly following the survivors to escape. But the flood came too fast. In front of it, humans were as small as ants. Shenxi was tired. After 3 years of struggling in the apocalypse, her body had long been hollowed out. She couldn't make it, and was washed away by the overwhelming flood. She struggled desperately and called for help, but the flood was surging, rolling up rough sand and stones, rushing into her mouth and nose, pouring into her body. Recalling the feeling of struggling between life and death at that time, Shenxi was so scared that her whole body couldn't stop shaking. But what was going on in front of her? Dong dong. ACI, Mom has prepared breakfast and put it on the table. Remember to get up and eat. Outside the door, Chen Yulan's gentle voice came through the door, and Shenxi almost thought he had heard it wrong. Mom? Shenxi's eyes suddenly turned red. She climbed up from the bed with her hands and feet, without even having time to put on her slippers, and rushed to the door in a few steps and opened it. The moment the door opened, her mother Chen Yulan was standing in front of her, with a rosy face and a healthy body, far from the miserable state she later saw in her dream. In her nightmare, the end of the world came, and the world fell into various extreme weather conditions one after another, causing the living environment of mankind to become extremely harsh and materials to be extremely scarce. Their family was barely surviving, but they still couldn't hold on for long. Shenxi saw with his own eyes that first her mother died in pain because of lack of medicine and could not get treatment. Then her father died in a leech disaster in order to save her and her brother. The last was her brother. Thinking of her brother's fate, Shenxi burst into tears. There was not only sadness in those tears, but also deep fear, because her brother went to protect her from being bullied, and was finally hacked to death and boiled into a pot of meat soup. Ugh! Shenxi turned his head and put his hand on the door frame. His stomach was churning, and he kept retching. Ci. Chen Yulan was very scared. She held Shenxi with one hand and patted his back with the other hand. You are a child who likes to be cool. You don't listen to me several times. Are you sick now? Let's go to the hospital with Mom. Chen Yulan grabbed Shenxi's hand and wanted to take Shenxi out, but Shenxi threw himself into Chen Yulan's arms and cried loudly, as if he wanted to pour out all the sadness and grievances in the past 3 years. Ci, what's wrong with you? Chen Yulan was terrified. Her daughter was always optimistic and smiling every day. She had never cried so sadly like now. What happened? Chen Yulan felt nervous. She wanted to ask more questions, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her daughter let her go immediately, rushed to the dining table with green eyes, grabbed the buns on the table, and stuffed them into her mouth. Ah, see I. MMM. Custard buns. Delicious. Delicious. Ah, see I, let go. The buns are still hot. Chen Yulan rushed to Shen Si and tried to stop Shen Si from eating. Shen Si grabbed a custard bun in each hand, and before he swallowed the bun in his mouth, he excitedly said to Chen Yulan, "Mom, it's a custard bun, it's a custard bun. It's sweet." Okay, it's sweet, ah see I, eat slowly. Shen Si choked. Chen Yulan quickly carried Shen Si on her back. What's wrong with you, kid? Can you stop scaring your mother? After hearing this, Shen Si's rationality, which was almost swallowed by her appetite, finally recovered. She looked at the custard buns in each of her hands with tears falling down. She was not actually hungry, but she couldn't control it. That appetite seemed to have been engraved into her bones. If she didn't eat, she would die, which was her most profound experience in the 3 years since the end of the world. But now, the custard buns are hot and sweet, and her mother's hands are warm. Everything is too real. Could it be? Mom, where is my dad? Shen Si put down the custard buns, suddenly stopped crying, and changed his crying and crazy appearance just now. This made Chen Yulan even more worried, and she could only say, your dad went to the car, what's wrong? Yes, this is their family's morning routine. Her father is a doctor in Jinan City Chinese Medicine Hospital, and her mother is a nurse in the hospital. Occasionally, when their schedules match, they go to work together. But her father always thinks her mother is too slow, so every time he finishes packing, he goes out first and waits in the car. Shen Si asked again, what about my brother? Chen Yulan raised her hand and touched Shen Si's forehead. Ah, Si, are you stupid? Your brother's plane will arrive in the evening. Plane evening. Shen Si's heart trembled fiercely. She remembered. She grabbed her mother's hand again. Mom, what day is today? August 12th, what's wrong? August 12th. August 12th. That's right, August 12th is the day my brother comes back. Since my brother joined the army, he has been away from home for 3 years. In the past 3 years, my brother has never come back. It was not until recently that he finally applied for a place to go home to visit relatives. The date is August 12th. It's the same, exactly the same as what happened in the dream. Your brother is coming back today. Your father, and I have something to do in the hospital and can't leave. I wanted to ask you to pick him up in the evening, but you are like this now. Are you feeling unwell? Shen Si hurriedly shook his head. No, Mom, I am in good health, but I just had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare actually scared the child so much that he cried? But it's good that the child is healthy. Mom knows that you are about to graduate from college and face the pressure of finding a job. But Mom wants to tell you that you can take your time to find a job. Don't rush. Although our family is not a rich family, we are not that poor. If you can't find a job, then don't find one. Mom will support you. Listening to her mother's nagging, Shen Si's throat choked, and she almost cried again. She helped her mother pick up the bag and pushed her mother to the door. Mom, go to work quickly, I'm really fine. Oh, right. Shen Si hurried back to the room, took out 2 down jackets from the closet, and then returned and handed them to her mother. Chen Yulan was surprised. Ah, Si, what are you doing? Mom, take these 2 down jackets, and wait until the evening, the temperature will drop below 0. Chen Yulan was even more surprised. What nonsense are you talking about? How can the weather in August? Mom, I know you don't believe it now, but go to work first, and when you and Dad come back in the evening, I have something important to tell you, and I will make you believe me. But Chen Yulan wanted to ask more questions, but was sent out by Shen Si. The moment the door closed, Shen Si's eyes, which had not yet had time to subside, suddenly sank. At this point, she was sure of one thing. She was reborn and returned to 3 days before the end of the world. This was an incredible thing. Even she needed time to accept it, let alone her parents. So now that her parents were in a hurry to go to work, it was not a good time to tell them. Wait until the evening, when my brother came home and the family was together, then announce the news of the coming end of the world. Before that, we must seize the time and stock up on supplies. Thinking of supplies, Shen Si ran into the kitchen quickly, picked up the kitchen knife, and cut his finger lightly. After a brief sting, the bright red blood flowed out of the wound. Shen Si put down the knife and pressed the bleeding fingertips on the silver bracelet on his left hand. Instantly, the silver bracelet seemed to have received the call of its owner, and turned into a stream of light, quickly drilling into Shenxi's heart. His heart suddenly felt warm. Shenxi breathed a sigh of relief and finally laughed happily. But as he laughed, the tears in his eyes gathered again. Why didn't she discover the secret of this silver bracelet earlier in her last life? She accidentally discovered that there was a space hidden in the silver bracelet when she was fighting for supplies with others a few days before her death. If she opened the space earlier, could she lead her family to live better? Shenxi had thought about this countless times and regretted it. But it doesn't matter, God has given her another chance to start over, right? Everything can be remedied, now time is precious, and the most urgent thing is to stockpile supplies first to deal with the natural disaster that will come in 3 days. Shenxi stood up, and with a thought, he probed his consciousness into the space. Just like in the previous life, the space was empty, surrounded by nothingness, and the area was about 200 square meters. To be honest, 200 is still too small, but Shenxi is not greedy, and it is good enough to have it. She went back to her room, changed out of her pajamas, put on a set of casual clothes, grabbed the key and went out. At present, she has little money on hand, some of which she saved as a tutor during her 4 years in college, and some of which she earned from a small business with several classmates, a total of 100,000 yuan. Today, I will exchange all the 100,000 yuan for supplies, and wait until the evening to tell my parents about the coming of the end of the world, and then integrate their funds, and continue to exchange supplies tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. As for whether to spread the news and tell the top management, Shenxi didn't think much about it, and gave up the idea immediately. Not to mention that time is too tight, there is no time to spread the news, let alone find the top leaders. Even if they find them, and the news is spread, who will believe it? In recent years, there has been no end to the rumors about the end of the world on the internet, which has led to more and more wolf cries. People will no longer believe it. Who knows when the time comes, the top leaders will arrest her for spreading rumors and disturbing public order. She is just an ordinary person. She may not have the confidence to protect her family, let alone others. She can't be a savior. But this does not mean that she will do nothing. After the end of the world, the first natural disaster faced by mankind is extreme cold, and the temperature will drop sharply. But in the early stage of the sudden drop, everyone just thinks that the weather is abnormal, and there is not much danger, so Shenxi thought that it would be more convincing to send an email to the top leaders at that time. Before that, she had to prepare first. It's a pity that she only had 3 days to prepare. It's impossible to be perfect. She can only give up small things and collect the most important survival supplies. Among the survival supplies, food, water, and daily necessities are the 3 most necessary. In addition, a large amount of cold-resistant supplies are needed, because the extremely cold weather that will arrive in 3 days will last for a whole year. In Shenxi's mind, a list of supplies was quickly generated. She drove her white car, stepped on the accelerator, and headed straight for the largest shopping supermarket nearby. Chapter 2. On the way, Shenxi roughly planned the funds on hand. 20,000 yuan for food, 10,000 yuan for water, 30,000 yuan for daily necessities, and another 30,000 yuan for cold-proof supplies. The remaining 10,000 yuan was used to buy summer supplies, to cope with the extremely hot weather that would follow the extreme cold. All in all, 100,000 yuan was far from enough. Fortunately, her parents and brother still had funds. She would see what supplies were insufficient at that time. In order to avoid attracting other people's attention, Shenxi targeted several large supermarkets for the whole morning and decided to disperse and go shopping crazily in boxes. First of all, food. In extremely cold weather, people must eat something hot to maintain body heat, so instant noodles and quick frozen foods are indispensable. Due to the limited capacity of the car, Shenxi could only buy and carry it one trip at a time. After moving it to the car, she avoided the surveillance and put all the supplies into the space while no one was paying attention. She recorded while buying 30 boxes of instant noodles, 60 yuan per box, 12 barrels per box, about 1,800 yuan. 20 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 140 yuan per box, 8 boxes per box, about 2,800 yuan. 125 boxes of quick frozen dumplings with cabbage and pork filling, 16 yuan per box, about 2,000 yuan. 100 boxes of quick frozen dumplings with shrimp and 3 fresh ingredients, 20 yuan per box, about 2,000 yuan. 150 bags of sesame dumplings, 12 yuan per bag, a total of 1,800 yuan. 125 bags of meat dumplings, 16 yuan per bag, a total of 2,000 yuan. 250 cans of 8 treasure rice, 8 yuan per can, a total of 2,000 yuan. 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, 160 yuan per box, 10 jin per box, a total of 1,600 yuan. So far, Shenxi has spent 16,000 yuan. She plans to spend the remaining 4,000 yuan on chocolate and candy. 100 packs of candy, 18 yuan per pack, 130 pieces per pack, about 1,800 yuan. 30 boxes of Deligia peanut chocolate, 70 yuan per box, 24 pieces per box, 35 grams per piece, about 2,100 yuan. These chocolates and candy contain sufficient sugar, which can save lives at critical moments. Not only that, the further the end of the world goes, the more precious sugar will be, and it will become a strategic material. If you have candy or chocolate in your hands, you can exchange it with the base for other needed materials. As for the shelf life, Shenxi does not have to worry, because the space has a strong preservation function, and the food will not deteriorate no matter how long it is left. Specifically, Shenxi does not understand the principle, but only knows that the food will remain in the same form when it is put in. She had also doubted whether the speed of space was static, so she conducted several experiments and concluded that it was not static, and the speed inside was consistent with the outside world. In addition, space has a powerful function, which is to store animals and plants, but it also has disadvantages, and people cannot enter. These are the functions she figured out in her previous life. It's a pity that she discovered space too late, so it's not clear whether space has more functions. Shenxi was busy, and when he finally bought all the food, he was exhausted, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, but he was very satisfied. She hurried back to the car, ate a piece of compressed biscuit, and continued to work non-stop in the afternoon to stockpile water resources. Although blizzards are the most common phenomenon in the extreme cold doomsday, the snow must not be drunk unless it is absolutely necessary, not only because it contains dust and sand, which is harmful to the stomach and intestines, but more importantly, it contains unknown bacteria. Those bacteria will not only cause human illness, but also cause mutations in plants and animals on the earth. But even so, Shenxi only has 10,000 yuan for water resources. Considering that the tap water is still running, she can wait until night and release water overnight. After all, she has limited funds, and every penny must be spent on the blade. After planning these, Shenxi continued to run around. She mainly bought two types of water resources. One is mineral water, and the other is electrolyte water. In the end times, due to the shortage of materials, the human body will also lack trace elements, and Shenxi had to take this into consideration. What she wanted this time was not only to live with her family, but to live well. Fortunately, the types of water resources were simple, and Shenxi bought them quickly. Shenxi bought 400 barrels of bottled water at 20 yuan a barrel, spending 8,000 yuan, and used the remaining 2,000 yuan to buy electrolyte water. She returned to the car to rest for a while, and sorted and organized the materials in the space. After this storage, she found that the capacity of the space was reduced by more than half, mainly because the bottled water occupied too much area. But it doesn't matter, there is still height to be used in the space, about 5 meters. Shenxi stacked up the boxes and bags of instant noodles, self-heating hot pot and other foods in order, neatly arranged, and then stacked the bottled water and electrolyte water. A barrel of bottled water is about 49 centimeters high and about 26 centimeters in diameter. 10 barrels are stacked at a time. In the end, 400 barrels are stacked, and only 40 barrels actually occupy the ground. With electrolyte water, the capacity of the entire space only occupies about 40 square meters. After sorting these out, Shenxi unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, gulp, and drank 2 big mouthfuls, then turned his eyes and looked out the car window. At this time, outside the car window, the sky had become gloomy since I don't know when. The originally blue sky disappeared, and the thick clouds covered it, pressing down on the sky above the city, making people feel depressed. She pressed the car window, and a cool air squeezed in. She stretched out her hand again, and felt that the temperature outside began to drop sharply. However, the heat did not subside so quickly, so this sudden drop has not attracted everyone's attention at present. This damn weather, it was still hot in the morning, why is it cool now? Look at the thick clouds, it should be raining, let's go home quickly. At the entrance of the supermarket, a young couple came out with large and small bags of things, and left leaning on each other. Shenxi opened her phone, and looked at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She remembered that her brother's plane would land at around 4 o'clock. After deducting the driving time on the road, she calculated carefully that he had to go there now. Well, the remaining supplies can only wait until tonight, and continue to stock up tomorrow. Ding dong. At this time, a message suddenly popped up on the top of the phone. Who could be looking for her? Shinsiai clicked on the message and saw a string of unfamiliar numbers. But it was this string of unfamiliar numbers that made her heart feel like a needle pricked. She knew who the owner of the number was, and she would never forget this person. Zhou Xiangyuan. In the previous life, her family entered the official base of Jinan City at the beginning of the apocalypse. Because her brother had been in the army, he was quickly recruited by the base and became a guard. He had to follow the orders of his superiors and go on various dangerous missions. In order to earn supplies and make the family's life better, her brother repeatedly risked his life, but unfortunately, he was seriously injured and abandoned by the base. Without her brother's labor force, the whole family could only rely on her parents' medical ability to make a living in the base. But her parents worked in traditional Chinese medicine hospitals before the apocalypse. Although her father's medical achievements were ranked among the best in the country, in the apocalypse, when people were hurt by mutant animals every day, Western medicine and surgery became important values. The family's life fell into a slump. Later, her mother fell ill and died in pain due to lack of medicine. Then, her father died in a wave of leeches that swept the base. In order to protect her and her brother, her father also passed away. At that time, Shinsiai was left with only her brother. As the weather became hotter and hotter, the temperature kept rising. A large number of survivors around them all fled to the north to escape the heat, and Shinsiai and her brother could only follow the crowd. At this critical moment, she met Zhou Xiangyuan. Because she was beautiful since she was a child, she had many suitors around her, among whom Zhou Xiangyuan was the most fanatical. He pursued her crazily during her college years, and she couldn't get rid of him no matter what. Every time she blocked Zhou Xiangyuan's phone, Zhou Xiangyuan would change his mobile phone number and harass her more frequently. So when Shinsiai met Zhou Xiangyuan again, she was surprised. She didn't expect that Zhou Xiangyuan at that time had become the boss of a team, had a lot of say, and had supplies in his hands. There was no other way. Shinsiai had to join Zhou Xiangyuan's team to make a living and go north with his brother, just to have someone to take care of him. However, no one expected that the road to the north was much more difficult than expected. The friction in the team became more and more serious, and slowly fell apart. When everyone was about to arrive in Beijing North, the team was completely disbanded, the supplies were exhausted, and the evil of human nature was infinitely magnified. In the past, with his brother and the team members, Zhou Xiangyuan did not dare to be too presumptuous toward Shinsiai, but as the survival crisis increased, the team members died or left, and Zhou Xiangyuan finally stretched out his claws to Shinsiai. Fortunately, her brother tried his best to protect her and prevented her from being bullied by Zhou Xiangyuan, but because of this, her brother died under Zhou Xiangyuan's knife and was boiled into a pot of broth. Shinsiai tightly grasped the phone, and the protruding joints were white. "Ah, Ci, guess where I am? I'm downstairs from your house. Hee, I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you so much, please show me your beautiful face, please." Seeing the message from Zhou Xiangyuan, a strong feeling of nausea surged up from Shinsi's stomach. In the previous life, Zhou Xiangyuan had followed her earlier and found out her address. This evening, he blocked her downstairs, forcing her not to go downstairs and unable to pick up her brother. Shinsiai blocked Zhou Xiangyuan's new number, threw the phone on the passenger seat, started the car, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards the airport. Chapter 3. Shinsiai came to the airport entrance, tiptoed and looked around, feeling anxious and expectant. After a while, she found a familiar and conspicuous figure in the crowd. The figure was wearing a camouflage uniform, tall and straight, standing out from the crowd. It was her brother, Shinming. But what surprised her was that there was a man in camouflage uniform next to her brother. The man was taller than her brother. You know, her brother was 182 centimeters tall, so the man must be 187 centimeters tall, and he also had long legs and a narrow waist. His figure was not only not inferior to her brother, but even better than her brother. Besides, the man's appearance was even more handsome. Different from the aesthetics of the mainstream cream boy in contemporary society, this man's appearance was handsome and tough, with healthy wheat-colored skin, and his whole body exuded a warm masculine aura. Shinsiai looked away and returned his attention to his brother, waving happily. "Brother, this way." Shinming heard his sister's voice, and found his sister in the crowd in front of him. A bright smile appeared on his handsome face, and he patted Chuhan's shoulder beside him. "My sister is here to pick me up, I go first." After that, Shinming strode towards Shinsiai. Shinsiai saw her brother's long-lost smile, and her heart was suddenly mixed with mixed feelings, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red again. She ran up and threw herself into Shinming's arms. "Brother, you are finally back." Shinming was stunned for a moment, thinking that his sister was talking about the fact that he had not been home for 3 years. He couldn't help feeling guilty. Like in the past, he rubbed his sister's head and said with a smile, "Yes, brother is back. Let me see, has our little cat grown taller in the past 3 years?" Shinsiai laughed out loud, let go of Shinming, and raised his head. "Brother, how old am I? How can I grow taller?" When her brother left home, she was already a freshman. Now that they meet again, there is not much difference. But Shinming looked at his sister, and still felt that his sister was getting more and more beautiful as a flower. Both brothers and sisters inherited the excellent genes of their parents. From childhood to adulthood, they have been praised for their looks. But to be specific, his sister is more outstanding. I don't know which boy will be lucky enough to be worthy of his sister in the future. Just thinking about this, Chu Han's figure passed by in his peripheral vision. Chu Han was carrying his luggage alone and walked out of the airport. Shinming hurriedly called him, "Chu Han." Chu Han turned around when he heard the voice. Shinming held his sister with one hand and picked up the luggage with the other hand, walked over and asked, "No one came to pick you up?" Chu Han did not answer. His face remained cold and indifferent, which was out of tune with the hustle and bustle of the airport. It was not until half a while later that he simply said him. Shinsiai thought that this person did not seem to be very talkative. However, Shinming had long been accustomed to it. Before he put down the luggage in his hand, he put his arm around Chu Han's shoulders and took Chu Han out of the airport. "It's okay, let's go, let my sister take you home. By the way, where is your home?" Shinsiai followed behind the two of them, and couldn't help laughing. Her brother was still so familiar, he didn't even know where she lived, but he acted as if he knew her very well. Fortunately, Chu Han was in a stable body. When her brother carried her like this, the weight of the whole bag of luggage fell on her shoulders, but her shoulders did not tilt at all, and her steps were still steady. As expected, he was trained in the army. But Chu Han... Wait. Shinsiai paused. Why does the name Chu Han sound familiar? Oh, she remembered. In the last life, their family was trapped at home by a blizzard, and they were about to run out of supplies. At that time, the mobile phone communication was not interrupted, so her brother went to ask for help from a good friend. That friend used a drone to deliver some supplies to their family from time to time, which can be said to have saved their lives, allowing them to survive the blizzard and go out to the base. At that time, she heard her brother mention that the name of the good friend seemed to be Chu Han. Unfortunately, the communication was interrupted later, and her brother and Chu Han lost contact. ACI, when did the weather in our Jianan city become so cool? Shinming walked out of the airport and came outside, feeling the cool air coming towards him, full of doubts. He took out his cell phone, opened the weather app, and took a look at the temperature. He found that the number displayed was only 10 degrees. Shinming couldn't believe his eyes. Their Jianan city is a real southern city. Every August, it is the season of unbearable heat. There has never been a precedent of the temperature being only 10 degrees. Such weather is extremely unusual. Shinsiai originally planned to tell her family about the coming of the end of the world at night, but now, Chu Han's appearance has changed her plan. After all, Chu Han saved their family in the previous life. It was a favor. Shinsiai naturally hoped that this time, the other party could survive better. Brother, today's weather is really abnormal. It has dropped in temperature since noon. I am afraid that it will drop again after dark, so we'd better prepare more supplies at home. Shinsi's words seemed to be directed at Shinming, but in fact, her real intention was to remind Chu Han. This was all she could do. Although she was grateful to Chu Han for saving their family in her previous life, she would not tell any outside of the two secrets of rebirth and space. In the 3 years of the apocalypse, she had seen too many ugly sides of human nature, and knew that people's good and evil could never be judged in a simple black and white way. Evil people have good sides, and good people also have evil sides. Shinsiai did not dare to gamble. Don't think about it, let's go home first. Shinming took off his camouflage uniform and put it on Shinsiai. He only wore a black vest inside, with two muscular arms bare, and protected Shinsiai to get in the car. Throwing the luggage into the trunk of the car, Shinming opened the door and sat in the passenger seat, while Chu Han sat in the back seat. Shinsiai, who was in charge of driving, turned around and said to Chu Han, "Give me your home address." Chu Han raised his eyes, and his cold eyes met Shinsi's through the rearview mirror. That look seemed to be quenched with ice. Shinsi's heart trembled, and her hands tightened on the steering wheel. After 3 years of training in the apocalypse, her perception has become very sharp, and she keenly captured the hidden danger in Chu-Han. She couldn't say what it was, but thinking about it carefully, she had never seen Chu-Han in her previous life, nor did she know Chu-Han's character. T-Online Community, Building 7 Unit 1, 503. Chu-Han said. Even his voice was as cold as an ice thorn. Shin-Ming was surprised. T-Online Community? Chu-Han, you are so mean. I have known you for so long, and I didn't know that your family is in the same community as ours. Shin-Si, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. In fact, since she knew that this person was Chu-Han, she knew the address of the other party's home. Because in the previous life, Chu-Han was able to send supplies to her family from time to time. The most important reason was that they lived in the same community, and the building numbers were exactly the front and back buildings. Hers was number 8, and Chu-Han's was number 7. In order not to arouse Chu-Han's suspicion, Shin-Si still said one more thing just now. With the address in hand, Shin-Si no longer delayed, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and took her brother and Chu-Han back to T-Online Community. She drove the car and sped through the gloomy city streets, taking the time to observe the pedestrians on both sides of the road. The pedestrians tightened their clothes and went home in a hurry. If you don't look at the date, I'm afraid no one would believe that such a bleak city would be in August. Shin-Si opened the window a little and felt the wind blowing in from outside, and found that it was indeed colder than before. She closed the window and stepped on the accelerator. Until they entered the gate of the community, Shin-Si said Chu-Han to the downstairs of Building 7. She looked at Chu-Han's back as he walked into the unit door. Although he was tall and straight, he was also lonely. In the future, I should try to reduce the chances of dealing with him. Shin-Si thought silently, withdrew his attention, and continued to drive into the underground garage and return to his home. Her home is on the 7th floor of Building 8, 701 on the east side, and the total number of floors in the whole building is 15. She opened the door, and before she entered, she smelled a tempting aroma of food. 3 years have passed. Shin-Si hasn't had a good meal for 3 years. He can hardly remember the taste of food. Are you back? Chen Yulan came out of the kitchen with dishes. When she saw her 2 children coming in so pretty, her eyes suddenly turned red. Shin-Ming's eyes also turned red. He grinned and shouted, "Mom!" "Hey!" Chen Yulan cried with joy. Shin Lian Shan, who was wearing a scarf and cooking with a spoon in the kitchen, heard the noise outside and leaned out. "Is our son back?" Chen Yulan smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. "Yes, he is back. Our son is back." Shin Ming put down his luggage, took a few steps forward, gave his mother a big hug, and then strode into the kitchen and gave his father a big hug. He had been away from home for 3 years, and had never come back once. He was already full of guilt. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back," Shin Lianshan said with a smile. He pushed Shin Ming out of the kitchen and told him, "Wash your hands and prepare for dinner. I cook the dishes soon." On the other side, Shin-Si carried his brother's luggage with both hands and helped him put it back in the room. "Ah, Si, stop working. Let your brother move his luggage by himself. Come out and eat." "Okay, I'm coming." Shin-Si put down her luggage, came out of her brother's room, and went back to her room. Her room faced south, while her brother's room faced north. She couldn't see the door of the unit downstairs. In addition, she had taken the elevator directly from the underground garage, and had not passed the unit door, so she wanted to take a look downstairs to see if Zhou Xiangyuan was still there. She opened the window, and stuck her head out. At first, Shin-Si didn't see Zhou Xiangyuan, but when she was about to close the window, a head suddenly appeared from behind the bushes in the green belt. The head was round and plump, with a ball of fat on each cheek, almost squeezing out a pair of eyes. Chapter 4. Zhou Xiangyuan looked up and saw Shin-Si. He smiled and waved at Shin-Si. Shin-Si pulled the corner of his lip and smiled at him. Suddenly, Zhou Xiangyuan seemed to be encouraged, stretched out his tongue, licked his dry lips, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. Shin-Si closed the window, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually cooled down and froze. Of course she had to give Zhou Xiangyuan a good color, otherwise what would happen if Zhou Xiangyuan left later? If he left, she would have no way to avenge her brother in her previous life. In addition, the end of the world is dangerous, not only from natural disasters and mutant animals, but also from humans. There is no way Shin-Si would leave such a hidden danger. "Ah, Si, I'm coming." Shin-Si's face changed, put on his usual warm smile, and ran out of the room. Outside, the living room was lit with warm lights, and his parents kept going in and out between the living room and the kitchen, serving food and dishes. The elder brother rubbed his hands and wanted to help, but was ruthlessly driven aside by his parents. Shin Si saw the childish helplessness in his tall and strong elder brother, which was a little funny. Shin Si was even happier. But as she was laughing, an unspeakable sadness spread from the bottom of her heart. She pinched her palm subconsciously, using the pain to tell herself that all this was not a dream. She was really back to before the disaster. This time she was prepared. Shin Si swore that she must make herself and her family live well in the upcoming natural disaster apocalypse. She sat at the dining table, tears in her eyes, and ate the food made by her father in big mouthfuls. The familiar yet distant taste in her memory once again aroused her deep appetite. She buried her head and ate faster and faster, stuffing food into her mouth until her cheeks were bulging. Chen Yulan and Shin Lianshan were still immersed in the joy of their son's return home, but suddenly they noticed that something was wrong with their daughter. Si, eat slowly. Chen Yulan reached out and wanted to take away Shin Si's bowl first. Unexpectedly, her hand didn't even touch the edge of the bowl, and her daughter suddenly raised her head and stared at her with a pair of red eyes. Chen Yulan was shocked. Is it an illusion? Why does she feel that her daughter now looks like a beast eating? Or Shin Lianshan reacted quickly and quickly ordered Shin Ming, who was close to him, Ming, hurry up. Take her bowl down. As early as Shin Lianshan opened his mouth, Shin Ming had already started. However, if it were someone else, Shin Ming would have no scruples, but the person in front of him was his sister. He was afraid of hurting his sister, so he didn't dare to use much strength. So he didn't take the bowl down, and accidentally, his sister bit the flesh on the back of his hand. Hiss! Shin Ming felt pain, but didn't resist. It was also his pain that pulled Shin Si back from being swallowed by his appetite. Shin Si quickly let go, his eyes red, and then he realized what he had just done. Yes, I'm sorry. Shin Si cried out wow, and threw himself into Shin Ming's arms. I'm sorry, brother, I killed you, I'm sorry. Si. Si. Shin Ming was stunned, and Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan were also stunned. In their impression, when has Si ever cried as miserably as he did since he was a child? They were reluctant to let Si shed a single tear. Shin Ming had to pat Shin Si's back first, and when Shin Si was tired of crying, he helped Shin Si up. Tell me, which bastard bullied you? I kill him right now. However, Shin Si didn't say anything, but just sobbed with his eyes downcast. Chen Yulan and Shin Lianshan pulled the paper towels on the table and wiped Shin Si's face. Chen Yulan, Lao Shan, please move aside. Shin Lianshan, I also want to. Wipe my daughter's face. You are standing here, blocking our daughter's air. Give me the paper towel in your hand. Okay. Shin Si looked at the scene of his parents quarreling in front of him, and couldn't help laughing. She used to be used to all this, and sometimes even felt it was a bit noisy, but after returning from the apocalypse, she realized how precious this peaceful and stable life was. She could no longer let the experience of her past life affect her present self. Shin Si took a deep breath and tried not to look at the food on the table. His eyes swept across the faces of his parents and brother one by one. Dad, Mom, brother, you all sit back. I have something very important to tell you, but you may not believe it, and you may even suspect that I have a mental problem. Shin Ming subconsciously asked, Did you encounter a ghost? It's more terrible than encountering a ghost. I actually was reborn 3 years later. The warm living room suddenly fell into silence. As expected, Shin Si saw stunned looks on their faces, and then disbelief. To be honest, if someone suddenly came to her and told her that she was reborn and the end of the world was coming, she would not believe it, and even complained, Is this person crazy? But because the person who said this was her, a family member who was loved by her parents and brother since childhood, it was not easy for them not to question her at the first time. I know you don't believe it, but I have evidence. After saying that, Shin Si turned his eyes to Chen Yulan. Mom, do you remember the down jacket I brought you this morning? You can think about why I predicted that the temperature would drop in advance? Without waiting for Chen Yulan to speak, Shin Si moved his eyes to Shin Lianshan's face. Dad, your colleague doctor's son, your old father had a sudden heart attack at home today and died, right? Shin Lianshan opened his eyes wide. How did you know? He was just about to talk about this matter with his family at the dinner table, lamenting the impermanence of life. But he hadn't had time to say it yet. How did his daughter know? His daughter didn't go to their hospital today. Shin Si didn't answer his father, but turned his eyes again and fell on Shin Ming. Shin Ming straightened his chest and sat up straight. Shin Si said, Brother, the person who came back with us today is called Chu Han. He is your comrade in the army. He is a taciturn person, and has always been cold to people. You have known him for a long time, but you have never seen him clearly. His various training results in the army are always ranked among the top. It seems that there is no field he is not good at. You all privately think he is a pervert. Shinming, Shinming looked embarrassed. I didn't say that. You did. Okay, he did say that, but this is a compliment, understand? It's a compliment. Ah, see Chen Yulan was a little convinced at this point, but she still had to ask, how do you know these things? Shin Xiai did not hide anything. Because I have experienced them all, I know everything that will happen in the next 3 years. At this time, Shin Lianshan also believed it a little. Will something bad happen? If something bad hadn't happened, my daughter's condition wouldn't be like this now. Shin Xiai nodded heavily. Yes, in 3 days, in the early morning of August 15th, the temperature will suddenly drop to -20 degrees, and it will continue to drop in the future. The world will usher in an unprecedented apocalyptic disaster. As soon as these words came out, Shin Lianshan, Qing Yulan, and Shin Ming's pupils shrank slightly. So I've been busy going out all day today to stock up on supplies for our family's future survival. Hearing this, Shin Ming looked left and right. Where are the supplies? Why didn't he see anything? This is the last thing I'm going to tell you next. Shin Xiai stood up and walked to the center of the living room. Her previous words had already made her parents and brother believe a little bit, and now it was time to take the last dose of strong medicine. Shin Xiai stretched out his hand and used his mind to conjure up instant noodles, dumplings, candies, and other supplies in the space, one box after another, like a magic trick, and piled them up on the ground bit by bit. During the whole process, the 3 people sitting at the opposite table were all dumbfounded, their mouths opened into a circle. When the temperature was almost right, Shin Xiai waved his hand again, and took back all the materials he had just created. After that, Shin Xiai did not speak. Qin Yulan, Shin Lianshan, and Shin Ming also did not speak. They were all in shock. These things were too shocking for them. They needed time to accept them. After a while, Shin Xiai said, "This is the space opened by the silver bracelet on my left hand. It is about 200 square meters. It can store things and has a strong preservation function. Even animals and plants can enter. But there is only one thing, people cannot enter." After the words fell in the quiet living room, you could still hear a pin drop. In the end, Shin Ming was the one who accepted new things faster. He was the first to speak. "ACI, I believe you." As soon as he got off the plane today, he felt that the temperature in Jinan City was abnormal. Then Qin Yulan, "Mom believes you too. She knows her own daughter best, and with all the things her daughter has just shown, what else is there to disbelieve?" Shin Lianshan, who was left, took a sip of the old wine in the cup, swallowed it, and said, "In this case, we can't let ACI suffer alone. Stocking supplies is a physical job that requires buying and moving. In order not to arouse suspicion, you need to run around supermarkets and shopping malls. Like this." Shin Lianshan took charge of the overall situation. "ACI, tell us roughly what will happen later, and then tell us what you stockpiled today. We will make a plan and divide the work." Hearing his father say this, Shin Xiai breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. As long as the family is willing to believe her, and they are united as a family, they don't believe that they can't live well in the end times. Shin Xiai returned to the dining table and told all their family's later experiences. Chapter 5. Shin Xiai talked about the whole process for almost an hour, during which Shin Ming kept pouring water for her to moisten her throat. When she finished, it was almost 7 o'clock. After that, Shin Xiai made a list of the supplies he had stockpiled today and showed it to his parents and brother. After reading it, Qin Yulan frowned. Not enough, there is no rice, flour, oil, soy sauce, vinegar and salt. Shin Lianshan also said, a lot of cold-resistant supplies are also needed. Shin Ming, and weapons. Weapons are indeed very important things. In the end times, people's hearts are sinister, and there are mutant animals. Except for her brother, the rest of their family is weak and really needs weapons. However, the official control of knives and other things here is very strict. Where can they get weapons? Go abroad. Shin Ming said. It is not difficult to get guns and ammunition, but the difficulty is how to bring them in. But if his sister is here, it will be much easier to put them directly into the space. Afterwards, Shin Xiai, his parents and his brother immediately held a family meeting. Due to time constraints, everyone had to go their separate ways. First, Shin Xiai had to leave now and fly abroad, leaving his mother to buy food and daily necessities, and his father to buy cold-resistant supplies. It was difficult to buy cold-resistant supplies, because some things might not be available locally and needed to be driven to other cities. After the tasks were assigned, the next step was to integrate funds. After this calculation, Shinsiai finally knew the financial situation of his family. The total liquidity of his parents was only 600,000 yuan. This is normal, after all, their family's daily living expenses are not frugal. Shinsiai took out the remaining money on hand. She only spent 30,000 today, and now there is 70,000 left, which adds up to 670,000. As for her brother's money, it must be used to exchange for weapons, so it is not included. After discussing these things, the time was already 8:30. Shinming stood up and said to Shinsiai, "Si, take your passport and I will take you to the airport." "Brother, won't you go with me?" Shinsiai asked. Shinming shook his head regretfully. "Your brother can't leave the country now, so this matter can only be left to you. But don't worry, brother will tell you how to buy it on the phone. After all, he is not unfamiliar with things like guns and ammunition." In this case, Shinsiai is not a procrastinating character, picked up a thick coat, and went out with Shinming. As soon as he left the house, the temperature outside was indeed lower than before, and it was already below zero. In the community, every family was discussing this abnormal weather, running out to measure the temperature and take videos. Shinsiai went directly to the underground garage, followed her brother into the car, and sat in the passenger seat. She was about to fasten her seat belt, and suddenly, she glanced into the rearview mirror, and saw a shadow flashing behind the wall pillar. Shinming started the engine of the car and asked suspiciously, "ACI, look, is there someone behind the pillar? Why is he sneaking around?" Shinsiai hurriedly said, "No way? Brother, you're wrong, let's go quickly." "Okay." Shinming was no longer suspicious, and drove the car to the exit of the basement. Shinsiai still looked at the pillar that was getting farther and farther away through the rearview mirror, and saw Zhou Xiangyuan walking out from behind the pillar with his chubby head. Seeing Shinsiai leaving in a car, he was so angry that he spat on the ground. On the way, Shinsiai took out his mobile phone to book a flight. Because of the tight time, there was no time to apply for a visa, so the two could only go to a country with visa-free or visa on arrival. Shinming slapped his head and remembered something. "Si, should we tell Chu Han about this?" Although Chu Han was cold, but in detail, when he encountered something in the army and needed help, Chu Han never refused. After all, they were comrades in arms. If the other party got into trouble in the end times, Shinming would not bear it. Shinsiai said, "Brother, the secret of my rebirth and space cannot be told to any outsider." Shinming sighed, knowing that his sister's consideration was right, and he was not stupid. But soon, he heard his sister say, "But there is a way, brother, you can ask him for money." "Yes, why didn't he think of it?" "You mean, you find an excuse to borrow as much money as you can from him. We will exchange it for weapons and supplies, and then find a chance to give it to him." "Yes, this is a good idea. You are smart. My phone is in my pocket. Please send him a message for me." Let her send a message to Chu Han? Shinsiai sighed lightly. From her heart, she was not willing to deal with Chu Han. She always felt that there were many unpredictable things about that person. But even if Chu Han didn't help their family in his previous life, she should consider her brother's feelings. Her brother is a kind and righteous person. Shinsiai took out the phone from her brother's pocket, unlocked it, found Chu Han's dialogue box, and then, stuck. "What do you mean?" she asked. In the end, her brother didn't know what to say. Just make up a reason, the worse the better. The worse the better. Okay, Shinsiai found a reason. Her thumb jumped on the screen of the phone and typed a line of words. "Chu Han, do you have money? Lend me some quickly, my sister is in trouble." Shinsiai thought, even if it was an excuse, she couldn't use her family as an excuse, so the only one she could curse was herself. What should she curse herself for? Car accident? Poisoning? Jumping off a building? Before she could think it over, the other party sent a message. "How much do you want?" Shinsiai, "The more the better." The other party, "Give me the account number." Huh? Shinsiai held the phone and didn't react. Chu Han agreed to lend her money so easily. She was afraid that Chu Han would go back on his word, so she quickly said her brother's account number. Shinming was also stunned, and he accidentally stepped on the brake. Did he really agree? Shinsiai held up the text message of 200,000 yuan in the account and showed it to her brother. Her eyes were full of disbelief. TSK. Shinming sighed. 200,000 in one shot. Did you see that, ACI? Your brother is so popular, do you admire him? So arrogant. Shen Xiai stuffed the phone back into Shen Ming's pocket with some disdain, and didn't respond to Shen Ming's words. Shen Ming probably felt that he was a little too shameless, and laughed awkwardly to change the subject. Well, what did you tell him? He actually transferred so much money. Shen Xiai hesitated. I told him that your sister was in trouble and needed money, the more the better. After hearing this, Shen Ming stepped on the brake, stopped in front of the traffic light, turned his head, looked at Shen Xiai in doubt, and blurted out, he didn't fall in love with you. Shen Xiai looked at her brother like a fool. Brother, do you think this is possible? It seems impossible, otherwise it would be too unbelievable, but other than this reason, it doesn't make sense. Is it really because Chu Han treats him as a good brother? Shen Xiai, don't think about it. I've only met him once. He can't like you but not me. Hey you girl. Shen Ming stepped on the accelerator again, drove through the green light, and said to Shen Xiai, who said you only met once? What? Shen Xiai was really surprised. We met again? When? Why didn't she remember? If she had seen a man as handsome as Chu Han, she would never forget it. Shen Ming, you don't remember? When I joined the army, more than half a year later, you missed me so much that you cried. Speak properly. Shen Xiai slapped her brother's arm in annoyance. What do you mean she's crying? When did she start crying? Shen Ming laughed. Okay, you came all the way to see me, and brought me bags of potato chips and snacks, remember? Shen Xiai, that's right, then what? And then, in fact, Chu Han was passing by not far away at that time. So that's how it is. No wonder I don't remember it. It could just be a quick glance. How could she think that he liked her? She wasn't so self-indulgent. Don't mention this matter again. Anyway, as long as the money is received, it's fine, and then I can stock up more supplies and send some to Chu Han. Shen Xiai didn't think about it anymore, and went to the airport and left the country overnight. On the other hand, Chen Yulan and Shen Liangshan also made a list overnight and looked for sources of goods. Some goods are hard to buy offline, so they can be ordered online and paid extra to let the store use the fastest courier to deliver them, ensuring that they can be delivered smoothly on the 14th or 15th. In a blink of an eye, time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 14th. Shen Xiai returned smoothly. Her trip abroad was fruitful. In addition to guns and ammunition, she also bought a lot of cold weapons, but the prices were not cheap, especially guns and bullets. For example, the price of bullets ranged from ordinary to expensive. On average, it cost tens of yuan per round. If it was a standard magazine with 30 rounds, it would cost thousands. This was still ordinary. A slightly better one would be more expensive, not to mention the gun. A better gun, with a scope, would cost tens of thousands. Anyway, Shen Xiai asked Shen Ming one by one over the phone about how to choose. Of course, in order not to attract other people's attention, she bought the items at scattered places, and bought them bit by bit, even squeezing out time for sleep, but everything was worth it in order to survive better in the apocalypse. Shen Ming, on the other hand, felt a little heavy. Although he believed what Xiai said, the apocalypse was coming, he didn't feel it personally. It wasn't until he learned through the phone that the temperature abroad was lower than that in Jianan City that he really realized that everyone, no, the whole world, was experiencing a big drop in temperature. Brother, don't be afraid, I'm here, and our family will be safe. Shen Xiai comforted Shen Ming on the phone. Shen Ming said with a smile, your brother should say this, as long as I'm here, there's no time for you to worry. Chapter 6. After Shen Xiai returned to Jianan City, she found that her parents had been running around for the past 2 days, busy stocking up supplies. They rented a warehouse not too far away, temporarily put the things they bought in the warehouse, and waited for her to come back. Shen Xiai opened the door of the warehouse, and saw that it was full of goods. Her eyes lit up immediately. She immediately started to collect supplies. First of all, food. When it comes to food, her mother is still careful, and has stocked up a lot of vegetables, fruits and meat. Meat includes pork, beef, fish, seafood, and fruits include boxes of apples, watermelons, jackfruits, cantaloupes, grapes, etc., all of which she likes to eat. The rest are canned meat, canned fruits, and various fresh vegetables. In addition, rice, flour, oil, sauce, vinegar, and salt are also stacked in boxes, including red beans and mung beans, all of which are purchased by the whole bag. Shen Xiai immediately put them into the space and stacked them up, and there is no need to worry about being crushed, because the space ignores weight. ACI, Mom bought 2 more things. Come and see if they are suitable. Shen Xiai was pulled to a corner of the warehouse by her mother. At first, she was curious and wondered what kind of good things they were. After a closer look, she found that they were indeed good things. In the corner of the warehouse, there were 2 places surrounded by fences, and inside the fences, there were fluffy chicks and ducklings, cute and clustered together. Shinsi counted them and found that there were 20 chicks, 15 females and 5 males, and 20 ducklings, 15 females and 5 males. Mom remembers you said that space can bring animals and plants, so I thought of raising some chickens and ducks so that we can have more food in the future. Mom, you thought so carefully. Shinsi praised repeatedly. It is still necessary for the family to work together and consider things that the other party has not considered, so that life can get better and better. Little chickens and ducklings, follow me, you won't have to starve or freeze in the future. Shinsi took the little chickens and ducklings into the space, arranged them in another corner of the space, and still surrounded them with the original fence. I don't know whether they like the space or there is some special energy in the space, which makes their originally drooping heads all lifted up and their spirits are cheerful. Shinsi thought that there should be an invisible energy in the space that can keep food fresh forever and make animals and plants thrive. After that, Shinsi moved the corresponding large bags of feed into the space, sprinkled a handful of food on the 2 bowls in the fence, and prepared a portion of water. Chin Yulon, who was beside her, was happy to see her daughter happy, and her heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. Next is the daily necessities. In terms of daily necessities, Chin Yulon still considered everything very comprehensively. She stockpiled toiletries, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, napkins, cat litter, matches, lighters, candles, flashlights, batteries, and everyone's underwear, and even prepared several copies of maps and compasses. Originally, Chin Yulon also wanted to stock up on tools, such as wrenches, fire tongs, and even various kitchen pots, but her daughter sent her a message to tell her that they had limited funds, so they should stock up on the most important things first, and other less important things could be bought for free when the end of the world came and the social order collapsed. That's right, Shinsi never arrogantly thought that by stockpiling these supplies, he would never go out and lie down. First of all, their family was short of funds. Excluding the money for weapons, they only had 670,000 yuan. Although the types of supplies were quite complete, the quantity was far from enough to support their family of 4. For example, the cold-resistant supplies that her father was responsible for purchasing were the bulk of the money, and the money spent was like water. Secondly, her space was limited, and there was really no way to store it indefinitely. Apart from the above supplies, the next ones to come were the cold-resistant supplies that her father was responsible for. Military coats, cold-proof clothes, cold-proof boots, scarves, fleece hats, quilts, blankets, electric blankets, heaters, flushable hot water bottles, and hot packs. Fireplaces, coal, carbon monoxide alarms, oxygen cylinders, engineer shovels, goggles, solar generators, wind turbines, diesel generators, solar panels, inverters, batteries, and charging controllers. Among them, due to limited funds, Shen Lianshan only bought 1 generator each, but he bought a lot of solar panels and batteries. Especially the batteries, as long as they are fully charged, even if there is no sun and the solar panels cannot be used, with the batteries, they can support for a period of time, so I stocked up more than a dozen at once. Shinsi happily put all these things into the space. After the collection, the warehouse was almost empty, and there were some bottled water and various milk drinks left on the ground. Water resources are too important. Shinsi's previous stockpile was indeed not enough, so her parents stocked up another batch, and Shinsi also collected them all. Shen Lianshan said apologetically, "ACI, we didn't have time to prepare the materials for summer vacation, and the funds were insufficient." Shinsi didn't care about this and only said, "It's okay, Dad, summer vacation is not important at the moment. Think about it, the first thing to come is the extreme cold weather, and everyone needs cold-resistant materials. Those popsicles and ice cubes, no one wants them. We can just take them away when the time comes, and there is no need to waste money on summer vacation." What she didn't say was that when the extreme cold came, they could also collect ice and snow outside, and when the extreme warm weather came, they could take it out, which would also be a large amount of summer supplies. After being delayed in the warehouse for such a while, the sky outside had already darkened unknowingly. Shen Ming looked at his watch. It was not yet 4 o'clock, but it was so dark outside the window that it seemed like night was about to fall. He was a little uneasy and said to his parents and Shinsi, "This weather is abnormal, Dad, Mom, let's leave. It takes more than 10 minutes to rush home from the warehouse, and we can't stay outside any longer. So everyone immediately set off and walked out of the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, the northwest wind was blowing wow, making the warehouse's rolling door make a cold sound. A black SUV was parked in the open space outside. This is Shen Lianshan's car. When he bought it, his family members all agreed that it was unnecessary to drive an off-road vehicle in the city. But now, Shen Xiai is extremely grateful that her father had such a dream and insisted on buying it. With this off-road vehicle, at least it will be more convenient to travel than an ordinary car. Shen Xiai thought so, pulled the cotton coat tightly on her body, opened the door of the co-pilot and sat in, while Shen Ming and Shen Yulan sat in the back seat. After the car started, Shen Lianshan immediately turned on the heater and drove the family to the road outside. On the way, Shen Xiai looked through the car window and saw that the trees on both sides of the road outside were blown to the east and west by the wind. Pedestrians hunched their backs and hurried on the road in the cold wind. Besides, the vehicles beside them were also driving very fast. Before, Shen Xiai had been busy stockpiling supplies and had no time to go online. Until now, she finally had time, so she took out her mobile phone and started to check the news online. As expected, the internet was already abuzz with people discussing the recent weather. Shen Xiai casually clicked on a post and read it, which was filled with panicked comments. "It's over. The temperature has dropped again in our area. It's the same in our area. What's more hateful? The weather software is lying to us. If I hadn't measured it myself with a thermometer, I would have really believed it. I tell you, I have a bad feeling. The temperature is dropping. It's impossible for all regions to drop at the same time, right? I feel that if this continues, the end of the world will definitely come, so everyone should stock up some supplies at home in advance." The person above, "It's not all regions that are dropping temperatures, it's the world." Shen Xiai was browsing, and suddenly, there was a loud bang in front of her. At the same time, the car under her braked suddenly, scaring her. She raised her head in surprise. Behind, Qin Yulan was also frightened and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong? What happened?" Shen Xiai pulled down half of the car window and looked forward. In the half-light and half-dark sky, there was a bridge in front. On the half-slope of the bridge, several cars collided in a chain, forcing the vehicles behind to stop. "It's okay, Mom. There was a traffic accident ahead, and it was blocked. Then should we take another road?" "No," Shen Lianshan said. "There is no other way here." Shen Ming raised his wrist to look at his watch. "No hurry, wait a little longer, it's still early now. If it's as his sister said, the extreme cold will break out in the early morning of the 15th. They just need to rush home before then. Then Qin Yulan will be relieved." "Beep beep, it's so blocked, will you let me pass? That is to say, I am almost starving to death, and I have to rush home to eat." Speaking of eating, Shen Xiai closed the half-open window to prevent the heater in the car from escaping, and turned his head to ask, "Dad, Mom, are you hungry?" Their family has been busy stockpiling supplies these days, and has no time to eat properly. She took out 2 cans of beef from the space, and handed them to her mother and brother in the back. She took out another can, opened it, and fed her father, who was driving with a spoon. For a while, the car was filled with the aroma of canned beef. Qin Yulan swallowed a mouthful happily. It's still a daughter. It's really convenient to have a backpack. Qin Yulan changed her words in time, and rotted the word space into her stomach. Shen Ming smiled and joked, "In the future, our family will have to rely on my sister to support us." Qin Yulan and Shen Lianshan couldn't help laughing when they heard it. Shen Xiai chewed the salty and fragrant canned beef, and felt that it was more delicious than anything he had eaten before. When she was halfway through eating the canned beef, the car in front finally moved. Shen Xiai sat in the car, and slowly passed by the accident scene. She saw that the accident on the bridge was not small, and several cars were hit all over the place. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and several drivers still had the strength to get off the bridge, standing on the bridge in the cold wind, arguing with saliva flying. Shen Xiai no longer paid attention, and the car drove off the bridge in a short while. She specifically reminded her father to go to the nearby gas station and fill up the gas before going home. Chapter 7. After hearing this, Shen Lianshan praised Shen Xiai for being attentive and took a detour to a nearby gas station. After refueling, it was completely dark. When Shen Xi's car was about to arrive, at the gate of the community, it passed by a supermarket. Shen Xiai saw that the supermarket was very lively inside and outside, with many old men, women, and young people scrambling to buy supplies. It seems that everyone has realized the abnormal weather, and started to stock up on supplies. "Dad, let's stop downstairs of building 7 first. Shen Xiai said. Shen Lianshan was confused. What's wrong? Shen Xiai was about to explain, but Shen Ning in the back row helped her. Dad, it's like this. There is a man named Chu Han in Building 7. He is my comrade in arms. Before a CI and I went abroad, we asked him to borrow 200,000 yuan. We should give him some of our supplies and weapons. Shen Lianshan nodded. If that's the case, we should give him some. These days, not everyone dares to lend 200,000 yuan to others casually. So Shen Xiai took out some supplies and weapons in advance, and when the car stopped in front of Building 7, she asked her brother to call Chu Han. However, the phone rang several times, but no one answered. But just when Shen Ming was about to hang up, the other side picked up again. Hello? A cold male voice came out through the hands-free function of the mobile phone. Shen Ming, Chu Han, my sister and I are downstairs at your house. We're bringing you some supplies. Please remember to open the door for us. After that, Shen Ming and Shen Xiai waited for the other party's reply. Who knows that the other party was silent for a while, and then said, I'm not at home. This was something Shen Xiai didn't expect. She wanted to ask where he was going, but she thought that she was not familiar with Chu Han, and it was not appropriate to ask, so she could only remind him before hanging up the phone. The temperature outside is still dropping. If there is nothing important, it's better to go home early. Well, isn't it a bit nosy for her to say that? Then the other end of the phone heard, Okay, I will. Then the phone was hung up. But Chu Han's words surprised Shen Ming so much that he even forgot to put the phone away. Shen Ming raised his head and looked straight at Shen Xiai. What did I say? What did I say? Did I get it right? How could he not understand Chu Han's personality? He was the kind of person who was tired of saying one more word. When did he say such gentle words to others? It was obvious that he could express it with just a okay or a but Chu Han had to add a sentence, I will. Isn't this because he has a crush on his sister? Chen Yulan, who was standing by, was confused when she saw her son suddenly so excited. What did you say? Seeing that even her mother asked about it, Shen Xiai was afraid that her unreliable brother would say something outrageous, so she quickly said, It's okay, Mom. Then she threatened Shen Ming fiercely. My brother just had a seizure. Shen Ming, who was having a seizure, After parking the car in the underground garage, Shen Lianshan rubbed his hands and face and urged everyone, Let's go upstairs. Shen Xiai got out of the car, snuggled with her parents and brother, and walked quickly into the elevator. When she finally got home, as soon as Shen Xiai entered the house, she felt that the temperature at home was no different from that outside, just as cold. She quickly found the air conditioner remote control, turned on the air conditioner, and adjusted it to the heating mode. Her parents and brother were responsible for checking the doors and windows of the house to see if they were closed tightly. After confirming that there was no problem, Shen Xiai sat down on the sofa in the living room with her father and brother to rest. Her mother went straight to the bedroom and said she wanted to get something. As soon as the things were taken out, Shen Xiai couldn't sit still. This is medical box. Chen Yulan brought out an oversized medical box. Chen Yulan carefully placed the box on the coffee table and opened it. It was filled with all kinds of medicines and tools. Shen Xiai was so surprised. Mom, when did you get this? Chen Yulan proudly put her hands on her hips. Your dad and I did it these 2 days. In addition to the basic cold medicine, we also managed to get some prescription drugs and antibiotics. Not only that, Shen Xiai flipped through it and found gauze, alcohol, disinfectant, needles, and even a few bottles of vitamins. Great, Mom and Dad, you are so great. Her mother is a nurse. Her father is a famous Chinese medicine doctor who can ensure the health of the family, and her brother is mainly responsible for the military, and finally she herself is a mobile warehouse, a material backup. She has great confidence that their family will be able to survive well in the end of the world this time. Soon, the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Shen Xiai took a hot bath happily, washed and dried his hair, changed into soft and warm beige winter pajamas, and curled up on the sofa. At the same time, the TV was also playing hot news. Our station reports that there has been a sudden drop in temperature in various parts of the world recently. Meteorological experts have held an emergency meeting. Please don't panic, citizens, and take cold prevention measures in advance. While watching the news, Shen Xiai paid attention to the kettle at home, boiling hot water one pot after another, filling all the thermos bottles, and storing them in the space. During this period, Shen Lianshan, Chen Yulan, and Shen Ming also took turns to take hot baths. After Chen Yulan finished washing, she was drying her hair. Halfway through, she stopped and told Shen Xiai, By the way, Xiai, We have dozens of water bags stored in your brother's room. You can go and take a look and put them all away. I know. Shinseai got up and went to his brother's room. Sure enough, he saw that the floor was full of large water bags. The water inside was filled with tap water by her parents these 2 nights. This tap water can be boiled and drunk, or used to wash your face and brush your teeth. Shinseai happily collected all of them. By the way, she also collected all the clothes of the family members, leaving only a few basic sets for changing. In this way, the space was a bit crowded, but the supplies could still be stuffed in. After all, there were many gaps in the corners, and there was a lot of space above. Stacking them up would make some space. After dealing with all this, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The air conditioner was on in the room, and it was warm. Shen Lianshan went to the kitchen and cooked several dishes and several pots of rice. He asked Shinseai to put the extra ones in the space and put the rest on the table. The family sat down and had a delicious meal. This time, Shinseai's appetite was much better than before. At least, he could control it. But after eating a few bites, Shen Lianshan put down his chopsticks and hesitated. I don't know how the young man in Building 7 is doing. Should I call him again to see if he is back? We will drive to send him some supplies. Coincidentally, Shen Ming also thought so, and immediately called Chu Han again. He didn't turn on the hand-free this time, so Shinseai heard them talking on the phone for a few words and then hung up. So he asked curiously, "How is it?" Shen Ming said, "Don't worry, Chu Han is already at home. He said that there are supplies at home, and they are not needed for the time being." Since that's the case, then everyone stopped worrying and continued to eat. The meals tonight are all home-cooked dishes that Shinseai likes to eat. A plate of fried golden and crispy egg yolk chicken wings. A plate of slightly spicy tiger skin green peppers with full sauce. A plate of 3 fresh delicacies. And finally a bowl of fresh tofu soup. Shinseai chewed the sweet rice and ate the dishes with great pleasure. She thought of the last time at this time, their family was still outside, braving the cold wind, trying their best to fight with others for supplies. After finally grabbing some supplies and returning home, they were very cold again, full of panic and worried about the future. But now it's different. No matter how the north wind blows outside, and how the temperature drops sharply, their family can still sit together and happily eat a hot bite. It's so happy that it feels like a dream. It really fits the old saying, if you have food in your hands, you won't be worried. But while eating, Shinseai heard a noisy movement in the corridor, outside the door. Qin Yulan said indifferently, "In the past 2 days, some people in our building have moved out one after another, saying that the temperature is abnormal, and they want to go to the south to avoid the cold." Shen Ming subconsciously asked, "Then should we move too?" "No need." Shen Lianshan wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, "I have seen that the temperature in the south is also dropping, which is not much better than here. Besides, your sister said that after the extreme cold, there is still extreme temperature, so it doesn't take that much effort." "That's true." However, Shen Lianshan still asked Shinseai for his opinion. "What do you think, Seai?" Shinseai gulped down a mouthful of tofu soup and gave her father a thumbs up. "Dad, you have foresight." Hee hee. Being praised by his daughter, Shen Lianshan proudly lifted his tail. After a full meal, Shinseai rubbed his stomach, leaned back comfortably, burped again, and didn't want to move anymore. Shen Ming volunteered to stand up, took the initiative to clean up the mess on the table, and took the dishes to the kitchen to wash. But when he came to the kitchen and turned on the faucet, not a drop of water flowed out from the faucet. He tried several more times, and the result was the same. "Is the water outage?" Shen Ming shouted to Shinseai in the living room. "Ah, Seai, it seems that the water is outage." Shinseai heard the sound and ran in to see that the water was indeed outage. The temperature dropped too fast, the water pipes froze, and it's normal to cut off the water supply. Especially since they are in a southern city. In the past, in winter, as long as the temperature was a few degrees below zero, the community would post a notice in advance, saying that the water supply would be temporarily cut off and the water pipes would be repaired, not to mention that the temperature outside is now close to -20 degrees. Shinseai took out some of the hot water that had been boiled before, and then took some cold water, mixed them, and poured them into the basin carefully for her brother to wash the dishes. Shen Ming was worried while washing the dishes. Will the tap water be cut off in the future? He didn't think so before, but now, he really realized that once the end of the world comes, convenient life will no longer exist. How difficult will the days in the future be? "Don't worry, brother, the water is not cut off at the moment, and the people above will repair it. But it may not be the case in the future." Chapter 8. Shen Ming nodded. Then we must store more tap water while the water supply is still running. Soon, the dishes were washed, and Shinseai returned to the living room to tell his parents that the water pipes are expected to be repaired around noon tomorrow. Then there is nothing to worry about. Seeing that it was late at night, everyone packed up and went back to their rooms to rest. Shinseai also returned to his room, enjoying the warm air conditioning, while the network was still running, turned on the computer, and quickly tapped the keyboard, sending anonymous posts to major platforms to emphasize the future weather trends. Of course, she said it in a predictive tone, predicting that the extreme cold will last for a long time, predicting that the temperature will inevitably warm up after the extreme cold, and what consequences will be brought about after the snow melts. She also suspected that there would be extreme temperature weather if there was extreme cold, and if there was extreme temperature, would there be heavy rains and floods later. By the way, she also sent a copy of these contents to the officials of various regions by email. As for how much effect it would have, it was not something Shinseai could control. Thinking back to the last life, the natural disaster came too fast, and the things that followed were unpredictable, so that the major bases established by the government could not withstand it. If it could be predicted in advance this time, it might be much better than the last life. It would be a good deed if fewer people died, because this was a battle for all mankind. Shinseai closed the computer, took a long breath, heated a cup of milk for himself, came to the window, and looked at the dark night outside. The trees growing in the green belt of the community were rustling in the cold wind, and ghosts were howling, as if playing the prelude to the end of the world. Shinseai felt a tightness in her heart. She found a thermometer, and measured the temperature outside. As expected, just like in the previous life, the temperature dropped to -20 degrees. This temperature was never seen in Jinan City. Shinseai couldn't sleep, so he quickly pulled the curtains tightly, leaving no gaps, then sat on the bed, hugged the quilt tightly, and checked the news on the internet with his mobile phone. Whether it was Weibo or major short video software on the internet, as soon as you opened it, people were discussing about the temperature drop. Then you clicked on the community owner group, and there were hundreds of messages in it. Family? Is your family out of water? Is it only our family, or everyone else's? I don't know. Anyway, my family is out of water. Our family is out of water too. Damn, it's not that bad, right? I should have added more water earlier. I took a shit in the middle of the night, and there was no water to flush. Am I a very mean person? Haha, although, I laughed for a minute first. Call the property management. No, seriously, the temperature and water outage make me really scared. Is it really the end of the world? Don't worry, sister, I feel everything will be fine after a while. It would be great if the world really ends. Look at the food I bought today, I feel safe. You are jealous, give me some. Me too, I steal a handful. Shinseai stopped browsing and exited the owner group. The temperature has just dropped sharply. Although some people are panicking and scrambling to stock up on supplies, more people are in a fresh and exciting mood. Shinseai opened the owner group of Building 8 where his home is located, and there were also a lot of messages in it. However, the discussion was not about the water outage in the community, but 703. Hello, owner of 803, our Nan was disturbed by the noise made by your child. I hope you can take care of your child. 803, it's so funny. Our child is very well behaved, and has fallen asleep long ago. Please don't throw dirty water on us. 703, our Nan said that your child didn't sleep in the middle of the night several times, and played with a ball in the room. 402, this is really wrong. No matter what, you can't disturb other children's rest. 803, I say, little girl, what does this have to do with you? You still say children, it's so funny. Do you know how old his child is? Anyway, I have never seen a child in his 40s. 402, what? I didn't expect that Shinseai could still eat melons in the group in the middle of the night. Shinseai knew what the owner of 803 said. The owner of 703 lived opposite her house, on the west side. There lived an old couple, and a son in his 40s, named Nan. The two old people treated their son like a treasure, so much so that even when he was in his 40s, he didn't even wipe his butt after taking a shit, and he needed the two old people to wipe it for him. Of course, these were all things that Shinseai had heard from the old men and women in the community. Anyway, her family didn't usually interact with the people opposite. After spending so much time on the internet, it was already early morning, and Shinseai still didn't feel sleepy. She found something else to do, to organize her space, and put the materials she collected at the beginning together with those collected in the warehouse, and then classified them. Shinseai roughly divided them into 5 categories. First is the food and seasoning area, which mainly stores snacks, frozen food, instant noodles, and various seasonings such as oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, all of which are brand new and unopened. Then, there is the meat, vegetable, rice, and noodle area, which mainly stores various poultry meats and purchased vegetables, as well as rice, noodles, beans, etc., all packaged and stacked high and neatly. Then, there is the daily necessities area, which mainly stores daily necessities, such as toiletries and sanitary products, all of which belong to this area. Then, there are water resources, mineral water, dairy products, etc., which are all placed together. Finally, there are cold-resistant supplies. Shinsei stacked them all high, making full use of the height and the space, and freeing up as much space as possible. After this arrangement, the space is indeed more spacious. In addition to these brand new, unopened reserve supplies, Shinsei vacated a small area next to it, named the Old Things area, which is specifically used to store used things, such as the original pots and pans at home, everyone's wardrobe, etc. As for the boxes of guns and ammunition, Shinsei also made room for them, stacked them up, and stored them together with the medical kit. After doing this, she looked at the chicks and ducklings that were already sleeping together, silently added a handful of food and water to them, and then left the space with her consciousness. As soon as she left the space, Shinsei couldn't help but feel worried. First, the space was too small, and second, although the space had a full range of supplies, the actual quantity was far from enough. Because the little money at home was mostly spent on cold-resistant supplies, whether it was generators, batteries, or cold-proof clothes, the prices were not low. Moreover, that large medical kit also cost money, especially since medicines were never cheap, and some were not covered by medical insurance. There is another problem, that is, the feed and water for the chicks and ducklings are not in short supply at present. But what about in the future? There will always be a time when they run out, so we must pay attention to collecting them. Forget it. It's useless to rack your brains for these problems now. Let's go to sleep first. Shinsei turned off the lights and forced himself to sleep. The next day, at noon, the tap water was restored, and the owner's group was notified of this good news. But the bad news is that the temperature is minus 20 degrees, and there is no sign of warming up. Why is the temperature still so low? I'm freezing to death, and the air conditioner is useless. That is to say, I should have installed floor heating when I renovated it. What should I do? People are talking about the end of the world online. It won't really come, will it? The person above, you are going to make me laugh to death. It's only minus 20 degrees. How can it be the end of the world? Have you never been to the north in winter? Brother, do you think it is possible that what people are afraid of is not the temperature, but the phenomenon of minus 20 degrees in the summer? That is to say, the temperature in the north is low, but at least there is heating. In the south, there is not much difference between indoors and outdoors. Who can stand staying in a minus 20 degree environment for 24 hours? If you can't stand it, install floor heating. Shinsei was swiping the messages in the group with a smile. Outside, Shin Yulan came over and knocked on the door. Ci, come out for breakfast. I'm coming. Shinsei wrapped himself tightly in a down jacket, got out of bed shivering, opened the door, and went to the living room outside. Since the living room is more spacious than the room, the air conditioner can't heat it up, and the temperature is much lower than the room. Shin Lianshan prepared breakfast and brought a plate of steamed buns to the table. Shin Yulan was responsible for making soy milk for everyone. Shin Lianshan took off his scarf, sat down and said, "It's terrible. The temperature is too low. The bowls and the kitchen cabinet are frozen. Let's eat quickly, otherwise the buns and soy milk will get cold later." Shin Yulan said, "I was wondering if we should go out and buy some more things?" Although not counting the stockpiled supplies, there was still a bag of rice in the kitchen, and the vegetables bought before, which was enough for everyone to eat for several days. Shinsei drank a mouthful of soy milk and said, "Mom, we must stockpile supplies, but I think we have another more important thing to do now." "What is it?" Shin Yulan asked. Everyone also stopped and looked at Shinsei. Shinsei said, "The temperature of minus 20 will last for a few days, and it will drop further later, so I think we should all pack up and move to my brother's room. My brother's room is the smallest, and it is easy to warm up." Shin Ming had no objection. "I agree." Shinsei said again, "Also, while it is not snowing now, we have to go out and collect firewood. It will also be warm to burn firewood in the fireplace." "Yes." Shin Yulan clapped her hands. "Why didn't I think of it? We need to get some firewood. I think the wood in the community green belt is pretty good." Shin Lianshan was a little worried, but with the property management. "Shin Yulan, Why bother with the property management? Special treatment in special times. Okay, then we do it after dinner. Knock, knock. The door of my house was suddenly knocked. Who could come at this time? Shinming got up and went to the door, turned around and made a silence gesture to everyone, and then asked, "Who is it?" "Hey, young man, I'm your neighbor across the street." Chapter 9. An old lady's voice sounded outside. "I want to ask if you have a heater. Can you lend us one? Our son is freezing." It turned out that she came to borrow something. Shinming said, "Sorry, Grandma, we don't have enough heaters at home. We don't have any extra heaters." The grandma still didn't give up. "Hey, young man, look, there are 4 people in your family, right? It's warm with more people, but it's not like our family, which is as cold as an ice cellar. Why don't you lend us the heater first?" Shinming frowned, but still refused. "You can ask other families, we really don't have one." Then, there was no movement outside the door. Should he leave? Shinming glanced at the cat's eye and saw that the door of the neighbor's house opposite was closed with a bang. Yes, he left. No one took this little episode to heart. After breakfast, Shinsiai began to divide the work among the family members. She planned to turn her brother's room into a temporary safe house, so she asked her father and brother to move the bed and wardrobe in the room to the living room outside and free up the room. Shinming touched his table full of figurines with some distress. Shinsiai asked him, "Brother, do you still want these figurines? If you do, I put them away for you." Hearing this, Shinming's eyes flashed with struggle, but in the end, he shook his head. "No, these can't be eaten. And the space capacity is not large. He can't cause trouble to his sister." After that, Shin Yulan was responsible for cleaning, and Shin Lian Shan and Shin Ming were responsible for moving a large Simmons mattress and a small Simmons mattress in the house, and putting them on the ground against the corner. Shin Yulan then found all the quilts, sheets, and electric blankets in the house, used some to make the bed, and folded the other part and put it at the foot of the bed for use. In this way, a warm big bed that can accommodate 4 people is ready. Everyone can sleep more freely and comfortably, and no longer have to worry about turning over and not keeping warm, or falling off the bed. After removing the bed, Shinsiai moved a narrow and long table into the remaining space in the room and placed it on the side, that is, the north window, as a place for cooking and eating in the future, and put 2 small stools on it. At first glance, it looks a bit like a bar, and you can see the scenery outside the window when you look up. And there is a small path between the bed and the table for people to walk. After the arrangement, what is left are some scattered things. Shin Lianshan moved all the kitchen utensils and food in the kitchen, put the kitchen utensils on the table, and put the food under the table. Shin Ming fiddled with the fireplace that Shin Siai took out of the space, and put it against the wall opposite the bed. However, the fireplace cannot be used at present, because carbon monoxide must be discharged through the hole of the air conditioner through a pipe, but the air conditioner can still provide heating, so it will not be dismantled for now. Moreover, the hole of the air conditioner is too small. When the fireplace is really used, it will be necessary to find a small hammer to knock the hole bigger. Finally, Shinsiai brought both heaters in the house into the room and placed them next to the fireplace for use. These things used are all original in the house, so there is no need to use the reserved materials in her space. She put her hands on her waist, looked at the orderly room, and breathed a sigh of relief. This room is their next safe house in the extremely cold apocalypse. Shinsiai has already put everyone's clothes into the old things area of the space in advance, so now there is nothing important in the living room, kitchen, and the other 2 bedrooms outside. The bathroom had to be used, as well as the kitchen. The kitchenware in the safe house could only be used for steaming, stewing, and boiling, and could not be used for cooking, so the kitchen had to be used for a while. After all this busy work, Shinsiai actually felt warm. She looked at the time and saw that it was already noon, so she distributed some of the remaining bread and snacks at home to everyone, and made do with 1 bite. She was going to go out in the afternoon to collect firewood in the community. But she thought that there were more people collecting firewood than them. Shinsiai looked down from the window, and saw that someone downstairs had already started to collect firewood. She remembered that there were several cold weapons in the boxes of guns in the space, including short knives and long knives. She wondered if they could be used to chop wood. Shinsiai told Shinming about this idea, but Shinming shook his head. "It's too eye-catching to take out those knives now. We have 2 kitchen knives in our kitchen, and we can use one to chop wood." "That's fine." Shinming took the relatively blunt kitchen knife and went downstairs with everyone. Downstairs, Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan were responsible for collecting firewood, while Shin Siai and Shin Ning were responsible for chopping trees and bushes. After chopping a few times, Shenming weighed the kitchen knife in his hand and said, "This knife is really hard to use. It's not easy to use, and the edge curled up so quickly." Shenxiai wanted to make do with it. Before she could speak, a female voice came over. "Hey? Little sister, it's you." Shenxiai looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a young couple in the green belt across the road. The one who spoke just now was one of the girls, who was smiling and greeting Shenxiai. Shenxiai remembered them. They were a newlywed couple, who moved into the building not long ago. The husband was handsome, and the wife was also soft and beautiful. She wore a thick cotton coat, and her long hair was tied behind her head and fixed with a sharp clip. The two lived in 302. When they got married, Shenxiai had eaten the wedding candies they put in the elevator. The names seemed to be Yu Liang and Wang Yin. "Sister Wang." Shenxiai greeted her symbolically, but her tone was not very warm. She didn't want to have a deep friendship with others, fearing trouble. She was afraid that if the other party encountered difficulties in the future, would she help or not? Wang Yin didn't have this concern. She was always active, and simply stepped out of the green belt, and ran toward Shenxiai. "Little sister, don't you have a suitable axe at home?" Wang Yin handed the axe in her hand to Shenxiai. "Here, we happen to have 2 axes at home, both of which we got yesterday. I give you one." "What?" Shenxiai lowered his head, and looked at the axe handed over by Wang Yin, a little stunned. "I'm telling you, chopping wood with this is much easier and more efficient, and the knife is still new." Wang Yin saw that Shenxiai was slow to take it, so she simply put the handle of the knife into Shenxi's hand. "Hurry up and take it, don't be polite to me." After that, Wang Yin went back. Shenxiai took the knife, and the handle still had the warmth of Wang Yin. After all, there was no way to isolate from the crowd, and their family really needed it. Shenxiai raised his face, smiled, and gently waved the hatchet in his hand to Wang Yin not far away to show his gratitude. Wang Yin also grinned at her. "Xiai, do you know him?" Shenming asked. Shenxiai said, "Not very familiar, I met him a few times in the elevator before." Qin Yulan came over and said, "Mom knows, they are a young couple living on the 3rd floor, they are pretty good people, very warm-hearted." "They are very warm-hearted." With the hatchet given by the young couple, and Shenming's own strength, he quickly chopped a lot of firewood. Shenming was in charge of chopping, Shenxiai and Qin Yulan were in charge of removing leaves from branches, and Shen Liangshan was in charge of bundling firewood. Everyone was busy. It was not until 4 bundles of firewood were collected that Shenxiai, his parents, and his brother each took a bundle home. It was time for dinner. In the past, every household would smell the rich aroma of food and the sizzling sound of cooking oil, but now, the smell of food and the sound of cooking have greatly decreased, and every household is surprisingly quiet. Shenxiai took the elevator back to the 7th floor. Just as he got out of the elevator, and was about to take out his key, the 703 family opposite him came out by chance. "Big sister." The half-white-haired old lady poked her head out from behind the door, and called Qin Yulan, "Are you going downstairs to collect firewood?" Qin Yulan turned around and responded, "Yes, thanks to the children." After that, Shenxiai had already opened the door with the key, and was about to go into the house, when he heard the old lady behind him say, "Wait a minute." "What? Is there something?" Shenxiai put away the key with a slightly cold tone. She probably expected what the person next door was going to say. Sure enough, the old lady's next sentence was, "That's it, my old man and I are old, and our legs and feet are not convenient. We are not as strong as you young people who can collect firewood. Speak to the point." Shenxi's tone became even colder. Shenming, Shen Liangshan and Qin Yulan all looked at Shenxiai in surprise. They had never seen such a stranger-friendly Xiai before. What happened to Xiai? The old lady pursed her lips, as if she was dissatisfied with Shenxi's attitude towards her, but she still smiled flatteringly. "Can you give us some firewood? Our Nan is very cold." "No." Shenxiai refused coldly. In the previous life, their family didn't have a container for burning firewood, so they didn't go to the community to collect firewood, and the people next door naturally didn't come to ask for it. However, they didn't ask for firewood, but they often asked for food and drink. Her parents gave them a lot out of kindness. However, later, when there was not enough food at home, her parents found that there was still the aroma of food wafting out of the house next door. Only then did they realize that what they said about how it was not easy for 2 old people to take care of the children, and that they were starving to death, because they had no food at home, were all deliberately playing misery. In fact, the food at the house next door was plenty. In the end, her family had no choice but to go to their door shamelessly to ask for some food, but they didn't even open the door. Fortunately, Her brother's comrade-in-arms Chu-han used a drone from time to time to send some food to her family through the window, so that her family could hold on until they got the news of the base under construction in Jianan City and rushed to join them. Otherwise, her family would have starved to death long ago. Hey, I'm not saying anything. What's wrong with you, little girl? How do you talk to your elders? Didn't your parents teach you to respect the elderly and love the young? You. Feng Qingfen. Feng Qingfen was stopped by Qing Yulan before she finished her words. How do we teach our children? Do you need to control us? Take care of your own baby, and don't worry about other people's affairs. Feng Qingfen was dumbfounded by Qing Yulan's speech. A rough male voice came from the room behind Feng Qingfen. Mom, come over and take a look. I seem to be sick. Chapter 10. Hearing that her son was sick, Feng Qingfen stamped her feet anxiously. Oh, what should I do? She didn't care about quarreling with Qing Yulan, so she had to give in. I'm sorry, sister. I'm just so impatient. Don't be angry with me, I beg you. Can you share some firewood with us? If this goes on, my son will really get sick from the cold. Seeing Feng Qingfen so anxious about her child, Qing Yulan, who is also a mother, felt a little bit sorry. But she didn't agree immediately, but looked at Shen Xiai. No matter what, she had to respect Xi's opinion, but Xi didn't seem to like the family next door. Not to mention Qing Yulan, Shen Lianshan was also a little moved. He is a doctor, and it is his duty to cure diseases and save lives. Hearing that someone is going to get sick from the cold, he can't just sit back and do nothing. He said, Aci, what do you think? Shen Xiai asked Shen Ming, who had been silent. Brother, what do you think? Shen Ming hesitated. Ouch. The old lady next door cried, and knelt down with her hands on the door frame. Just think of it as an old woman begging you. Hey. Qing Yulan hurried over to help her up. What are you doing? After this operation, Shen Ming, who was still hesitant, softened his heart and said to Shen Xiai, Aci, how about we give them some? Anyway, firewood is not something that is too difficult to obtain. At most, we can go out to collect it in the next 2 days. Shen Xiai sighed. She knew that her parents and brother would be soft-hearted. There was no way. Her family was kind by nature, and had not experienced the cruelty of the end of the world. Even if she said it once, it would be useless, because people can't teach people. Only things can teach people. Okay, if you really want to share, go ahead, but you know later that this is a wrong decision. After saying that, Shen Xiai went into the house. She had thought that if she firmly disagreed to share firewood with the people next door, her parents and brother would definitely respect her opinion. But this time was over. What about next time? What about the next time? The more time passes, the more sinister people's hearts become. Rather than waiting until then, when their kindness breaks out and they cause trouble, it's better to let them share now. At least now, she has the confidence to cover them. The firewood that was shared out was considered as their tuition. For several days afterwards, the temperature remained at around -20 degrees Celsius. During the day, Shen Xiai would drive out with her brother to buy supplies. She would use the only 20,000 or 30,000 yuan left in her hands to buy some fuel and bring it back. She also kept it and put it in the cold-resistant supplies area of the space. Nowadays, the prices of things outside are skyrocketing. The food shelves in major supermarkets have been emptied. Some people have even become scalpers, buying and selling food and raising the price. Shen Xiai sat in the heated off-road vehicle, looking at the hawkers on the roadside. Seeing their faces and noses red from the cold, he couldn't help but feel sad for them. They thought they were smart and wanted to make money from the national crisis, but in fact, the end of the world has come, and the money will be a pile of waste paper in the future. Shen Ming next to him drove the car, as slow as a snail. The temperature was too low, the road was icy, and the car could easily slip if he was not careful, so Shen Ming had to be careful. He glanced at the people on the roadside who were scrambling to buy supplies in the cold wind, and felt a mixture of fear and relief in his heart. Ci, fortunately we stocked up supplies in advance, otherwise I dare not think about it. In the face of rising prices, their family's original 600,000 yuan was not enough. They were so lucky that they believed what Ci said at that time. At this time, a small snowflake quietly fell on the car window. Shen Xi's eyes froze, and his voice became a little deeper. It started. Shen Ming asked, what started? Shen Xiai, snowing. A blizzard is coming. Shen Xiai decided that once it started snowing, no one in their family would go out unless necessary. She and her brother speeded up and returned home before dark. At home, her parents had already prepared dinner. Dinner included braised fish, soy sauce eggplant, mapo tofu, and a bowl of seaweed soup, all of which were Shenxi's favorites. Shenxi ate until his belly was round. After eating, she came to the balcony and saw that the snow outside the window was getting heavier. The north wind rolled up the snowflakes, making a woo sound. Many families in the community were amazed that it snowed in August. But looking at the outdoor temperature these days, it seemed reasonable. Shenxi asked her brother to call Chu Han again and ask if Chu Han needed any supplies. She didn't want to deal with Chu Han, but she didn't like to owe others, so she always wanted to share the supplies with Chu Han and make it even. However, Chu Han said that there was no shortage of supplies for the time being. Shenxi thought of the previous life, when Chu Han did not lack supplies and had the spare energy to help their family, so she didn't care too much and concentrated on tinkering with the 3 generators in the reserve supplies. They were solar generators, diesel generators, and wind generators. Although the power is still on, it's always right to make preparations early. Shenxi thought about it. In the extremely cold weather, solar generators will not be used much because there is rarely any sun. As for diesel generators, the fuel stored does include some diesel, but the amount is not much, and it may not be enough. So only wind power is left. Shenxi lay on the bed, wrapped himself in a quilt, and asked Shenming, who was squatting in front of the generator, "Brother, do you really know how to do it?" Shenming said, "What? Your brother is in the army. I have all kinds of training, and it is easy. What can I do? For example, survival in the wild is the most basic skill." In this case, Shenxi took out the cables and other things that came with the wind turbine and handed them to Shenming. Shenming studied it step by step, and Shenlianshan also helped. Everyone thought it would be done quickly, but who knew that it was still dead after tinkering until midnight? Shenming couldn't figure it out. Why is this happening? He and his father stared at each other. Shenxi and his mother could only continue to hide in the quilt, blinking their eyes and watching them, waiting quietly. As a result, after waiting for a long time, even if they found the video online, they still couldn't do it. Shenming felt a little guilty. I don't understand a few places. That's right. His eyes lit up, and he thought of something. I asked Chu Han. You don't know how perverted Chu Han is. He knows everything. Hearing this, Shenxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but it was a blessing to find someone to ask. The phone was dialed again. Shenming asked Chu Han one question after another, as if he had caught a savior. Unexpectedly, Chu Han really knew everything and answered one question after another. But Shenming still didn't do it well. Finally, Chu Han asked, "Which building and which room are you in?" "I come over." "Oh, how can I do that?" Shenming smiled and said politely, and immediately reported his house number, Building 8, 701. Shenxi whispered to Shenming, "Tell him to come back tomorrow at noon. It's late at night now. Don't make things too difficult for him." So Shenming conveyed this to Chu Han, and Chu Han agreed. The problem was solved, and Shenming and Shenlianshan returned to bed. The sheets, quilts, and electric blankets on the bed were all laid out when they were tidying up before. Because it was made of 2 Simmons mattresses, whether it was sheets, quilts, or electric blankets, 2 beds were used. Shenlianshan and Chen Yulan lay in the middle, Shenxi lay next to Chen Yulan, and Shenming lay next to Shenlianshan. Shenxi took the 2 hot water bottles in the quilt and gave them to Shenming and Shenlianshan to warm them up. Shenxi remembered that she had experienced this kind of family lying together when she was very young. Shenxi cherished it even more after so many years. She didn't know why, but she couldn't sleep well every night since she was reborn. She saw that her parents and brother were all asleep, so she got up quietly, picked up the thermometer on the table, put on her down jacket, gritted her teeth, and went to the living room outside. As soon as she entered the living room, Shenxi felt a piercing chill drilling into her bones. She opened the glass door between the living room and the balcony, and shivered as she put the thermometer out. At this time, outside the balcony, under the night sky, heavy snow was flying. Even though the balcony was sealed on 3 sides, the cold wind kept leaking in through the window. Shenxi pulled his down jacket tightly, and after a moment, he shivered and took the thermometer back, which showed the temperature of -25 degrees. The temperature of -20 degrees, which had lasted for several days, finally began to rise. But it did not rise, but fell, once again refreshing the lowest temperature in the history of Jinan City. Shenxi closed the balcony door and turned back to the room. The air conditioner was still heating in the room. Shenxi lay back on the bed, thinking about how to get to the back of their house. If she remembered correctly, the temperature would drop again after the snow began to fall heavily. When the road was piled with thick snow, The city's water pipes and circuits would be broken, and the living environment of human beings would be heading towards a bad direction and would never return. Not to mention that the mysterious bacteria contained in the snow water would cause animal mutations. Will their family go to the base again this time? Shinsiai fell asleep with a messy mind, but the quality of sleep was not good, and she had many bizarre dreams. When she woke up the next day, she felt even more tired, and her eyes were dark blue. Qin Yulan noticed Shinsi's poor mental state and asked worriedly, "Ah, Ci, what's wrong with you?" Shinsiai smiled. "It's okay, Mom. Maybe I didn't sleep well." Qin Yulan was still worried. "Is it too cold at night? Come, wash your face with some hot water, and we have breakfast later." Qin Yulan mixed the hot water and handed it to Shinsiai, who simply washed his face and brushed his teeth. She took the thermometer and measured the temperature outside, and found that the temperature had dropped to -27 degrees. The number is not scary, but the phenomenon of continuous decline is scary. Chapter 11. Shinsiai returned to the room and discussed with his family. They unanimously decided to cook a pot of hot dumplings for breakfast. My parents were busy cooking dumplings, so Shinsiai didn't get involved. She used her mobile phone to browse the web. As expected, the news on the internet was more boiling than before, especially in the north, where the temperature dropped more and the snow fell more. In addition, there were complaints in the community owners group. "It's numb. It's cold, but it's snowing. Does God want to kill us? Don't say it. This is still good. You go out and take a look at the prices outside. I am really convinced. I just want to ask you, has anyone seen a bucket of instant noodles for 100 yuan? Okay, don't say it. I bought a bucket of instant noodles for 100 yuan. It hurts so much. It's like robbing money. Heh, the person above. Just be thankful that you can still buy it. If you don't believe me, go out and take a look at the supermarkets and pharmacies at the entrance of the community. The bosses are very smart. When they see that the situation is not good, they will close all the stores and keep the good things for themselves. They won't sell them to you. What can you do? Not only at the entrance of the community, many stores outside are closed. Now you may not be able to buy things even if you have money. Indeed, I originally wanted to order takeout. I finally found a store that was open. The delivery fee alone was 200. I was so scared that I drank a sip of Northwest Wind to calm my nerves. Messages were popping up in the group. Shinsiai was brushing vigorously, and the dumplings in the pot were cooked. Qin Yulan took the bowl happily and called Shinlian Shan. "Laozhan, give me the spoon, I will serve dumplings to the children." "Yes, take it." The white and plump, steaming dumplings slid off the spoon one by one and slid into the bowl. Shinsiai carefully took a bowl and sprinkled her favorite seasoning on it. The fresh and spicy taste made her stomach growl. She was just about to start eating when suddenly, there were 2 knocks on the door. She paused. Shinlian Shan, Qin Yulan, and Shinming also paused and looked up. They looked at each other. Could it be that the people next door are here again? Shinming stood up. "Don't move, I go out and take a look." If it was really the people next door who came to ask for something, Shinming had already decided that his family would not give it to them this time. It was just firewood before, so he would share a little bit, but he would not be soft-hearted for other food or cold-resistant supplies. Besides, helping a favor is a favor, and there is no reason to help all the time. He walked through the living room and came to the front door. He lowered his head to the gap of the door and asked in a deep voice, "Who?" Then, a slightly deep voice came from outside the door. "It's me." Hearing this voice, Shinming was stunned. He opened the door and saw a familiar person standing outside the door. The other person was wearing a black jacket and carrying a black backpack. He was full of coldness. It was Chu Han. Why are you here? Come in, come in." He clearly sent a message to Chu Han last night, saying that he would come when the temperature warmed up at noon, but he didn't expect Chu Han to come early in the morning. "Brother, who is it?" Shinsiai opened a crack in the door and poked his head out. Before her brother could reply, she had already seen who the person was. It was Chu Han. She opened the door wider and let her brother and Chu Han come in together. Now there was a person as tall as her brother, and the room, which was not very spacious, seemed even more crowded. After Chu Han came in, he probably didn't think that he came at the wrong time. Shinsi's family was cooking dumplings in the house. A touch of embarrassment flashed across his cold face. Qin Yulan immediately said enthusiastically, "Young man, you are Ming's friend, right? It's so cold, and you came to install the generator for us. It's really hard for you. Please sit down first." Auntie will serve you a bowl of dumplings to warm your stomach later. Chu Han's stomach, gurgling. It's a bit embarrassing, as if other people have heard it. Auntie, this. It's okay, young man, are you hungry? You can eat it later. After that, Qin Yulan continued to put dumplings into the soup pot. Shen Ming handed Chu Han the cartoon cat stool he was sitting on. Come on, you're welcome. You came to help us in this cold weather, so you should have breakfast first. Sit down first. Chu Han, thank you. Shen Ming, shock. What's wrong with this guy? He actually said thank you. Soon, the dumplings were cooked, and Qin Yulan handed them to Shen Xiai, who was closest to him, and asked Shen Xiai to take them to Chu Han. Shen Xiai asked, do you want chili and vinegar? Chu Han, okay. Then Shen Xiai added the amount he liked to Chu Han, and then handed the steaming dumplings to Chu Han. Chu Han looked at the dumplings in front of him. The soup was clear, and the thin skin half showed the pink meat filling, sprinkled with tender green onions and bright red chili powder, and the smell of fragrant vinegar floated up with the heat. The bottom of the bowl was held by two white and slender hands and brought to him. Perhaps it was because the heat was too strong. Shen Xiai saw Chu Han's eyes, which seemed to be icy, slowly melting. Chu Han took the bowl and thanked him again. He sat on a small stool and ate with big mouthfuls. Shen Lianshan felt his mouth hurt and couldn't help but remind him, young man, eat slowly, be careful of the heat. Chu Han nodded, okay. He looked so cute. Shen Ming's eyes almost popped out. Is this still the Chu Han he knew? But seeing Chu Han eating so deliciously, he was also hungry. He picked up his bowl of dumplings, found a corner and started eating. Soon, everyone started eating, gulping down the delicious soup, which warmed their stomachs. When they were almost done eating, Shen Ming smacked his lips and talked to Chu Han. Chu Han, can you really fix our wind turbine? Chu Han, it's not broken. Ahem. Why doesn't this brother give him some face? But thinking about the future, they can't always bother Chu Han. Shen Ming had to put aside his little remaining man's self-esteem and said shamelessly, then, how do you install it later? Teach me? Teach me too. Shen Xiai said. In her previous life, she had always been at the bottom of the society. Just to survive, she had to work hard. Things like generators were only affordable for survivors in the upper class. She had no chance to touch them. Now that she can learn, of course she has to learn. Just like her brother, she can't always bother Chu Han in the future. Chu Han readily agreed. Okay, I teach you later. Seeing that the problem was solved, Qin Yulan and Shen Lianshan were also very happy, thinking that Chu Han was a really good kid. Qin Yulan cleaned up the dishes and asked Chu Han while cleaning up, young man, your family is also in our community? Do you live with your parents? Chu Han drank the last mouthful of soup in the bowl and said silently, I live alone. Qin Yulan paused, alone? What about your parents? It's freezing outside now. They must be worried about you. They are gone. Qin Yulan didn't expect it to be like this, and was speechless for a moment. It seems that Chu Han is a miserable child. No wonder he likes to talk too much. She didn't ask any more questions to avoid bringing up other people's sad stories. After dinner, it was around 9 o'clock, and the temperature outside was still dropping. Shen Xiai went with her brother to learn from Chu Han how to install the generator, and how to connect the lines. She studied hard, and Chu Han taught carefully. In the end, Shen Ming was marginalized and became a foil. Not long after, the wind turbine was installed and placed on the balcony. The balcony is not a suitable installation location. If you want to be suitable, you have to go higher and go to a place with stronger wind, such as the roof, but Shen Xiai rejected this option for many reasons. There are more than one resident in their building. What if someone finds her generator and wants to destroy it? She only has this one wind turbine. So she decided to install it on the balcony. In a snowstorm, the wind power that the balcony can receive will not be small. After Chu Han installed the wind turbine on the balcony, he opened all the windows of the balcony. The moment he opened the windows, the wind and snow outside whirred and rushed in desperately, bringing wind power to the generator and blowing on Chu Han. In the room, Shen Liangshan's voice with joy came, okay, the generator can be used. That's great, but the power in the city is still on, so Shen Xiai and the other two brought in the generator from the balcony and put it in the living room for standby. Come in quickly. Shen Xiai hurriedly pulled Chu Han into the house and closed the balcony door tightly. Only then did he realize that Chu Han's body was covered with snowflakes in a short while. Shen Xiai helped Chu Han pat the snowflakes off his body. Chu Han patted the front and she patted the back. Her palms felt Chu Han's broad and solid back under the jacket, and the layers of clothes inside, which was as straight as a steel plate. Like his brother, he was indeed trained in the army all year round. But that was not the end. Chu-han took out a roll of tape from his backpack and started to seal up all the gaps in the windows of their room to block the cold air coming in from outside. Chen Yulan and Shen Lianshan, the old couple, watched Chu-han from the side, so enthusiastic and capable, with admiration in their eyes. When Chu-han finished his work, Shen Xiai said Chu-han out and expressed his gratitude to Chu-han sincerely. Chu-han, thank you for having you. You have helped our family a lot. Chu-han lowered his eyes and said, You're welcome, I go first. Hey, wait a minute. Shen Xiai thought about it, and immediately called Chu-han. Chu-han had already reached the door, and he paused when he heard it. Shen Xiai hurried back to his bedroom, took out some supplies from the space, including food and drinks, as well as a hot water bottle, stuffed them into a travel backpack, and then took out the solar panels and batteries, as well as the matching components, and carried them out with difficulty. Chu-han saw it, and hurried over to help her take it. Chapter 12. Shen Xiai just handed the things to Chu-han. We don't have much supplies at home. We all went out to stock up 2 days ago. Thank you today. These supplies will be distributed to you. You can take them back. I hope you can have a better night. Chu-han did not doubt Shen Xi's words. He took the things and asked another question. How are you these 2 days? What? Why do you ask like that? Shen Xiai didn't understand at first, but then she realized that she had borrowed money from Chu-han with her brother's mobile phone and used the excuse that she was in trouble. Chu-han was asking her if she was okay. Shen Xiai smiled. Don't worry, it's all right now. That's good. Chu-han took the supplies and turned to the door again. He just put his hand on the door handle and was about to open it. Suddenly, his ears moved and heard a series of subtle footsteps outside the door. Shen Xiai didn't know the inside story and asked him, What's wrong? Chu-han glanced sideways. His eyes fell on Shen Xi's face, and then put down the supplies in his hand. Then Chu-han said, It's too conspicuous, maybe next time. Shen Xiai understood immediately that Chu-han meant that if he took so many supplies out, it would be easy for other residents in the building to see him. If they saw him, wouldn't it tell others that they had supplies at home? I didn't expect Chu-han to be so thoughtful. It was really difficult for him to take these supplies, and the secret of his space couldn't be exposed. In the end, there was no choice. Chu-han left without taking anything. Shen Xiai sighed. This favor was finally owed more and more. Since the generator was installed, Shen Xi's family has been free. At present, there is no shortage of supplies, and the heating equipment is sufficient. Even if the temperature drops to minus 30 degrees in a few days, Shen Xiai is still not panicking. She would check the news online every day. As expected, because the temperature continued to drop and the snow continued, there were almost no pedestrians in the city, and all work and production were stopped. At this moment, not to mention that there was no place to buy supplies, it was difficult for people to go out. Family members, who has food at home? Can you give us some? There are elderly and children at home, and there is no food. Our family is the same, please. Alas, the property management should issue relief food at this time, right? I mean, everyone, hold on a little longer. I think the higher-ups will not ignore us, and the relief food should be soon. Various messages asking for food popped up in the group. Even the small group of owners of Building 8 where her family lives also popped up messages. 803. The people in the building, we are running out of food, and the kids are starving. Can you send us some food? Shen Xiai remembers this 803. Last time, because the kids were playing with a ball in the room, they quarreled with the old couple in 703 downstairs. The two families had quarreled in the group. For a while, no one in the group responded to 803. Messages like this are sent every day in the owner group, and the property management only comes out occasionally to comfort them. Dear owners, due to weather conditions, meteorological experts predict that the blizzard and low temperatures will continue for some time. Please stay at home to resist the cold, help each other, and let us tide over the difficulties together. I say, the property management, can you stop saying these nonsense? Many of us have no food at home, and the people above you don't care? That is to say, I tell you, if we starve to death and someone dies, your entire community will be a haunted house. I don't know how you can sell it in the future. That's right. The panic spread in the community, but the property management started to play dead again. A few days later, it was September, and the temperature was still dropping, exceeding minus 30 degrees Celsius, approaching minus 40 degrees Celsius. Shen Xiai learned from the internet that the temperature in the northern areas was even more frighteningly low, and the water and electricity had been cut off, and people were freezing to death. A large number of people who were still able to move to the south began to migrate. However, the situation in the south was not much better, and the water in Tian'an community was cut off again. Shenxi knew better than anyone that this water cut was different from the last time, and the cut water would never be restored. Not only Tian'an community, but the entire Jinan city was out of water. Water pipes in various parts of the city had already frozen and cracked, and the workers had no time to repair them. The online discussions about the end of the world were becoming more and more intense, and the owners' group was full of curses. Fortunately, the temperature would rise a few degrees during the day, but these few degrees were of no use at all. As for the sun, it seemed to have been wiped out from the sky. In this case, you can no longer take a shower like before, and you can only wipe your body with hot water. Fortunately, it was cold, so they didn't sweat. Shenxi's family stayed in bed to keep warm, and Shen Yulan was worried about another problem. The water has stopped, and other things are easy to deal with. But what should we do when we go to the toilet? Shenxi had a solution for this. We can put a garbage bag in the toilet, and then go to the toilet. It's cold anyway, so it will freeze in a short time, and there won't be much smell. When the capacity is almost full, we can take it out and throw it away. Shen Ning praised repeatedly. This is a good idea. It's the end of the world anyway, so there's no need to pay attention to public morality. A few days later, Shen Xi and his family were in a small room, eating while turning on the air conditioner and the heater. Just as they were enjoying their meal, suddenly, the lights in the room dimmed, and the air conditioner and heater stopped working. Chen Yulan asked anxiously, "Did the circuit breaker trip?" Shen Xi said, "It's not a circuit breaker trip, it's a power outage. And once the power is off, it's hard to restore it." Everyone's mood suddenly became heavy. Shen Xi remembered that their family had stored a batch of candles, which she kept in the cold-resistant supplies area of the space. She took out a candle and lit it with a lighter. The dim flames lit up the small room, and also lit up a layer of uneasiness on everyone's face. Shen Xi comforted everyone. "Don't worry, don't be afraid, we have stored a lot of supplies, which is much better than other families, and nothing will happen." That's right, Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan were infected by their daughter's calmness, and gradually felt relieved. Shen Xi smiled and said, "Come on, continue eating." The family continued to eat in the light of candles. After eating, Shen Xi informed her parents that she was going to the basement, and then she took the key and went out. Now that the power was out, the surveillance in the community had lost its function. Shen Xi had to store both cars in the space to prevent the temperature from dropping further, and the cars from starting. Shen Xi came to the underground garage, and felt that the temperature in the garage was going to rise slightly. Some residents went into the underground garage with quilts to keep warm. Others started the car and idled it in place, blowing the air conditioning and heating in the car. Shen Xi was glad that she had parked the car in a remote corner before, where there was no one. She started the two cars first, warmed up the engine, and charged the battery by the way, and then put them in the space. After the previous arrangement, the space was much free, but it was still a bit crowded to park two cars at a time. Fortunately, the space ignored weight, and the two cars could be stacked up and down, so it was not a big problem. After doing all this, Shen Xi went home. When night fell, the temperature at home dropped sharply due to the loss of air conditioning and heating, and it was so cold that people's teeth kept fighting. Shen Xi took out a spare battery and connected the electric blanket. Because the battery power was limited, Shen Xi discussed with her family and decided to only turn on the electric blanket and the smaller one of the two heaters. She charged 2 more electric hot water bottles and stuffed them into the quilt, inviting everyone to get in the quilt to keep warm. With the hot water bottle, electric blanket, and heater beside the bed, everyone felt much better. Chen Yulan took a breath of cold air and said worriedly, "What should we do? If it keeps getting colder, how long can we last?" Originally, Shen Ming wanted to move the wind turbine to the balcony to generate electricity for the family, but was stopped by Shen Xi. Shen Xi considered that it was too cold at night. She didn't know how cold-resistant the generator was. She was afraid that if the parts were frozen, what would happen? So she planned to use the battery at night, and then use the generator to charge the battery when the temperature warmed up at noon. This plan was approved by the whole family. Shen Lianshan praised Shen Xi for being careful. If their family didn't have a CI, they didn't know what it would be like now. Shen Xi got up, took the thermometer, and went outside to measure the temperature outside the balcony. As she expected, it was already minus 40 degrees. She looked up at Building 7 opposite. The whole building was terribly dark in the heavy snow. There were only 2 houses occasionally, and the white light of flashlights passed through the windows. It seems that everyone is freezing and hiding in the house to keep warm. Shinsiai went back to the room, boiled a pot of hot water, took the 4 thermos cups on the dining table, poured a few sips of hot water into each thermos cup, added a little sugar, and distributed them to his parents and brother. Drink some hot water to warm your stomach. As for the remaining hot water in the pot, Shinsiai immediately put the pot into the old things area of the space for use. At this time, she was really grateful for her space, otherwise the boiled hot water would get cold quickly if it was left outside. Shin Lianshan sipped the sweet hot water in the thermos cup and sighed. It's really much more comfortable to drink hot water, but time is too tight, otherwise we can reinforce the doors and windows of the house. Shinsiai said, It's okay, Dad, in fact, we can't live here forever. After the extreme cold, it will be extremely warm. At that time, we must move to the north. Qin Yulan regretted, Oh, what should we do? Will the gasoline we prepared be insufficient? Shinsiai nodded, It is indeed a problem. When we have a chance to go out and collect supplies later, we will focus on collecting gasoline. Anyway, let's plan it this way first. Shin Lianshan didn't want to add more pressure to his daughter, and urged everyone, Okay, think about these things later. Let's get through the present first, go to bed quickly, it's already late, and you need to have enough energy to deal with the future. This makes sense. Compared to the previous life, it was difficult to even drink hot water, not to mention the heater, but now it is much better. Chapter 13. Shinsiai followed her family and lay down together, but she still couldn't sleep, so she took out her phone to check the news in the owner group. Does the property want to freeze us to death? Where's the electricity? Where's the water? Why hasn't it been restored yet? That is to say, do you know how ridiculously low the temperature is now? Minus 40 degrees. Without water and electricity, we can't use any heating equipment. Do you know how we survive? Whose family is not like this? We pay so much property fees every year. Are they all eaten by dogs? After swiping back and forth, there was not much useful information. Shinsiai turned off her phone and forced herself to sleep. But after brewing for a while, she still didn't feel sleepy, and her mind couldn't help but think about the future. Before the water was cut off, their family used tap water, and the stored water resources were not touched at all. Later, when the water was cut off, they began to save consumption. When she had a chance to go out later, in addition to gasoline, she would have to collect water and firewood. Perhaps because of the hardships she had experienced in her previous life, Shinsiai never thought that she had too much of these resources that could help her make a living in the end times. She wished she had more. Only with more would she feel at ease. Ah, Siai, why did you wake up so early? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Qin Yulan asked Shinsiai while cooking breakfast. Shinsiai naturally wouldn't tell her family that she didn't sleep well. She just said, Mom, I've had enough sleep. What are you cooking? Qin Yulan smiled and said, Cook some porridge. We can also warm up in the morning. Shinsiai nodded, Indeed, I thought that we would exercise with my brother every day and do exercises to keep fit. Okay. Shin Ming, who was outside the door, heard what Shinsiai said, pushed the door open and came in, followed by Shin Lianshan. Shinsiai asked, Dad, brother, what are you doing outside? Shin Lianshan came in rubbing his face, and quickly squatted beside the heater to warm his hands. Dad and your brother just went to the balcony to take a look. Guess what we saw? What? Shinsiai asked. Shin Lianshan said happily, Hey, the snow is light. Many people in our community have gone out, probably to find supplies. Ah, Siai, do you think our family should go out too? Shinsiai got up and went to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and sure enough, he saw people wrapped tightly from time to time coming out of the unit door of the building behind their house, and some even had tools in their hands. Calculating the time, it was about this time. Shinsiai lowered the curtains and turned back to say, Dad, they probably want to pry open the supermarket and pharmacy at the entrance of our community. Shin Lianshan was surprised. No, can't we? That would be illegal? This time, before Shinsiai spoke, Qin Yulan said first, Lao Zhan, don't you think about it? At this time, who is afraid of breaking the law? The supermarkets and pharmacies closed early before, and there were many things inside. Now everyone is short of food and medicine, and the property management is silent. This person is forced into a corner. What can he do? That's right. In the face of survival, what is illegal or not, life is about to be lost. Who cares about these? Shin Ming on the side asked. Then should we go too? Qin Yulan took the lead. Go, let's go to the pharmacy and see what medicine is left. If we can grab some, we will grab some back. Their family only stocked up a large medicine box, but according to ACI, the end of the world has lasted for 3 years, and it is not over yet, and it is very likely that it will never end. Then their family, whether it is food or medicine, is far from enough for the family to use for a lifetime. But Shinsei was thinking about something else. In the previous life, their family went to the base, and soon after, mutant animals appeared, which was a blow to everyone. Later, the search and rescue team where his brother was brought back a message from outside, saying that the smell of camphor trees was found to have a restraining effect on mutant animals. So the base began to collect camphor wood in large quantities. Shinsei remembered that there was a kitten ornament carved from camphor wood in the supermarket at the entrance of the community. Although it was a few years old, the smell was still preserved and could work to some extent. Qin Yulan called out, "The porridge is ready, let's drink the porridge first and warm up before going out." Shinsei went to sit next to his mother, took the bowl, and sipped it into his stomach with last night's leftovers, and his tired spirit gradually became excited. After drinking the porridge, Shinsei took out 2 sets of winter clothes, put them on himself and his brother, and prepared to go out. Originally, Shan Shan and Qin Yulan were determined to go, but Shinsei didn't let them. She didn't want her parents, who were old, to go out and suffer the cold, so she said, "Dad, Mom, you stay at home and use a hatchet to knock the hole of the air conditioner bigger, and then extend the pipe of the fireplace, so that we can burn firewood to keep warm. There are also some wooden furniture in the living room outside, which can also be used as firewood, but we still have to save it. The wooden furniture plus the firewood brought back last time will not last long, so we have to use it on the cutting edge." Shan Shan sighed. "Will the air conditioner no longer be used in the future?" "No." Shinsei put on a hat and a scarf, and said, "The temperature will drop in the future, and the parts of the air conditioner will soon be damaged in extremely cold weather. Not to mention air conditioners, mobile phones, tablets and other electronic products, their cold resistance is also limited. Now, their family has to put the mobile phone in the quilt from time to time to warm it up, while some other families in the community do not have this condition, so the messages in the owner group have decreased a lot." Shan Shan and Qin Yulan no longer insisted, but they made another suggestion. Qin Yulan, "Hey? How about calling Xiaohan from Building 7? It's good for you 3 to take care of each other, otherwise it's just the 2 of you, Mom is really worried." This time, before Shinsei spoke, Shenming had already agreed and sent a message to Chuhan. Well, then Shinsei could only keep silent. Soon afterwards, Chuhan replied that he was also preparing to go out, "So let's go together." Before leaving, Shinsei repeatedly told his parents not to open the door no matter who knocked. Her parents also repeatedly told her and her brother, "You two should be careful when you go out, try not to conflict with others, okay? Then come back early, Mom will give you hot milk." "I know, Mom, we will be back soon." Shinsei took the goggles, and walked out of the door with her brother quietly, and then closed the door tightly. As soon as Shinsei came outside, she hugged the backpack hanging in front of her and felt a gust of cold air coming towards her. Fortunately, she was dressed warmly, and had a cold-proof coat on the outside, so she felt that she could bear it. Now she wanted to go downstairs, but the elevator was out of power, so she couldn't take it, and could only take the stairs. But when Shinsei was about to enter the stairwell, the family opposite suddenly creaked, and opened the door a crack. In the crack of the door, Feng Qingfen, whose hair was half white, poked her head out, looked at Shinsei, and then looked at Shenming. "Young man, are you going out?" Shenming, "Yes, do you want to go together?" Feng Qingfen laughed dryly. "I won't go. I'm not feeling well. I just want to trouble you to bring us some supplies." "Our man." Feng Qingfen started to talk about her misery again. After asking for firewood last time, she started to ask for supplies again. Shinsei was very surprised. How come the people next door always knew every time her family went out? Could it be that this family had been monitoring them? "Sorry, it's not convenient." Before Feng Qingfen finished talking about her misery, Shenming refused. Feng Qingfen was not happy. "Hey young man, you look tall and strong. Why don't you have any love? It won't hurt to help you." Unfortunately, Shenming had already raised his foot and took Shinsei into the stairwell, leaving Feng Qingfen's complaints behind. Shinsei looked at Shenming in surprise. "Brother, why don't you show mercy this time?" Shenming said with a smile. "Do you really think I'm a fool? For the sake of being neighbors, I gave you things last time, but how can you give them every time? Our family is not doing charity." Now in major supermarkets and shopping malls outside, people are scrambling for supplies like crazy, and some people quarrel over a little supplies. At this time, no one can be a good person. Shinsei nodded. "Yes, brother, you can still be saved." Shenming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you talking about?" While talking, The two went down to the first floor and came to the door of the unit building, but saw that it was already white outside the door, and the whole ground was covered with heavy snow. In the early stage of the blizzard, the amount of snow was not large, but the two steps connecting the unit door and the outside were now covered by snow. In addition, there were many traces of human trampling on the side, and the pits that were trampled were stained with yellow and dirty mud, but because the snow had not stopped, the pits were slowly filling up. Shinming pointed at the pits. Go this way. It would save a lot of effort to walk on the road that others had walked. Shinsiai followed Shinming and walked out cautiously. Above their heads, the falling snowflakes were only a little smaller than before, and there was no sign of stopping. As soon as Shinsiai and Shinming walked in front of Building 7, they saw Chu Han wearing black clothes, fully armed, waiting downstairs. Everyone didn't say a word after the meeting. After all, talking would make you open your mouth and endure the cold, so they just walked forward together tacitly, struggling to move forward in the wind and snow. In such a wind and snow, even vehicles are difficult to drive. If no one comes to clean it up, the snow will only accumulate more and more in the future. Shinsiai was thinking this, and just as he walked out of the gate of the community, he saw a red car with its tires stuck in the snow on the main road outside the gate. The husband was sitting in the driver's seat and stepped on the accelerator, while his wife and a little boy of 5 or 6 years old, wearing bloated-down jackets, pushed the car hard in the back. Aren't these three people the residents of 803? They live upstairs and downstairs from Feng Qingfen in 703, and they are the family that quarreled in the group. Shinsiai remembered that the woman was called Hisuin, and the man was called Zhang Xing. When they saw Shinsiai and the other two coming out of the community, they hurriedly called out, "Hey, those three people, come over and help push the car down," in a very unfriendly tone. Chapter 14. Shinsiai buried half of his face in his scarf and waved his hand to refuse them. His time was limited, and he couldn't stay outside for too long. How could he waste it on pushing a cart? Even if he helped, the cart wouldn't go far and would sink into the snow again. He couldn't keep pushing it, could he? After waving his hand, Shinsiai turned around and walked towards the supermarket next to him. The supermarket at the entrance of their community took up a long row and was of a decent size. There were a lot of things inside. At this moment, the door of the supermarket had already been pried open, and everyone was crowded inside, all squeezed to the door, and clamored. "Stop! Stop it all!" Amid the clamor, Shinsiai vaguely heard the shout of the supermarket owner. "I won't sell! I won't sell! You bunch of robbers! You run a supermarket, why do you say you don't want to sell? That's right. Look carefully, I paid. You have an obligation to sell it to me." Some people who still have a conscience will take the initiative to scan the payment QR code on the counter, while those without conscience will take advantage of the chaos to touch things in the supermarket. Anyway, it's so chaotic, no one will notice if you don't pay. Shinsiai wanted to squeeze in, but there was a thick wall of people inside, and he couldn't squeeze in at all. During the process, a bag of potato chips and several bags of pickled mustard flew out. In line with the principle of not wasting, Shinsiai hurried over to pick them up and put them in the backpack on his chest. However, just as she put them away, Chu Han suddenly put his big hand over her shoulders, moved her to a different position, and kicked her behind. Shinsiai heard a man scream behind her, and then she turned around to see that there was a strong man who saw her picking up potato chips and pickled mustard on the ground and wanted to snatch them away, but was kicked away by Chu Han. The other party looked Chu Han up and down, probably measuring the power gap between himself and Chu Han, so he had to give up the snatch, glared at Shinsiai angrily, and turned back to the supermarket to continue snatching supplies. Shinming hurried over. "Are you okay, Ci? Are you hurt? Wait here, tell me what you want, and I go in and grab it for you." Shinsiai looked at the chaos in the supermarket and didn't show off. He told Shinming, "Other things are not important, but brother, look inside the checkout counter. If there is a cat ornament, you must take it out." In fact, no one would look at the cat ornament in this situation, but it was too important to Shinsiai. Shinming didn't ask Ci why he wanted an ornament that couldn't be eaten or used. Anyway, Ci wanted it, so he had to snatch it. "Okay, wait." Shinming strode into the supermarket, waved his arms, pulled a person away, and entered the wall of people inside in a few seconds. Shinsiai thought that he and Chu Han couldn't just wait outside, so he turned his eyes and focused on a pharmacy next to the supermarket. There were also many people in the pharmacy, but it was much better than the supermarket. Shinsiai asked Chu Han, "Do you want to go into the supermarket? If not, how about going to the pharmacy with me?" Their family only had a medicine box, which was obviously not enough, and they had to stock up more. Chu-han nodded and didn't refuse. However, just as Shin-si was taking Chu-han to the pharmacy, the family of 3, who had been refused to push the cart before, including the 5 or 6-year-old boy, ran over angrily. "My mother asked you to push the cart, didn't you hear?" The boy was filled with resentment. Seeing that Shin-si was a girl, he was easier to deal with than the boy next to him, so he rushed straight towards Shin-si. However, before he reached Shin-si, Chu-han pressed his forehead with one hand, and he could not move forward. Seeing this, the boy's mother also ran up angrily. "What are you doing?" She held her child in her arms, stared at Shin-si and Chu-han angrily, and quickly recognized Shin-si. "Aren't you the little girl who lives on the 7th floor? I really didn't see that you looked like a decent person, but how can you be so cruel? We are neighbors in the same building, but you refused to help me and bullied a child. Are you human?" Shin-si's eyes were slightly cold. "No help." "You?" The woman was still yelling and scolding, and the boy in her arms punched and kicked Shin-si in the air, shouting, "Bad guys. You bad guys. I'm going to shoot you all with a gun." Da-da-da-da-da-da. The boy made a gun shape with his hand, and shot at Shin-si and Chu-han. Shin-si, forget it. Don't bother with a little kid. Shin-si walked away, and took Chu-han to the pharmacy next to the supermarket. The door of the pharmacy was also forcibly pried open. It was a mess inside. The medicines on the shelves were empty or fallen, and the ground was full of people grabbing with plastic bags. As for the boss, Shin-si didn't see him. Anyway, the power in the city was cut off, and the surveillance was useless. There was no way to track who pried the door open. "Let's grab it first." Shin-si was no exception. He walked in quickly and joined the team grabbing medicine. At this time, there was no time to see what medicine you had grabbed. It was good to have any. Take as much as you can. Shin-si squatted on the ground, stuffing boxes after boxes into the backpack on her chest. In the process, her hands were inevitably stepped on a few times, but Shin-si didn't feel any pain, whether it was because the gloves were thick or her hands were numb from the cold. But not feeling pain doesn't mean she will let others bully her intentionally. Her eyes focused on a foot wearing cotton shoes. This foot has stepped on her several times, and the owner of the foot not only stepped on her, but also kept bumping her with his body, trying to push her away. Shin-si looked up at the man squatting in front of her, constantly picking up the medicine on the ground with his big hands. The man was about 40 or 50 years old. He noticed Shin-si's gaze, and turned his head to cast a contemptuous look at Shin-si, with no intention of moving his foot away from the back of Shin-si's hand. Shin-si lowered his eyes, and the other hand on his side quietly retracted into his sleeve. When she stretched it out again, a cold light flashed across her palm, and quickly passed over the ankle of the foot that was stepping on her hand. "Ah!" A scream came from the middle-aged man's mouth. Unfortunately, the pharmacy was noisy to begin with, and everyone was busy with their own affairs, so no one paid any attention. The middle-aged man fell to the ground, holding his injured foot and screaming "ah!" and the eyes looking at Shin-si no longer had the contempt just now, only fear. But Shin-si didn't even raise his eyelids. The several large boxes of guns and ammunition in her space were filled with several cold weapons, including long knives and short knives. The short knives included daggers and smaller fruit knives, all of which were carefully selected by her and her brother, and were extremely sharp. Shin-si took away the medicine box on the ground, and thought that it was about time. He pulled a handful of clothes from someone who was squeezed next to her, used the force to stand up, and quietly left. After retreating outside, Shin-si was a little embarrassed. His scarf had slipped down his face, and his mouth was like a chimney, constantly spewing out white frost, but he was very satisfied. He collected some more supplies, including life-saving medicines at critical moments, which gave him more confidence to survive in the end of the world. At this time, Chu-han also came out of the pharmacy. He looked better than Shin-si, and his backpack was also bulging. The two were waiting in the open space outside. Now they just had to wait for Shin-ming to come out, and this trip would be successfully completed. But before she had waited for long, Shin-si suddenly heard a continuous and long creaking sound from the side. She looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that a small sapling swaying in the wind, and snow on the side of the road finally couldn't stand it anymore. The trunk cracked open a big hole, bit its waist, and fell to the middle of the road. And the direction it fell towards was exactly the red car of the family of 3 that was stuck in the snow. Bang! With a loud bang, the roof of the car was hit by the tree trunk, and a large piece collapsed downwards, and the whole car body shook violently. The woman who was still pushing the car behind the back of the car was shocked when she saw this scene. When she realized what happened, she burst into a series of screams. Ah, husband! The people who were frantically grabbing supplies heard the screams, and they all stopped curiously and glanced in the direction of the car. But they only glanced at it, and after that everyone continued to do what they had to do, and no one was willing to go up to help. Ah, see. Shin Ming, with a backpack hanging on his shoulder and a pile of stolen supplies in his arms, ran over with heavy steps. Shin Si retracted his gaze and hurried forward to meet Shin Ming. But when she got closer, she saw that the supplies in her brother's arms were actually cold-proof clothing. He actually took off his cold-proof clothing and put it in the supplies. Brother, are you crazy? In this temperature, taking off the cold-proof clothing is like risking your life? Shin Si quickly took off the backpack on Shin Ming's shoulders and the supplies in his arms, and asked Chu Han to help hold them. Then he took out the cold-proof clothing and let Shin Ming put it on immediately. Shin Ming said with a smile while putting it on. Ah? See, I got it. There are duck necks, duck gizzards, chicken feet, and sausages. They are all your favorites. By the way, there are bread and biscuits too. Don't say any more. Shin Si immediately interrupted Shin Ming. We have to go back quickly. We can't stay outside anymore. Not to mention that they have been out for a while. Just because her brother is like this, he must go back to the house to warm up. Anyway, the supermarkets and pharmacies have been robbed, and there are no other supermarkets nearby. Even the nearest by shopping mall is 2 kilometers away from their community. 2 kilometers, if you can't drive, it takes too long to walk back and forth, and it's snowy and windy, the risk factor is rising sharply, it's unnecessary. Before leaving, Shin Si looked at the family of 3 on the road again. The man sitting in the driver's seat of the car pushed the door open with one hand, covered the bleeding wound on his forehead with the other hand, and climbed out of the car with the help of the woman. It seems that the person is injured, but his life should be fine. Shin Si no longer pays attention. She protects her trembling brother, and Chu Han, who continues to help share the weight of the supplies, and walks home quickly step by step in the snow. On the road, the wind and snow still didn't stop, and the force of the snowflakes hitting the face was as strong as gravel. Chapter 15. When they arrived at the downstairs of Building 7, Shin Si wanted to share some of the food her brother had snatched from the supermarket with Chu Han. After all, Chu Han had not only helped her this time, but also helped to get things. But Chu Han did not accept it, and only said that if he needed it, he would ask them, and Shin Si would not force it. Originally, she always felt that there was an unspeakable danger in Chu Han, but after several times of getting along, Shin Si can now be sure that the other party is just like in the previous life, and there is no threat to their family. Saying goodbye to Chu Han, Shin Si and Shin Ming returned to Building 8 together. Dong dong dong. Who is it? Inside the door, Shin Lianshan came over and asked. Shin Si said, Dad, we are back. Hearing the voice, Shin Lianshan dared to open the door carefully, and pulled Shin Si and Shin Ming in one by one. As soon as she entered the house, Shin Si took off her winter clothes and put them on the chair in the living room outside. Then she changed into her down jacket and went into the room to warm up. The room was warm and cozy, and Shin Si's face seemed to be sunken into soft silk. She saw that her parents had indeed installed a fireplace in the room, and a small fire was burning, and the pipe used to discharge carbon monoxide had also been successfully extended to the outside through the air conditioner. No wonder the room was much warmer. Not only that, Shin Si also saw her mother busy at the dining table, cooking a small hot pot with an induction cooker, bubbling. The fresh and fragrant smell made people drool. Qin Yulan saw that the children had returned safely, and she could finally put down her heart. But when she saw Shin Ming shivering with cold and his lips turned white, her heart was lifted again. What happened to Ming? She asked. Shin Si said helplessly, Mom, he's frozen. Let him get into bed and warm up. Okay, hurry up. Qin Yulan lifted the quilt. Shin Lianshan helped Shin Ming take off his coat and trousers, stuffed Shin Ming into the quilt, and then turned on the heater next to him. The electric blanket was on in the quilt, and Shin Ming felt much better. Shin Si couldn't help but say, Brother, no matter how important the supplies are, they are not as important as your life. If you dare to do this again next time, I will ignore you. Shin Ming certainly knew that his sister was just talking in anger, and it was impossible for her to really ignore him. But he did realize his mistake and admitted it honestly. Yes, you are right, I ate you. Shin Si picked up Shin Ming's thermos cup, found the cold medicine, and asked Shin Ming to take it to prevent it in advance. After making sure that her brother had nothing else to do, she began to count the gains from this trip. ACI, clean up later and come eat. Qin Yulan asked everyone to take bowls and chopsticks and share the hot pot. It was almost 1 o'clock now, and Shinsi's stomach had indeed been hungry for a long time. Well, eat something first. She took out the seasoning stored in the space, all kinds of sauces, and after serving a bowl to her brother on the bed, she sat around the pot with her parents and fished out the dishes. There were fresh and tender Chinese cabbage, crisp bamboo shoots, mushrooms soaked in soup, as well as vegetable meatballs, chicken fillets, etc., which were taken out of the soup pot, put into the bowl, dipped in the mellow sauce, and tasted delicious. Shinsi ate hissing, and then took a mouthful of the thick soup, which warmed his stomach from his mouth. But halfway through the meal, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Shinsi put down the bowl and got up to go out. She probably guessed who would knock on the door at this time. It must be the shameless family opposite. The fact was not beyond her expectation. She saw Feng Qingfen outside the door again through the cat's eye. She stretched her neck, her nostrils twitched, and she was sniffing something. Shinsi opened the door. Feng Qingfen didn't expect the door to open suddenly, and the greed on her face didn't have time to retract. She sniffed the more fragrant hot pot smell in the air, licked her lips with her tongue, and her eyes kept drilling into the room behind Shinsi. "Little girl, what are you eating? It smells so good." "Oh, you don't know, our family is almost starving to death. Can you be kind? Give us some." "It's okay for the 2 old people, but our Nan." Feng Qingfen was halfway through her words when Shinsi couldn't stand it anymore. He suddenly pulled out a fruit knife with a cold glow from his sleeve and stabbed it at Feng Qingfen's heart. "Help! Help! Murder!" Feng Qingfen's hair exploded all over her body. She ran back while shouting, "What's wrong with you, little girl?" Shinsi didn't say anything, just stood there, holding the knife in one hand, staring at Feng Qingfen coldly. Feng Qingfen saw that there was blood on the fruit knife. The little girl next door was not kidding her. Feng Qingfen swallowed hard, turned around and went into the house quickly, and closed the door tightly. Shinsi wiped the blood on the blade with a tissue, put away the knife, and went back to his own house. In the short term, Shinsi expected that Feng Qingfen would not dare to come to their house to make trouble again. As for the future, since the residents in the community had robbed the supermarket and pharmacy at the door, they should be able to live peacefully for a while. After that, Shinsi stayed at home for the whole afternoon, drinking hot milk from a thermos cup while using a tablet to watch the news with his mother. The news was all reporting the abnormal weather, and repeatedly urging citizens to stay at home to avoid the cold and not go out. Shinsi searched some TV channels again, and found that many channels had been turned off, but the live broadcast industry was more popular than before. Some bloggers broadcast live at home, showing off the food and drinks they had snatched. Some bloggers broadcast various survival knowledge in extremely cold weather, and some bloggers gave long speeches on the weather and human nature, but more of them broadcast the snatching, beating, and smashing incidents they encountered. Shinsi saw several videos, both at home and abroad, and from different addresses, with small-scale riots breaking out everywhere. In this comparison, the cities in the south are much better, and the temperature is still bearable. Other places further north have dropped to -50 or 60 degrees. These numbers are frightening just to hear. So many people shouted to go to the south. According to the trajectory of the previous life, a large number of people will indeed flee to the south, so that the supplies in the south will be even more scarce. Although Shinsi has stored a lot of supplies in his space, this apocalyptic battle will take a long time, and it is very likely that it will never recover, so the supplies must be stored enough to last for their family of 4 for a lifetime. Shinsi immediately felt a sense of urgency. She must take advantage of the early stage of the apocalypse, and go out to collect supplies as much as possible. The temperature is starting to drop again. Shen Lianshan came in from outside with a thermometer. Shinsi took the thermometer and looked at it. In theory, the temperature would rise by 2 degrees during the day, but it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the temperature had reached -40 degrees last night. "I'm afraid that tonight will be colder than last night." Shinsi continued to browse the news online. When it was completely dark, she took out the candles that had not been used up last time, lit them up, and the family ate the hot pot that had not been finished at noon by the candlelight. The reason for using candles instead of lights was to reduce the burden on the generator, and secondly, they were afraid that if the lights were turned on, other residents in the community would find out and have bad intentions. In short, Shinsi wanted to eliminate all dangerous factors, so it was better to eliminate them. But when eating dinner, Shinsi found that her brother was in a bad state. Her brother usually had a big appetite, and was responsible for sweeping the plates on the table at the end, but for today's dinner, her brother couldn't eat after 2 bites and said he had no appetite. Shinsiai immediately had a bad premonition, and after dinner, he quickly gave his brother another dose of cold medicine. But even so, at 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening, Shinming's body became more and more uncomfortable, and he lay on the bed groaning. Chen Yulan quickly took the thermometer and took Shinming's temperature. As expected, Shinming had a high fever. He must have been caught cold during the day. Fortunately, there were enough medicines at home. Shin Lianshan was a doctor, and Shin Yulan was a nurse. They all stayed by Shinming's bedside to take care of him and reduce his fever. It was already early morning when the fever finally subsided. After a busy day, Shinsiai saw that his parents looked tired and urged them to rest. Outside the window, the night was dark and the snow was vast. Shinsiai was not sleepy. He sat on a small stool and began to sort out the supplies he had found during the day. There was a small cat ornament carved from camphor wood in the supplies, which Shinsiai specifically asked Shinming to bring back. Shinsiai approached the ornament and sniffed the camphor wood scent. Although it was much lighter, it was still tangible. It was camphor wood. With this ornament, at least if there was an outbreak of mutant animals in the future, their family would not be helpless. Of course, the ornament alone was definitely not enough. More camphor wood must be brought back later. As for the fact that camphor wood had a restraining effect on mutant animals, Shinsiai did not intend to reveal it to the outside world. First, it was difficult for her to explain to the outside world why she knew that mutant animals would appear in the future. Second, the number of camphor wood was limited. If the top leaders knew about it, they would collect it like in the previous life and firmly control the supplies in their own hands, which would reduce the living space of the large number of survivors at the bottom and make them rely on the government. Shinsiai put away the cat ornament and counted the remaining supplies. The supplies were divided into two parts. One part was the food her brother had snatched. There was nothing to organize, so she put it in the food and seasoning area of the space. The other part was medicine. Shinsiai had to see what kind of medicine it was so that she would have a clear idea. She looked through the boxes one by one, and suddenly, a few crumpled banknotes fell out. Shinsiai picked them up and saw 300 yuan bills. It should be that when someone was scrambling for medicine on the floor of the pharmacy, someone dropped a banknote, and she accidentally picked it up. She hadn't touched a banknote for a long time, and usually paid by scanning the code. Anyway, no matter scanning the code or banknotes, they would be useless in the future, so Shinsiai was ready to throw the money away. But just as she was about to do so, she suddenly felt a warm temperature in her heart. Chapter 16. Shinsiai frowned. Her space silver bracelet turned into a stream of light and drilled into her heart. So is the space reacting now? Reaction to banknotes? In order to test her guess, Shinsiai put $300 bills into the space. However, as soon as they entered the space, something strange happened. The banknotes disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the heat in her heart also subsided, as if it was eaten by the space. Shinsi's heartbeat accelerated. The space will eat banknotes? Then what effect can it have after eating them? Shinsiai carefully checked the space. After the inspection, she found that the space was still normal, and there was no change. That was even more strange. Could it be that the number of banknotes was too small? Shinsiai secretly wrote this down, thinking that if there was a chance later, she would go out to find more banknotes and test it carefully. But now my brother is sick and can't go out in the near future. Let's hide at home first to avoid the cold. Before leaving the space, Shinsiai took a look at the chicks and ducklings. During this period, Shinsiai fed the chicks and ducklings with feed and water every day. They have grown up and are sleeping well in the fence. Looking at the sanitation in the fence, it is clean and there is no poop. Shinsiai has figured out that the space has a self-purification function. There is no need to clean up garbage, which is very convenient. Shinsiai is a little envious of the chicks and ducklings. They stay in a safe space every day, eat and sleep and eat, and live in a clean place. At this time Hisuin, a resident on the 8th floor upstairs, was anxious. She turned the house upside down and found all the medicine she could to treat the wound on her husband's forehead. But when the bleeding finally stopped, her husband had a high fever again. What should I do, husband? I can't get through to the emergency number. It won't work if it goes on like this. Do we have to go to the hospital? Hisuin cried and put down her phone, not knowing what to do. After her car was hit by a tree, she couldn't call for help, and it was still parked at the entrance of the community. If she went to the hospital now, she would have to walk in the snow. Wouldn't that cost her life? Zhang Xing saw that his wife was crying all the time, which made his head hurt even more. He got angry. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Hisuin was stunned by the yelling and didn't dare to cry anymore. But his son, who was sleeping next to him, was awakened by Zhang Xing's yelling and burst into tears when he woke up. Zhang Xing was so angry. "Stop crying." He Suing quickly hugged her son and got angry. "Why are you yelling at your son? Your head was not broken by our son." Speaking of the head, Zhang Xing recalled the thrilling scene that happened in the car during the day, and he couldn't stop shaking all over, and a surge of hatred surged in his heart. He Suing sobbed. "If those 3 people hadn't refused to help us push the car, our car wouldn't have been hit by the tree, woo-woo." She started crying again. Zhang Xing unexpectedly calmed down, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. "You were right. If they hadn't refused to help, we would have left Jinan City now, and how could we suffer this? We must ask them for an explanation for this matter." He Suing stopped crying. "You mean they have to take responsibility for hurting me like this? Pay compensation?" This reminded He Suing. "That's right. If those 3 people hadn't refused to help, her husband's head wouldn't have been injured. Their family has now gone to a city further south. Do they still need to starve and freeze here? Starving and freezing are nothing. What's more important is that there are not many supplies at home, and her husband is injured. A large labor force has been lost. She can't be relied on to support the family in the future, right?" He Suing's eyes rolled. "Husband, you are right. At that time, I saw that the 3 people not only went to the supermarket, but also went to the pharmacy next door. The girl among them lived on the 7th floor. She must have stockpiled a lot of good things. I will go to her house tomorrow to ask for an explanation." "Wait." Zhang Xing hesitated and said, "How many people are there in her family?" "The 2 men during the day. It looks difficult to deal with." He Suing was sure of it. "Don't worry, I have never seen those 2 men in our community. They must be the girl on the 7th floor. I don't know where she got her mistress from. I guess they are gone now. Even if they are not gone, she has a way." The next day, someone knocked on the door of Shenxi's house. Bang, bang, bang. Shenxi, her parents and her brother were doing exercises in the living room. Suddenly, they heard the knock on the door. She stopped and looked at each other with her family. "I don't know who is outside the door. It shouldn't be the person next door, because the sound is enough to tell that the person knocking on the door is very strong, obviously looking for trouble." Shen Ming moved. "I go and see." "Shenxi, I go too." She was afraid that her brother couldn't handle it, so she hurried to catch up. The 2 of them came to the door together and looked out through the peephole. This time, Shenxi saw a familiar face. It was the woman in the family of 3 whose car was hit by the tree. The woman's hair was messy, her eyes were red and swollen, and she banged on the door with more and more force, as if she would keep banging if they didn't open the door. Shenxi had no choice but to turn the door handle and open the door a little. Outside the door, He Suing didn't expect the door to open so quickly, and there was a brief surprise on her face. Shenxi asked her coldly, "What's the matter?" He Suing reacted and saw Shenxi looking up and down at Shenxi. This little girl looked like a vase. If she hadn't been protected by the other 2 men yesterday, she would have to teach her a lesson on what it means to help others. "How dare you ask? Do you know what happened to my husband because of you?" He Suing spoke with full momentum, waiting to see the girl opposite begging for mercy and fear. Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head. "I don't know." Calm tone, indifferent attitude. He Suing didn't expect the other party to react like this, and immediately got angry, pointing at Shenxi's nose and cursing. "Don't know. If you hadn't refused to help yesterday, my husband wouldn't have been hit by the tree. His head is now covered in blood, and he had a high fever at night. You are here, pretending to be stupid in front of me, right? I understand. You are here to blackmail me." Shenxi pretended to be finally scared, and asked again, "Then, what do you want?" He Suing felt a little proud when he saw that the other party was scared. She said, "This kind of weak girl can only rely on men, and when the man is not around, she can be easily controlled." He Suing raised her chin. "What do you think? Our family depends on my husband to buy supplies. Now he has a fever and can't go to the hospital. It's all your fault. Shouldn't you take out supplies to compensate? And medicines, antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, take them all out. Otherwise, if my husband can't get better, I will never let you go." The more she spoke, the louder her voice became, and she wanted to shout so loudly that the whole building could hear it. Shen Ming stepped forward and blocked Shenxi behind him. "Your husband's injury has nothing to do with us." Seeing the tall and big Shen Ming, He Suing subconsciously retreated. But for the sake of supplies, she had to muster up her courage and look Shen Ming from head to toe, and screamed, "Oh, I can't tell, a good girl is hiding a man like other people's families. Such dirty things have happened in our building. When saying this, Hee-Suin turned her head and shouted at the upstairs and downstairs. Don't think she doesn't know that there are only 3 people living in this family on the 7th floor. Now there is an extra man. What else can he be if not a lover? Let's see how this girl can live in the building in the future. Thinking of this, Hee-Suin became more proud, as if she had seen the scene where the girl personally held a pile of supplies in front of her to shut her up, and cried, and begged her not to say anything. However, before Shinsiai said anything, Shinming, who was splashed with dirty water, was almost angry to death. He pulled the door wider, and went out to quarrel with Hee-Suin. I say, sister, can you keep your mouth clean? I'm her brother. You said it is, then it is? If you have the guts, then show me the evidence. Hey, I'm just confused. Why should I prove it to you? Oh, you can't show me the evidence, right? If you can't show it, then you are her gigolo. The quarreling made Shinsi's head hurt. Shinsiai took out a short knife from his back, pulled his brother away, strode out with a cold face, swung the knife, and chopped Hee-Suin's face directly. Ah! Hee-Suin would never have thought that the weak little girl actually had a knife in her hand. It was a knife that could kill people. Murder, murder. Hee-Suin was so scared that her soul was gone. She hugged her head with both hands, fled into the stairwell quickly, and ran upstairs desperately. If she hadn't reacted quickly and dodged in time, she would have died in the hands of that little girl, not to mention Hee-Suin. Even Shinming was shocked. He never thought that his well-behaved Osei would dare to chop people without saying a word. Shinsiai saw that Hee-Suin ran fast, and was too lazy to chase her. She didn't slip, and didn't chop Hee-Suin, but deliberately tilted the blade to give Hee-Suin a chance to run. For 3 years in the apocalypse, Shinsiai lived at the bottom of the society. When it comes to fighting, she is not inferior to any ruthless person. At the beginning, Shinsiai was also afraid, but in order to protect herself and her family, she could only let her brother train her again, and then improve her killing skills through actual combat. She has touched firearms before, but her accuracy is not good enough. The reason why he let Hee-Suin go this time was that, firstly, his brother was beside him, and he didn't want to scare him. Secondly, it was only the beginning of the apocalypse, and killing someone immediately would still be a little troublesome. Thirdly, Shinsiai didn't want to make a pool of blood and dirt in front of his house. Ah, Ciu. The voice of his brother sounded behind him. Chapter 17. Shinsiai put away the knife and turned around, and saw her brother looking at her in a trance. Shinsiai was helpless, and he couldn't pretend to be the innocent and kind Shinsiai in their memory. Brother, in the end times, sometimes the competition is about who is more cruel. If you are not cruel, you will be the one to be eaten. Shinming certainly understood this truth. He just felt distressed. What kind of hardship did Osei go through in the last life? And he forced Osei, who was always well behaved in their family, to be like this. Brother understands. Come, go home with brother. Shinming has decided that no matter what his sister has experienced, or what she has become, she is always his sister, and everything his sister does is for their family. He failed to protect his sister in the last life, and he must not let his sister face it alone in this life. Osei, who was that person outside the door just now? Shin Yulan asked. He blocked their door early in the morning, talking dirty. If Lao Shan hadn't stopped her, she would have gone out to reason. Seeing that he couldn't hide the matter from his parents any longer, Shinsiai simply told them all the frictions they had with the family of 3 upstairs. Qin Yulan said worriedly after hearing this. It turned out to be their family. Shinming asked, whose family? Who else? Hee-Suin, they bought the house here more than a year ago. At that time, the renovation was so noisy that they didn't stop on Saturdays and Sundays. It was a headache. Feng Qingfen, who lived next door, went up to argue with them, and almost got into a fight. Fortunately, the property management came to mediate in time. Speaking of this, Shinsiai had some impression, but not a deep impression. She was in college at that time, and didn't live at home. From this point of view, the family on the 8th floor was not a reasonable person. Sure enough, after a while, Shinsiai saw Hee-Suin in the community owner group. Where is the property management? I want to report. House 703 in Building 8, they have knives. They hurt people with knives. They almost killed me. You hurry up and catch them. Oh my god, controlled knives? So scary, but we have to call the police for this matter. What's the point of asking the property management? The people upstairs, it's very chaotic outside now. Either car collisions or fights, you don't know. Places like hospitals and police stations don't have enough manpower. Who will take care of you? Yes, I also saw it on the internet. It is said that 2 tigers in the zoo have escaped. The topic quickly deviated, and no one paid attention to Hisuin's accusation at all. But Hisuin refused to give up. If posting to the owner group didn't work, he would post to their small group of 8 buildings. 803. Everyone, please pay attention. The girl living in 700, and one of our building not only has a wild man at home, but also hurts people with a knife. Everyone, please be careful. 703. Yes, I can prove it. Everyone, please report it quickly. The resident of 402 tagged Shinsi. Miss, you don't really have a knife at home, do you? Hurting people is illegal. You should hand it over. As long as you hand it over, we won't report you. 302. Are you mistaken? I know the girl on the 7th floor. I saw their house when I went downstairs to chop wood before. The man 803 mentioned seems to be her brother. 803. Even if it's not a wild man, it's true that she has a knife. Their family broke my husband's head, and he still has a high fever. 1202. I don't think it's a matter of whether the knife is hidden or not. Your husband's injury is more important. Send him to the hospital quickly. 803. Do you think I don't want to? But our car is broken. Can anyone lend us a car or take us to the hospital? The group in Building 8 suddenly became quiet. It's a snowy day outside, with thick snow. Who dares to drive out? Hisuin sent another message. Does anyone have antipyretic medicine? Send some to us. No one in Building 8 still spoke. Shinming glanced at Shinsi's phone screen. Afraid that his sister would be angry after seeing these messages, he joked. These people have a lot of battery on their phones, and they can use it to quarrel. Shinsi, it's normal. Now every household has a power bank, or they can borrow electricity from people who have power generation equipment. At worst, they can charge in the car. After all, at this moment, people still think that the current predicament is temporary, and the constraints of the law and the morality in their hearts still exist. Even between strangers, they can help each other a little, but it may not be the case in the future. In the future, when the battery runs out, the oil in the car runs out, and they completely lose contact with the outside world, they will really feel desperate, and the dark side of human nature will also grow. Shinsi was about to turn off her phone and stop paying attention to the nonsense in the group, but unexpectedly, the resident of 402 tagged her again. The girl on the 10th floor said that you guys caused her husband's head injury. I think you should be responsible. At least give him some medicine, right? The girl on the 4th floor was really enthusiastic. Shinsi remembered that she was a girl living alone, renting a house here to work. Shinsi was too lazy to explain, and tagged Hisuin, and only asked Hisuin one question. Do you dare to take it? Hisuin. 402. Why are you like this? Sister from 803, I still have medicine at home. I send it to you. Seeing this, Shinsi stopped replying and turned off her phone. Since someone was willing to be a good person, she wouldn't stop him. She went to the living room outside, put on her winter clothes, opened the balcony door, and walked onto the balcony. On the balcony, because it was daytime, the wind turbine had been moved out to operate, and the windows could only be opened, so the raging snow outside blew in and accumulated a thick layer on the ground. Shinsi took out the military shovel from the space, and shoveled the snow in the cold wind to ensure that the snow would not affect the use of the generator. Shinming also came out, and simply set up half a shed for the wind turbine. This is their only source of electricity, so it must be well protected. After doing all this, Shinsi took a look at the scenery outside, only to see that the entire community was covered with heavy snow, and there was no vitality at all. According to the trajectory of the previous life, this extreme cold will kill many people. When the extreme cold passes, the temperature rises, and the ice and snow melt, it will be another disaster. But these natural disasters cannot be stopped by humans, and Shinsi can only pray that he can protect his family in the end of the world. A few days later, the network in the city began to have problems. First, there were lags and delays, and then it became more and more serious, and many areas were disconnected. Tianlin community where Shinsi lived was better. Although it was also stuck and intermittent, it could still receive messages. During this period, people froze to death in the community. Even though Shinsi closed all the windows at home, he could still hear intermittent crying from other buildings outside. The owner group was full of quarrels and abuses among the owners. Help! Our 2 elderly people are dying. Is there anyone who can help and send them to the hospital? Hospital? I think you should worry about whether the crematorium is closed first. Did your father or mother die? You are full of shit. Does anyone have any food? We are almost out of food, please help us. Where is the property management? Where did the property management go? Everyone's emotions were getting more and more broken, and the panic of power outages, water shortages, and food shortages spread throughout the community. The owner group was used as a channel for venting. Chapter 18. The girl on the 4th floor came out to send a message again. There is definitely no hot pot now, but I still have a few packs of sauce-flavored chicken legs. If you want, I can give you 1 pack. Feng Qingfen, thank you girl, you are so kind. Shen Xiai shook his head, and the girl on the 4th floor was stupid again. It has been almost 2 months since the end of the world. In these 2 months, everyone's food has been almost consumed. Everyone is starving. It is very dangerous to expose supplies, like on the 4th floor. In the previous life, Shen Xi's family was also running out of supplies at this time. Thanks to Chu Han's drone, they were able to hold on. Thinking of Chu Han, I don't know how he is doing. I hope he is safe. At night, Shen Xiai was still worried that the stored coal and wood were not enough. After all, the extreme cold will last until August next year. What if the extreme cold comes back in the future? Just like the rotation of the 4 seasons, she can't help but make more preparations. Shen Xiai suggested that we find all the useless and burnable things at home and use them as fuel. Shen Lianshan, Chen Yulan and Shen Ming all agreed and started working together. Shen Lianshan and Shen Ming were responsible for dismantling the wooden furniture at home, while Chen Yulan and Shen Xiai were responsible for finding burnable things at home, such as books, papers, cartons, discarded clothes, etc., and piled them in the living room. Shen Lianshan said, "It would be great if we had an axe. We could chop the furniture into pieces. It would be easier to chop it into firewood and burn it." This reminded Shen Xiai, "Dad, the snow should stop in a few days. My brother and I will go out to look for supplies by then. Maybe we can find them." She remembered that there was a building materials market across the street from the Bai shopping mall, where there were a lot of firewood and maybe axes. The space capacity was limited, which was Shen Xi's biggest worry. But Shen Xiai remembered that the space would consume banknotes. What if it could be upgraded with other functions? She would have to find a way to get more banknotes at that time. So in the next few days, Shen Xiai paid special attention to the weather outside. Until 5 days later, Shen Xiai came to the window, opened a corner of the curtain, and looked out. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but the sky was getting dark again. The wind and snow that had been falling for many days had stopped, and it was icy and snowy outside. It was almost done. If Shen Xiai remembered correctly, the heavy snow would stop for 2 days, and these 2 days would be a good opportunity to go out. "Ah, Xiai, what do you want to eat for dinner?" Chen Yulan asked. Shen Xiai thought for a moment and said, "Let's have porridge, Mom. We haven't had porridge for a long time. We just happened to collect a few bags of pickled mustard last time." "Okay, just listen to our Xiai and have porridge." Chen Yulan and Shen Lianshan began to prepare dinner. Shen Ming used the old method of mixing hot water with cold water to help wash the rice. Shen Xiai looked at their busy figures, and then looked at the full supplies in the space, and felt very relieved. As usual, she used candles to illuminate after it was completely dark. The family sat around the table, each holding a steaming bowl, a mouthful of white porridge, and a chopstick of spicy pickled mustard, and ate until their stomachs were warm. In addition, the room was not large, and there was a fireplace. Compared with other families, who were starving and freezing, it was already a rare happiness. After dinner, Shen Xiai gave everyone some fruit after dinner. After everyone was full and satisfied, they blew out the candles and went to bed. The next day, Shen Xiai slept well. When she woke up, she ran to the window to see if the snow was still falling outside. As she expected, the snow stopped yesterday, and it has not snowed since today. There was even a golden dawn in the eastern sky. "The sun is out! The sun is out!" Someone in the community shouted, and the residents who heard it ran to the balcony and cast a hopeful look at the eastern sky. In addition, the quarrels in the owner group also stopped. The property management sent a message saying that the official of Jinan City issued a notice. Due to the blizzard during this period, a large amount of snow accumulated on the road, water, electricity, and transportation were paralyzed, and it was urgently needed to deal with it. Therefore, a notice was issued. The property management organized people in each community to shovel the surrounding snow. It is hoped that the general public will actively participate. All participants can receive a package of supplies distributed by the property management. In addition, there is a message attached at the end, saying that the official has not given up on everyone. Official bases are being established all over the country, but they are facing a shortage of manpower, so they are recruiting people from the public. Anyone who is successful in the application can bring their family to live in the base, and the official will distribute supplies regularly. The application requirements are listed below. Shinseai took a look and found that the requirements were similar to those in the previous life. They needed strong people, and there were certain restrictions on the number of people who could bring their families. The only difference was that the base was established several months earlier than in the previous life. Someone asked in the group, "Where is the base located?" The property replied, Jimao district in the west of the city. Jimao in the west of the city? Shinseai was lost in thought when he looked at these 4 words. Jimao district is a famous wealthy area in Jianan City, and the terrain is high, which is also different from the previous life. It seems that the posts and emails she said have worked. The location of the base this time is located in a high place, probably to prevent the accumulation of water after the snow melts next year. The owner's group was boiling all of a sudden. After almost 2 months of extremely cold weather, the supplies stored in everyone's homes have been used up, and they have reached the end of their rope. The news from the property management is like a beam of light in the darkness. Not only can supplies be collected, but there is also a base to enter. This is a chance to save lives. Everyone signed up enthusiastically. The first to sign up is of course the snow shoveling work. You have to get supplies, and have food to eat before you have the strength to go to the base. So in order to facilitate management, the property management requires that every 2 buildings select a building manager to lead the people in the 2 buildings to do snow shoveling work. The reason for the 2 buildings is that the number of people in the community is much less than before. Some of them have moved away long ago and went to cities further south, while others have never experienced the extreme cold. Soon, Building 8 where Shinseai lived and Building 9 next door jointly elected a building manager, who was the man who lived in 901 of Building 8. Shinseai had an impression of him. Last time, the old man on the 13th floor died, and the man on the 12th floor yelled in the building and knocked on the door of 901, but was scolded. From this, it seems that the man on the 9th floor has a bad temper. Shin Lianshan asked worriedly, "ACI, should we sign up?" Although the snow outside stopped, the temperature still did not rise much, and it was still very dangerous to go out to shovel snow. Shinseai said, "Dad, Mom, you stay at home, my brother and I will go out to shovel snow." Participating in snow shoveling is not only to get supplies, but also to conceal their tracks. Otherwise, if none of the 4 members of their family go out, wouldn't it be telling others in disguise that their current supplies are enough for 4 people to eat and drink? As for going out to find supplies, they can only wait for a while. Anyway, the snow will stop for 2 days. Besides, if the snow is not shoveled, the snow outside will be too thick and it will be inconvenient to travel. Qin Yulan heard it and said, "Why don't we go too? 1 more person can also get 1 more supply." That's what she said, but how could Shinseai bear to let his parents go out to work in such a cold day? "Mom, listen to me, the temperature outside is too low now, at least minus 50 degrees. My brother and I are young and have a good foundation. It doesn't matter if we get a little cold, but you are different. If something happens to you, we have to distract ourselves to take care of you." Qin Yulan thought about it, and it really made sense. Don't let them be too busy to help, but instead drag the children down. She couldn't insist anymore, so she had to give up the idea of going together. Afterwards, Shinseai sent a message in the group, registered himself and his brother, put on layers of thick clothes, put on winter clothes, put on a scarf, a hat, and goggles, and left home with his brother and went downstairs. As soon as he walked out of the door, the biting cold wind rushed in from the corridor and the window, like countless knives, piercing people all over. Shinseai and Shinming came to the stairwell, and while going downstairs, they heard a lot of footsteps upstairs and downstairs, all of whom came out to participate in the snow shoveling work. When everyone gathered in the hall downstairs, a man in black clothes stood at the front of the team. The man was tall and strong, with a round, fat face, half wrapped in a scarf. His eyes revealed a bit of ferocity as he scanned the crowd. He introduced himself. "I am a resident of the 8th floor and also your building manager. You can call me Brother Sunday. You have all seen the news in the owner group, so I won't waste any more words. There are a bunch of tools behind me, all of which were distributed by the property management. After you take the tools, go out and shovel the snow. Remember, after shoveling the snow, the tools must be handed back. If anyone dares to embezzle or be lazy, I guarantee that he will not get a penny of supplies. Do you understand?" "Yes, brother son, we understand." "Yes, brother son, don't worry, we will definitely be diligent." In the team, many people echoed brother son. No matter when, as long as a small group has a leader, there will be no shortage of people rushing to curry favor with him. Shinseai roughly scanned the circle. There were quite a few residents in their two buildings combined, most of whom were unfamiliar faces, but of course there were also familiar ones. Familiar people include Wang Yin and Yu Liang, a young couple living on the 3rd floor, Feng Qingfen and her husband, who live across the street, and Hisuin on the 8th floor. Hisuin's husband Zhang Xing did not come down, probably because his head injury has not healed yet, and he is looking after the children at home. Then, there is a young man in his 30s, who lives on the 12th floor. Shen Xiai remembers him, because he found out that the old man on the 13th floor was dead. Finally, there is the girl on the 4th floor, who is full of kindness in the group. The other person looks thinner than Shen Xiai imagined, with piled clothes on her body, and a thick pink down jacket on the outside, and then wrapped tightly with a scarf and a hat, wearing square goggles on her face, and the hair exposed outside is greasy. While Shen Xiai was looking at other people, others were also looking at others, with vigilance in their eyes. Chapter 19. ACI, you will stay with me later, Shen Ming whispered to Shen Xiai. Shen Xiai nodded in response, took the small shovel assigned to him, and followed the crowd to the door of the apartment building with his brother. You didn't know until you came that the snow at the door of the apartment building was not up to the waist of the people, and a large part of it collapsed into the building. This scene made everyone gasp. Everyone picked up the tools in their hands and started to shovel snow and clear the road. Shovel the snow and pile it to the side. You only need to shovel out a walkable path, and you don't need to shovel all the snow. But because the weather was too cold, everyone was frozen stiff, and it took a long time just to clear the snow. It was not until noon that the road in front of the 8 buildings was cleared, and the snow was piled in the green belt next to it, forming a small hill taller than a person. As for other places, there were also many people clearing the road in other buildings. For a while, the whole Tianlan community was bustling with people talking and discussing when this kind of weather would end. After cleaning the road in front of the building, they had to go to the road next to it. Many people began to feel overwhelmed. Everyone was working on an empty stomach. Some people who brought their own food for lunch were fine, but some who didn't have any food were powerless. Especially the old couple on the 9th floor. After shoveling a few snows, they would rub their waists, tap their legs, and rest with their hands on the shovel to catch their breath. When the building manager, brother's son, saw this, he came over quickly, pointed at their noses and cursed, "What's the matter? Do you want to be lazy or something? If you are too old to work, don't come out." After the old couple heard this, the old man was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he wanted to refute it with trembling lips, but fortunately Feng Qingfen, who was beside him, stopped him in time. Feng Qingfen apologized to brother's son humbly. Sorry, young man, we call me brother's son. No, you are sick, right?" The girl on the 4th floor saw it and said, "Do you still have any sympathy? Can't you see that they are both old?" Hearing this, brother's son turned his eyes away from the old couple and moved to the girl not far away. The girl held a piece of orange-yellow bread in her hand, with a thick layer of meat floss on the surface. It looked very fragrant. She took a bite and chewed it carefully, making the residents around her roll their throats and swallow their saliva into their stomachs, and their eyes were all green. Brother's son took a few steps towards the girl, with a sneer on his fierce face. "4th floor, you are so compassionate, why don't you take out the bread in your hand and share it with everyone?" "Why?" The girl almost blurted out why. Fortunately, she still had her wits about her, and finally reacted, realized something, and turned her head to look around at the residents. But she saw that all the residents were staring at the bread in her hand with their eyes wide open. The girl frowned, feeling a little panicked, and regretted her words just now. Although she would help others, it was based on her own initiative and willingness, and when there were surplus supplies, it did not mean that she was forced to do so like now. Moreover, with so many people, how could she share her bread? Wouldn't they eat her? The girl frowned, thinking about what she should say to get over the matter. Unexpectedly, the old couple's previous weakness disappeared, and their faces became ruddy after hearing brother son's proposal. Feng Qingfen grinned, revealing a mouthful of broken teeth. While smiling, she approached the girl on the 4th floor and begged, "Little girl, brother son is right. I think you have almost finished eating. Please give us the remaining bread. We are really starving to death. Please be kind and do a good deed." The old lady wanted to cry more and more as she spoke. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, and almost knelt down to the girl on the 4th floor. But the girl remained silent, lowered her eyelids, and held the bread tightly in her hand. She was sometimes full of sympathy, and spoke without any control. She often spoke faster than her brain, but it didn't mean she was really stupid. If it were before, she would definitely give it to him, but now, the food at home was almost gone, And she had seen on the internet that people fought each other for supplies, which showed the importance of supplies in this world. But if she really wanted to refuse, she couldn't bear to face such a poor old lady. She simply raised her eyes and looked in the crowd. As long as she found someone who had food like her, she could throw the problem out. As a result, she really found it. She saw a man and a woman standing on the side of the green belt opposite, who seemed to be residents of the 7th floor. They were wearing winter clothes, fully equipped, and each of them was chewing a piece of compressed biscuit in their hands. The girl shouted, They have compressed biscuits. Compressed biscuits are small in size, and have a strong sense of fullness. They must have more. Maybe there are enough for us to share. Her shouting really diverted everyone's attention, and they all looked at Shenxi and Shenming, staring at the compressed biscuits in their hands. One compressed biscuit can replace a meal, it's so delicious. The old man and the old couple moved his feet and walked toward Shenxi and Shenming. His movements were much more agile than when he was clearing snow. The old man was probably afraid that Shenming was tall and strong, and it was not easy to mess with him, so he could only come to Shenxi and smile. Little girl, share some food with us. We are all neighbors in the same building, don't you think? After he finished speaking, another voice sounded, Yes, I know this little girl on the 7th floor. On the snowy day before, I saw them go to the supermarket and pharmacy at the door and robbed a lot of supplies. A big bag. Hisuin waved her hands and gestured a big circle in front of her. Shenxi thought, if her hands were not long enough, Hisuin estimated that she could gesture a bigger one. Shenxi glanced at Hisuin coldly, frightening her so much that she shivered and quickly hid behind another resident beside her. After hearing what Hisuin said, Brother Sun also walked toward Shenxi. The one on the 7th floor, the old man is right. We are all neighbors in the same building. You should take out the food and share it with everyone. Otherwise, do you want to starve so many people to death? The word harm immediately put Shenxi in the position of a villain. It must be said that Brother Sun is a man who knows how to talk. Shenxi laughed angrily. What if I say no? Not to mention that she didn't want to. Even if she did, there would be 2 more. This group of people might be greedy and want more. What if they attract people from other buildings? It would be endless then, and giving food would not benefit them. Brother Sun narrowed his eyes. Then don't blame me. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Shenxi, wanting to rob him directly. However, his hand didn't even touch the corner of Shenxi's clothes, and was grabbed by another hand from the side. This grab, Brother Sun was secretly shocked. The opponent's strength was surprisingly strong, making his wrist feel like it was clamped by a clamp, and he couldn't move at all. He raised his head and met Shenming's eyes, which were full of warnings. The scene suddenly became tense. The girl on the 4th floor spoke again. No, since you have supplies, it won't hurt to share them. Shouldn't everyone help each other? Aren't you too selfish? At this time, a weak female voice sounded in the crowd. Well, you can't say that, right? Those are other people's supplies. How can you be so embarrassed? Halfway through the words, everyone around looked at the woman who made this weak voice unkindly, and it was Wang Yin who lived on the 3rd floor. Seeing this, Wang Yin finally shut up and didn't dare to say anything. The old man standing next to Brother Sun was afraid that Brother Sun would give up, so they would miss out on food. What about his beloved son Nan Nan? Nan Nan was still waiting for food. His eyes flashed, and he said to Brother Sun, Brother Sun, you are our building manager. The building manager is the authority. Everyone has to listen to the building manager. These 2 people don't listen. They must be taught a lesson. How can they be so ignorant of the rules? Brother Sun felt secretly happy when he heard this. But then he thought, he is the building manager, but now he is being held and can't move, and there are so many people around watching him. It's too embarrassing for him to be the building manager, right? How can he survive in the future? We must get back at the enemy. Brother Sun was determined, and a surge of blood rushed to his forehead. Hack you! Brother Sun raised his other hand, clenched his fist, and punched Shenming in the face. Who knew that Shenming just turned his face slightly, and the wind of the fist swept past him. Brother Sun missed, and due to inertia, he was unable to control his strength and fell forward. Shenming took Brother Sun's arm, turned around, bent down, and threw Brother Sun over his shoulder like a sandbag. There was a muffled bang sound, accompanied by Brother Sun's screams, and a human-shaped deep pit was smashed in the white snow. Fortunately, the snow on the road had not been completely cleared, leaving a layer, and Brother Sun was wearing thick clothes, so he was not injured. He was just scared. Shenming Lu's move also scared others, and everyone screamed and retreated. The old couple on the 9th floor no longer felt any back pain or leg soreness. They took a few steps to hide behind others, fearing that Shenming would come to teach them a lesson after teaching Brother Sun a lesson. Fortunately, Shenming did not attack again, and only Brother Sun was still stuck in the snow, groaning and unable to get up. Shenming kindly extended a hand to Brother Sun. This action frightened Brother Sun again. Brother Sun saw that Shenming really had no intention of hitting him again, so he endured the humiliation in his heart and climbed out of the snow with the help of Shenming's hand. After climbing up, Brother Sun's whole body was covered with a layer of white snowflakes, which he shook off, like blowing sand, raising a layer of mist. Chapter 20. After clearing the snow off his body, Brother Sun's face was as ugly as it could be. He never expected that the man on the 7th floor looked much thinner than him, just a little taller, but full of strength, making him lose face in front of everyone. He stretched out his index finger, pointed at Shenxiai, and then pointed at Shenming. "You kid, wait for me." After saying this, Brother Sun left angrily. The building manager had left, and the remaining residents finally realized that the family on the 7th floor was not easy to mess with. Even if they had more ideas, they did not dare to make any moves, and each of them dispersed in shame. But Shenxiai felt a gaze that could not be ignored. Soon, she found the source of that gaze. It was Isuin on the 10th floor, who was staring at her with a pair of hateful eyes. When he found that she was looking over, he quickly turned aside, picked up the shovel and left. "What's wrong?" Shenming asked. Shenxiai was silent for a moment and said, "Brother, I'm afraid our family is going to be in trouble. Apart from the neighbors across the street and Isuin, they have now offended Brother Sun. And just now, Isuin said that their family had robbed a lot of supplies in the supermarket and pharmacy at the door. I'm afraid other families will also secretly target them." Shenming patted Shenxiai's shoulder. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, I will protect you." Shenxiai didn't say anything after hearing this. Her brother is powerful, including her own hands, and he has killed many people in his previous life, but if he makes too many enemies, he may not be able to cope with it. Although there are guns and ammunition in the space, guns and ammunition are expensive. With the 200,000 given by Chu Han, they can only buy a few large boxes of inventory. Bullets are used one by one, so they have to be economical. And these things never happened in the previous life. In the previous life, the base was built 2 months later, so naturally there was no relief food from the property management, and there was no such friction. The development of things has been moving in a direction that Shenxiai could not have predicted. Shenxiai thought that if Tianlan community was no longer safe, there would be only one way, to move to another place to settle down. Anyway, even if they survived the extreme cold, they would have to go all the way north in the extreme warm days, not to mention the future floods, and they were destined to live a wandering life. At this juncture, Shenxiai was extremely grateful that she had space, and it would be much easier to move. So before wandering, she must make adequate preparations, such as a car, and it would be best to get a motorhome. Of course, these are all later. "Brother, let's shovel the snow quickly, and then go to the nearest Bai shopping mall to collect supplies tomorrow." "Okay." In the afternoon, Shenxiai and his brother continued to clean the roads in the community. During the process, she took the time to go to the south gate to see the situation on the road outside. After seeing this, she found that it was much better than she expected. Just as the property management said, the authorities have not given up on everyone. While building the base, they also freed up manpower to clean up the city's roads. In this way, the road to the Bai shopping mall tomorrow will be much easier to walk. "Ah! Help! My eyes! Son! Is there anyone? My son has fainted." Continuous cries for help rang out in various places in the community. The man closest to Shenxiai, who didn't know whether he was hungry or cold, closed his eyes, fell face down, and fell straight into the snow. The family members next to him saw it, and burst into tears. Seeing this, other people took advantage of the family's inattention, and quickly stepped forward to snatch their lunch. "What are you doing? This is our stuff. What the hell are you doing these days?" "Ah." Shenxiai left the south gate silently. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky began to darken again. After a day of snow shoveling, residents gathered under each building to collect supplies. Some of the building managers were dignified, and everyone lined up obediently. Some of the building managers were not dignified, and all kinds of scrambles took place. The building where Shenxiai lived was better. Although everyone didn't line up in a very disciplined manner, they didn't scramble. They squeezed in front of the table, took the supplies given by Brother Sun and left, fearing that others would miss them. Brother Sun. Feng Qingfen held the supplies in both hands, and opened her mouth with difficulty. "There is a sausage missing from our supplies. This time, everyone can get a bag of toast, a sausage, and a bottle of water from the supplies distributed by the property. Of course, the water has long been frozen into ice. The old couple on the 9th floor only had a bag of toast and a bottle of ice water in their hands, but no sausage. Brother Sun snorted coldly. What? Are you not satisfied? You two old fools, you dare to be lazy while shoveling snow. Giving you toast is already a great kindness of mine. If you don't want it, put it down. You, how can you talk like that? The old man pointed at Brother Sun, and was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. The toast was dry and tasteless. How could it be as delicious as sausage? At least sausage is meat, and it makes people drool when they smell it. Their Nanan hasn't eaten meat for a long time. Feng Qingfen pulled down his old face and smiled apologetically. Brother Sun, can you please be kind? Will you get out of here? If not, do you believe I will beat you up? Brother Sun raised his fist towards the old couple. The girl on the 4th floor couldn't stand it anymore. Why do you always want to embarrass two old people? Hearing this, Brother Sun's eyes moved away from the old couple and moved to the girl on the 4th floor behind them. The girl still stood up for justice. These materials are obviously enough for everyone to distribute. It won't matter if you give them to them. The property management didn't say that those who work less can't take them. Why don't you give them? After the girl finished speaking, Feng Qingfen turned around and thanked the girl profusely. Thank you, little girl, you are such a good person. It's okay, Grandma. Both sides were polite to each other, and Brother Sun was left aside. Brother Sun rarely got angry, but sneered. 4th floor, you are so kind, I will help you and share your sausage with them. After saying that, Brother Sun took out a sausage from the bag of supplies originally given to the girl and handed it to the old couple. The old man was quick to take it and took Feng Qingfen away. The girl was stunned and hurriedly called him. Wait a minute. Grandma, this is my sausage. The girl smiled awkwardly and pointed at the sausage in the old man's hand. Feng Qingfen stopped and turned back to cry. Girl, you see we are old, and there is a child to take care of at home. We really can't do it anymore. Ask Brother Sun for your sausage. He has withheld 2 of us. If you want one, it will be all yours. No, how can you do this? It sounds good if the 2 sausages are hers, but the problem is that with Brother Sun's style, can you get them? The old couple probably knew this, and they knew they were in the wrong, so they didn't even dare to look at the girl. They lowered their heads, leaned against each other, and walked quickly to the stairwell. They were so fast, like a gust of wind. Shen Xiai looked at this scene and whispered to Shen Ming, Brother, did you see it? In the end times, don't be kind to others. Because you can't be sure whether the people you help will bite you back. Shen Ming nodded in agreement. Later, the supplies continued to be distributed. Shen Xiai observed and found that Brother Sun not only seized the sausages of the old couple, but also seized others. The families who were seized had one thing in common: either there was no man in the family, or the men in the family were useless, or the whole family was timid. In short, they were easy to bully. Including Yi Suyin and Wang Yin's family, they were all seized, and the reasons used were different. Everyone dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. When Shen Xiai and her brother went up to collect the supplies, they received all the supplies. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Brother Sun was very reluctant to give them. This was because he was afraid of her brother. But fear does not mean no hatred. Even though Shen Xiai had turned around and went to the stairwell, he could still feel that there was a resentful look behind him watching them. When he got home, Shen Xiai told his parents about this incident. After listening, Shen Lianshan said with a heavy face, This Brother Sun is a person who looks at people and treats them differently. That's right. It can be seen from the matter of withholding supplies. Qin Yulan sighed. Why have people's hearts become like this? Shen Xiai felt that this incident could be used to teach his parents a lesson, so that they would realize the cruelty of the end of the world in advance and not trust others easily. Dad, Mom, you must never trust anyone in the future, and don't be soft-hearted to anyone. After hearing this, Shen Lianshan and Qin Yulan both agreed seriously. The next day, it was still snowing outside, and Shen Xiai decided to go out with his brother to collect supplies at the Bai shopping center 2 kilometers away. Food and drink are secondary in the supplies. The most important thing is that she has to go to the nearby building materials market to stock up on a batch of wood for burning, because that is the main source of heating for their family in the future. Qin Yulan warmed a pot of milk in the pot and filled everyone's thermos cups. Then she used the toast she got yesterday as breakfast, folded 2 sausages in half, divided them into 4 pieces, and sandwiched them in the toast. The main thing is that she stocked up less sausages. Shen Xiai had stocked up supplies before, but not snacks. Qin Yulan also stocked up meat, vegetables, fruits, rice, flour, grains, and oil. The only snacks at home were some that Shinming had grabbed at the supermarket. There were not many sausages, so they had to be eaten sparingly. After breakfast, Shinxiai and Shinming put on their cold-resistant gear and prepared to go out. Shen Lianshan was worried and said anxiously, "I think there is enough food at home. Why don't you go?" Shinxiai pretended to be relaxed and comforted his parents. "Dad, Mom, don't worry, we will pay attention to safety." But Shen Lianshan was still worried and sighed. "You haven't seen that the world outside is getting more and more unstable now. The videos on the internet are all people fighting for food. How can I not worry?" Shinxi's eyes darkened after listening to her father's words, but she quickly covered it up. Of course she knew what the situation was outside now. To be honest, it was not serious at all at this moment. Most people were still bound by laws and morals. Only a few would attack and hurt people. But the later it gets, the harder it is to say, so she had to take advantage of now to stock up as much supplies as possible. The supplies she had in her space were far from enough to ensure that her family of 4 would live a life without worries about food and clothing. If we don't hurry up to stock up now, the supplies outside will become less and less in the future, and it will become more and more difficult to find. Shinming next to him said, "Dad, you can put your heart back in your stomach. I will protect Ci." Shinxiai also said, "Yes, you can wait for us to come back at home. With us here, our family will never go hungry." But Chapter 21. Shen Lianshan wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Yulan. "Forget it, since the children have made up their minds, just believe them. In the future, we will rely on our daughter and son to support us." This successfully made everyone laugh, and Shen Lianshan couldn't say anything more. Before leaving, Shinxiai repeatedly told his parents not to open the door no matter who knocked. Now the residents in the community are short of clothes and food, and people are freezing to death from time to time. Everyone's psychology is getting more and more broken, and they have to be on guard. Speaking of opening the door, Shen Lianshan remembered something. "By the way, after you went out to shovel snow yesterday, your mother and I suddenly heard a scream from the building north of our house." Shinxiai asked hurriedly, "Then what?" Qin Yulan replied, "Then there were a few more intermittent shouts, and then there was no movement. At that time, they hid behind the window and looked around, and only vaguely saw that something happened to a family in the north, but the distance was a bit far, and it was not clear." Shinxiai nodded. "It seems that someone has started to rob things. Tianlan community is indeed not safe." Shinxiai once again reminded his parents that after he and his brother go out, it is best to move the cabinets and tables in the house to the door and block the door, just in case. And his parents kept reminding them to be careful after going out. Shinxiai agreed to all of them, and then took his brother out. This time, Shinxiai did not go out through the unit door, fearing that other residents in the building would see them and find out that they were not there, and go to their parents' house to cause trouble, which would be bad. She walked up the stairs quietly all the way to the underground garage, took out her own SUV from the space, and then took out the anti-skid chains from the trunk of the car with her brother, put them on the tires, and then started the engine and turned on the snow driving mode. Shinxiai sat in the passenger seat and reminded Shinming, "Brother, drive slowly and be careful." Shinming was confident. "Don't worry, my skills are steady." "Okay." Shinxiai stopped worrying and looked out through the frosted car window. Outside, the sky and the earth were white, and the whole Jianan city had been engulfed by heavy snow. Perhaps the government had sent people to clear the snow with snowplows or other tools, and cleared the most critical main road, so the car was much easier to drive. Every section of the road, Shinxiai saw 1 or 2 people in bloated clothes outside, walking hard on crutches on the side of the road. They should also be out looking for supplies. Shinming drove past them, and under their white frosted eyelashes, a pair of frozen eyes were first surprised, then envious, and then asked for help, waving their arms, trying to stop the car. But when they found that the car did not stop, they were jealous again, cursing at the back of the departing car, and the air they exhaled from their mouths condensed into white frost. Shinxiai only glanced at them, and stopped paying attention. In the end times, everyone has difficulties, and people die anytime and anywhere. She can't save everyone she sees. We are all ordinary people, and it is not easy to protect ourselves. Occasionally, Shinxiai would see other vehicles on the road, and see small supermarkets on the side of the road, where people quarreled and fought, and dark red bloodstains fell on the ground. Before the extreme cold, the social hostility was already very heavy, not to mention the arrival of the extreme cold. When people are about to starve to death and freeze to death, who will care about the consequences of killing? Even if there are consequences to bear, it must be based on the premise that people are alive, so the law and morality are destined to collapse. ACI, look quickly. Shinming suddenly reminded Shinci. Shinci looked in the direction indicated by Shinming's eyes, and saw a large military truck speeding past their car on the main road outside. It was unknown what was loaded behind the front of the truck, which was bulging high and tied with ropes. Shinming showed joy. It's the official. With the official here, everyone is saved. But Shinci poured cold water on Shinming. Brother, don't be naive. If I guess correctly, the back of this military truck is full of collected supplies. Isn't it a good thing to have supplies? Shinming was puzzled and asked subconsciously. Shinci looked sideways at his naive brother. Brother, the supplies have been taken away by the official. Tell me, how can ordinary people survive? Shinming, shock. This was indeed something he didn't expect. No, can't you? Shinming's tone began to become uncertain, but he still tried to think positively. The government collected supplies, of course, to rescue everyone. Rescue? Shinci couldn't refute this. The government would rescue the survivors, but this rescue came at a price. In the end times, supplies represent power, and power can control the life and death of others. The government took away all the supplies, causing ordinary people to be unable to survive. They could only choose to rely on the government as a way out. Slavery reappeared, and the lower class would live worse than dogs. Shinci had a deep understanding of these in his previous life. Brother, since the government is collecting supplies by truckloads, why don't they distribute relief food to the public? Shinming immediately said, Ci, don't be so pessimistic. You see the relief food distributed by our community property, it must be allocated from above. It was indeed allocated by the higher authorities. But there was a price to pay for the relief food, and many people died in the snow clearing operation. Of course, if there was no relief food, more people might have died. Shinci did not judge whether the official was good or bad, because there was no absoluteness. She just wanted to make her silly brother understand that in the end of the world, don't blindly trust anyone or any force. For example, in the last life, her brother worked hard for the base and brought back the important news that the smell of camphor trees could restrain mutant animals, but later her brother was seriously injured and had no use value, so he was abandoned by the base. Shinci stopped talking, because no matter how much she said about some things, her brother would not feel too deeply. Soon, the 2-kilometer journey was finally completed, and the Bai shopping mall arrived. The Bai shopping mall was more popular than other places. Shinci saw from a distance that someone was walking towards this side, and there were also a few cars parked around it. Some cars had been buried halfway by the thick snow, and it looked like they hadn't been driven for a long time. Other cars, like them, had just arrived not long ago, and they all wanted to take advantage of the snow to find supplies. Shinci asked Shinming to drive to a deserted place and stop. After getting off the car, Shinci immediately put the car into the space, and then he and Shinming each took a backpack, put it on their chests, and chose the nearest door of the mall to go in. It was unknown who pried open these doors, maybe radical survivors, or maybe the authorities. Just one click, the door opened, which meant that a lot of supplies inside must have been robbed. Shinci quickened his pace and entered the mall. As soon as she entered, her eyes suddenly darkened. In the absence of water and electricity, the lights in the mall could not be turned on. Looking out, it was empty and dim. Shinci looked around the empty first floor of the mall, and unexpectedly found that there was no one. Those who wanted to find supplies went to the underground supermarket, or the 3rd and 4th floors upstairs. There were only 1 or 2 floors, all selling clothes, and most of them were summer clothes. There were not many people. But it was just right that there was no one. Shinci was anxious to verify the effect of space swallowing banknotes, and hurriedly pulled Shinming, and went straight to the long rows of display cabinets in the center of the hall. Brother, use a hatchet to split these drawers, and then look around and put all the cash you can find into your bag and take it away, Shinci whispered. Shinming didn't understand at first. Although cash is a good thing, he also heard Ci say that in the end times, cash has become a pile of waste paper. What do you want to do with that waste paper now? But he also knew that his sister was always very sensible, so he didn't ask anything and helped his sister to split the drawer of the display cabinet and clean up the cash inside. Their actions were regarded as fools by some people on the 3rd floor. Look, look, there are 2 fools taking money. Indeed, this is not foolish, but stupid. The official has established a base, which means that the natural disaster may last for a long time. It is not certain whether it can pass. Now you can't buy food even if you have money. That's right. The tiny laughter fell into Shinci's ears, but Shinci didn't take it to heart at all. She now felt extremely surprised. Shinseai used the backpack as a cover to collect the banknotes and coins in the drawer into the space, and immediately found that they were really eaten by the space. I don't know how much the space has eaten. Shinseai saw with her own eyes that the area of the space has expanded by 1 square. Shinseai was so excited that she almost cried out. It turns out that the space can increase its area after eating cash. This is really great. She was originally worried that the space was limited in area, but she didn't expect that this was actually a growing space. Shinseai tried to suppress the surging in her heart, and her hands moved faster, frantically collecting cash. After collecting all the money in the display cabinets on the first floor, Shinseai pulled Shinming into a clothing store in a corner with a broken glass door, and fed all the money in Shinming's backpack to the space. Shinseai calculated that her brother's backpack had collected about 20,000 yuan in cash. And with these 20,000 yuan, the area of her space was just right, just expanded by 2 square meters. Is it 10,000 per square meter? Let's go, brother. Let's go collect supplies. Don't look at 3 square meters as not much. The key is that it still has height. The height of 5 meters can hold a lot of things. Shinseai went straight to the underground supermarket. A lot of people gathered in the supermarket, and they were all grabbing food from the shelves, fighting each other and cursing. Everyone's eyes were filled with madness, and the ground was full of scattered packaging bags, potato chip crumbs and candy. Snacks such as candy, lying in various unknown colorful liquids. The scene was very chaotic. Shinseai took a rough look. In such a large supermarket, there were so many shelves, but there were not many supplies left on them, especially in the living area, where the daily necessities were directly consumed. This was extremely abnormal. If it was food, it would be easy to say, everyone would grab food first, but what about daily necessities? Those shower gels and shampoos were all empty, unless someone had space, but space was also extremely rare. Recalling the military trucks he saw on the road before, Shinseai had a bad feeling. Brother, look at the daily necessities area, it's all empty. Who do you think would use the limited capacity of the backpack to carry daily necessities? Shinming was speechless after being asked, and an answer emerged in his mind, the official. He still couldn't accept it. Daily necessities are not a necessity for ordinary people, so it's okay if the government takes them away. Chapter 22. What about food? Look, although there are many people in the supermarket, this underground supermarket covers a large area, and the supplies should be sufficient, so that these people won't fight each other, right? As he spoke, a man was punched by someone and almost hit Shinseai. Fortunately, Shinseai reacted quickly and dodged. Shinming had to admit that this was a large supermarket, not a small store. Even during the Chinese New Year, the supermarket was crowded with people, and everyone bought a lot of New Year's goods and had cars to transport them, but it was far from emptying the supermarket. Even if we take a step back and say that it is the end of the world now, everyone is scrambling for it, but the capacity of the backpack is limited, right? In addition, most of the cars cannot be started due to low temperature and lack of oil, so the supplies that each person can take away are limited. Reality forced Shinming to believe that a large amount of supplies were taken away by the government, which greatly compressed the living space of ordinary people. Forget it. Even if the government doesn't take it, the extra is a waste. Shinming comforted himself. For example, daily necessities. Ordinary survivors really don't need too many, and they are just sitting there anyway. If they are taken away by the authorities, they may play a greater role. Shinseai couldn't refute this point. She never thought that the authorities were bad, but it was not all good. Good and evil are difficult to define. She changed the subject. Brother, pretend to go to the shelf to see if there is anything else to take. Help me cover up. I'm going to another place. Shinming didn't ask Shinseai where he was going, but just said, okay. The two separated. Shinseai avoided the eyes and ears of the crowd, grabbed a few paper clips on the shelf, and went to another direction alone. There is a hidden door at the innermost part of the supermarket. After Shinseai successfully entered the door, he found another door inside, with the word storage room written on it. Yes, it is here. Shinseai has been to this supermarket many times, and has an impression of the location of the storage room. Instead of grabbing the scattered supplies on the shelves outside, it is better to directly take the warehouse. She immediately took action, broke the paper clip in her hand, and inserted it into the keyhole of the door to fiddle with it. In her previous life, she had no chance to touch the power generation and heating equipment used by people at the top of the pyramid, but she did a lot of murder and stealing. However, before Shinseai could use her unlocking skills, the door actually opened on its own. Not locked? Shinseai slowly pushed the door open and checked the door lock. He saw that the door lock of the storage room was indeed damaged by human beings. Her heart sank. This meant that someone had moved the supplies inside. She didn't know if it was the government or the survivors. How much could be left? No matter how much, she had to go in and take a look. Shinseai walked into the storage room quietly. Since there was not even a window in the storage room, it was pitch dark. Shinseai had to take out a flashlight to illuminate. As expected, the storage room was not small, but at least half of the goods were gone. From the cleanliness of the ground, it can be inferred that 80% of the supplies were taken away by the government. If it was the survivors, the ground would have been in a mess. So, was the remaining half because the government's car was not enough to transport it, or was it specially reserved for ordinary survivors? Shinseai preferred the former. She seized the time and started to collect the remaining supplies into the space box by box. These supplies include potato chips, spicy strips, sausages, honey and other snacks, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot and other fast foods, as well as various canned foods, pickles, daily necessities, toiletries, etc. Most of the categories were already stored in Shinseai's space, but the quantity was not sufficient. But after collecting these, the quantity increased again. However, the bad news is that the 3 square meters of space that were finally expanded, plus the 5-meter height, were all occupied. Shinseai looked at the remaining small part of the supplies in the warehouse, and decided decisively to leave them to the people who came in later. First, to leave a way for others to survive, and second, to cover up. Otherwise, if all were collected, wouldn't it arouse other suspicion? After doing this, Shinseai sneaked out of the storage room, making sure that no one around noticed, and then sneaked into the shelves. At this time, people kept quarreling violently between the shelves. People fought each other to fight for supplies. Shinseai avoided this group of people and wanted to find Shinming, but was stopped by a man halfway. You want to leave after taking the supplies? Hand over your bag. The man held a bloody dagger in his hand and pointed the tip of the knife at Shinseai. He was about 30 years old, with a high hairline and sparse hair. He was wearing a large cotton jacket with cotton wool leaking everywhere, and there were bloodstains on the jacket. Shinseai glanced behind the man. The body of another man was exposed on the ground between the shelves behind him. Only half of it was exposed, and the other half was blocked by the shelves. Beside the man, a woman was kneeling and crying, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. Shinseai looked at the man in front of him again. He was carrying a backpack that was obviously a lady's style. He robbed someone else's things and killed the man on the other side. Shinseai felt a little cold in his heart, and he didn't say anything, nor did he hand over his backpack. Seeing this, the man opposite cursed Shinseai, raised the bloody knife in his hand, and stabbed Shinseai. Shinseai was not in a hurry, and he barely avoided the knife by turning sideways, and went around the side and back of the man. A short knife appeared in his right hand, and the blade suddenly slashed across the man's neck, directly hitting the man's vitals. The whole process took only a few seconds. The man opened his eyes wide, covered his neck with blood spurting out, turned around with stiff limbs, and looked at Shinseai with a cold face. He couldn't figure out how this woman suddenly had a short knife in her hand. Unfortunately, the man will never know this question. Shinseai didn't feel uncomfortable at all after killing the man. But what she never expected was that her brother came over at this time, and saw the man being killed. Ciu. Shinseai's heart stomped. After all, her brother had seen her unbearable side. She didn't know how to explain to her brother, so she subconsciously avoided her brother's gaze, took off the woman's backpack on the man's back, and handed it back to the crying woman sitting on the ground. The woman shrank in fear when she saw Shinseai, but she cried even more when she saw the backpack. Shinseai had no choice but to put the backpack next to the woman silently. The woman realized that Shinseai had no intention of hurting her, and sobbed and thanked him. Thank you, thank you. Shinseai ignored the woman. She had a lot of supplies stored in her space, and she didn't need the woman's backpack, so she took Shinming and left first. After walking out of the supermarket, Shinseai turned around and shouted to the chaotic supermarket behind him. There are still supplies in the storage room behind. After shouting, Shinseai ran away. Behind her, the people who were scrambling for supplies in the supermarket heard the shout, as if someone pressed the pause button and were quiet for 2 seconds, and then burst into more intense shouts than before, and all rushed into the storage room. Shinseai left this mess behind. She thought that in this way, even if the authorities returned later, they would only think that the supplies in the warehouse were looted by everyone, and would not suspect her. Shinseai returned to the first floor of the mall. The first floor was as silent as before, as if any sound here would be amplified several times. Ciu just killed someone. Ming stopped and looked at his sister's thin back in front of him with complicated eyes. His sister, who used to be afraid to watch others kill chickens, now killed a person and acted as if nothing had happened. This kind of calmness made Ming feel uneasy. Xiai turned his back to Ming and stopped. She could understand her brother's current mood. Her brother has always been an upright and kind person, receiving positive training in the army. But now, the justice in his heart and his family have collided. Brother, if I don't kill him, he will kill me. Xiai turned around. His eyes were unspeakably calm. This calmness, like a basin of ice water, awakened Ming's brain. The man just now also held a knife in his hand. I'm sorry, Xiai, brother just. It's okay, brother. Xiai smiled, and her smile was as warm as before. Xiai will not kill people randomly, but will only kill people who threaten us. Let her do everything that requires blood on her hands in the future. Let's go, brother. Let's go collect clothes. In order to save money, their family bought clothes except for close-fitting clothes and cold-resistant clothes, but they didn't stock up on daily wear. Xiai is going to stock up a batch. Anyway, no one wants these summer and autumn clothes. After she takes them away, she can go back and sort them out slowly, keep the good ones, and pile the bad ones aside to exchange them with the base in the future. As for the problem of insufficient space capacity, Xiai is not worried, because there are so many stores, and cash can always be found. The two divided the work and cooperated. Ming was responsible for helping Xiai to keep an eye on the situation and provide cover, while Xiai was responsible for unlocking the door and entering the store to sweep. However, in order to avoid attracting other people's attention, Xiai only took the inventory in the box when he entered each store, took the box away, and did not touch those on display. Xiai collected cash and clothes at the same time. After one trip, he actually found nearly 100,000 yuan, and the space expanded by a full 10 square meters. When the clothes were almost cleared, Xiai also collected a lot of various cosmetics and skin care products. These things can be exchanged with a base in the future. Then Xiai went to the second floor of the mall with Ming. The second floor also sold mostly clothes, shoes, pajamas, etc. Xiai continued to collect, and each store only collected inventory, and the display was not moved, and the space was expanded by another 15 square meters. In the process, because clothes and other things were basically not wanted, everyone first grabbed food and water. Xiai did not meet other people on the first and second floors, and everything went smoothly. After collecting, Xiai came to the third floor of the mall. The third floor no longer sold clothes, and major food stores and milk tea shops began to appear. The food in the food store had already been robbed by people, and Xiai did not join in the fun. She only collected cash from the store. This time, another 120,000 was found, and the entire space expanded to 240 square meters. Xiai went to a tea shop at the end of the corridor. This tea shop sells all kinds of loose and boxed tea, and Xiai took some of the boxed ones. According to the trajectory of the previous life, tea, tobacco, alcohol and other things can be sold to the base in the future. After all, the survivors in the upper and middle layers of the pyramid are the most enjoyable. After collecting the tea, Xiai left the tea shop. She was walking halfway and suddenly met three people. Chapter 23. These three people made Xiai pause. Cousin? Is it really you? The girl who spoke ran toward Xiai with a look of surprise. She had fair skin, a small face, long caramel-colored hair tied high behind her head, and wore a winter coat. She stood next to a fat and short boy. And that boy was Zhou Xiangyuan. Since Xiai and his brother went abroad overnight last time, Xiai had not seen Zhou Xiangyuan again. He had forgotten about this person, and did not expect to meet him here. Cousin, I'm so glad you're okay. I thought your family had. The girl came up and held Xiai's hand. Although they were wearing thick gloves and could not feel anything, Xiai still pulled his hand out calmly. She looked at the girl in front of her, and the memories of her previous life came back again. This girl was her cousin, the daughter of her uncle's family, named Fu Shuangshuang. Before the end of the world, my uncle's family was a wealthy family in Jianan City, living in the Jimao area in the west of the city, the legendary wealthy area. Whenever they gathered during the Chinese New Year, my family would bring various festival gifts to pay New Year's greetings, and my uncle's family would always show their superiority to her family in a veiled way, taking out the brand-name bags and clothes that Fu Shuangshuang was tired of wearing, using, or even damaged, as a return gift. Of course, Xiai didn't want any of them. Although her family was not a wealthy family, they were not so poor that they had to use other people's broken things. In addition, for example, when eating, my aunt always acted superior and said in a tone of charity that you couldn't eat such and such dishes normally. Shinsiai remembered that every time she came back from her uncle's house, her mother would always be angry, but considering that she only had such a brother, she couldn't bear to break off the relationship. Later, when the end of the world came, Shinsiai met her uncle's family again in the base. At that time, their family entered the base first, and her brother was recruited by the base. At the beginning, the treatment was good, and her uncle and his family saw it and rushed to join them. Their family accepted her uncle, aunt, and Fu Shuang, and the two families lived together and shared food and supplies. But later, when her brother was injured while doing a mission and was abandoned by the base, the family's life fell into a slump, and her mother fell ill at that critical moment. Life was already bad enough, but what Shinsiai never expected was that there was something worse. One morning, she woke up and found that the remaining supplies in the house were all empty, her uncle and his family were gone, and even the medicine for her mother's treatment was gone. At that time, Shinsiai really hated her uncle's family. She swore that if she had the chance to see them again, she would avenge her mother. Unfortunately, God just likes to play jokes. She saw him again later, but only Fu Shuang was there, and she was still in Zhou Xiangyuan's team. At that time, her uncle and aunt had died. Zhou Xiangyuan led the team all the way north. He was the captain with the most say in the team. There was no shortage of women throwing themselves at him, and Fu Shuang was the most favored among them. With Zhou Xiangyuan protecting Fu Shuang, Shinsi's obsession with revenge had to be shelved. This situation continued until they went north. When they were about to arrive in Beijing North, the team fell apart, and Shinsiai finally had the opportunity to kill Fu Shuang. Thinking of this, Shinsiai suppressed the hatred in his heart. Now everything has not happened yet, and it's still not too late. Shinsiai perfunctorily said to Fu Shuang in a cold tone, "I can barely bear it." Fu Shuang was stunned. In her memory, her cousin was always cheerful and optimistic. Why did she seem to have changed now? "Cousin, don't be modest. I see that you and your cousin's equipment don't look like you can barely make it. You should be living well, right? Good or bad, does it have anything to do with you? Cousin, are you sick? I just want to care about you." "That's right." Zhou Xiangyuan behind him suddenly said, Shuang just wanted to care about you. I didn't expect that you usually don't like me, and you even treat your sister like this." Hearing this, Shinsiai laughed angrily. She forgot that Fu Shuang and Zhou Xiangyuan knew each other from the beginning. They were classmates during college. Shinsiai couldn't do anything to Fu Shuang and Zhou Xiangyuan in front of her brother, but she didn't want to deal with them too much. She was ready to leave. But just as she took a step, another boy with Zhou Xiangyuan and the others suddenly stepped forward and reached out to pull Shinsiai. But before his hand could touch Shinsiai, Shinming grabbed it. "What are you going to do?" Shinming asked the boy coldly. The boy had a red, sky-high short hair and a scoundrel smile on his face. "Well, I just want to ask this beautiful lady, when did you come here? Are there many things in the underground supermarket? We came late and don't know if we can still grab food." As he said that, his eyes fell on the backpack on Shinsi's chest, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. Shinsiai remembered that she actually knew this person. In the previous life, he was Zhou Xiangyuan's most capable deputy, named Hongmao. Shinming shook off Hongmao's claws. "Whether there are many, go and see for yourself." After saying that, Shinming took Shinsiai and left. "Ah, Ci, do you know the man next to Shuang just now?" Shinsiai couldn't hide it, so he said, "I know him. We are from the same university. His name is Zhou Xiangyuan, and he is in the same class as Fu Shuang." Shinming nodded and reminded, "Brother is the best at judging people. Listen to me. Stay away from the Zhou guy and the red-haired guy." "I know." With this episode, Shinsi's good mood was greatly reduced. Next, she and her brother searched the third and fourth floors of the mall. Most of the food stores had been robbed, and Shinsiai only found some noodles and rice noodles. In the process, another 80,000 in cash was collected, expanding the space by 8 square meters. Shinming asked, "ACI, where are we going next?" Shinsiai had a plan for this: to the building materials market. There are a lot of wood and wooden furniture in the building materials market, all of which can be used to make fire. In extremely cold weather, wood is as important as food, and it is life-saving. Shinsiai avoided everyone's eyes and ears, and left the Bai shopping mall with Shinming, crossed the road, and came to the building materials market opposite. Compared to the Bai shopping mall, there were obviously fewer people in the building materials market, and the whole world suddenly became silent, a frozen white. In a dim warehouse where wood was stored, Xiao Long lay on the ground sideways, his hands and feet tied with hemp ropes. The hemp rope was rough, and Xiao Long struggled so hard that his wrists had been worn out. Opposite him, there were 3 men sitting around a fire, warming themselves by the firelight while chewing on the instant noodles in their hands. Some crumbs fell from the corners of their mouths. The thin man picked up the water bottle on the ground and drank 2 mouthfuls. He said to the dark-skinned man, "Brother, that kid won't say anything. What should we do?" Wu Dezhong, who was called the eldest brother, glanced at Xiao Long on the ground, squinted his eyes, and took a deep puff of the cigarette in his mouth. "What should we do?" "Let's starve him for a few days. I want to see how long he can hold on." Another man with glasses said, "What if he can bear it? How about we stab him first?" "Idiot!" Wu Dezhong slapped the glasses man on the head, knocking his glasses crooked. "If you hurt him, what if he gets worse? You go find medicine for him." They finally caught a person who came out of the base, and they had to ask him about the location of the granary in Jianan City. As long as they found the granary and got ahead of the official, even if they moved a dozen bags of rice and stored them, it would be enough for them to live for a long time. Thinking of this, Wu Dezhong stood up and walked toward Xiao Long, kicking him. "Boy, don't say that your grandfather didn't give you a chance. I ask you one last time, where is the granary?" However, Wu Dezhong was answered with silence. Xiao Long closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and didn't even look at Wu Dezhong. He would never forget how the other 2 brothers who came out with him died tragically at the hands of this group of thugs just 2 days ago. This group of thugs set a trap near the warehouse in advance. Fortunately, he was cautious and didn't fall into the trap, but his other 2 brothers did. In the melee, he hacked one of the opponents to death, and his 2 brothers were also hacked to death by the opponent. They were all brothers who had followed him for 2 years. Xiao Long didn't want to open his eyes. He hoped that all this was just an illusion. Wu Dezhong saw that Xiao Long didn't say anything, and he kicked Xiao Long a few more times in anger. At this time, the thin man suddenly pointed his finger out of the window. "Big brother and second brother, look. 2 more fat sheep are coming." Hearing this, Wu Dezhong retracted his foot and turned to look out the window. Just as his younger brother said, there were people coming to the building materials market again, and they were a man and a woman. Especially the woman, although she was wearing a hat, goggles, and the lower half of her face was wrapped in a scarf, but judging from the woman's figure and temperament, she was definitely a beauty. Looking at their complete equipment, both of them were clean, which showed that they had sufficient supplies and lived a good life. They were indeed 2 big fat sheep. Wu Dezhong exhaled a turbid smoke and asked his 2 men, "Have you set up the trap?" The thin man laughed and said, "Don't worry, big brother, it has been set up long ago. I guarantee that they will be in trouble." "Very good." Wu Dezhong stopped talking. In the dim light, his 2 dark eyes gradually fixed their gazes, like a beast, spying on its prey. This spying made Shenxi feel a chill in her heart. She stepped her shoes into the thick snow and stopped. Shen Ming, who had walked 2 steps ahead, found that Shenxi was not going to move, so he had to stop. Looking back, he saw that Shenxi's face was a little solemn, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Shenxi didn't speak, and whispered after a while, "It seems a little wrong." 3 years after the end of the world, Shenxi had already trained her perception of danger. Relying on this keen perception, she didn't know how many times she had escaped death, so this time was the same. She believed in her intuition. There is danger here. Where could it be? Shenxi did not dare to search for it, fearing to alert the enemy, and could only silently stare at the snow under her feet. The snow was thick, not even up to her calf. But compared to the road outside, which had not been cleared by the authorities, the depth was much shallower, indicating that many people had come here. It was normal. The weather was so cold that the survivors living nearby must have come here more than once to get wood to burn for heating, so the snow was shallower than elsewhere. So would some people find it troublesome to go back and forth, and just find a place to stay in the building materials market? Chapter 24. Shenxi looked up at the sky above his head. It was already noon, but the sky was still gloomy, as if it was about to collapse. Only half of the sun was barely visible at the junction of the clouds, like a weak desk lamp, emitting a circle of cold halo. So when the blizzard stopped, no one came to get wood. Isn't it strange? There are 2 possibilities. 1, other survivors hid, and 2, other survivors didn't dare to come. If it was 1, they hid, they must have bad intentions. If it was 2, it would be even more terrible. Why didn't other survivors dare to come? Because something bad happened here. Either possibility was not a good sign for Shenxi. Shenxi's sight fell on the position 5 meters ahead. After careful observation, he saw that there was a row of slightly raised arcs in the white snow there. "Brother, don't move first, I go in front of you." Shenming didn't understand why this was, but he knew that Xiai must have found something strange, so he didn't ask more. Xiai walked in front of Shenming, and when they passed each other, he quietly handed the short knife he had used before to Shenming, and then walked carefully towards the raised arc. Seeing that one of her feet was about to step into the row of snow, suddenly, a hoarse roar came from a warehouse beside her. "Run!" Unfortunately, Xiao Long reminded her too late. Wu Dezhong saw the beautiful woman with his own eyes, screamed "ah," and fell into the snow, raising large snowflakes and blurring their vision. Wu Dezhong became excited, his face flushed, threw away the cigarette butt in his mouth, picked up a bloody hammer and 2 axes leaning against the wall, and called 2 men, "Go! Go catch the little fat sheep." On the other side, Shenming saw that Xiai seemed to have stepped into a trap, and he ran forward immediately. Xiai! He wanted to help Xiai up, but Shenxi's face turned pale, and his feet were stuck in the snow, and he couldn't move at all. "Ha ha, brothers! Come on! Chop the man first, and leave the woman," Wu Dezhong said, and 2 of his men, one holding a hammer and the other holding an axe, attacked Shenming. Shenming was forced to let go of Xiai and fight with the 2 men with punches and kicks. After a few moves, the 2 not only failed to hurt Shenming, but were kicked in the stomach by Shenming and flew away. They were secretly shocked. They didn't expect that the little fat sheep they met this time was so good at fighting, and his hands and feet were better than Xiao Long's. Wu Dezhong also discovered this thorny problem. He couldn't go on like this. The only way was to start with the woman on the ground. "Hold him," Wu Dezhong told his 2 younger brothers, shaking the axe in his hand and walking toward Xiai. He thought the beauty would be so scared that she would cry and crawl, kneel down and beg for mercy, but she didn't move. Was she scared? Wu Dezhong grinned, revealing a mouthful of smoke-blackened teeth, raised the axe and fell on Shenxi's neck. Xiai! Not far away, Shenming kicked the 2 younger brothers away again, and when he turned around, he saw that his sister was in danger, and his eyes suddenly turned red. But it was too late to rush over now. Seeing that the sharp axe was about to touch Shenxi's delicate white skin, Shenxiai was not panicked at all, and even had the leisure to smile at Wu Dezhong. Wu Dezhong was stunned. He didn't know why, but when he saw this woman smile, a strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. Before he could figure out what the crisis was, he felt a silver light flash before his eyes, and the next second, a cold stinging pain scratched his neck. "This is..." Wu Dezhong's body stiffened, and his 2 wide-open eyes moved down little by little, only to see that the clothes on his chest were quickly soaked by the red liquid flowing down. "This is... blood." "Blood?" He hurriedly threw away the axe and covered his neck, but the gushing blood still seeped out from between his fingers, warm and sticky, dripping onto the white snow. Wu Dezhong looked at the woman sitting in the snow in front of him, still motionless, and only felt cold and desperate in his heart. He couldn't figure out how a long knife appeared out of thin air in this woman's hand. He regretted that he shouldn't have provoked these 2 people, but it was too late to say anything now. Wu Dezhong's body fell heavily, and his eyes refused to close until his death. "Big brother." The other 2 brothers couldn't believe their eyes. They thought their big brother was omnipotent, but he was killed by a woman. That woman didn't step into the trap at all. She was pretending. Until now, the 2 finally realized this. With the shadow of death looming, how dare they continue to fight? There was no time to escape. The man with glasses reacted the fastest. He gritted his teeth and pushed the thin man next to him toward Shenming to buy time to escape. "Brother! Kill them!" Shenxiai shouted. "What? Kill people?" Shenming was stunned, but after years of training, his body reacted faster to instructions than his brain. He quickly raised the short knife in his hand and stabbed the thin man. "No, don't kill me!" The thin man peed his pants in fear and knelt down to Shenming. Just as the tip of the knife was about to pierce the skin of the man's heart, Shenming's mind shuddered, and he suddenly stopped, and the knife in his hand could no longer move forward. "This is a living person." On the other side, Shenxiai got up from the ground, grabbed the axe dropped by Wu Dezhong, and chased after the man with glasses. The man with glasses turned around and saw this brutal scene. He was so scared that he screamed "ah ah" and ran away desperately. But how could Shenxiai let him go easily? "If you don't remove the roots, you will only leave troubles." Shenxiai threw the axe at the man with glasses. With a bang, the man with glasses was hit on the back by the axe, and he fell forward and fell into the snow. He wanted to get up, but his limp hands and feet and the pain in his back made him fail after several attempts. Shinsiai went up with a bloody long knife in his hand, and the man with glasses desperately begged for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Please, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please. Puff. The long knife sank into the heart of the man with glasses, and the man's begging for mercy came to an abrupt end. Not far away, the thin man saw this scene, and simply made up his mind, and swung away the tip of Shinming's knife pointing at him, and shouted "Ah ah," and used his body to push Shinming away. Shinming was knocked down by surprise, and the knife in his hand was snatched away by the thin man. I will kill you. Puff. The thin man just raised the knife, but before he could drop it, another blade appeared behind him and pierced his body in an instant. After all, he fell down with a heart full of unwillingness, revealing Shinsiai with a cold face behind him. Shinsiai drew back the blade, glanced at the blood on it, and extended a hand to Shinming, who was still sitting in the snow. Shinming stood up with a force from Shinsiai, not knowing whether he was frightened or ashamed to face Shinsiai. He lowered his eyes, and said nothing. Brother, let's go into the warehouse and see. There seems to be someone else inside. She just heard someone in the warehouse reminding them to be careful, and it seemed that they were not in the same group as the 3 people who robbed them, but... Shinsi's eyes darkened, and she didn't know if that person had seen her use the space. If he had seen it, Shinsiai picked up the 2 axes and a hammer that fell on the ground, and walked towards the warehouse. Ah, Ci. Behind him, Shinming suddenly called Shinsiai. Shinsiai turned around. What's wrong, brother? Shinming then raised his face, but he didn't dare to look at Shinsiai. The corners of his tight mouth loosened. Brother, am I useless? He thought that as the only young man in the family, he had received professional training and was able to protect his family, but when he was really in danger, he didn't expect that he had to let his sister protect him. Shinsiai went over and patted Shinming's shoulder. Brother, if you hadn't restrained the other 2 at the beginning, I wouldn't have been able to kill their leader. You just haven't adapted to it yet. You will get used to it in the future. Besides, there is nothing wrong with kindness and justice. It depends on where to use it. In the previous life, when Shinsiai killed someone for the first time, she also had a strong psychological struggle, but in order to survive, she had to force herself to get used to it. It should be said that after the end of the world, everyone must get used to this struggle between life and death, because those who are not used to it have been eliminated. I'm sorry, Ci. I promise that I won't hold you back in the future. If Ci hadn't noticed something strange in the snow before, and pretended to fall into the trap to lure out the ambushers, they would have been slaughtered by now. It's scary to think about it. He's not afraid of death, but he's afraid that his family will be implicated by him. If he dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough to make up for it. Let's go, brother. Let's go see what traps they set in the snow. Shinsiai came to the row of raised white snow, and carefully pulled away the layers of snow with a long knife. Under the snow, a piece of bloody thick iron slowly appeared. After clearing more snow, Shinming said in a chilling voice, It's a trap. It was a large trap, with 5 in a row. Judging from the bloodstains on them, these traps have caught many animals. No, not animals, maybe. People. These 3 people really deserve to die. If they didn't die, who knows how many people would fall into their traps in the future. Ah, see, I was right. Kindness and justice depend on where they are used. Sometimes blind kindness is also a kind of evil. Shinsiai wanted to put the 5 traps into the space. Maybe they would be useful in the future, but considering that there were still people in the warehouse, she gave up the idea for the time being. Let's go to the warehouse and take a look. Okay. Shinsiai walked in front of Shinming, but after walking 2 steps, Shinming quickly caught up with her and took the initiative to go ahead of her. Shinsiai laughed and didn't fight with his brother. The 2 approached the warehouse cautiously. The door of the warehouse was half destroyed, and the remaining half barely blocked the cold outside. Inside the door, the light was dim, and a pile of firewood that was about to go out was burning on the ground, emitting a faint warmth. Behind the firewood, a young man was lying on the ground on his side, with his hands and feet all restrained. Seeing this, Shinsiai finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the young man's position, the young man was lying on the ground, and his sight went through the window from bottom to top. At most, he could only see the head and neck of the pedestrians outside the window. In addition, when Shinsiai took out the long knife from the space, he was sitting on the ground, so the young man could not see it even more. Then Shinsiai was relieved, otherwise she would still worry about what to do. After all, she had no psychological burden to kill the evil people, but she still couldn't kill those who had good intentions towards them. Can you 2 do me a favor? Help me untie the ropes. Xiaolong pleaded. Chapter 25. Shinming stepped forward and took a short knife to help Xiao Long untie him, while Shenxiai took advantage of this opportunity to look around the entire warehouse. The warehouse was not big, and there were piles of wood all around, both large and small. Some of them were even clearly removed from furniture, with traces of being chopped by an axe at the broken ends. Apart from the wood, the only things left were 3 backpacks scattered next to the fire, and the supplies half exposed in the backpacks. "Hello, my name is Xiao Long. Thank you for saving me." Xiao Long got up from the ground, rubbed his palms on his clothes twice, and then reached out to Shinming. Shinming shook Xiao Long's hand back. "You're welcome. My name is Shinming. She is my sister Shenxiai. We just happened to pass by, and it was thanks to you for reminding us before." Although in fact, his sister had already noticed something was wrong, and even if Xiao Long didn't remind them, they wouldn't be fooled. But Xiao Long's starting point was always good. He is a prisoner, but he still has kindness towards others. He should not be a bad person. Xiao Long's expression was depressed. "I just don't want anyone else to be killed by them." "Did they kill a lot of people?" Shenxiai asked. Xiao Long nodded. "I only know that before us, they were veterans in doing this kind of thing. As for after us, you are the first batch." "We?" Shenxiai continued to ask. "Do you have any companions?" "Why didn't I see them?" Xiao Long sighed, and a few traces of sadness climbed up his eyebrows. "Yes." He walked to the fire, sat down on the ground, picked up a piece of wood next to him, and fiddled with the firewood. Shenxiai and Shinming also went over to sit down, took off the goggles on their faces, and gathered around the fire that was beeping and peeping and burning again to warm their hands. Xiao Long said, "Originally I had 2 brothers. We came out of the base together, trying to find supplies, but accidentally were ambushed by those people here, and my 2 brothers were both dead." After saying that, the atmosphere in the warehouse became a little heavy. Xiao Long was still hesitating whether to tell the story of the base, fearing that the man and woman in front of him would also be like Wu Dezhong and his friends, and would set their sights on the granary in Jianan City. But then he thought again, it was no secret that Jianan City was building a base. He only mentioned the base, not that he was a member of the guard team, and these 2 people should only regard him as an ordinary survivor. After hearing this, Shenxiai did not doubt it. She was not very good at comforting people. Instead, Shinming patted Xiao Long on the shoulder and expressed regret. Shenxiai asked, "How is the base going now?" Xiao Long's attention was diverted, and he talked about the situation of the base. "Not bad. The authorities have requisitioned all the vacant houses in the Jinmao area for the survivors to live in, and introduced a new system. Survivors can choose whether to join the official team and become a guardian according to their own needs. Once they join, they will be controlled and mobilized by the authorities. The benefit is that they will receive a certain amount of compensation and live for free. Those who don't want to join don't care. They can stay in the base, but they need to pay rent accordingly." "Rent?" Shinming was puzzled. Xiao Long explained, "It's like this. In order to treat everyone equally, the authorities use coupons to replace the previous money. It can be used in all major bases to prevent some rich people from continuing to dominate ordinary people." This sounds good, but Shenxiai is actually very clear that the real purpose of the authorities is to rebuild the system and firmly grasp the authority in their own hands, so that everyone below, no matter whether you have money or not, can only rely on the base. The rich people would definitely not want to do that, but they are a minority after all, and the poor are the majority, so the general trend is that they cannot be unwilling. Speaking of which, with the arrival of this natural disaster, everyone will experience a major reshuffle, the past classes will be broken up, rebuilt, and the law of the jungle will take effect. These are similar to the trajectory of the previous life. If you want to go to the base, I can take you there. Even if you don't join the official team, there are many jobs in the base, and you can also get paid and earn rent," Xiao Long said. After he said that, he looked at Shinming, thinking that according to Shinming's figure, it would not be a problem to join the official team. Even if he didn't want to join, he could stay in the base to work. The base is now in need of people. If there are not enough guards for some difficult tasks, they will temporarily recruit non-staff personnel. Although the rewards they get are not as much as those of the official staff, it is not a problem to live a decent life. However, Shinming didn't say anything, just looked at Shenxiai, waiting for Shenxiai to make a decision. Shenxiai thought about it and refused. "No, we don't have this plan for the time being." She had a reason for thinking this way, because according to common sense, if her brother Shinming had not applied for a vacation to come back at that time, he might not know where he would be assigned to support now, and become an official staff member and a guard. She was afraid that if he entered the base too early, her brother's original identity would be discovered, and he would be forcibly recruited and follow the old path of his previous life. Just think of her as selfish. She just hopes that their family will always be together, and she doesn't want her brother to be recruited and controlled by the official to do various dangerous tasks. But speaking of the base, Shinseai couldn't help but think of Chu-han. Chu-han and his brother came back at the same time. Will he? Thinking of this, Shinseai shook his head and thought to himself that it shouldn't be. After all, in the previous life, she had never heard of Chu-han's name in the Jianan base, but later in the Jingbei base, she vaguely heard people mention that there was a commander in the Jingbei base, whose surname was Chu. At that time, Shinseai wanted to ask the commander surnamed Chu what his specific name was, but unfortunately, she was living at the bottom of the base at that time, without human rights, and was not even qualified to ask for his name. It doesn't matter. Seeing that they were unwilling to go to the base, Xiao Long did not force them, and only said, "If you change your mind one day, you can come to the base to find me at any time." "Okay," Shinseai responded. Xiao Long was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in this pair of siblings, the one who made the decision was not the brother, but the sister. However, he was very tactful and didn't ask more questions. He immediately looked at the 3 backpacks on the ground. Let's share these supplies? No matter what, they saved him, which was a favor. Otherwise, if he continued to fall into the hands of the 3 thugs, it was unknown what would happen to him, so it was right to share the supplies with him. Unexpectedly, Shinseai refused. "No, we just came from the Bai Mall and collected some supplies. The backpack can no longer hold them. You can take all of these." "What?" Xiao Long was stunned. In such a world, there are still people who don't want supplies? He couldn't help but feel touched, thinking that these 2 people were really good people. It would be great if they could come to the base and join his team. So Xiao Long invited them again, but Shinseai still refused. She decided that she would go to the base with her family in the future. Even if her memories of the base were not good, she would still go, because in addition to natural disasters, there are also mutant animals in the end of the world, and they must rely on the power of the base, but not now. Wait a while. Wait until many systems and information before the end of the world are almost destroyed before going, then her brother's original identity will not be found out, and he will no longer be forcibly recruited. Seeing that it was getting late and the snow might start to fall again, Xiao Long packed up his things, said goodbye to Shinseai and Shinming, and left a message saying that if they wanted to go to the base one day, they could find him, and he would arrange it for them. Shinseai smiled and thanked him, secretly guessing that Xiao Long should be a person of some status in the base. But strangely, she had never heard of Xiao Long's name when her family went to the base in the last life. That left only one possibility. Maybe in the last life, Xiao Long was not saved and died in the hands of the 3 thugs. In this way, they did a good thing on this trip, and accidentally made friends with Xiao Long with their brother. When their family went to the base in the future, with Xiao Long's connections, even if her brother was not recruited and stopped being a guard, he would not worry about not finding work in the base. Shinseai was in a good mood. After Xiao Long left, she and her brother still had things to do, so they were not in a hurry to leave. The 2 of them worked together to dig the snow outside into the warehouse. Shinseai then took out an old pot from the old things area in the space, put the snow into the pot to boil, and cleaned the knives for self-defense. Shinming was responsible for washing, and Shinseai was responsible for collecting wood. Due to the bad behavior of the 3 thugs, no one dared to come to the building materials market anymore, and Shinseai collected wood smoothly. In the process, she did not forget the 5 animal traps buried in the snow outside. She dug them out one by one, and sent them to the warehouse for Shinming to clean. Although Shinseai's space, the state of things taken in and taken out is the same, and no dust will fall, and even if it falls, the space has the function of self-cleaning, but Shinseai still wants to clean them. After all, they are stained with but human blood. In addition to collecting the traps, Shinseai also found 3 large light blue plastic storage boxes from other places, asked Shinming to clean them, and then started to store snow. You know, when the extremely hot weather comes later, these snows will be the best summer heat relief supplies. Shinseai was so busy that his hands and feet were frozen, but he was very happy in his heart. When he was halfway through, Shinming had dealt with all the tools and came to help Shinseai, picking out the clean snow from the building materials market and pressing it into 3 large storage boxes. It's a pity that there are no more boxes. These 3 boxes of snow are far from enough, but there is no rush, and you can find another opportunity to collect later. After doing all this, Shinseai looked at the space full of new harvests and breathed a sigh of relief. With so much wood, their family's heating will not be a problem in the future, But the space that was expanded with great difficulty seems crowded again, and they need to get more cash. I will think of a way to deal with this matter later. Now I have been busy for most of the day, and it is already afternoon. Shinsi put the clean long knife, axe, hammer, and trap into the space, and put them all in the old things area. The remaining short knife was carried by Shin Ming for self-protection. Perhaps because she was too busy, Shinsi's stomach started to growl. She woke up and realized that she and her brother were busy working, and didn't even have time to eat lunch. Now they were starving. She missed her mother's cooking at home, so she urged her brother to go to the path next to the building materials market. This path is remote and quiet. Shin Ming checked that there were no residential buildings around, and no signs of recent human movement. It was very safe. Chapter 26. Shinsi then simply cleared the snow on the road with his brother, took the car out of the space, got in a car with his brother, started the accelerator, drove into the main road outside, and headed for home. Shinsi sat in the car and looked up at the sky outside the window. He saw that the clouds above were dark, and it was about to get dark. I am afraid that another blizzard will come soon. At this time, Feng Qingfen's crying and wailing echoed throughout Building 8 in Tianlan community. God damn it! My son! Then, someone slammed the door of Shinsi's house. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Qin Yulan. Open the door for me. You caused my son to be burned by fire. You must give me an explanation. What? Qin Yulan and Shin Lianshan, who were warming themselves in the room, heard the noise outside the door and quickly put on a thick coat and went out to see. Qin Yulan came to the door and listened to what Feng Qingfen said outside the door for a while before she said unhappily, Feng Qingfen, what are you going to say? Whether your son is scalded or not, what does it have to do with our family? Feng Qingfen said sternly, how dare you ask? If it weren't for the firewood from your family, would my son be scalded? As soon as she finished speaking, a man shouting sounded behind her, Mom! It hurts so much. Qin Yulan looked through the cat's eye on the door and saw outside the door, Nan from Feng Qingfen's family, running out of the house with a trembling body of 400 kilograms, ran to Feng Qingfen's side and showed Feng Qingfen the red back of his hand. Feng Qingfen was immediately distressed and blew on the back of Nan's hand. Oh my darling, it doesn't hurt, I blow it for you. After blowing, Feng Qingfen became even more angry and continued to knock on the door. Did you see that? You hurt my son like this, and you think you could be fine if you hide inside? Open the door. Bang bang bang. Qin Yulan's head hurt because of the noise. How can the people next door blame them for everything? Could it be that they found out that Si and Ming were not at home, so they came to make trouble? It would be strange if Qin Yulan opened the door for them. But the door was slow to open, and Feng Qingfen outside the door was not so easy to give up. She turned around and winked at the old man behind her. The old man also came out and cursed, You black conscience family, dare to hurt my precious son. Do you want to end our family? Open the door. With the old man joining in, the knocking on the door became louder, and their shouts echoed throughout the building. Qin Yulan was so angry that she was shaking. She finally understood what was going on. Some time ago, the family looked after the elderly people next door and felt sorry for them, so they kindly gave them a bundle of firewood, but they didn't expect to get such a reward now. Shin Lianshan sighed. If we had known earlier, we should have listened to Si at that time. If we had listened to Si, we wouldn't have this trouble now. Qin Yulan was also very regretful, but it was too late to say anything now, so she could only worry. What can we do? It's not a good thing to let them keep making trouble. Shin Lianshan tried to reason with the people outside the door. Feng Qingfen, it was you who knelt down crying and begged us to give you some firewood. You are not grateful, and you are blaming us. Do you still have any conscience? Feng Qingfen, oh, it's good that you admit it. It was your firewood that burned my Nan's hand. You must be responsible to the end. Qin Yulan, Feng Qingfen, do you have any shame? You are blackmailing me. What did I blackmail you for? What did I blackmail you for? Even if this matter is told to others, I am still right. Qin Yulan was almost mad to death. Dizzy with anger, she had never seen such a shameless person. What are you arguing about? Another male voice sounded outside the door. When Feng Qingfen saw the person coming, she immediately cried as if she had found a savior, wiping her tears and saying, Brother son, you came at the right time. You must do something for our family. Feng Qingfen's old man also nodded constantly, groveled to Brother son, pointed at the door of Shinsi's house, and complained to Brother son, it was this family. Their fire would burn the back of our Nan's hand. Look, It's all red. But this family turned their faces and refused to admit it. My poor son. Brother Sun, you are our building manager, you must do something for us. Brother Sun glanced at the back of Nanan's hand, and it was indeed burned red. If he didn't settle the account with the family in 701, the red mark would soon fade. The old couple inside the door are right. You should give an explanation for the burn. Open the door first. Bang bang bang. The huge knocking sound made Qin Yulan panic. She just heard Feng Qingfen call someone Brother Sunday. Is it Brother Sun, the building manager who stole everyone's sausages during the snow shoveling activity? What should we do, Lao Zhan? I heard from OCI and the others that Brother Sun seems difficult to deal with. Shen Lianshan thought for a while. Wait a little longer. As long as we don't make any noise, they will probably leave when they get tired of shouting. That was the only way. Having made up their minds, Qin Yulan and Shen Lianshan kept silent. No matter how loudly the people outside shouted, they would just pretend not to hear them. Seeing this, Feng Qingfen gritted his teeth and said angrily, pretending to be dead, huh? Brother Sun, this family actually dared to pretend to be dead with us. I think we should just pry open their door. Good idea. He had heard from Hisuin upstairs that this family went to the supermarket at the entrance of the community and robbed a lot of good things. If we pry open their door. However, as soon as this idea came up, Brother Sun extinguished it again, hesitating and saying, no, their son is not easy to deal with. When he was shoveling snow yesterday, he suffered a loss at the hands of the other party, so he had to be more cautious. Unexpectedly, at this time, Hisuin came down from upstairs and said, don't worry, Brother Sunday. I saw the two children sneaking out of the community this morning. After saying this, Feng Qingfen rolled her eyes at Hisuin. What does this have to do with you? Hisuin crossed his arms, and was not afraid of Feng Qingfen. He retorted, what does this have to do with you? How can it have nothing to do with me? Our Nanan's hands were burned by them. My husband also had his head broken because of them. Alright. Stop arguing. Brother Sun interrupted the quarrel between Feng Qingfen and Hisuin angrily, and asked Hisuin, are you sure you saw it? Hisuin was very sure. I have a telescope at home. I saw it with my own eyes. Originally, she was also thinking about how to take the opportunity to dig something out of the house in 701. Now someone has sent her a pillow, and someone has taken the lead for her. Why doesn't she hurry up and join in? Feng Qingfen also understood. No wonder, we knocked on the door for so long, but the two kids didn't move. You know, before, the little girl in this family took out a big knife and chopped people. Now that the two little ones are not here, it will be easier to deal with. Feng Qingfen's eyes rolled. Brother Sun, this family not only bullied our Nanan, but also didn't listen to your command as the building manager when they were shoveling snow before. People like this should be taught a lesson. Isn't it? Hisuin chimed in, my husband was injured in the head at that time, and it was them who hurt him. They haven't paid any compensation yet. Feng Qingfen's wife also said, that's right, Brother Sun, they hurt people, so they should pay compensation. This is a matter of course, but they don't even open the door, so it's not our fault. After listening to what everyone said, Brother Sun's mind gradually became active. Now people in the whole community are short of food and clothing, and there are many cases of breaking into houses and stealing things. He has long had that idea, and now is not a good opportunity. As for the two little ones, they haven't come back yet, and they may have died outside. If they didn't die, that would be even better. They must have collected a lot of supplies. When they come back, he can use the two old men to threaten them to hand over the supplies. As for whether they will fight back? Oh, he was careless before, so he fell into the trap of the other party. Now he has so many people on his side, is he afraid that he can't deal with them? It's a sure win business. Go get the tools. Brother Sun ordered. Feng Qingfen and Hisuin were excited and hurried home to grab the tools. Hisuin even called her husband Zhang Xing down. A group of people took brooms, mops, screwdrivers, fire tongs and other tools, all gathered outside Shenxi's house. Inside. Since you won't open the door, don't blame me, Brother Sun, for not giving you a chance. After that, everyone started to move, waving tools, and smashing the door of Shenxi's house. Qin Yulan looked at the group of robbers outside, and wanted to take a kitchen knife, and go out to fight them. Quick! Yulan, let's move the tables and sofas over to hold up the door. Shen Lianshan called out. But surprisingly, Qin Yulan stood there without moving. Shen Lianshan was anxious and hurried over to help Qin Yulan. What are you thinking about? Come on! Old Shan. Qin Yulan suddenly said in a deep voice, let's open the door. Open the door? Shen Liangshan's eyes were about to pop out. Are you kidding? If they open the door at this time, the group of people outside will rush in and tear them apart. Shen Liangshan was about to speak, but Chen Yulan knew what he wanted to say and said, Listen to me, if we don't open it, this door will be pried open by them sooner or later. It's better for us to open it actively, at least we can ensure that the door is not damaged. Only by keeping the door can their family continue to live here in the future. Otherwise, it's freezing outside. Are they going to wander around? But, also, according to the time, the children should be back soon. We can't keep them outside, right? So this door has to be opened no matter what. Since it has to be opened, it's better to minimize the loss as much as possible. Anyway, our family's supplies are all with ACI. There aren't many things in the house. If they want to take them, they can take them. Only by sending them away quickly, ACI and Aming will not run into them when they come back. Otherwise, what if the robbers set their sights on the children? Shen Liangshan quickly figured out the interests involved. It doesn't matter to him, but he can't let the children get involved. Thinking of the children, Shen Liangshan took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and discussed with the people outside the door in a friendly manner. Brother Sun, I'm sorry just now. We were wrong. Let's talk it over. We will cooperate with whatever compensation you want. Yes. Chen Yulan smiled and said, Don't pry it. Our family will continue to live here in the future. We are neighbors, right? Let's talk it over. What do you think? Chapter 27. Seeing that the people inside the door finally knew how to be afraid, Brother Sun vented his anger. But this is not enough. How did the two kids tear off his face yesterday? He still remembers it. He Suing beside him said proudly, What? Are you afraid now? Last time I came to communicate with you properly, how did you treat me? Ah? You are really shameless. Yes. You are shameless. Feng Qingfen echoed, and then pursed her lips and spit on the door of Shenxi's house. Qin Yulan was so angry that her eyes turned black, but the situation was in front of her, so she had to give in and continue to say in a good attitude, What do you want? I will share some of the food with you as compensation. Do you think it's okay? Hearing the food, the people outside the door couldn't help showing greed on their faces, but they didn't dare to say much, and still had to listen to Brother Sun. Brother Sun's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he replied, I said, Why didn't you do this earlier? You have to make us angry, right? He Suing said, Brother Sun, do you know what this is called? This is called cheap. Ha ha ha. A group of people laughed outside. After laughing, Zhang Xing said first, I tell you. Originally, you took out the supplies and gave a share to everyone, and the compensation matter would be over, but you just didn't know what was good for you, and now it's not as simple as compensation. That's right. Brother Sun said, I count to 3. If you don't open the door, there will be no room for negotiation. 1, 2, 3. Click. The door lock is loose. Brother Sun grabbed the door handle, opened the door violently, and led a group of people behind him to rush in. Inside the door, Shen Liangshan looked at the people who rushed in aggressively, and hurriedly protected Chen Yulan and retreated. Brother Sun took a few steps forward and grabbed Shen Liangshan's collar. Old Shan. Chen Yulan rushed forward in a hurry, but was waved away by Brother Sun's arm. Brother Sun gritted his teeth at Shen Liangshan and said, Your son beat me yesterday. How do you want to settle this account? As a father, do you want to help him pay it back? Generator, they have a generator. Zhang Xing accidentally saw a generator running on the balcony, and the whole person became excited. He turned around and shouted loudly to everyone. Brother Sun was also extremely shocked when he heard it. He didn't want to settle any accounts anymore. He quickly let go of Shen Liangshan and ran to the balcony. Then, He Suing's joy came from the house again, 2 heaters and a fireplace. This family really has hidden good things. Quick! Nan, dumplings, rice noodles, move all these away, move them all away. After Shenxi returned to the community, he asked Shenming to drive the car to the underground garage as usual. Since the community had shoveled snow, and after the snow stopped, many people drove out, so the entrance to the garage was relatively stable. After going to a remote corner, Shenxi made sure that the surrounding area was safe, then put the car back into the space, and walked up the stairs with Shenming to go home. However, she had just reached the first floor when she saw a figure walking back and forth in the hall in a hurry. Shenxi took a closer look and found that the person was Wang Yin, who lived on the 3rd floor. She didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but then she thought about it again. Wang Yin had given them a chopping knife before, so it was a favor after all. Shen Xiai didn't like to owe favors to others. Seeing that Wang Yin seemed to be in trouble, she finally asked, "Sister Wang, what are you doing here? What happened?" When Wang Yin heard Shen Xi's voice, she was happy and anxious, and hurried over. Something happened. Hearing the word something happened, Shen Xi's heart sank, and his tone became anxious. "Tell me slowly, what happened?" Perhaps because she was too anxious, Wang Yin's face turned red, and she spoke incoherently. "Your home, brother, son, and others, all went to your home." "What?" Wang Yin's words were like a heavy bomb, exploding in Shen Xi's ears. "Brother, son, take others to her home? What good can this be?" Shen Xi's face was gloomy, and he turned to go upstairs. "Ah, Ci." Shen Ming hurriedly followed Shen Xi's pace. He suddenly panicked, not only because of the news brought by Wang Yin, but also because of Ah Ci's face just now. Something is going to happen. Shen Xiai could no longer hear Shen Ming's shouts behind her, and she climbed all the way to the 7th floor where her home was. Before she left the stairwell, she heard cheers coming from inside her home. She arrived at the door, and saw that her door had been opened. Inside, brother Sun and Zhang Xing were busy moving the generator. Her father Shen Lianshan tried to stop them, but was pushed aside. Feng Qingfan's family came out of the room carrying food and daily necessities. He Suyin tried hard to take off her mother Chen Yulan's thick coat, and the two wrestled with each other. It was a mess. At this time, the first person to discover that Shen Xiai had returned was brother Sun. After Sun Ge pushed Shen Lianshan, he shouted to Shen Xiai who came in from the outside, "Stop! Otherwise I..." Bang! A bullet flew out from the black muzzle of the gun and hit Sun Ji's stomach. With the gunshot, the messy room suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at Shen Xiai at the door. Shen Xiai stood there with his hands on a rifle, saying nothing, and only made a cold sound of the safety being pulled again. Everyone didn't react until this moment. What did the loud noise just now mean, and this black hole pointing at them? Ah, gun! She has a gun! Bang! Another gunshot. Zhang Xing, who hadn't had time to escape, felt a sharp pain in his leg, and he couldn't control himself and fell to the ground. Ah, help! I don't dare. We don't dare anymore. Feng Qingfen knelt on both knees, and cowed out to Shen Xiai desperately. Click! The third shot, the sound of the safety being pulled. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was wrong. Wrong? Shen Xiai tilted his head and chuckled. I will admit my mistake to you after I finish killing people. No! Bang! The third shot hit He Suin's shoulder. TSK, what a pity, even with the experience of the previous life, how can the gunmanship be so easy to practice? After all, her accuracy is not enough, and she can't hit the vital point once. Forget it, don't waste bullets. Shen Xiai stuffed the gun into the backpack on his chest, and then pretended to pull out a dagger from the backpack, waited, and walked towards Brother Sun by the wall. Brother Sun was hit in the stomach by a bullet, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Seeing Shen Xiai walking towards him with a knife, where was the arrogance on his face just now? Only fear remained. He kept kicking his legs, trying to retreat, but there was a wall behind him, and he couldn't retreat. Brother Sun was desperate. He would never have thought that this family actually had a gun in their hands. That was a gun. Something that he had only seen on TV. How could they have it? If he had known this, he would not have dared to provoke them even if he had 100 courages. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I was wrong, I'm not a human, yes, I'm not a human. Brother Sun slapped himself hard in the face with a slap. Please forgive me, give me another chance, I will be your slave. Puff, the blade of the dagger sank into Brother Sun's heart. Brother Sun's pupils widened, reflecting Shen Xi's beautiful and sharp face, cold-blooded and cruel. He didn't expect that she would actually dare to. You shouldn't touch my family. Before his life was gone, Brother Sun only heard such a death warning in his ears, but it was too late. After killing Brother Sun, Shen Xiai pulled out his dagger and turned to look at the remaining people in the living room. Zhang Xing and He Suin were both injured, and the old couple Feng Qingfen collapsed on the ground in fear. As for their beloved son Nan Nan, Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Beat her. Nan Nan sat on the ground with his legs apart, weighing 400 kilograms of fat, and kept giving orders to the old couple Feng Qingfen. Seeing that he couldn't give orders, Nan Nan had to get up from the ground by himself, and rushed toward Shen Xiai, screaming awe. However, he sat down on the ground after only a few steps. Tired, so tired, I can't walk anymore. Shen Xiai suddenly wasn't so angry anymore, and even wanted to laugh. Such a group of people actually wanted to rob her house. Shen Xiai went over and helped Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan up from the ground one by one. Dad, Mom, are you okay? Shen Lianshan wanted to say that he was fine, but he opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. Shen Ming, who came in from the door, looked at the scene in front of him. His head was confused. How could the house become like this after just one day away? Neighbors came to rob, and ACI killed people. In this short day, too many things happened that subverted his worldview. At this time, a miserable cry suddenly came from outside the door. Dad, Mom, what happened to you? A little boy stood outside helplessly. It was the child of Hisuin's family. Seeing this child, Shenxi's hand subconsciously clenched the handle of the knife. No, don't kill him. Please. Hisuin covered her injured shoulder with her hand and knelt at Shenxi's feet, tears of pain on her face. He is still a child. Please, let us go. It's all brother's son who led the way. Without him, we wouldn't dare. Yes. Feng Qingfen, who was standing by, reacted and begged Shenxi for mercy. We really know we are wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Oh, by the way, I still have supplies at home. Give them to you, all to you. Please let us go. Shenxi looked at Hisuin and Feng Qingfen, who kept begging for mercy, and then looked at Feng Qingfen's old partner, who was lying on the ground and trembling, and Zhang Xing, who was injured in the leg and motionless, and the raging Nan Nan, and the crying child at the door, and felt a pain in his head. After all, she couldn't do it, and killed everyone in the room. But even if she didn't do it, Zhang Xing and Hisuin, who were shot, would probably have a hard time surviving if they didn't get treatment. Put everything back in its original state, Shenxi said. As if they had saved their lives from the hands of the god of death, they responded one after another, getting up from the ground and working, fearing that Shenxi would go back on his word. Even Zhang Xing, who had pretended to be dead, could no longer pretend, and got up to work with his injured leg. When everything was put back in place, everyone huddled together in fear, waiting for Shenxi's next instruction. Shenxi didn't want to see them again, so he just said, take the body and get out. Hearing the word get out, everyone's hanging hearts finally fell back into their stomachs. They had never realized that the word get out would sound so beautiful. Soon, a group of people dragged Sun Ji's body away. The door was closed again. Chapter 28. Shenxi sighed lightly. It was only at this moment that she felt a wave of fear in her heart. She didn't dare to think about what the situation would be like if Brother Sun and his group came in and killed people first. According to her character in her previous life, she would not let any of these people go, but when she saw the little boy at the door, she didn't want to be too ruthless. Everyone has a family that they care about. ACI, don't be afraid, you did the right thing. Chen Yulan suddenly spoke to comfort Shenxi. Shenxi looked at his mother in surprise. Mom, don't you blame me? Don't you blame her for killing someone? Chen Yulan shook her head and said, Mom, I see clearly that the world is different now than it was in the past. Compared to killing people, I don't want any of you to get into trouble. Fortunately, this time, ACI had a gun in his hand. What if he didn't have a gun? How could their family deal with so many people like Brother Sun? Thinking of this, Chen Yulan blamed herself. I shouldn't have distributed firewood to Feng Qingfen and others. I didn't expect that they were not grateful, and they used this excuse to come to our house to slander us for scalding her son. Shenxi was not too surprised about this. As long as Feng Qingfen and others were determined to come to our house to cause trouble, even if there was no excuse for firewood, there would be other excuses. Shen Lianshan asked, what should we do next? Will Feng Qingfen and the others come to cause trouble again? Shenxi said, Dad, don't worry, they won't dare to do that again. Seeing how scared they are, I'm afraid they want to be as far away from her home as possible. Besides, Feng Qingfen's family is unwilling to go out to collect supplies, and they have a precious son to raise. How long can they last if the supplies at home are used up? Shenxi glanced at the living room of her house and said hesitantly, we may not live in Tian'an community for long. The gunshot just now was probably heard by not only people in this building, but also people in other buildings in the community. What if someone has bad intentions and covets her family's guns, and comes with full preparations? Shenxi has never been arrogant enough to think that she can deal with everyone, so it is better to avoid them if possible. Shen Ming suggested, why don't we go to the base? At least the base is under the official's nose. With stricter management, and this kind of door-to-door robbery can be greatly reduced. Shenxi also had this idea and responded, okay, since we are going, we will leave tomorrow. Now a new round of blizzards has begun outside the window. If we don't leave immediately, and delay it, we will not be able to leave when the snow is thick. After that, Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan began to prepare dinner, and Shenxi planned the route to the base tomorrow. She was taking a map and looking at it carefully when Shen Ming came over and asked, ACI, should we ask Chu Han to go to the base tomorrow? Shen Xiai paused, holding the map. Chu Han. Brother, let's call and ask. If he goes, we go together. If not, forget it. Okay. Shen Ming held his phone and made a call. But soon, Shen Ming returned with a look of dejection on his face. The signal is too bad, the call can't get through. Shen Xiai took Shen Ming's phone and found that it was indeed the case. As the temperature dropped, the communication signal was intermittent during this period, like an old man who exhaled more and inhaled less. Since the call couldn't get through, he could only try to send a message. Shen Xiai found Chu Han's chat box and sent a message. Chu Han, our family is going to the base in the Jimao area tomorrow. Do you want to come with us? At the same time, Chu Han in Building 7 stood in front of the French window, looking at the vast night outside, and did not move for a long time. Behind him, a young man in camouflage uniform sighed softly and said with difficulty, Boss, are you going back to Jingbei? The man in Jingbei had come to urge for the second time, but the boss seemed to have other plans. Gu Song decided that no matter what the boss planned to do next, he didn't want to go back after this trip. But Chu Han still didn't speak. The night sky cast in from the French window outlined a lonely outline of his back. He seemed to have finally made up his mind, turned around, and was ready to tell Gu Song about this decision, but at this time, the interface of the mobile phone placed on the glass coffee table suddenly lit up. Chu Han went over, picked it up, and saw that the sender was Shen Ming. He quickly read the message sent by Shen Ming. His eyes were slightly stunned, and the decision in his heart was also shaken. A pair of white and slender hands appeared in his mind. Those hands held a bowl of steaming dumplings and brought it to him. His face still seemed to retain that temperature, which was warm. But on second thought, Chu Han remembered the last time in the pharmacy he saw a man stepping on those hands constantly, but the owner of the hands cut his ankle with a knife. It turned out that those hands were not only warm, but also sharp. This was very different from the memory of a little girl who rushed to the army, hugged her brother and cried, saying that she missed her brother. Just when Chu Han was lost in thought, a phone call came in. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Chu Han's eyebrows climbed up with anxiety, and he quickly picked up the phone. What's wrong? Is there any news about Uncle Xiao? The voice on the other end of the phone panted. Thank God, I finally got through to you. I'm telling you, I found my father's whereabouts. Chu Han tightened his fingertips holding the phone. Where is he? After hanging up the phone, Chu Han made a decision. Gu Song, you go back to Jingbei first. I still have things to deal with here. Who knows that Gu Song insisted. No, I won't go back. What are you going to do, boss? Take me with you, Gu Song. Chu Han interrupted Gu Song's insistence, I don't like to say it a second time. He will do what he wants to do, and he never wants others to know, especially those in Jingbei. After Shen Xiai planned the route to the base tomorrow, she put away the map. Thinking that Chu Han had not replied, she probably did not receive the message, so she ignored it and prepared to go to bed. But just as she got up, her phone lit up. Chu Han replied, I have something to do, so I went to the base first. Be careful tomorrow. After reading the message, Shen Xiai was a little surprised that Chu Han actually went to the base by himself. Could it be that in the previous life, after their family lost contact with Chu Han also went to the base in Jianan City? No, she had not seen Chu Han in the base. Her brother was recruited and became a guardian at that time, and she had never heard Chu Han's name in the team. Forget it, the development of things has long deviated from the trajectory of the previous life, and the time point has also been advanced, so it is difficult to trace it back. Let's do this for now. Maybe when they get to the base, they will see Chu Han again. Shen Xiai turned off his phone and went to sleep. But maybe it was because too many things happened during the day. Shen Xiai tossed and turned, and finally fell asleep in the second half of the night, and had a messy dream again. In the dream, she returned to her previous life again, watching natural disasters take her family away from her again and again, but she was powerless. The heart-piercing pain made her wake up suddenly. Shen Xiai opened his eyes, and saw that the sky outside the gap in the curtains was already bright. Are you awake, Xiai? Come, eat 2 buns to fill your stomach, and we will leave for the base later. Chen Yulan prepared breakfast as usual, and filled everyone's thermos with hot water so that they could drink it on the road. Shen Xiai washed up and took a quick bite. When he was halfway through eating, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The knocks were very light, even hesitant. Who could it be? Shen Ming stood up and said, I go check. Could someone be looking for trouble again? However, before Shen Ming could take a step, Shen Xiai also stood up. I go, Brother, you sit down first. Shinsiai felt that the person outside the door should not be looking for trouble. After all, she had just shocked Feng Qingfen and the others yesterday, and no one would have the courage to come and make trouble again. As for others, Shinsiai didn't think it was likely. All the people in the building who could move had moved away. Shinsiai had never seen the rest of them come out, and they hadn't sent any messages in the group. It was likely that they were dead, so there were only a few households left in the building. Thinking of this, Shinsiai came to the door and looked out through the cat's eye on the door. As expected, it was an acquaintance who came, but it was not Feng Qingfen and the others, but Wang Yin, who lived on the 3rd floor. Wang Yin knocked on the door twice softly, then retracted her hands and blew air on her 2 hands wearing thick gloves. But the air she exhaled condensed into frost. Sister Wang? Is there anything wrong? Shinsiai did not open the door, but asked Wang Yin outside through the door. It was not that she did not trust Wang Yin, but it was the first rule to survive in the end times to stay alert at all times. Wang Yin did not blame Shinsiai for not opening the door. She was very happy to hear that Shinsiai was willing to ask her, and hurriedly said, "Little sister, it's like this, that, my husband is sick. I want to ask if your family has any antipyretic medicine. Oh, by the way, I'm not asking for it for nothing. I have food. Can I exchange it with you?" Wang Yin's words were beyond Shinsi's expectations. Shinsiai expected Wang Yin to be in trouble and come for help. She was prepared to provide some help to Wang Yin because Wang Yin had helped their family twice, but what she didn't expect was that Wang Yin actually proposed an exchange. Looking at Feng Qingfen's family across the street, Shinsiai couldn't help but sigh that people are really different. Shinsiai opened the door a little, and after confirming that only Wang Yin was outside the door and there was nothing hidden behind him, he was relieved and opened the door a little wider. Wang Yin gritted his teeth and handed the white plastic bag in his hand to Shinsiai. "These are the food we can take out at present. Can you exchange some antipyretic medicine with your family? My husband went out to find supplies yesterday and fell ill when he came back. I have no choice." Shinsiai took the plastic bag handed by Wang Yin, which contained small cakes, instant noodles, some loose meat jerky, and a bottle of frozen mineral water, a full bag. In today's world, being willing to give out so much food shows Wang Yin's sincerity and her love for her husband. She is a person of affection and righteousness. Shinsiai handed the plastic bag back. Wang Yin thought Shinsiai thought it was too little and didn't want to accept it, so she said anxiously, "Is it not enough?" "It doesn't matter, I can collect more." "No." Shinsiai hesitated and asked another question, "Do you have cash at home? You can exchange it with me." "Cash?" Yes. Wang Yin was very happy, but after being happy, she slowly showed difficulty on her face. "Little sister, now the supplies outside are already not available even with money, are you sure you want to accept cash?" Chapter 29. Wang Yin was afraid that Shinsiai didn't know the outside world. If she really exchanged cash for medicine with Shinsiai, she would feel like she was taking advantage of him, which made her uneasy. However, Shinsiai still said, "Sister Wang, just give me cash. Our family lacks materials for lighting a fire and heating." Wang Yin was stunned. What kind of family conditions? They actually burn money to keep warm. They are really rich. Wang Yin didn't ask more questions, but asked another question. "Okay, little sister, how much cash do you want?" "I have about 200,000 at home." 200,000. Hearing this number, Shinsi's eyes lit up. 200,000 means 20 square meters. That money is the gift money and betrothal gifts I received when I got married before. I have been too lazy to save it. Do you want all of it? Wang Yin saw Shinsi's eyes lit up, guessing that maybe the other party wanted all of it. Shinsi didn't bother to be polite with her, and simply said, "Yes, I want all of them, but if you don't want to give them up, you can. I'm willing to give them up." Before Shinsi finished speaking, Wang Yin said first, "If you need it, I give it all to you." A brief pain flashed across Wang Yin's face, but after thinking carefully, it's hard to buy medicine outside now, not to mention 200,000, even 500,000. She had already discovered yesterday that this family could even drive away Brother's son and his men, and she heard gunshots in the process. Plus, they didn't accept this bag of food now, which was enough to prove that their family had the ability to protect themselves. Being able to make friends with their family is much more important than 200,000. Besides, the base has released news that coupons will be used instead of money in the future, which means that money will be useless in the future. Moreover, her family is planning to go to the base, and she can't carry this 200,000 cash on the road, right? Wang Yin quickly weighed the options in her mind, and said to Shinsi, "Wait a minute, little sister. I go home and get the money." After that, Wang Yin turned around and left. Shen Xiai was not idle either. He closed the door and began to prepare supplies for Wang Yin. The first thing was the medicine Wang Yin needed. Shen Xiai found a plastic bag and put a box of cold medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine in it in addition to the antipyretic medicine. Wang Yin was very sincere in taking out all the 200,000 yuan, not to mention that Wang Yin had helped their family twice before. Shen Xiai had a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. She would not treat people who were kind to them badly, so in addition to the medicine, Shen Xiai put a few hot packs, a few packs of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of electrolyte water, 2 packs of sanitary napkins, and sprinkled a handful of candy. Among them, she took the electrolyte water to the balcony for a while to freeze it. Afterwards, someone knocked on the door again. Shen Xiai confirmed that it was Wang Yin outside the door, and then opened the door. Wang Yin stood outside the door, holding a big bag in her arms, looking around like a thief, afraid that others would see her and rob her of her money. It was not until Shen Xiai opened the door that she finally let go of her worries. "Little sister, I brought the money, you take a look." Shen Xiai laughed in his heart, took the bag handed over by Wang Yin, opened a corner, and glanced inside. Sure enough, he saw a big stack of red bills lying inside. "This is really great." Shen Xiai also handed the bag of supplies in his hand to Wang Yin. "Sister Wang, there are the antipyretic medicine you want, and some food and daily necessities, take a look." "What? There are also food? This is really a pleasant surprise." Wang Yin couldn't wait to take the plastic bag and found that there were not only more medicines than she wanted, but also food, and the food was compressed biscuits and candies, which were small and easy to carry. In addition, there were 2 bottles of half-frozen electrolyte water, which was more precious than mineral water. Wang Yin was very surprised by these things, but she was even more surprised when she saw 2 packs of brand new sanitary napkins. Sanitary napkins. This thing almost made Wang Yin cry. Wang Yin's eyes were red. "Thank you, little sister, thank you so much." Wang Yin didn't know what to say except thank you. Seeing Wang Yin like this, Shen Xiai felt a little uncomfortable. Her situation in her previous life was almost as difficult as Wang Yin's. She knew how important these materials were in the end of the world, and could understand Wang Yin's excitement now. "Sister Wang, if you have cash again in the future, you can continue to exchange with me, but this matter cannot be known to others." Wang Yin nodded repeatedly. Okay, I will definitely keep an eye out for you." She was a sensible person, and didn't ask Shen Xiai what he wanted so much cash for. Anyway, he just had to take care of his own little family, and not worry about other people's families. She still had a sense of boundaries. Shen Xiai nodded secretly, thinking that Wang Yin was a person who knew her limits. However, after Wang Yin was excited, she immediately became worried. "Little sister, I would like to come to you to exchange if I have the chance in the future, but I have discussed with my husband and decided to leave for Jian base." "Shen Xiai, are you going too?" Wang Yin, "Yes, we." "Wait, little sister, is your family going to go too?" Shen Xiai did not deny. "We are going to leave today." "That's great." Wang Yin was happy. "Why don't we go together on the way?" She thought that with more people, there would be more people to take care of on the way. Originally, she was a little reluctant to part with this family in the future. After all, with this family around, she always felt at ease, and she could also exchange money for supplies, which was much better than taking risks to find supplies outside. As a result, now she found out that everyone was going the same way. Then when she arrives at the base, she will feel more at ease with familiar people around her, right? Otherwise, the unfamiliar environment and unfamiliar people always make her feel uneasy. Wang Yin thought very well, but Shen Xiai was a little hesitant, because going on the road with many people means trouble. Wang Yin probably saw Shen Xi's concerns and immediately said, "Don't worry, we will never cause trouble for you. Just hope that we can have a companion and talk on the road," Wang Yin said, lowering his head. Since the arrival of the extreme cold, their family has basically not gone out in the past few months. They will only go out to find supplies when they have no choice, and other people in the community have the same idea, which has greatly reduced communication between people. It is a terrible thing to have no communication, as if you have been abandoned by the whole world. In fact, it is not only Wang Yin who has this feeling, but Shen Xiai also has it. But Shen Xiai is better. She has parents and brother around her, and they have a large family. Shen Xiai agreed to go with Wang Yin. "Okay, we are ready to leave today." "Today? So urgent?" Wang Yin's face flashed with worry. Shen Xiai replied, "We are afraid that in 2 days, the snow on the road will become thicker, and it will be even more difficult to go out. It is better to take advantage of now. The main road outside has just been cleared by the authorities, and it is just right for walking. Wang Yin understood this truth, and immediately said, "Okay, then we will go today. I will go home to pack up." As he said, Wang Yin was about to leave in a hurry, but suddenly a male voice came from the top of the stairs. "Hey, wait a minute." A man in his 30s ran down, looked at Wang Yin, then looked at Shen Xi, swallowed his saliva, and said, Are you going to form a team to go to the base? Or take me with you? Oh, by the way, my name is Yin Yong. I am alone. I can go with my bag." Yin Yong was talking excitedly, and Shen Xi recognized him at once. He was the man who lived on the 12th floor, and the man who had found the old man on the 13th floor dead and yelled in the corridor. Before Shen Xi could speak, the door of Feng Qingfan's house across the street creaked open. Feng Qingfan carefully poked her head out, and when her eyes touched Shen Xi, she quickly dodged and said with courage, "Also, let us follow you. I promise, we will absolutely obey." Shen Xi, Unexpectedly, a few words of gossip with Wang Yin attracted more people. Selfishly, Shen Xi didn't want to team up with so many people. She said coldly to Feng Qingfan, "You dare to mess with our family?" Feng Qingfan was so scared that she kept waving her hands. No, I dare not, but we really can't live here forever. What if everyone goes to the base in the future? Then the community and buildings outside will be abandoned by the government. Our family just want to survive, nothing else." Shen Xi was helpless. She didn't like so many people, but then again, the legs were on others, and if they insisted on following, then she really had no reason to stop them. In the end, Shen Xi could only take a step back. Let's make it clear in advance that whether you follow or not is your own business. If there is any accident on the way, you will be responsible for it yourself, and I won't care. Yin Yong agreed again and again. Of course, it's good enough if everyone can take care of themselves. Since that's the case, Shen Xi no longer pays attention to them, and goes back to the house, and closes the door. She told her family about this matter. Shen Lianshan, Chen Yulan and Shen Ming had no objections, so she let Shen Xi make the decision. After that, everyone started to pack up the things they wanted to take away. The things were simple: the generator, heater, fireplace, quilt, electric blanket, pots and pans, rice and noodles, all put into the old things area of the space, and the rest were just some scattered food, which were easily packed into everyone's backpack. Shen Xi looked at the 20 square meters of space that had expanded, and then took away the wood and wooden furniture piled in the living room. These can be used for burning fires for heating, and cannot be wasted. Let's go! Shen Xi called out. But before leaving, Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan still couldn't help but look back at the huge living room behind them. Every corner here is the home where they have lived for many years, full of memories of the past. If they really leave, they may not be able to come back in the future, and they are somewhat reluctant. Shen Xi saw his parents' reluctance and comforted them. "Dad, Mom, as long as our family is together, no matter where we go, it's home." Chen Yulan pressed her eyes. "Yes, Xi is right. As long as we are together, it's home." The two put down their memories, and followed Shen Xi out of the house, closing the door. Outside the door, Feng Qingfan and others also came out with big and small bags. Seeing Shen Xi, they were afraid, but they didn't dare to retreat. They could only lower their heads and follow Shen Xi's family very quietly, entering the stairwell and walking downstairs. From this moment on, it was a real departure from home and embarking on a wandering journey. With every step Shen Xi took, the belief in her heart that she would live well with her family became stronger. No matter how many hardships are waiting for her in this life, Shen Xi is ready to deal with them, and lead her family to start a new journey. Chapter 30. Shen Xi wore a winter coat and a thick cotton-padded jacket, with several hot packs stuck inside, including Shen Lianshan, Chen Yulan, and Shen Ming, to take full protection. Everyone came downstairs. In the lobby of the unit downstairs, Wang Yin, Yu Liang, and Yin Yong from the 12th floor were already waiting. In addition to them, Shen Xi also met someone, the girl who lived on the 4th floor. Wang Yin said to Shen Xi embarrassedly, "Little sister. Just call me Shen Xi." Wang Yin changed her words. "Shen Xi, it's like this little girl is called Zhuang Yun. She also wants to go with us." After saying that, Wang Yin didn't dare to look at Shen Xi. After she exchanged things with Shen Xi in the morning, she went downstairs to go home. When she passed the 4th floor, she was stopped by Zhuang Yun. Wang Yin had some impression of Zhuang Yun. Before the property management organized snow shoveling, It was Zhuang Yun who suggested that Shenxiai take out the compressed biscuits in his hand and share them. Later, when Brother Sun was distributing supplies, he seized the sausages from Feng Qingfen's family. Zhuang Yun came out to defend him, but as a result, the sausages in Zhuang Yun's hand were taken away by Feng Qingfen and her family. To be honest, Wang Yin didn't like Zhuang Yun very much. Zhuang Yun didn't realize Wang Yin's dislike for her, and only asked Wang Yin if the supplies in her hand were from the family on the 7th floor. Of course, Wang Yin couldn't tell the truth. She promised Shenxiai not to tell anyone about the cash transaction, so in order to change the subject as soon as possible, she could only change the topic and say that everyone decided to form a team to go to the base together. Sure enough, Zhuang Yun was immediately tempted when she heard that they were going to the base. She had wanted to go to the base for a long time, but the distance from here to the Jimao area was not short, and it was too cold outside in the wind and snow, so she really didn't have the courage to go alone. But now, if she forms a team in the building, she will have the courage. Moreover, if she does not seize this opportunity, when everyone in the building leaves, she will be left alone in this empty building. It is scary to think about it. Zhuang Yin is determined to follow, and Wang Yin can't do anything about her. Wang Yin's face is full of guilt. Shenxiai is not angry about this. In fact, there are advantages to having more people. It's just that Shenxiai has no objection, but Zhuang Yun does. Zhuang Yun pointed at Feng Qingfen's family and said unhappily, "Why did they come here too?" Feng Qingfen was not happy. "Little girl, how can you talk like that? Why can't we come? But you followed me like a follower. Who are you calling a follower? You are a family of ungrateful wolves. I gave you things before, but you are all heartless. Why don't you just die? Say it again. Do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? Come on, am I afraid of you? Okay, stop arguing." Yin Yong stepped forward to act as a peacemaker. "If we continue arguing, time will be wasted. Let's hurry up. From Tianlan community to Jimao, it is from East City to West City. The journey is not short. If we delay any longer, it will be a problem whether we can arrive before dark." Feng Qingfen and Zhuang Yun realized this problem, so they had to swallow their anger, roll their eyes at each other, and stop talking. Shenxiai ignored them, and walked out of the apartment door with his family into the snowy day outside. This snowstorm was bigger than the last one. After just one night, the main road that had been cleared was piled with a layer of snow as thick as the soles of shoes. Shenxiai wrapped her head and face tightly, but the woo sound of the wind in her ears was still like the howling of ghosts and wolves, carrying large groups of snowflakes to hit her body, and the cold air was like thousands of fine needles, piercing her bones. Shenxiai and his group of 11 people walked hard in the heavy snow. When they walked out of the community, Nan from Feng Qingfen's family was the first to be unable to bear it. No, I can't walk anymore, it's too cold." Nan's 400-pound body was supported by Feng Qingfen and her husband and wife, and walked at the end of the team. Zhuang Yu couldn't stand it either, and suggested, "Why don't we drive? Otherwise, how long will it take to walk? Hey, the people on the 7th floor in front, I remember your family has a car, right? Why don't you drive it?" Being called by Zhuang Yu, Shenxiai stopped and turned back and said, "The car is broken and can't be driven." She was perfunctory, not only because it was difficult to take the car out of her space, but also because even if it was easy to take it out, it couldn't be driven. On a snowy day like this, snow accumulation is secondary, the main problem is the strong wind. When the snow stopped before, she and her brother went to the Bai Mall, and they drove as slowly as a turtle on the road, not to mention now that the snow has started and it is even bigger than before, so once they drive, it is very easy to slip and overturn. If someone gets hurt, it will be a real trouble. Shenxiai was too lazy to explain these principles to Zhuang Yun. But perhaps because her tone was too relaxed, Zhuang Yun found it hard to believe, and muttered, "Who are you kidding? I don't believe it. Believe it or not." Shenxiai ignored the people behind him and only asked his parents, "Dad, Mom, can you bear it?" Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan nodded. They can bear it. They have taken good protection from head to toe, and put on a warm baby. There is no problem at present. Shenxiai was relieved, and she and her brother supported their parents and walked forward. On the way, Shenxiai couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would not go to the Bai Mall when the snow stopped, and should have taken her family to the base. Her original plan was that in order to prevent her brother from being forcibly recruited, she didn't want to go to the base so early. She thought that after collecting a batch of supplies at the Bai Mall, the family would stay at home and not go out, and then wait for a few months until the blizzard was completely over before going to the base. who knew that plans could not keep up with changes. Shinsiai had not expected that Sun Go would make a scene. She was afraid that the gunshots would attract more powerful people, so it was better to leave. Dad, Mom, if you can't stand it, you must tell me if you want to rest, and we will find a place to make a fire to keep warm. Otherwise, if you really have to keep walking, even an Iron Man can't stand it. Shen Lianshan smiled and said, Don't worry, Ci. Your mother and I are in good health. Shen Ming also said, That's right. If things get worse, I can still carry another person on my back. Shen Yulan heard this and joked, You are just showing off. While the Shinsiai family was talking, Nan Nan from Feng Qingfan's family started crying again, I can't walk anymore. I can't walk anymore. Nan Nan, hold on a little longer. We will be fine when we get to the base. Mom will give you a big chicken leg to eat. Chicken leg? I want to eat chicken leg. Okay, chicken leg, there will be chicken leg soon. Dad, Mom, I want you to carry me. This? Hurry up. Carry me. Okay. Shinsiai looked back and saw the old couple Feng Qingfan at the end of the team. Each of them held up one of Nan Nan's arms, carried half of Nan Nan's body on their backs, and walked forward with a staggering gait. A 400-pound piece of meat pressed on the two old people. Shinsiai shook her head and stopped looking. She recalled the route map she had made last night, and walked at the front of the team with her parents and brother. After walking for nearly an hour, Wang Yin supported Yu Liang, who was still sick, and quickly came up to ask Shinsiai, Shinsiai, I want to ask, is the route we are taking now correct? She didn't distrust Shinsiai, but there were several routes to the base, and it was easy to get lost if you were not careful. Because of the tight time, she was busy packing and failed to check the route clearly. Shinsiai said, Don't worry, I have already planned it last night. There is a gas station 1 kilometer ahead, with a supermarket inside. We can go in and rest. That's great. It was already noon, and everyone had been rushing for so long, their bodies were frozen, and it was time to rest. When the others heard what Shinsiai said, their tired spirits finally lifted a little. 1 kilometer away is everyone's hope. Nanan complained, Why don't you hurry up? I can't hold on any longer. Why are you so useless? Hey, stop moving. Mom and Dad, can you hold on a little bit? Okay. Unfortunately, Feng Qingfen and her husband were old, so they had to ask for help. Well, can you two young men help carry our Nan Nan? Feng Qingfen looked at Shen Ming, then at Yin Yong. The only strong men in the team now were Shen Ming and Yin Yong, and the remaining Yu Liang was sick and needed Wang Yin's care. Shen Ming ignored him, and Yin Yong didn't say anything. Nan Nan was unhappy. My mother is talking to you. Are you all deaf? Come and help. Shen Ming, Everyone, Everyone selectively ignored Nan Nan. Nan Nan was furious and wanted to speak, but Yin Yong in front of him couldn't stand it anymore. Can you be quiet? Do you think we are all your parents? Look how you were spoiled. You are older than me, right? Do you feel bad? You? Wow. Mom, he bullied me. Young man, how can you talk to my son? The old man from Feng Qingfan's family said, There is only one child in our family. If you dare to bully him, I will fight you. It's really a headache. If it was someone else who really needed a hand, Shinsiai would not hesitate to help, but she was not willing to help Feng Qingfan's family. Feng Qingfan and her friends are not grateful people. Even if they help, they may say that you didn't help well enough. Shinsiai couldn't help but speed up his pace, just wanting to get as far away from this family as possible. Fortunately, with Yin Yong's words, Nan Nan probably realized that others would not spoil him like his parents, and finally calmed down. Everyone walked forward for a while, and when they finished 1 kilometer, they really saw the gas station that Shinsiai mentioned in front of them. The snow on the top of the gas station was piled up very thickly, and snowballs fell from time to time, and hit the ground, and long and short icicles hung on the corners. Shinsiai walked in, and saw a foot covered with frost exposed in the snow. From the trouser legs of the feet, it can be vaguely seen that it is the work clothes of the gas station employees. Shuang Yun was so scared that she screamed, Is this a dead person? Yin Yong, nonsense, how can a person who is frozen like this and buried in the snow still be alive? Let's go! Shinsiai called, Let's go into the supermarket and have a look. She didn't know how many supplies were left in the supermarket, and whether she could find gasoline or something. If so, she had to find a way to collect some. Shinsiai came to the glass door of the supermarket and found that the glass door had already shattered into pieces of glass on the ground. She didn't know whether it was frozen or smashed. It saved the effort of prying the door open. Chapter 31. As soon as Shinsiai entered the supermarket, The mad snow and wind that hit him were blocked outside. Although he didn't feel warm, it gave him a chance to catch his breath. Looking at the situation in the supermarket, the shelves were almost empty, with debris all over the floor. In the corner, there were a few unopened boxes of milk. "Husband, are you okay?" Wang Yin asked Yu Liang. Yu Liang took a breath of cold air and said, "I'm fine. How about we make a fire? Let's take a rest, and eat something before we continue our journey." When he said this, he was looking at Shenxiai, and even Wang Yin looked at Shenxiai, asking for his opinion. Shenxiai nodded and said, "I thought so too, but the door here is broken and leaking. Let's find something to cover the door first." Yu Liang immediately said, "Okay, Ahem, Yinin, and I will find something to cover it now." I didn't expect that Wang Yin's husband Yu Liang was also a man who knew his limits. Even if he was sick, he was not the kind of person who would not contribute to the team and would only drag his feet. Shenxiai arranged, "Okay, then our family will be responsible for making the fire. Hey, I help too." Yin Yong raised his hand and spoke, and hurried to help Wang Yin, and the others find something to block the door. Even Zhuang Yun was embarrassed to be idle, and began to search for what else to eat and drink in the supermarket. The rest of Feng Qingfan's family stood there without moving. Feng Qingfan looked at the busy people, rolled her eyes, and whispered to her old man, "Old man, take care of Nan Nan. I go find out how much food is left in the supermarket. Don't let them snatch it away." "Okay, go quickly." After a while, everyone was busy in the supermarket. Shenxiai and Shen Yulan found some paper and paper boxes, and were responsible for making a fire. Shen Lianshan and Shen Ning looked for firewood, such as small wooden stools and wooden handles of mops, which they dismantled and chopped up to use as firewood. Wang Yin and Yu Liang picked up some plastic scraps and barely blocked half of the door. The remaining half was really unblockable, so they had to give up. Yin Yong collected some food, instant noodles, there are instant noodles here, and milk. He excitedly stuffed the supplies he found into his backpack. When he stuffed halfway, Wang Yin stopped him. "Wait." Yin Yong paused while packing the supplies and looked at Wang Yin with vigilance. Wang Yin said, "We are now a team, and we have to travel in the afternoon. Why don't we share the food we found as lunch?" Before Yin Yong expressed his opinion, Feng Qingfan was the first to object. "Why?" Feng Qingfan hid the bag of instant noodles and a few small bread she found behind her back. "Whoever finds it will keep it. I'm going to leave it for our Nan Nan to eat. Don't even think about it." In order to avoid being remembered by others, Feng Qingfan sizzled tore open the instant noodles package and handed it to Nanan's mouth. "Come on, son, lick it quickly." Nanan pulled down his scarf, stretched out his tongue to quickly lick the noodles, and then looked at Shenxiai and Wang Yin proudly. Wang Yin was very angry. I have never seen people like you." Shenxiai was not surprised at all. Feng Qingfan's family could really do such a thing. She turned her head and asked Yin Yong and Zhuang Yun, "What about you?" Yin Yong lowered his head to look at the instant noodles in his hand, thought for a while, and said with pain, "I will share it with you." He thought clearly. There was still an afternoon to go. Judging from the way Wang Yin and his wife looked, they were obviously close to the family on the 7th floor, while Feng Qingfan was a complete burden to the team. So whether to be a lone ranger or to stick together, he knew which one to choose with his toes. Zhuang Yun also understood the same principle. Zhuang Yun said, "I will share with you." She also found 3 bags of instant noodles in the corners of the supermarket. The two went over and sat around the fire lit by Shenxiai. As soon as they approached the fire, the warmth emanating from it hit them in the face, making them feel so comfortable that their hairs relaxed. On the other side, Feng Qingfan and the other two were jealous and came over to keep warm, but they were blocked by Yin Yong halfway. Yin Yong raised his chin and said, "Sorry, there is no room." You fart." The old man in Feng Qingfan's family pointed at Yin Yong's nose and cursed. Yin Yong didn't care, and even said with a bad taste, "I asked you to share food just now, but you refused, and now you want to join the fire. How can you be so thick-skinned? Get out of here." Feng Qingfan and her husband were frightened to death by Yin Yong. Feng Qingfan said with trembling lips after a long time, "What's the big deal? We can make a fire ourselves." "That's right, Mom, we can make a fire ourselves." Feng Qingfan's family rolled their eyes at Shenxiai and others. Shenxiai didn't care about this. She had never thought of joining forces with others. Even if Zhuang Yun and Yin Yong didn't share the instant noodles, their family would not lack food. But since they were willing, it was okay to share. Shenxiai found a soup pot at the bottom of the supermarket shelf, and then found 2 iron racks to put the soup pot on the fire, and suggested to everyone that they cook instant noodles for lunch. On such a snowy day, it would be a great blessing to have something hot to eat. Everyone agreed with Shenxi's proposal. Wang Yin took out 2 packs of instant noodles from her backpack. There are 8 of us, and we only found 6 packs of instant noodles. I added the 2 packs that were missing. Seeing this, Shenxi did not agree, and asked Wang Yin to take 1 pack back, and she would add the other pack, including the water for cooking noodles. Shenxi also took out a bottle from his bag. Yin Yong did not expect Shenxi to be so generous. Looking at the bottle of mineral water that was frozen hard but clean and clear, his eyes were straight. Zhuang Yin next to him was no exception. Since the arrival of the extreme cold, everyone has limited supplies, and everyone is frugal. A bottle of water has to be divided into several days before it dares to be consumed. When you are a little thirsty, lick the ice cubes, and when you are thirsty, chisel off a little ice from the bottle and put it in your mouth. It is rare to see such a generous family as Shenxi's. Yin Yong licked his dry, white, and flaky lips and asked Shenxi with a smile, "Beauty, I heard that your family went out to search for supplies when the snow stopped. Did you find a lot?" Shenxi handed the water to Shenming to deal with, glanced at Yin Yong, and said perfunctorily, "Normally, but there are 4 people in our family, and we have almost used up all the supplies. Now we have to go to the base." After that, Shenxi asked Yin Yong, "Why? You didn't go out?" Shenxi remembered that there were many snow footprints at the door of the unit after the snow stopped, so it was not just their family who went out to find supplies. This time, it was Yin Yong who felt guilty. Yin Yong didn't dare to say anything. This mutual probing, Wang Yin next to him didn't notice it at all, and said, "Speaking of which, our family also went out, but we didn't dare to go too far. My husband and I only went around the neighborhood." Because of this, her husband got sick from the cold. If they had known that cash could be exchanged for things with Shenxi, they would have said they would never go out. "Ci, 1 bottle of water is probably not enough," Shenming said. He put a large lump of ice into the soup pot, waiting for the fire below to melt the ice, and use it to cook noodles. But there were 8 packs of noodles, and 1 bottle of water was obviously not enough. This time, Shenxi didn't need to say anything. Yin Yong, Zhuang Yin and Wang Yin all took the initiative to take out water. Wang Yin said, "Anyway, we will be at the base soon. I heard that we can work in the base in exchange for supplies. We will have the base behind us in the future, and we should not be short of supplies." Zhuang Yin said happily, "That's great." Seeing them so optimistic, Shenxi didn't say anything for a while. She quietly looked at the ice in the soup pot, and slowly melted. When it melted into a pot of water and boiled, everyone worked together to unpack the instant noodles and put them into the hot water. Not far away, Feng Qingfen's family almost searched the supermarket, but couldn't find any materials to make a fire. There were only a few pairs of disposable chopsticks on the counter, but they were also taken away by Yin Yong, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed. How could their family make a fire without materials to make a fire? "Mom, I smell the smell of noodles." Nan Nan pulled Feng Qingfen's sleeve and said. Feng Qingfen looked in the direction of Shenxi, and saw the soup pot on the fire, gurgling and bubbling up hot steam, and the hot steam was filled with the aroma of noodles, and drifted away. Gurgle, my stomach growled. However, this was just the beginning. After the noodles were cooked, Yin Yong distributed disposable chopsticks to everyone and suggested, "There are no bowls here, we can use the instant noodle packaging bags as bowls." "This is a good idea." Shenxi did have a bowl, but she couldn't take it out in front of so many people. Besides, if she used a bowl, she would have to waste water to wash it. It would be better to eat with the instant noodle bag and throw it away after eating. Everyone started to squeeze the seasoning into their instant noodle bags and started to pick up the noodles in the soup pot. After just 2 scoops, Yin Yong couldn't help it and slurped a chopstick of noodles into his mouth, enjoying it so much that even his eyes narrowed. Good, delicious, so delicious. For the first time, I feel that I can be so happy to have instant noodles. Seeing him like this, Zhuang Yin next to him couldn't help but start eating. Shenxi's family was not as anxious as them. They continued to pick up the noodles slowly and stopped when they had enough, then picked up the soup pot, poured a little water on it, and mixed the noodles before eating. The aroma of the noodles mixed with the fresh aroma of the seasoning continued to drift with the heat. Soon, the whole supermarket was filled with the smell of instant noodles. Feng Qingfen's family's eyes turned red after hearing the smell. They stared at the pot of noodle soup. Their stomachs kept growling. "I want to eat noodles, I want to eat noodles." Nan Nan sat on the ground, kicking his legs back and forth and crying. Feng Qingfen also wanted to eat, but she had to take care of the child. so she had to break the noodles into pieces and feed them to Nan Nan's mouth while looking jealous. Nan Nan chewed it twice and spit it on the ground with a poo. I want to eat soap noodles. I want to eat soap noodles. Okay, soap noodles, Mom will find a way. Feng Qingfen winked at her old man, who smiled flatteringly and approached Shen Xi and his group. Everyone, have you almost finished eating? Can you lend us the water in the soup pot? Yin Yong rolled his eyes at him. No. The water in the pot was put in by everyone, and everyone had a share, except Feng Qingfen's family. Besides, this water is only used to cook noodles, no seasoning is added, so it is clean and can be used as ordinary thirst-quenching water, and it is still precious. Feng Qingfen couldn't stand it anymore, and came over angrily. Your conscience has been eaten by dogs, right? We are two old people after all, and we are your elders in terms of age. How do you treat your elders like this? Do you understand the principle of respecting the old and loving the young? Chapter 32. Yin Yong laughed out loud. Respect the old and love the young? Who told you to respect the old and love the young? It's the end of the world. What kind of respect for the old and love for the young is still important? Feng Qingfen saw that Yin Yong was a powerful character. She didn't dare to confront Yin Yong, and turned to Zhuang Yiyun for help. Little girl, can you do it? You see we are old, just pity us. Feng Qingfen didn't finish her words, and was rolled her eyes by Zhuang Yiyun. Pity you? Last time you took my sausages, why didn't you pity me? Speaking of the last time, Feng Qingfen looked regretful. We were also blinded by lard. Sorry little girl, we are old and don't have the strength to go out to find supplies. There is really no other way. Little girl, you see you are beautiful and kind-hearted. You will definitely not bear to see us starve to death. Zhuang Yiyun was a little flattered by Feng Qingfen's praise. Seeing that there was a play, Feng Qingfen continued, Girl, when I first saw you, I thought you had the face of a bodhisattva. You must be a god from heaven who has come down to earth to save people from suffering. Can you just let some water out from between your fingers? This round of flattery made Zhuang Yiyun's mouth curl up, feeling both proud and embarrassed. She raised her chin and finally said, Okay, pour some yourself. Hey, okay. Feng Qingfen quickly asked her old man to take the instant noodle packaging bag, and she picked up the soup pot on the fire and poured hot water into the bag. Yin Yong was unhappy and questioned Zhuang Yiyun. Hey, this water is not for you alone. Why do you make decisions for everyone? It would have been fine if she hadn't said this. Once she said this, Zhuang Yiyun was more determined to give Feng Qingfen and the others soup. She retorted, Since this water is not just mine, and everyone has a share, what's the problem with me giving them my share? While pouring water, Feng Qingfen continued to flatter Zhuang Yiyun. I said that the little girl is kind-hearted and a living bodhisattva, unlike some people who are selfish. It would be great if there were only good people like you in the world. While Feng Qingfen was praising Zhuang Yiyun, she didn't forget to step on Yin Yong, which made Zhuang Yiyun feel even more proud. Shen Xi watched all this coldly. In the time it took them to say a few words, the hot water in the pot was poured away by Feng Qingfen. In addition to the amount of water needed for instant noodles, Feng Qingfen also quickly took out the thermos cup and filled it up. When she finished filling and put the soup pot back, more than half of the hot water in the pot was directly removed. Yin Yong was so scared that he took out the thermos cup without saying a word and filled the remaining water. Would Zhuang Yiyun suffer a loss? She was unwilling to fall behind and started to compete with Yin Yong. In a short while, the two of them had divided up all the hot water in the soup pot. Wang Yin was dumbfounded. Are you guys going too far? Most of this water was taken out by Shen Xi, and you didn't leave any for him? Yin Yong and Zhuang Yiyun, who reacted belatedly, had a guilty look on their faces. Still, Yin Yong said confidently, You can't blame me for this. I just took my share. If you want to blame someone, blame her. Yin Yong pointed at Zhuang Yiyun. She said she gave her share to the old woman's family, but what happened? She still wanted to fill it with water. Zhuang Yiyun quickly put away the thermos cup filled with water, fearing that Shen Xi would come to grab it, and said anxiously, Who made you slow? It was originally whoever was diligent. Whoever got it first got it. Shen Xi smiled, packed up his things and stood up. Dad, Mom, brother, it's getting late. Let's continue on our way. Okay. Shen Xi didn't care about the pot of hot water, but he saw through it what kind of people Yin Yong and Zhuang Yiyun were. They are not suitable to be teammates. Shen Xi, wait a minute, we will go with you. Wang Yin helped Yu Liang stand up. Shen Xi nodded, packed up his clothes with him, put on his scarf and hat, and left the gas station. Feng Qingfen's family followed behind with bags of instant noodles, complaining, You are in such a hurry, are you going to reincarnate? Don't you see that our Nan Nan hasn't finished eating yet? Unfortunately, no matter how much they complained, no one would stop to wait for them. As Shen Xiai walked, he deliberately fell to the back of the team, and left first on the pretext of going to the bathroom, and then caught up later. Feng Qingfen and the others did not suspect anything, but Wang Yin asked with concern, "Are you okay? Do you want me to go with you?" Shen Xiai waved his hand. "No, Dad, Mom, you go with Sister Wang and the others, I catch up soon." "Okay, then you should be careful." "Don't worry." Shen Xiai covered his stomach, winked at Shen Ming, and rushed into the green belt beside the main road. Shen Ming received Shen Xi's hint, and knew what Xiai was going to do. He had to help Xiai stabilize the team to prevent someone in the team from getting suspicious and sneaking up on them. After Shen Xiai hit a green belt, he secretly saw that the team on the main road continued to go west. In addition, the wind and snow were too strong, and the sight was white. The figures of the group were soon submerged by the wind and snow. Shen Xiai then got out from behind the green belt with confidence, turned back, and went back to the gas station. She had to take this opportunity to collect some gasoline, so that she could drive on the road in the future. Shen Xiai returned to the supermarket. She had seen 3 empty oil drums in the corner of the supermarket before. She took the oil drums outside, and used a gas gun to fill the drums with gasoline. The only regret was that there were only 3 oil drums. It would be great if she could move all the oil in the gas station, but it was unrealistic because a lot of oil was stored in underground tanks, which she could not move by herself. Forget it, take as much as she can. After Shen Xiai filled all 3 oil drums, she put them into the space, and took them away, and set off to chase the large group in front. Along the way, the wind and snow were still raging, and Shen Xiai was so cold that her hands and feet were numb. Fortunately, she hid a few hot packs in her clothes and distributed them everywhere, so that her limbs would not lose sensation. She took out her mobile phone in the space to check the time. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Xiai had a bad premonition in her heart. In extremely cold weather, the days are short and the nights are long. It will get dark from about 3 p.m., and it will be completely dark after 4 p.m. At the current speed, it is impossible to reach the base before dark, and we will have to spend the night in the wild. Shen Xiai took difficult steps, thinking about where to spend the night. First, the place to spend the night must have a certain degree of warmth and cannot leak air. Secondly, we must be able to find supplies or tools that can be used. Finally, and most importantly, it must be well concealed. Thinking of this, Shen Xiai looked up and saw the figures of his parents and brother gradually becoming clear on the white main road ahead. Finally caught up with the main group. Shen Xiai secretly thought that her speed was quite fast, and she could not help but speed up her pace to meet up with her family. But when she got closer, she found that it was not her speed that was fast, but the advancing team seemed to have encountered another group of people and stopped to negotiate. "Brother." Shen Xiai called Shen Ming at the end of the team. Shen Ming looked back and saw Shen Xiai catching up, and his frown finally relaxed. Xiai, you are back." Shen Xiai nodded and came to Shen Ming. "Brother, what are you doing? Where are my parents?" Shen Ming pouted and motioned Shen Xiai to look at the front of the team. Shen Xiai looked in the direction indicated by Shen Ming, and saw 2 people she didn't want to see, Fu Shuangshuang and Zhou Xiangyuan. "It's really a narrow road for enemies. Aunt, please, give us some medicine. Brother Xiangyuan's arm is seriously injured." "Shuangshuang, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, it's just that I don't have any medicine at home." "How is that possible?" Fu Shuangshuang pointed at Zhuang Yin next to her. "She just said that your family had robbed a lot of things in the supermarket and pharmacy at the entrance of the community." Chen Yulan was speechless. What should she say? Say that there are medicines, but they are all in ACI's space? "Aunt, we are all relatives. Can you bear to watch him die without saving him?" "Yes." Chen Guiqin advised Yulan, "I am your brother after all. You don't even listen to me? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Xiang Yuan knows someone in the base. If you take out the medicine now and treat his injuries, Xiang Yuan can also take a look at you when you get to the base. Don't be ungrateful." Hearing that there were people they knew in the base, Zhuang Yun and Yin Yang's eyes lit up, and even Feng Qingfen's family stepped forward, wanting to show their faces in front of Zhou Xiangyuan. Shen Lianshan, who was standing by, protected Chen Yulan behind him. "Brother, it's not that we don't give it, but we don't have the medicine for treating external injuries." "Oh, who would believe you when you say that?" Shi Qiushui said sharply, "You obviously don't want to give it." Shen Xiai couldn't listen any longer, and pushed Feng Qingfen's family aside, and walked forward. "Uncle and Aunt, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in Jinmao? Jinmao area is a wealthy area, and my uncle's family lives there. In this life, The site of the base was built in Jimao, which should have been convenient for my uncle's family. So how could they appear here? Xiaoshui didn't answer this question for the time being, but turned her head and looked Shenxiai from head to toe first. After looking at him, she couldn't help but wonder in her heart. She didn't expect that this poor relative of hers was living well now. Qin Guiqin explained to Shenxiai, "We originally lived in Jimao, but this year we bought a new house in the east of the city, so we moved here. Alas, if we had known that the weather would be like this and the base would be built in Jimao, we would never move." No wonder. Shenxiai remembered that he had seen Fu Shuangshang in the Bai Mall last time. It turned out that their family had bought a new house and temporarily left Jimao and moved to the east of the city. It was really unlucky that we had to walk back to Jimao now. Fu Shuangshang next to him said to Shenxiai anxiously, "Cousin, we had a dispute with a group of people on the way here. Fortunately, Brother Xiangyuan beat them back, but Brother Xiangyuan's arm was also cut by the other party. Now he needs medicine. Can you help him?" Shenxiai didn't say anything, but just glanced coldly at Zhou Xiangyuan next to him. Just as Fu Shuangshang said, Zhou Xiangyuan's arm was cut by a knife, but the amount of blood was not much. "I think it was because he was wearing thick clothes, and the wound was not deep," Xiaoshui said. "Shenxiai, I heard from Xiang Yuan that he has liked you for a long time, and has been chasing you every day at school, but you have never treated him well. Listen to your aunt's advice. Your aunt is an experienced person, and wants to kindly remind you that Xiang Yuan is a good boy, and he knows someone in the base. You should hurry up and build a good relationship with him. Otherwise, when you arrive at the base, if he doesn't take care of you, I'm afraid your life will not be easy." Chapter 33. Really? Shenxiai looked at Zhou Xiangyuan again. Zhou Xiangyuan became tough, turned his head away, and didn't even look at Shenxiai. Fu Shuangshang said embarrassedly, "Cousin, don't get me wrong, Brother Xiangyuan still likes you, right, Brother Xiangyuan?" After saying that, Fu Shuangshang didn't know if she did it on purpose, but she hugged Zhou Xiangyuan's uninjured arm with both hands, and the action was very intimate. Shenxiai just thought it was funny, and was too lazy to argue with them. "Uncle and aunt, we really have no medicine at home, but speaking of medicine, I remember that there was a family upstairs from our house. Their heads were smashed by a tree, and they asked for medicine in the group. It was this little girl who sent it upstairs." Shenxiai pushed Zhuang Yin out, and pushed her in front of Qin Guiqin and Xiaoshui. "You can ask her for it. We are in a hurry to get on the road, so we won't stay any longer." After that, Shenxiai turned around and greeted the family. "Dad, Mom, Brother, let's go." She didn't have the time to waste time with her uncle's family in the wind and snow. If she had the time, wouldn't it be better to hurry on the road and find a suitable place to stay overnight? As for Zhuang Yin, Shenxiai didn't care even more. Zhuang Yin was so generous. Let her be generous enough. But Xiaoshui was not happy, and shouted at Shenxi's back, "Look, is this the way she talks to her elders? How could our family have such relatives? It's really a sin." Feng Qingfen quickly agreed. "Oh, I mean, you don't know, our family came out with them, and we were bullied by them on the way. By the way, does this young man really know someone in the base? Of course, the person Xiang Yuan knows is not ordinary in the base. It is said that he is a captain." When saying this, Xiaoshui raised his voice, and deliberately shouted for Shenxiai to hear. Feng Qingfen kept flattering. "That's great, why don't we team up with you?" "This? Don't worry, we have medicine at home, we can help this boy's injury." "Hey, I have medicine too." Zhuang Yin was unwilling to fall behind. "Okay then." Xiaoshui was very proud. Shenxiai was secretly happy when he heard the happy voices of a group of people behind him. The appearance of Zhou Xiangyuan and Fu Shuangshang's family was not a bad thing. At least Feng Qingfen and the others were taken over. Without Feng Qingfen and the others, Shenxiai was happy and at ease. "Shenxiai, wait for us." Shenxiai was walking, and heard Wang Yin and Yu Liang catching up from behind. Shenxiai looked back, a little surprised. "You're not going with them?" Wang Yin shook her head repeatedly. "No, we follow you, don't chase us away. Anyway, if you need any help, just leave it to me, and Yu Liang, we follow your arrangements," Wang Yin said sincerely. She had seen that although Shenxiai looked cold and unkind, he was actually much more reliable than those people behind him. Hearing this, Shenxiai looked at Yu Liang beside Wang Yin. Yu Liang was still sick, weak, and didn't speak, but his eyes were particularly firm, and he meant the same thing as Wang Yin. Shenxiai nodded and didn't refuse Wang Yin. "Okay, let's go together." "Great." Wang Yin laughed and followed Shenxi's pace. Maybe because he had eaten hot instant noodles, Shinsiai felt better after leaving the supermarket and setting off again, and his hands and feet had more strength. Everyone took advantage of this momentum and sped up their journey. And Fu Shuangshuang's team had not fallen behind, always following Shinsiai not far behind. This was normal, after all, they were all going to the base, and the route was similar, so Shinsiai could only pretend that he didn't see them. Yulan, you go inside me. Shen Lianshan suddenly switched places with Chen Yulan. Chen Yulan didn't understand. What's wrong? But before she finished her words, she saw a body buried in the middle of several cars parked on the road. The body was estimated to have died not long ago, and the body was only covered with a layer of white snow, but the face had long been frozen into an ice sculpture, and the appearance was very creepy. Chen Yulan was shocked. Although she was used to seeing corpses in the hospital, this was not a hospital, but a main road. It was too miserable to see a corpse lying on the main road. At the same time, Wang Yin was also shocked. However, Yu Liang raised his hand in time to cover Wang Yin's eyes, and reminded him, "Don't look there, let's go quickly." Wang Yin was trembling with fear, leaning on Yu Liang, and walked past the corpse quickly. Shinsiai was already used to this. Not to mention the main road, even in the cars parked on the ground, and the major buildings on the roadside, you can find a lot of corpses. CI. Shen Lianshan stopped and said, "There are only 2 routes to Jimao, 1 expressway and 1 highway. How do we go?" In the past, he drove to Jimao on the expressway and arrived quickly. If he took the highway instead, the journey would be much longer, and the road would be more desolate. Shinsiai looked up and saw the sky that was about to get dark, and chose without hesitation, take the highway. Although the highway is short, it is impossible for everyone to reach the base before dark. Once it gets dark, the temperature will be lower, and it will be more dangerous to travel. There will be no place to rest on the highway, and we will be in a dilemma. "Okay, then we will listen to CI," Shen Lianshan said. Others did not object, and everyone gave up the highway entrance and walked towards the road. Zhou Xiangyuan saw this scene and frowned. He immediately understood Shinsi's meaning and chose to take the road and continued to follow Shinsi and the others. As Shinsi hurried on, he asked Shen Lianshan, "Dad, do you remember what's next to the road? Is there a place to stay overnight?" "Overnight." Shen Lianshan thought for a moment. There should be mostly fields on both sides, and some farmhouses. Chen Yulan said worriedly, looking at the sky, "Our family will definitely stay outside tonight, and we should find a place to stay overnight. I just don't know if every farmhouse is occupied. It would be nice if there are vacant ones. Let's take it one step at a time." Shinsi gathered his clothes tightly, and continued to move forward in the wind and snow. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky became half light and half dark, and it would be completely dark soon. Shinsi looked at the fields on both sides of the road, all of which were covered with heavy snow. Only the road was relatively clean, because the officials would drive past from time to time to collect supplies from the city. Chen Yulan looked ahead at a dark building in the twilight, and said happily, "I think the house in front seems to be unoccupied. CI, why don't we stay there for the night?" Shinsi looked at the building his mother mentioned. It should be 2 stories high. It was completely dark, and there was no light or shadow even in the windows. Wang Yin also said, "It seems that no one lives there. How about we go over and take a look?" After such a long journey, the energy brought by the instant noodles was all used up. Now it was cold and hungry. Wang Yin estimated that she could still hold on, but her husband Yu Liang was sick and was afraid that he would not be able to hold on. Shinsi said, "Okay, let's go over and take a look." With a goal, everyone's spirits were re-energized. Shen Ning walked to the front of the team and took the lead, thinking that if there were people living in that building, he could also let everyone retreat in time. As for asking other people to take him in, if it was before the end of the world, Shen Ning would definitely have such a hope, but now after experiencing the incident at the Bai shopping mall, and the incident with Brother's son, even if he was stupid, he deeply realized a truth that others in the end of the world were the least trustworthy. He quietly approached the building. Since the building faces south, and the road is on the north, Shen Ning first came to the north side of the building. There is a small road on the side of the north, which can go around to the front, and there is a car parked in front of the road, as if the owner drove back home. Shinsi told her parents and Wang Yin to wait where they were, and she and her brother went to check the situation first. The 2 of them walked down the small road quietly, and came to the front of the car soon. The car was sunken in the snow, and the roof was also covered with snow. Shen Ning knocked on the car window glass, which was hard and had a layer of white frost on the surface, so he couldn't see the scene inside at all. He said, This car looks like it hasn't been driven for a long time. I guess there's really no one in the house. See, why don't we stay here for a night? After saying that, Shinming looked sideways at Shinsi beside him. But when he looked at her, he found that See's eyes suddenly tightened, and he raised his hand and grabbed his arm. He was confused by this sudden change, and his heart was lifted. What happened? Did he find something wrong? However, Shinsi didn't say a word, and even breathed very lightly, pulling Shinming to lift his feet step by step, and carefully backed away. Shinming didn't dare to speak now, although he didn't know what happened, but it was always right to follow his sister. The two quickly left the path secretly, and returned to the road to meet up with everyone. Wang Ying was the most anxious and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" Shinsi shook his head, and whispered only 2 words, "Go quickly." What? Wang Ying was stunned, and then he realized that Shinsi's expression was a little wrong. He changed from his previous calmness, and a trace of panic climbed between his eyebrows. Wang Ying was very tactful, and didn't ask any more questions. Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan believed in their daughter unconditionally, so they didn't ask any more questions. Shinsi led everyone to speed up the journey. She walked very fast, passed behind the dark house, and headed west all the way, without stopping, so that Wang Ying and Yu Liang almost couldn't keep up. When she left the house behind, Shinsi dared to exhale the breath she had held, and couldn't help but look back. I saw that the 2-story house stood on the side of the road behind, still dark, and it was terribly dark under the night, as if it was hiding a ghost that could eat people. I don't know if it was because the temperature dropped or Shinsi affected everyone. Everyone felt that their bodies became colder, and they shivered with cold. Shinsi whispered again, "Hurry up. Even if you can't find a place to live for the time being, you must not enter that house." This continued until they walked a long distance, and Shinsi finally slowed down. Everyone couldn't wait any longer, and wanted to ask Shinsi what happened. But before he could ask, Wang Ying looked ahead and was overjoyed. "Hey, look, is there another small house over there?" Shinsi followed Wang Ying's gaze, and saw a small house in the land on the north side of the road. To be precise, it was a container house. This kind of temporary house is usually used next to large fields planted with fruits and vegetables for caretakers to live in. Shinsi couldn't help but feel a little happy. Chapter 34. Compared to farmhouses where it is uncertain whether anyone lives, such container houses are much more suitable for temporary overnight stays. However, for safety reasons, they still need to be checked. Shinsi continued to ask everyone to stay where they were and wait. She and her brother went to take a look at the container to make sure it was safe. Fortunately, Shinsi did not find anything unusual this time. She hurriedly turned back and waved to everyone to come over. When everyone came to the house, everyone worked together to clear the snow at the door with their feet, cleared a path, and then opened the door to go inside. The space inside was not big, just like a master bedroom, with a simple table and stool, and a single iron bed. The bed was covered with bamboo mats, and there was a fan beside the bed. Wang Ying immediately helped Yu Liang sit on the bed. Yu Liang was so cold that his face turned pale, and he couldn't stop shaking all over. "Hubby, take the medicine first." Wang Ying took out a box of cold medicine from her bag, plus a bottle of water, but the water was frozen like a stone, and she couldn't swallow it for a while. Wang Ying couldn't hold back in such a difficult situation, lowered her head and cried. Yu Liang was more optimistic. He wiped the tears from Wang Ying's face, and began to comfort Wang Ying in a soft voice. On the other side, Shinsi took a rough look at the container house, closed the door, and lit a candle with a match. There was a hiss sound, and the candle flame lit up in the dark. Shin Yulan took everyone's backpacks and put them on the bed, turned around and said, "Let's spend the night here tonight. This container is not large, well sealed, and has wooden tables and stools for making fire, which is perfect for spending the night." Shinming said, "Then my father and I will be responsible for chopping wood and making fire." Shinsi nodded, went to the bedside, blocked Wang Ying and Yu Liang's sight with her body, and then took out an axe and a hatchet from the space with the backpack. She handed the axe to Shinming. "Brother, the chopping wood is up to you. Mom and I will go out to see if there is any other firewood. After all, relying on tables and stools alone, I am afraid it will not be enough to burn for a whole night." "Wait a minute, I will go too." Wang Ying stood up and came over. Her husband Yu Liang is in a state now. He can't work anymore. If she doesn't do anything, she will really become a burden to the whole team. And burdens are the easiest to be abandoned. Shinsi said, "Okay, let's go out and take a look." Shinsi left the candle behind, opened the door with her mother and Wang Ying, and went outside. The wind and snow outside still didn't stop, blowing on the body and making it cold and biting. Since most of the roadsides were fields and trees, Shen Xiai was responsible for chopping trees with a knife, while Qin Yulan and Wang Yin were responsible for picking up firewood on the ground. Originally, Shen Xiai was worried that the firewood would be soaked after being buried in the snow. However, after she picked and chose, she found that the situation was not bad, and she could still pick out some firewood that was not too damp, which should be usable. "Hey, look, what is that?" Wang Yin suddenly straightened up and pointed to the east side of the road. Shen Xiai also looked up. To the east of the road was the road they had walked on when they came here, and at the end of the field of vision, there stood a dark house. There seemed to be a dim light on the window of the house. Shen Xi's heart sank. That house was the one everyone had passed by before. Because the land here is all flat and open, Shen Xiai can still see the outline of the house even if he leads everyone far away. "Don't look, let's go back quickly." Shen Xiai picked up the firewood he picked out and urged Chen Yulan and Wang Yin to return to the container house together. In the house, Shen Lianshan built a fire and opened a small window on the south side to let in some air, while Shen Ming was busy chopping wood on the side. After Shen Xiai entered the house, he quickly closed the door to block the wind and snow outside. "It's so cold today," Qin Yulan sighed. She piled the collected firewood in a corner for use, and sat down with Shen Xiai around the fire, took off her gloves, and warmed her frozen hands. Wang Yin also helped him sit on the bed, and Yu Liang, who was shivering with cold, came over to warm himself by the fire. Everyone sat tightly around the fire, leaning on each other. Qin Yulan finally had time to ask Shen Xiai, Xiai, did you find anything in that house?" Speaking of the house, Shen Ming also looked at Shen Xiai repeatedly. He went there with Xiai to check it out, but he didn't find anything. Did he miss something important? Shen Xiai warmed his hands, rubbed his face, and said, "Brother, you guessed right. There is indeed no one living in that house, but there are wild animals." What? Wang Yin on the opposite side opened his eyes wide in surprise. Even Yu Liang couldn't help but sit up straight. "What do you mean?" Shen Xiai didn't answer, but continued to say to Shen Ming, "Brother, do you still remember the car parked at the end of the path?" Shen Ming was already confused at this time, and could only nod. Shen Xiai said again, "The car was stuck in the snow, and no one had driven it for a long time. There was a layer of ice on the windows, but I saw a few claw marks on the car." Shen Lianshan asked doubtfully, "Could it be a puppy or a kitten?" "No." Shen Xiai confirmed, "The claw marks were very deep and thick, and they scratched the paint. I checked it. Judging from the freshness of the claw marks, they were either scratched yesterday or this morning. If the claw marks came from earlier, they should have been covered by the wind and snow by now, and would not be waiting for her to find them." Another thing Shen Xiai didn't say was that she observed the snow on the path, which was more bumpy than other places, as if some animals were walking back and forth. Wang Yin was so scared that she hugged Yu Liang tightly. "Oh my god, wild animals, how could there be wild animals here? They weren't frozen to death?" Shen Xiai wanted to say that ordinary wild animals or animals would of course be frozen to death, but mutant animals might not be. It's just that she couldn't tell Wang Yin about the mutant animals. The remaining Shen Lianshan, Qin Yulan, and Shen Ming knew about the mutant animals. Shen Ming secretly blamed himself for being careless. It was too dark, and the snow was too strong. He just wanted to find a place to stay quickly, so he didn't check thoroughly. Now he thought it was fortunate that Xiai was there. If Xiai hadn't been there, they would have entered the building. If the mutant animals were still nearby and didn't leave, the consequences would be disastrous. Wait. Wang Yin suddenly remembered something. What about the light in the house we just saw? Yu Liang asked. Did you see the light in the house? Yes, it came from the window. Shen Xiai saw it too, right? Shen Xiai nodded. She did see it, so she urged everyone to go back to the house quickly. Shen Lianshan thought to himself, it can't be Big Brother and his family. The big brother Shen Lianshan was talking about was Qin Guqin's family. Their team had been following behind before, but now they disappeared. Could they have gone inside to spend the night? Shen Lianshan's guess was very likely. Shen Xiai and Shen Ming subconsciously looked at their mother Qin Yulan. After all, Qin Guqin was their mother's brother and their uncle. What if Uncle Chen Yulan subconsciously reached into her pocket and wanted to call Qin Guqin? But this time, she touched nothing. She realized that in order to prevent the mobile phone from being frozen, everyone's mobile phone was put into Xi's space, and there was no way to contact the people there at this time. Mom, don't worry. Shen Ming comforted, maybe the beast has left long ago, and Uncle and his family may not be in trouble. For now, we can only think positively. As for returning to remind Qin Guqin and the others in person, this idea was immediately extinguished by Qin Yulan. Although she didn't want her brother to get into trouble, it didn't mean that she would ignore her husband and children for her brother, and her brother's family had never been very nice to them. In order not to worry the children, Qin Yulan said with a forced face, "Come on, let's discuss what to eat for dinner today. Dinner is different from lunch. There is no soup pot and iron rack. The objects in this space cannot be taken out in front of Wang Yin and the others. I guess I can only eat dry food." Wang Yin said, "We brought some bread in our bag. Do you want it?" As she said that, she opened the bag and prepared to take out the food to share with Shenxi's family. But before she took it out, Shenming excitedly said, "What bread? It's cold, leave it to me, I make you eat hot." Shenming seemed to have finally found his strengths, and was ready to show his skills. He wiped out the shame of not finding the claw marks and asked everyone, "Do you have canned food? Take out the canned food." Speaking of canned food, Wang Yin's family really had some, and he took out 2 cans from his bag. 1 can is enough. Shenming picked a can of tuna, put it by the fire to roast it, so that the frozen fat and fish meat inside could melt, then opened the lid, took a knife to evenly cut 4 cuts around the lid, and used the opening to fold the edge of the lid upwards and lay it flat on the ground. "ACI, give me 2 tissues." Shenxi followed his words, pulled out 2 tissues from his bag, and handed them to Shenming. After Shenming took the paper towel, he twisted it into a rope, then picked up the can of tuna and poured the fat inside onto the paper towel. After completing this step, Shenming snapped his fingers. "It's done, it will be ready soon." He took the paper towel soaked in fat to the fire to get the fire. When the paper towel caught fire, he quickly put the paper towel into the previously folded lid, and finally placed the open can of tuna on top of the lid, and cooked it slowly over low heat. Yu Liang was stunned and couldn't help but give Shenming a thumbs up. "Brother, you are awesome." Shenming smiled proudly. "Awesome, the oil-soaked paper towel can be burned for a while, and we can eat the hot canned food later." Seeing his brother's trick, Shenxi also had an idea. She took out a few breads from her bag, tore open the bag, found a thinner wooden stick, and skewered the bread. A piece of bread was strung on a stick and distributed to everyone. "Let's put the bread on the fire and roast it. When the canned fish is heated, it can be put into the bread and eaten." "That's a good idea," Wang Yin said happily. "How uncomfortable would it be if we couldn't eat hot food on such a cold night? Especially since Yu Liang was still sick. It was so happy to have a hot meal now." Qin Yulan also added, "After we finish eating, let's boil some hot water to warm our bodies." That's right, the bread was too dry after all, so we had to drink some hot water. Shenxi looked at the joy on everyone's faces, illuminated by the jumping firelight, and her heart seemed to be filled with something. "I just don't know how my uncle is doing. I hope the beast has left and won't come back." Chapter 35. Qin Guqin and his group walked around the car, and saw that the door of the house in the front yard was not locked. They were all very happy. Everyone rushed to enter the house first, closed the door tightly, and then helped Zhou Xiangyuan to sit on the sofa. Fu Shuangshuang stayed behind to bandage Zhou Xiangyuan's wound, and the others were responsible for making a fire and looking for combustibles. But who knew that when she was looking for combustibles, Zhuangyan suddenly tripped over something hard and almost fell. What is it?" Zhuangyan hurriedly stabilized her body, lowered her head, and took a closer look at the thing under her feet with the light of the fire that Yin Yong and Feng Qingfen had just lit on the other side. As a result, Zhuangyan screamed awe and fear, stepped back with fear on her face, and fell to the ground. Her shouting scared everyone else in the living room. Fu Shuangshuang hurried over. "What's wrong?" However, before Fu Shuangshuang finished speaking, she saw something on the ground, and her face suddenly changed. On the light-colored floor tiles, there were bloodstains all over, and a broken body was lying in the middle of the bloodstains. The body's limbs were rotten, and the internal organs were flowing out, emitting a black color. The whole face was so damaged that the facial features could not be seen clearly. Only through a few pieces of clothing fabric, it was vaguely judged that the body was wearing a men's down jacket before death. "Oh my god, how can there be a body here?" Feng Qingfen protected her old man and Nan, and quickly retreated away. Fortunately, due to the low temperature now, the body and the bloodstains on the ground were frozen, and there was no strong smell. Zhou Xiangyuan came over with a wound on his arm that had just been bandaged. He stepped forward to take a closer look for a moment, and his brows couldn't help but frown, and said to everyone, "Why does it look like it was bitten by an animal? Judging from the wounds on the body's limbs and abdomen, it must have been bitten by an animal." Fu Shuangshuang approached Zhou Xiangyuan and hid behind him. "Brother Xiangyuan, do you see any tooth marks on his face? Zhou Xiangyuan narrowed his eyes, and saw the tooth marks that Fu Shuangshuang said. They were not obvious on the body's face, but they could still be distinguished if you looked carefully. For a moment, everyone was a little panicked. Qin Guiqin said, "What should we do? Is it unsafe here?" Shi Qiushui also said, "Yes, I was wondering why Qin Yulan's family didn't live in this building and had to rush forward. I thought they were being nice and left the house for us. Now it seems that they found out early and deliberately didn't tell us. What a group of selfish ghosts." Shi Qiushui became more and more angry as she spoke. "They are still relatives. My family treated them as relatives, but what happened? I have never seen such selfish relatives. When we get to the base later, she will make Qin Yulan's family look bad." Zhou Xiangyuan thought for a moment and suggested, "Let's go. We can't stay here. What if there are really animals that bite people? The countryside is different from the city. Dogs in the countryside are used to guard the house, and even cats are good at catching mice." But Feng Qingfen was a little unhappy when she heard that they were going to leave. It's late at night, it's dark outside, where can we go? That's right. Nanan made a fuss, "Don't leave. I can't walk anymore." He simply sat down on the ground, kicked his two thick legs, and acted like a child. Shi Qiushui saw this, and rolled his eyes at Nanan fiercely. If Zhou Xiangyuan's injury had not been bandaged with the medicine of Feng Qingfen's family, she would not have been able to tolerate this giant baby named Nanan. She might as well just ignore it. Shi Qiushui ignored Nanan's noise, and said to Zhou Xiangyuan kindly, "Xiangyuan, go out now. It's dark outside, and it's snowing heavily. I'm afraid it's hard to find an empty house." Originally, everyone had been rushing for so long, cold and hungry, and now they really didn't have the energy to go out and change places. Zhou Xiangyuan was a little hesitant after hearing this. He was injured and needed rest the most, but, "Brother Xiangyuan," Fu Shuangshuang helped persuade, "why don't you just forget it? It's so cold, even if there are animals, they will be frozen to death. I think this person on the ground must have been eaten by the cats and dogs at home after death. Those cats and dogs may be dead now. It's not worth it to make things difficult for yourself to change places for animals that have died long ago." Shi Qiushui agreed. Shuangshuang is right. Besides, with so many of us, how can we not defeat a vicious dog? Since that was the case, Zhou Xiangyuan could not insist any longer. As for Yin Yong and Zhuang Yun, they did not express their opinions. Anyway, they had made up their minds to follow the main force. Everyone had to stay as far away from the corpse on the ground as possible, move the fire farther away, and each took out the snacks such as bread and biscuits they brought to eat, and fill their stomachs. Zhuang Yun bit the dry biscuits, and couldn't help but miss the instant noodles she had eaten at the gas station supermarket at noon. The hot and delicious taste seemed to still bloom on the tip of her tongue. She swallowed a mouthful of biscuits with difficulty, and said, "How about we cook something? It's so cold, we still need to drink something hot." Shi Qiushui rolled her eyes at her. "You make it sound simple, but how do you cook it? I tell you, don't even think about taking our supplies." Zhuang Yi was speechless. She proposed this for the good of everyone, but she was treated as a villain instead. Forget it, she silently took a bite of the dry and hard biscuit, and stopped talking. She couldn't help but wonder what the family on the 7th floor was eating now. Shen Xiai, who was remembered by Zhuang Yiyun, took back the hot bread and touched it with his fingertips. It was still a little hot. "It smells so good," Wang Yin exclaimed. "The baked bread has a stronger wheat aroma, plus a faint burnt aroma, which makes people's stomachs growl." Shin Ming swallowed his saliva, couldn't help but open his mouth and bite the bread. After taking a bite, he couldn't help but hissed, "It's so hot." Qin Yulan laughed, "Eat slowly, no one is snatching it from you." Shin Ming felt wronged. "Mom, I'm too hungry, please don't blame me." This pitiful look made Shen Xiai laugh. Shen Xiai put on gloves, carefully picked up the canned fish, and asked everyone to break a slit in the bread, and then she poured the canned fish into it. Soon, a can of canned fish was shared. The aroma of toasted bread and the delicious fish meat, a bite, crispy and juicy, hot, full of fragrance. If it were normal, it might not be so delicious, but in this blizzard weather, eating by the campfire, it would be even more delicious. Shen Xiai buried his head in eating, and when he finished, he smacked his lips and still felt a little unsatisfied. Shen Lianshan collected the sticks in everyone's hands, took the empty can and said, "Let's boil some more hot water. I think the boy needs to drink something hot, so that he can take the medicine." Yu Liang didn't expect that at this time. Besides Yining, there were still people who remembered his health and told him to take medicine. Thank you. he thanked with red eyes. Wang Yin was also very grateful to everyone, and couldn't help but feel fortunate that they had been firmly following Shen Xiai. Shen Lianshan smiled and said, "Why are you being polite? We are all in the same team. It's just that when you boil water with this can, there will inevitably be a fishy smell." Yu Liang said repeatedly, "It doesn't matter, it's good to have a hot mouthful." He took out a bottle of water from his bag, and Wang Yin helped to break a piece of ice from the bottle, and put it into the empty can. Shen Xiai found the candle that he had lit before, cut a piece with a knife, cleaned the lid at the bottom of the can, lit the candle and put it in, put the can on the rack, and started to boil water over a low fire. As the temperature rose, the ice in the can slowly melted. Shen Xiai said, "Let's discuss how to sleep tonight." Wang Yin immediately said, "There is a bamboo mat on the bed. I give it to you, Yu Liang, and I can just sit against the wall and sleep for one night." Following Shen Xi's family, they have already benefited, so they can't be rude. Shen Xiai was thinking about another problem. "These are all small things, I'm thinking. We have to leave someone to watch the night." Shen Xiai always had a vague feeling of uneasiness about the house. Just in case, she thought it would be better to leave someone to watch the night when she went to bed at night. Shen Lianshan said, Xiai, whatever you want to do, Dad will listen to your arrangements." Shen Xiai said, "How about this, you rest as usual, my brother, and I will be responsible for one person to watch the first half of the night, and the other for the second half of the night." "How can that be possible?" "Okay, Dad, listen to me, you and Mom can rest at ease. Sister Wang needs to take care of her husband and can't watch the night. Only my brother and I are the most suitable." Without waiting for Shen Lianshan to speak, Wang Yin waved her hand and said, No, I can also keep watch. She and her husband can't always ask others to take care of them. That would be too embarrassing." Shen Xiai said, "Sister Wang, you have to rest too, otherwise if you get sick, we won't help you take care of your husband." This. Wang Yin lowered her head in embarrassment. After thinking carefully, it was true that if she didn't rest well and fell ill, what would happen to Yu Liang? She finally stopped talking and accepted Shen Xi's arrangement. Shen Lianshan couldn't bear to see his children suffer, and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qing Yulan. "Just listen to Xi's arrangement. As long as they don't drag their feet, they are already helping Xi." Shen Ming took down the bamboo mat on the bed, and spread it next to the fire for everyone to rest at night. After Yu Liang took the medicine and everyone was settled, Shen Xiai looked at her parents sleeping on the bamboo mat, and then at Wang Yin and Yu Liang sitting by the wall, leaning against each other. She gently broke a piece of wood and poked the fire to make sure the charcoal inside would not cool down. Shen Ming sat next to Shen Xiai. Xiai, you should go and rest too. I can do it alone." Shen Xiai shook his head. "Brother, I never sleep well. Let me watch over the first half of the night. You go and rest." Her sleep has not been very good since she came back from rebirth, and now, because of the house, she can't sleep even more. "Then remember to call me when you are sleepy." "Okay." When Shen Ming also rested, Shen Xiai continued to sit alone by the fire, hugging her knees, and guarding the charcoal in front of her, and slowly became dazed. Outside the window, the night was getting darker and darker, and the blizzard was blowing on the ground. A small road on the east side of the highway was covered with thick snow. In the night, even the snow was stained with a layer of darkness. A huge shadow gradually enveloped it, gradually approaching the car parked at the end of the road. Creak! Creak! Where the shadow passed, a series of subtle snow-stepping sounds were heard, leaving rows of deep footprints on the snow, heading towards the gate of the building in front. Fu Shuangshuang and others who were still in the living room on the first floor were huddled together by the fire to rest, sleeping in a daze. Chapter 36. Zhou Xiangyuan opened his eyes, and looked at the people sleeping around him. Perhaps because of the body found in the house, or because the wound on his arm was still aching, he couldn't sleep, so he simply sat up straight, took the firewood and poked the fire a few times to make the charcoal burn more vigorously. Soon, the charcoal made a beeping sound. But in this beeping sound, suddenly, Zhou Xiangyuan heard another strange sound outside the door. The sound was soft and slow, as if something was walking carefully on the snow. Not good. Zhou Xiangyuan hurriedly woke up Fu Shuangshuang, who was closest to him. Fu Shuangshuang woke up and asked sleepily, "What's wrong?" As she spoke, the others woke up one after another, and their faces showed dissatisfaction. After traveling for so long during the day, everyone was exhausted. They finally fell asleep, and were woken up again. Everyone was about to complain, but Zhou Xiangyuan made a shut-up gesture to them, signaling everyone to listen carefully to the noise outside the door. It was this that froze the sleepiness on everyone's faces. They heard the footsteps outside the door, gradually approaching the house. What is this sound? Zhuang Yian asked fearfully. Shi Qiushui said, could it be something blown by the wind? Qin Guiqin glanced at Shi Qiushui. Listen for yourself. Does this sound like it? If it was the sound of an object being blown by the wind, it would be chaotic and disorderly, and even quiet down quickly, but it was obviously not the case outside now. It has a uniform frequency, and is constantly approaching. Thinking of the corpse in the living room that had been torn by animals, a bad guess came to everyone's mind. Zhou Xiangyuan got up first without saying a word and packed up his things. The feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger. Seeing this, the others also got up quickly to pack up their things. Only Nan Nan was still complaining. I'm so tired. You people are just making a fuss. You are so afraid of death. You will know if you go out and take a look. After that, Nan Nan got up from the ground, strode to the door angrily, and opened the door. You? Zhou Xiangyuan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Nan Nan moved too fast, and the closed door was opened by him. The moment the door opened, the wind and snow outside the door rushed in like ghosts and wolves, rolling up the sparks in the fire and blowing them all over the ground. A yellow and white giant tiger that was as tall as an adult man was standing in the night in front of him. Seeing this giant tiger, Nan Nan was frightened on the spot. Even on TV, he had never seen such a big tiger. The warm liquid flowed down between Nan Nan's legs, and his legs couldn't help shaking. Afterwards, he reacted and ran. He opened the door, turned around and ran desperately into the house. Just as he turned around, the giant tiger outside the door moved, roared, raised its front paws, and jumped into the door. The people behind were all shocked when they saw the scene, and they screamed ah and rushed to escape first. Only Nan Nan fled inside, and subconsciously hid behind Feng Qingfen and the two elders. The giant tiger didn't care about the others who escaped from it, but locked Nan Nan with a pair of blood-red eyes, and jumped up and pounced on Nan Nan again. Intense fear engulfed Nan Nan. Nan Nan could no longer care about anything. He reached out and grabbed his old father beside him, and threw his father's hunched body towards the giant tiger that pounced from behind. The old man never expected his son to do this to him. He didn't even react, and before he could even scream, the giant tiger bit off his neck with a crack. The brittle bones and soft meat, along with fresh blood, covered the entire tiger's mouth. The giant tiger chewed the food in its mouth crunch crunch and squinted its eyes in enjoyment. But the old man did not die immediately. After he fell to the ground, the two eyeballs embedded in his head turned slightly, and turned to the direction of Nan Nan. About 2 seconds later, the old man died completely. After chewing the bones and meat in its mouth, the giant tiger opened its bloody mouth again, and bit off a large piece of meat from the old man. In this gap, Nan Nan took the opportunity to run out the door. Feng Qingfen was left standing there in shock, until her husband's blood splashed on her face. She finally reacted and followed Nan Nan's footsteps. Outside, the wind and snow seemed to be stronger than before, and the sky was dark and scary. Feng Qingfen's instinct for survival broke out, and she followed closely behind everyone. Until she ran out of the path, and came to the road outside, the giant tiger in the house probably finished eating the old man's body, and turned around to chase him out. Feng Qingfen heard the heavy footsteps of the giant tiger behind her, and her heart sank into an ice cellar. She looked back and saw with her own eyes that the car parked at the end of the path was overturned by the giant tiger with a slap. The car once again hindered the giant tiger's speed for a moment, but it was obvious that according to the giant tiger's agility, it would probably catch up sooner or later. So the next one to come is her. Son! Son! Feng Qingfen stretched out a hand to Nan Nan in front of her while running. Save Mom! She was now at the back of the team. If the mutant tiger caught up with her, she would be the first to die, but what Feng Qingfen didn't expect was that Nan Nan didn't even turn his head when he heard her cry for help. Son, please! Please save Mom! Nan Nan still didn't turn back. This reminded Feng Qingfen of the scene where her husband was pushed out by her son just now. Even now, she couldn't believe that her son would do such a thing. That was his father. Tears flowed down Feng Qingfen's face along the wrinkles. I am your mother. Son! Feng Qingfen called helplessly. Nan Nan may have finally found his conscience, or he may have been unable to bear his mother's nagging, and finally turned back. But when he looked back, he saw the giant tiger chasing out of the path, and onto the road, getting closer and closer to his mother, and his pupils suddenly shrank rapidly. Ah! Nan Nan was terrified, and not only did he not reach out to help his mother, but he ran forward even harder with a scream. His scream, and the fear on his face made Feng Qingfen realize something clearly. Feng Qingfan's eyes were filled with endless despair, reflecting Nan Nan's resolute departure. In just a few breaths, Feng Qingfan's screams rang out behind Nan Nan, and at the same time, there was the familiar crackling sound of flesh and bones being bitten. At this time, everyone had already run a distance on the road. Everyone heard Feng Qingfan's screams, but no one dared to stop to save her. Chen Guiqin took the time to look back and saw Feng Qingfan, who was at the end of the team, being bitten to death by the giant tiger. Fortunately, the giant tiger was not very smart. After biting Feng Qingfan to death, it ate her on the spot, and did not chase everyone. But what if it finished eating? Quick, think of a way! Chen Guiqin shouted anxiously. This country place is flat and vast, and there is no place to hide. If this continues, everyone will die. The shadow of death hangs over everyone's head. Suddenly, Zhuang Yun's mind trembled, and he thought of something. The 7th floor, yes, the family surname Shen on the 7th floor, they have knives. It seems that there are also guns. What did you say? Zhou Xiangyuan asked hurriedly. They have guns? Yes, there are guns. Before, someone in our building wanted to rob their things, and we heard gunshots throughout the building. But no one in their family was shot, which is enough to prove that they were the ones who shot and injured people. Shi Qiushui urged again and again. What are you waiting for? Go find them. Fu Shuangshuang was so worried. Where to find them, Mom? I don't even know where they are now. Maybe they have already gone far away, or maybe they have found another empty house to settle down. How can we find them? Who knew that at this time? Zhou Xiangyuan suddenly interrupted. I know where they are. He raised his head, and looked at a container house getting closer and closer in the field in the distance, and quickly calculated in his mind. The temperature at night is colder than during the day. If they continue traveling, they will be at risk of hypothermia. Shen Xiai and his group will definitely find another place to rest. Furthermore, there are few houses here. If he were Shen Xiai, he would choose the container first for safety reasons when he was not sure if there were any houses ahead. Zhou Xiangyuan was 60 to 70% sure that Shen Xiai and his men were there. As for if he guessed wrong, he could only accept his fate. But one side had a 60 to 70% chance of finding Shen Xiai, while the other side chose to continue to escape and eventually die in the tiger's mouth. Zhou Xiangyuan chose the lesser of two evils, and ran to the container house. Shen Xiai, who was in the house at this time, had already heard the screams coming from Zhou Xiangyuan. She woke everyone up, and took out a gun from the space under the cover of the backpack. Thanks to the fact that there were 4 people in their family, and 4 large mountaineering bags, they could carry a lot of supplies, so it was not surprising that they put hammers and guns in them. Wang Yin and Yu Liang had no doubts. Shen Xiai and Shen Ming stood in front of the small window. Shen Ming held a gun in his hand, installed a scope, and aimed at the giant tiger on the road in the distance. His hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. No, the distance is too far, and it's dark. He said that he wanted to try to pull the trigger, but before he could make any move, the giant tiger that was eating on the road moved, jumped up again, and chased Zhou Xiangyuan and his group in front. It's bad. Shen Ming secretly said that it was bad. When the giant tiger was still, he might not be able to hit it, let alone now that it was moving. Shen Ming was not sure about its agility. He regretted for the first time that he did not train hard in the army before. If he had tried hard at that time, he would not be so unconfident about his shooting accuracy now. If Chu Han was here, Chu Han would definitely not disappoint Aussie's expectations. I'm sorry, Aussie. It's okay, brother. If it doesn't work, we will wait until it gets closer. Anyway, there are a lot of bullets, and we can always hit it. Shen Xiai patiently comforted Shen Ming. She knew that at this time, it was meaningless to blame. What her brother needed most now was encouragement. She held Shen Ming's shaking hands, staring at the giant tiger on the road outside with a cold look. Brother, wait until the mutant tiger gets closer. If it doesn't come to our side, don't shoot. If it does, shoot. Hearing this, Shen Ming turned his head in surprise, and looked at Shen Xiai beside him. Shen Xi's profile was coated with a layer of cold light by the night, and even his voice was cold, decisive, and ruthless. Chapter 37. Shen Xiai smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think I am too ruthless? After all, the family now fleeing on the road is their uncle, but Shen Xiai has to make this choice. What if the mutant tiger was not originally coming towards them, but they fired and attracted the attention of the mutant tiger? Shen Ming also understood this truth. ACI, you are right. You should be ruthless when you should be because others may not be kind to us. What? Shen Xiai was surprised. Why did her brother suddenly say such a thing? She turned her head and looked in the direction of Shen Ming's gaze. She saw that in such a short time, Chen Guoqin's group ran a long way again. The leader Zhou Xiangyuan actually got off the road and came straight towards them. Shen Xi's face suddenly darkened. Brother, they led the mutant tiger to us. This Zhou Xiangyuan is not a good person, but his brain is very flexible. Shen Ming held the gun steady, staring through the scope at the mutant tiger chasing after everyone. Seeing the mutant tiger getting closer and closer, Shen Ming no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger decisively. Bang! A huge gunshot sounded, and the bullet was fired at the mutant tiger. However, something unexpected happened to Shen Xi and Shen Ming. Nan Nan, who was running in front of the mutant tiger, suddenly dodged his 400-pound body and blocked the bullet. All the bullets shot into Nan Nan's left leg. Nan Nan screamed awe and fell into the snow. Shen Ming didn't have time to blame himself for hitting someone. Seeing Nan Nan fall down and revealing the body of the mutant tiger behind him again, he continued to shoot with all his strength. Bang! Another gunshot. Unfortunately, this time, as Nan Nan fell, the mutant tiger could not control its inertia and jumped over Nan Nan's body at high speed, causing Shen Ming's bullet to miss. Shen Ming looked grim. In such a short time, Zhou Xiangyuan had already run to the door of the container, banging hard on the door. Open the door. Zhou Xiangyuan was secretly happy. The tightly closed door, and the gunshot just now all indicated that Shen Xi and his group were inside the container. Help, cousin! Open the door quickly. This was Fu Xuanxuan's voice. Shen Lianshan was so anxious. What should I do, Ah Ci? Chen Guoqin and the others had attracted the mutant tiger, and it was just outside the door. The huge tiger roar made everyone nervous. Shen Ming wanted to shoot several times, but the mutant tiger was too fast, and Chen Guoqin and Zhuang Yiyun were blocking in front. If he was not careful, he would shoot someone, so he had no way to start. While hesitating, Chen Guoqin and his group went around the back of the container to avoid the mutant tiger. The mutant tiger disappeared from Shen Ming's sight, making it even more difficult to aim. Then, the container house made a deafening noise. Wang Yin was so scared that she shouted, "Yes, something is hitting the house." Shen Xi turned his head, and saw that the steel plate behind the house was hit with a big dent. The strength of this mutant tiger is not just enough to scratch the paint of a car. When it really gets angry, its strength is amazing. Get out first. Shen Xi decisively pulled Shen Ming from the window, and led everyone to break the door and leave. Otherwise, if they stayed any longer, they would be trapped inside when the container was destroyed. As soon as Shen Xi left the house, he quickly took out a cat ornament made of camphor wood from his backpack. She pushed her parents and Wang Yin forward and asked them to run towards the road. Chen Yulan found that her daughter had fallen to the end of the team on her own initiative, and she was so anxious that she kept calling out, "ACI! Hurry up!" Shen Xi followed the last of the team, looking back every 3 steps, and saw that the mutant tiger was as tall as an adult man. I'm afraid that relying on a small cat ornament is not enough to restrain it. Shen Ming, who was on the side, always protected Shen Xi and fired at the mutant tiger again. As the gunshot rang again, this time, Shen Ming hit it. The mutant tiger chasing behind Chen Guoqin and Shi Qiushui just raised its front paws to pounce, and the bullet fired by Shen Ming was like a lightning that broke through the air and hit the mutant tiger's front leg. The mutant tiger was hit and leaned back, and opened its mouth to roar in pain. This moment of effort gave Chen Guoqin and Shi Qiushui time to escape, and the two of them tried their best to catch up with Fu Xuanxuan and his group in front. "Help! Help me!" Nanan's cry for help came from the snow. Shen Xi admired Nanan's strength. Even with 400 kilograms of fat, he could still burst out his potential when facing life and death. Even Feng Qingfen and his parents died, but he could still hold on until now. Unfortunately, except for Feng Qingfen and his parents, there is no one else in the world who will unconditionally dote on him. Everyone, without stopping, bypassed Nanan and fled for their lives. The mutant tiger behind caught up again, and opened its mouth to eat Nanan's head. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones and flesh breaking made the mutant tiger stop briefly, and start eating. Everyone took advantage of this gap, and successfully escaped to the road outside. Shen Ming took advantage of the mutant tiger's stillness while eating, pulled the trigger, and continued to shoot at the mutant tiger. However, he only fired 1 bullet, and although he hit the target again, he also angered the other party. The mutant tiger stopped eating, raised its bloodthirsty tiger eyes, and quickly jumped towards the people on the road. Shi Qiushui was so angry that he scolded Shen Ming, "If you want to die, don't drag us with you." Shen Ming did not expect that this mutant tiger could still run after being shot twice, but its agility was affected, especially its front paws, which moved much slower than before. But this only slowed down the time it took to catch up. Shinseai sighed secretly. At this time, it was no longer possible to save bullets. I am afraid that it would take continuous shooting to completely kill the mutant tiger. She just wanted her brother to continue shooting, but unexpectedly, several dazzling white lights suddenly lit up, passing over everyone and illuminating the road. Shinseai subconsciously raised his hand to block the white light. He couldn't see what was happening, but he could hear the sound of vehicles driving on the road, accompanied by a series of gunshots. Someone is coming. Shinseai put down his hand, squinted his eyes, and looked behind him. He saw with his own eyes that the mutant tiger that was chasing them was stopped by a series of gunshots and fell heavily on the snow. Shinseai also stopped, and the rest of the people stopped as well. Is that a car? Fu Shuangshuang said in surprise. Behind the crowd were two large military trucks. The white light from the front of the car illuminated the road as bright as day. A tall figure holding a gun got out of the car, against the light, against the wind and snow, and walked toward Shinseai and his group. Behind him, several figures with guns came down one after another. Shinseai couldn't see the leader's appearance, but from his figure, he felt familiar. When the other party approached, Shinming was the first to recognize him and shouted in surprise, "Chu Han?" Shinming's shout finally made Shinseai react. The tall figure walking in the front was Chu Han. Chu Han came in front of the crowd, and the shadow slowly retreated from his face, revealing his cold features. "Are you okay? Are you injured?" Chu Han seemed to be asking everyone, but his eyes turned and fell on Shinseai in the crowd. Shinming tapped Chu Han's shoulder with a fist. "Don't worry, no one is injured. Fortunately, you came in time. Hey, why are you here?" After Shinming asked, another surprised voice sounded from behind Chu Han. Isn't this the Shin family brother and sister?" Hearing the voice, Shinseai looked at the person who came out from behind Chu Han. This time, it was another surprise. It turned out to be the person they had rescued in the building materials market last time, Xiao Long. Shinming was also very surprised. "You are Xiao Long?" "Yes, it's me. I didn't expect to see you here. Isn't it? That's great. Thanks to you, otherwise we would have suffered a lot." "Oh, it's just a small matter. Oh, by the way, do you know Chu Han?" "Yes, very familiar." "That's great. Come on, get in the car with us and go back to the base." "What a coincidence. We are going to the base. Taking a ride can save us the trouble of traveling. But why are you still outside at night?" "This matter is a long story." Shinming, who was always very friendly, met Xiao Long, who was also very talkative. The two chatted on their own and became as close as brothers after a few words. However, at this time, Fu Shuangshuang tidied up her appearance, walked past Shinseai, and walked straight to Chu Han, and came in front of Chu Han. She raised her head and said with a smile, "Excuse me, did you save us just now?" When Fu Shuangshuang spoke, Shinming and Xiao Long, who were chatting happily, stopped and looked at her sideways. Chu Han said coldly, "No." After that, he walked around Fu Shuangshuang and walked toward Shinseai. Looking at Shinseai's pale face caused by the wind and snow, Chu Han asked, "It's cold outside. Do you want to go to the car to warm up?" For some reason, Shinseai's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, especially when Chu Han walked towards her alone in front of so many people. She lowered her eyes, said and turned back to greet her parents. "Dad, Mom, let's go to the car to rest for a while." "Okay." Shinseai led his parents, and followed Chu Han's footsteps to the back of the first military truck. When passing by Xiao Long, Chu Han ordered, "The rest of the people are left to you." "Okay." Shinseai came to the back of the truck, and found that the truck had been greatly modified. I don't know what kind of metal material was used in the back to transform the place originally used to load goods into a tall carriage. Opening the heavy door, there was a warm light inside. Shinseai and his parents climbed into the carriage one by one. As soon as he entered, Shinseai felt a heavy warm air surrounding him. There were 2 rows of warm yellow lights embedded above the entire carriage. Shinseai felt it with his hand, and found that the light from these lights was warm. In addition, there were long rows of sofa chairs on both sides of the carriage, with soft cushions. Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan were a little at a loss when they entered such a warm and clean place. Chu Han greeted, "Uncle and Aunt, please sit down." Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan dared to sit down. Then, Shinming also got on the car. As soon as he got on, his mouth opened into a circle. "Okay, Chu Han, this car is well modified." Chu Han said, "They are all cars from the base." Shinming nodded, thinking so, only the base can have this ability. He and Shen Xiai sat down on each side, next to Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan. Chu Han moved a small movable table over. Here are some dried fruit snacks, and a plate of strawberries. Uncle and Aunt, you are welcome. Chapter 38. Strawberry? Shen Ming asked in surprise. He unceremoniously picked up a washed strawberry and took a bite. The sweet juice spread into his mouth, icy and sweet, refreshing. Delicious. Take another one. Shen Ming ate it by himself. Shen Lianshan asked Chu Han, Xiao Han, why are you here? Chu Han said, Xiao Long and I took a mission from the base to search for Xiao Long's father Xiao Huijin, but the information we got was wrong, so we came up empty-handed. So that's it. Shen Lianshan asked again, is it the famous botanist Xiao Huijin? Chu Han nodded, yes. This Xiao Huijin has made remarkable achievements in botany, and his published articles have won important awards, both domestically and internationally. Shen Ming sighed. He is actually Xiao Long's father. Such top talents are extremely valuable no matter in which world. No wonder they need to be searched and rescued. But what surprised Shen Xiai was that such an important mission should not be confidential. Chu Han actually told them so generously. Let's take a rest first. Chu Han said, the road is covered with snow, and the vehicles are moving slowly. It is expected that we will arrive at the base after dawn. Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan nodded in agreement, changed to a comfortable posture, and rested together. The remaining Shen Ming was still eating like a hamster, and Shen Xiai couldn't bear to watch. Behind, in the second military truck that followed closely, the treatment was not so good. Fu Shuang's family of 3, plus Zhou Xiangyuan, Shuangyun, Yin Yong, Wang Yin and Yu Liang, squeezed together with a full carriage of goods. There was only one light bulb on in the carriage, and there was no dried fruit or snacks, not even a charcoal basin for heating. Shuangyin felt very wronged. Isn't it too cold here? I just saw the door of the first car open, the lights were bright inside, there were sofa chairs, cushions, and oh yes, there seemed to be fruit. Strawberries? Speaking of strawberries, everyone couldn't help but lick their cracked lips. Yin Yong said, yes, I saw it too. Isn't this discrimination? Why did they arrange us in this cold car? Fu Shuang pulled her clothes tighter and said softly, maybe. They didn't do it on purpose. I think they did it on purpose. Shi Qiushui became more and more angry as he thought about it. I don't know what kind of seductive tricks Chen Yulan's family used to get close to people in the base. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Wang Yin couldn't listen anymore and said, looking at the situation just now, Shen Xiai and her brother obviously knew the 2 officers, and her brother had a good relationship with them. Isn't it right for them to help their friends? Besides, it's good to have a car now, which is better than continuing to travel in the wind and snow. People should not be too greedy. Unfortunately, Shi Qiushui and others don't understand this truth. Shi Qiushui was so angry that he vented his anger at Wang Yin. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Yu Liang held Wang Yin in his arms and protected her. Forget it, don't confront them. Hey, I'm talking to you. Shi Qiushui was about to say something, but was interrupted by Chen Guiqin next to him. All right. Say less. Shi Qiushui was so angry that he stopped talking. Chen Guiqin turned to Zhou Xiangyuan, who had been silent the whole time, and asked, Xiangyuan, didn't you say that you knew someone in the base? Zhou Xiangyuan glanced at Chen Guiqin and said, don't worry, when we get to the base, you will definitely get some benefits. Then Chen Guiqin was relieved. Shi Qiushui smiled flatteringly and asked, is the person you know in the base a high-ranking official? Zhou Xiangyuan said, he's a captain, and he manages a group of people. That's good. Someone who can manage a group of people is at least a leader, no worse than the 2 officers just now. Now Fu Shuang was relieved. She couldn't help but think of the scene before getting on the car just now. She took the initiative to show her goodwill to the handsome officer, but what about him? Not only did he not even look at her, he also bypassed her to find Shen Xiai. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Shen Xiai fell asleep in a daze in the car, and slept very soundly, without waking up in the middle of the journey. She woke up slowly, until the wheels rolled over a pothole, and stopped with a click. When she woke up, Shen Xiai found that she was leaning on Chu Han's shoulder. She stood up, no sorry. It was so embarrassing. She always had a bad sleep. Why was she sleeping so soundly at this moment? I don't know if she was drooling. Then Shen Lianshan, Shen Yulan and Shen Ming also woke up one after another. Have we arrived at the base? Shen Lianshan asked. Chu Han replied, not yet, but soon. Let's stop the car first. Let's prepare some breakfast. I go down and take a look. After that, Chuhan stood up and got out of the car. Shinsiai thought about it and hurriedly got up to go down with him. Since everyone was going to cook breakfast, Shinsiai thought it would be bad for her to just sit there and wait, so she had to see if there was anything she could do to help. She left the carriage and went outside. The biting cold wind suddenly hit from all directions, making people's bones ache, but fortunately the wind and snow had stopped at this time. Everyone got off the car one after another, and saw Xiao Long with a few people at the junction of the first and second cars. Some were moving iron pots, and some were moving wood. They were all busy. Shinsiai knew what was going on at a glance. They were preparing to make a fire. She went over and asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" Xiao Long set up the iron pot, stood up and knocked his old waist, and smiled. "Good morning, Shin sister," or, "You can help to chisel some ice cubes down, and throw them into the iron pot after chiseling. It's just right for us men to chop wood." "Okay." Shinsiai agreed happily. When she got to the side, someone just took half a bucket of pure water that had frozen into ice off the car. Shinsiai helped him, then took a clean knife and started to chip ice. As soon as she chipped off a piece, she looked up and saw her brother coming down to help Xiao Long chop wood. Chu Han was holding a few bags of noodles and was going to the iron pot. When he passed by Shinsiai, he stopped and gently reminded him, "Be careful with your hands." Shinsiai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry. She was not a 3-year-old child. It was just chipping some ice. It wasn't dangerous. At this time, Fu Shuangshuang got off the second car. She wanted to take a breath, but suddenly saw Shinsiai helping to chip ice. Her mind turned, and she hurried to chase Chu Han, who was leaving. "Morning, sir." She greeted Chu Han with a smile. Chu Han stopped and looked back at Fu Shuangshuang. Fu Shuangshuang raised her hand and hooked the hair on her temples. "I just saw my cousin helping to chisel ice cubes. I want to help too, but I'm not afraid of getting dirty or tired. Just tell me if there's anything I can do." Fu Shuangshuang spoke softly, just loud enough for Shinsiai and the people around to hear. Shinsiai found it quite funny. Fu Shuangshuang's words sounded as if she deliberately chose an easy job to chisel ice cubes because she thought it was dirty and tiring. She was too lazy to pay attention to Fu Shuangshuang's little thoughts. But Chu Han nodded and really told Fu Shuangshuang, "Okay, then you will be responsible for lighting the fire." Fu Shuangshuang was overjoyed. Lighting the fire was good. It would be so warm to sit next to the fire. She went happily. However, after a while, she regretted it a little. Because the iron pot was large, it needed a high fire. In addition, the temporary stove was different from the fire for heating at night, and the stove produced more smoke. She couldn't stay away, and had to add firewood from time to time. Adding firewood was not enough. She had to clean up the burnt charcoal ash, otherwise it would accumulate in the pot, and no new firewood could be put in. After Shinsiai chiseled the ice and put it in the pot, there was nothing to do. He turned back to the car and brushed his teeth and washed his face with his parents. Fu Shuangshuang was really angry when she saw Shinsiai's back as he left easily. When the ice melted and boiled, Shinsiai had finished washing up. She came to the iron pot and saw Chu Han putting noodles in the pot. Others gathered around, staring at the noodles gurgling in the pot and swallowing their saliva. Shinsiai smelled the wheat aroma wafting from the hot air. He was hungry and waited with everyone. "Sister Shin, come and taste our Captain Chu's cooking skills. Let me tell you, our Captain Chu, don't look at him coldly, but his cooking skills are amazing." Hearing this, Shinsiai looked at Chu Han in surprise. "He has this skill?" Someone on the side echoed, Yes, I can't bear to go back after this trip. I really want to eat Captain Chu's cooking every day." "You kid, you are the only one who is greedy." Hee. Everyone gathered around and talked and laughed, but in the laughter, Fu Shuangshuang always coughed twice from time to time. Cough, cough. Xiao Long realized that Fu Shuangshuang was still squatting downstairs to burn the fire, and asked hurriedly, "Oh, Sister Shuangshuang, how about I do it?" No. Fu Shuangshuang raised her smoke-blackened face and said cheerfully, "I'm almost done." Finished. She felt so wronged. If she gave the work to others, wouldn't her image of not being afraid of dirt or tiredness collapse? Besides, if this person wanted to help, why didn't he say it earlier? She just said it when she was almost done. Was it intentional? Xiao Long didn't notice these little emotions at all. Seeing that Fu Shuangshuang didn't need help, he stopped caring and rejoined everyone's chat. It's a pity that in this world, it's not so easy to get some good ingredients. We can only make do when we are away from home. For example, don't think about putting vegetables in this pot of noodles, because washing vegetables wastes water. You can only take the easiest way, put canned food in, and add some pickles or something. But even so, the aroma of the noodles is still very strong, and with the sauce, the fresh and fragrant smell wafts out. After the noodles were cooked, Shinming brought a lot of disposable bowls and chopsticks, helped Chu Han to serve them together, and distributed them to everyone. Shin Si was not in a hurry, stepped back a few steps to let others serve first, and finally it was their turn. She took a big bowl of steaming noodles from Chu Han, and unexpectedly found that the soup seemed to have chili and balsamic vinegar added. She didn't expect Chu Han to remember her taste. She thanked him, and hurriedly took the bowl back to the car to eat. The car was warm and cozy, and Shin Lianshan and Shin Yulan had already started eating. After Shin Si got in, Shinming also came up and said happily, "Chu Han is a real guy. He specially put a vegetable bag in our noodles." What? Shin Si was stunned. She stirred the noodles in the bowl with chopsticks, and saw a few traces of green. Was this someone taking special care of her? It was quite happy. Shin Si couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips. Chapter 39. Shin Si took a chopstick of noodles and tasted them. The chewy texture mixed with the fresh and fragrant soup spread between the tongue and teeth, and the taste of vinegar and chili warmed his stomach. It was delicious. I didn't expect that what Xia Long said was true. Chu Han's cooking skills were really good. Shinming praised him again and again. I didn't expect that boy to have this skill. Shin Lianshan also praised. You know, Xiao Han is a reliable kid. Listening to the family members praising Chu Han one after another, Shin Si inexplicably didn't dare to speak. After a big bowl of noodles was all swallowed, Shin Si collected everyone's disposable bowls and chopsticks, and took them out of the car to throw them away. Anyway, it's the end of the world now, and people don't care about environmental protection anymore. Just find a secluded field ridge on the side of the road to throw away the disposable bowls and chopsticks. Shin Si just threw them away, and clapped his hands to get back to the car, but he didn't expect to turn around and meet Zhou Xiangyuan. Seeing Zhou Xiangyuan, Shin Si's good mood dropped. "What's the matter?" Shin Si asked coldly. Zhou Xiangyuan saw Shin Si's coldness and said with a fake smile, "Shin Si, we have known each other for so long, there is no need to treat me like this, right? What kind of attitude should that be?" Shin Si felt that he was very kind by not killing him with a knife and avenging his brother in the previous life. "You don't have to look at me with such eyes. Now it is different from before. You can't still not see the situation clearly, right?" "What situation?" Shin Si asked. She wanted to see what Zhou Xiangyuan was going to say. Zhou Xiangyuan said, "It is the end of the world now. The official has established a base. The world can't go back to the past." "Then what?" "Then?" Zhou Xiangyuan smiled. "Shin Si, you are not still naive, are you? Do you still think you can continue to treat me with the same attitude as before? Do you know that in the end times, you need to rely on strength to speak? Smart people will not choose to offend a powerful person at this time." Puff. Shin Si almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Powerful people? Are you talking about you?" Zhou Xiangyuan straightened his chest and narrowed his eyes. "Otherwise? I have connections in the base. If you treat me better now, I can still forgive you." Shin Si looked at Zhou Xiangyuan with some difficulty. Where did this man get his confidence from? Zhou Xiangyuan felt that Shin Si's eyes were looking down on him, and his face became fierce. "You don't think that everything will be fine if your family is with the surname Chu and the surname Xia? I tell you, if you offend me, I will not let you have an easy time." "I understand. This is to make her bow her head and surrender to him." Shin Si asked again, "Then what do you want me to do?" Zhou Xiangyuan was waiting for Shin Si to say this. "It's simple. You hand over all your family's guns and supplies to me for safekeeping, and I will let your family go to the base with us. When we get to the base, I promise you that I will take care of your family. You and Fu Shuangshuang can be on an equal footing with me." Puff. This time Shin Si really couldn't help laughing anymore. Zhou Xiangyuan was furious at Shin Si's laughter. "Shin Si, don't be shameless. Do you think you are still the goddess that everyone admired in school? I tell you, this is the end of the world. In the end of the world, if a woman, especially a beautiful woman, doesn't have a backer, do you know what her fate will be? In this regard, Fu Shuangshuang is smarter than you." "Thank you." Zhou Xiangyuan, ? "I am indeed pretty, although you are full of garbage, but I still have some taste." Shin Si. "Okay, don't go crazy in front of me. If you have the energy, go and deceive Fu Shuangshuang." After saying that, Shin Si turned and left. She certainly knew that in the end times, beautiful women without a backer would have a miserable life. In her previous life, she had no choice but to join Zhou Xiangyuan's team and be forced to get along with Fu Shuangshuang. However, Shen Xiai wanted to leave, but Zhou Xiangyuan disagreed. He quickly caught up with her and grabbed Shen Xi's wrist. Shen Xiai had been enduring him for a long time. A blade appeared in his palm. He broke free from the clamp with his backhand and slashed towards Zhou Xiangyuan's wrist. Zhou Xiangyuan let go of Shen Xiai and cried out in pain. He looked down at his wrist. His clothes were cut, but fortunately, the clothes were thick, and only a shallow red mark was left on his skin, and he was not seriously injured. You dare to hurt me? Zhou Xiangyuan gnashed his teeth and stared at Shen Xiai with hatred. Shen Xiai didn't say anything. If it weren't for the people from the base, and if their family would stay at the base for a while, Shen Xiai would not only cut Zhou Xiangyuan's wrist, but she would want to kill Zhou Xiangyuan immediately. Shen Xiai, it's time to leave. Chu Han's voice suddenly sounded from behind. He looked at Shen Xiai, then at Zhou Xiangyuan opposite, and a dark color flashed across his eyes. Shen Xiai saw Chu Han standing behind her, thinking that the team was about to start, and her mood improved, and she replied, "Okay." She no longer paid attention to Zhou Xiangyuan and left with Chu Han. But it is easy to imagine that Zhou Xiangyuan must be furious at this moment, but Shen Xiai, who had let out the anger in his heart, felt much better. She got in a car and continued on the road with the convoy. On the way, the wind and snow began to fall slowly again. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, everyone finally arrived at the base. The base was built on a high ground in the Jimao area. There were mostly villas and houses there. There was a checkpoint at the outermost edge, and there was a security booth on each side. In front of the security booth, there was a long queue. Shen Xiai and his group of outsiders got off the car one after another, while Xiao Long and other people who belonged to the base could pass the checkpoint and drive in. "Captain Xia, how many good things did you get this time?" "Not much, only a mutant tiger was shot." "Mutated tiger? Not bad." Shen Xiai listened to the conversation over there, and thought to himself that the base really knew about the appearance of mutant animals. It was indeed an intelligence network of senior personnel. "What are you thinking about?" Chu Han asked out loud. Shen Xiai came back to his senses, and saw Chu Han stay behind. He asked curiously, "Are you going with them?" But Chu Han said, "Outsiders entering the base need to fill in information, and go through formalities. If I stay, it will be faster." "Is there such a good thing?" Of course Shen Xiai won't be polite to him. Shen Xiai was going to line up outside one of the security booths with everyone, but Chu Han asked them to follow him. Shen Xiai didn't understand why, so he followed Chu Han with his parents and brother. Everyone went straight to the front of the team. Chu Han knocked his finger bones twice, knocking on the woman, who was sitting in front of the window of the security booth, sorting out information with her head down. The woman was well dressed and raised her head impatiently. "Who is it?" "The one in the back." She didn't finish her words. When she saw that the person knocking on her window was Chu Han, she paused. The impatience on her face disappeared quickly, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up and greeted with a smile, "Captain Chu? You're back." Shen Xiai couldn't ignore the happy and flattering expression on her face. Chu Han said briefly, "Help them with the formalities first." "Okay." The woman agreed repeatedly, and then looked at Shen Xiai, who was standing next to Chu Han. The smile on her face suddenly fell, but because Chu Han was there, she couldn't show it too obviously, and said coldly, "Register your name first." Shen Xiai and her parents reported their names one by one. When it was Shen Ning's turn, Shen Xiai wanted to give her brother a fake name to prevent the base from finding her brother's previous identity, but Chu Han leaned close to her ear and whispered to her, "Don't worry." Shen Ning had already reported his name while he was distracted. Shen Xiai saw the woman in the security booth registering the information as usual, without any other expression. After registration, the woman asked them, "If you want to enter the base, there are 2 requirements. The first is to owe the rent first, and then do labor service after entering the base to earn points. The rent will be deducted from the points. The second is to pay the rent first, and then choose whether to do labor service after entering the base." Shen Xiai decisively chose the second one. She didn't want her family to be forced to do labor service by the base. She didn't want to try that feeling of not being in control of her fate a second time. The woman looked at Shen Xiai in surprise. Seeing Shen Xiai, a fair-skinned girl, how could she be able to pay the rent first? Would she rely on Captain Chu to help her? Thinking of this, her attitude became even worse. Villa area, residential area, unfinished area, choose where to live. After speaking, she picked up the wooden stick on the desk and knocked on a list posted on the wall. After choosing, hand in the corresponding supplies. Shen Xiai took a quick look at the list, which showed the points that could be exchanged for various materials, as well as the points required for the 3 areas. Chu-han immediately said, "Don't worry about the points, I don't need them." He was about to take out the points from his pocket. Shin-si hurriedly stopped him. "Thank you, but no thanks." Their family could still afford such a small amount of materials, and Shin-si didn't like to rely on others. She liked to have everything in her own hands, rather than passively accepting it. She pretended to take materials from Qin Yulan's bag, and the remaining Shin Shan and Shin Ming spontaneously gathered around to block the sight of others, and make it easier for Shin-si to use the space. Shin-si took out a whole bag of candy from the space, plus a few bags of compressed biscuits, and gave them to the woman in the security booth. "Let's choose the residential area," one said. The woman was stunned, as if she didn't expect Shin-si to really take out the materials. Candy and compressed biscuits are both very important strategic materials, and these are indeed just enough for a month's rent in the residential area. She was about to take it away, but Chu-han stopped her and stuffed several packs of compressed biscuits back into Shin-si's arms, saying to the woman in the window, "We hunted a giant mutant tiger this time when we went out. Thanks to their help, according to the base rules, we can get a discount of 1 month's rent. This pack of candy should be enough." The woman opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything else. The base does have this rule, but why did she not believe that the white and clean woman helped hunt the mutant tiger? But since Captain Chu had spoken, she would do it. Anyway, Captain Chu was responsible. After completing the formalities, Shin-si got 3 keys, and the room number was 701. It was the same as their room number in Tianlan community, which gave them a sense of belonging. Shin-si happily took his parents and brother into the base. At the end of the team behind, Shi Qiushui saw them and shouted, "Hey Captain Chu! There are still us." But Chu-han didn't even turn his head. Shi Qiushui was unwilling to give up, so he ran up quickly and ran to the security booth, and said to the woman in the window, "Hi, we are with Captain Chu." Before Shi Qiushui finished speaking, the woman shouted angrily, "Get in line." Shi Qiushui, She was really pissed off. Chapter 40. Chu-han led Shin-si all the way to the residential area of the base. Shin-si stood outside and looked at the small high-rise buildings in the residential area. From the perspective of the layout, they were all very good apartment types, and there were only 2 families on each floor. This was considered a high-end community before the end of the world. Shin-si observed the people who could enter and exit the residential area. Most of them were guards in the base. Although these staff members could not wear uniform clothes due to weather reasons, it was not difficult to see that they were well trained from their walking pace and posture. Uncle and aunt, although the security in the residential area is worse than that in the unfinished area, it is not as good as that in the villa area. It is better to move to the villa area and apply to the higher authorities after I go back. No. Qin Yulan repeatedly rejected Chu-han's kindness. "Xiao-han, you have helped us enough. The houses in the villa area are too big. We still feel that it is empty. Aunt's family can live here. Since that's the case, Chu-han will not force it." Shin-si was worried about something else. "Chu-han, my brother." Shin-si wanted to ask if the base would find out anything if her brother's name was reported, and whether he would be forcibly recruited by the base in the future. But before she finished asking, Chu-han guessed what she was going to ask and said first, "Don't worry, I had deleted Shin Ming's name from the information database before you came." Shin-si was stunned for a moment. This was indeed something she had not expected. Chu-han even considered this for their family. In fact, since the extreme cold came, water and electricity were cut off, and electronic equipment was frozen and damaged. Many information and systems have been messed up. Chu-han could find a way to erase her brother's information, so there would be no hidden dangers in the future. Qin Yulan thanked him quickly. "Thank you, Xiao-han. Remember to come to our house more often when you have time." "Okay, Auntie, I have other things to deal with, so I won't go in with you." "Okay, go ahead." Shin-si watched Chu-han leave until his back disappeared in the wind and snow, and then she and her family turned around and entered the community. According to the mark on the key, Shin-si found Building 5 after entering the community, and then climbed the stairs to the 7th floor to find her room number. She opened the door with the key, and as soon as she entered the door, she felt a strange feeling. But no matter how strange it was, she had to adapt as soon as possible. After all, this would be their family's home in the future. Shin-si put down her backpack and went around the rooms to get familiar with them. After the tour, she had a rough idea in her mind. She estimated that this was a small 3-bedroom apartment of more than 90 square meters. The master bedroom and the second bedroom were both facing south, and the balcony outside the master bedroom was connected to the balcony outside the living room. The whole house was decorated with fine decoration, including the floor, walls, and windows. It was just missing furniture, which made it look empty everywhere. But this kind of emptiness was just what Shinseai wanted. Let's arrange it as we did at home before. Shinseai suggested, put the room in the master bedroom. The north bedroom at home was too small. Now she had enough firewood in her space for heating, so there was no need to live in a small room. Shin Lianshan took the lead and said, listen to Ci. In this case, everyone can start to get busy and decorate the master bedroom of this house according to the arrangement at home. Simmons mattress, heater, fireplace, etc., but the bedding needs to be replaced with new ones. The old ones have not been washed, and of course they can't be used after a long time. Shinseai used the old quilt as a cushion, and then laid out an electric blanket, and then laid a clean sheet on the electric blanket, and replaced the quilt with a new one. Looking at the bedroom that had the same layout as the room at home, but was larger than the room at home, Shinseai felt at ease again. In the base, at least there was no need to worry every day like in Tianlan community, guessing who would knock on the door, and the safety was more guaranteed. For this guarantee, and to prevent people like Brother Sun from robbing, Shinseai felt that the bag of candy he handed over was worth it. After everything was settled, it was time for lunch. Chen Yulan was responsible for cooking, Shin Lianshan and Shin Ning were responsible for chopping wood in the living room outside, and Shinseai was responsible for heating up the fireplace in the bedroom. As the temperature slowly rose, the cold bedroom finally warmed up, and the fatigue along the way was finally worth it. Mom, what are we having for lunch today? Shinseai asked. Chen Yulan smiled and said, we haven't eaten rice for a long time. Let's have rice for lunch today. This is good. Although Shinseai likes to eat noodles, she still can't do without rice in her bones. She misses the taste of rice. In addition to rice, Chen Yulan fried 2 more dishes. One is stir-fried meat, and the other is 3 fresh vegetables, both of which are the most common home-cooked dishes. But it is this home-cooked dish that Shinseai feels more at home when eating. Everyone gathered together, took disposable bowls and chopsticks to serve. A small chopstick of food with a big mouthful of sweet rice. Put it in the mouth and chew. It was so delicious that there was no time to talk. Shinseai just ate a big bowl of white rice. After the meal, the more Shinseai looked at the disposable bowls and chopsticks in his hand, the more familiar they felt. He couldn't help asking Shin Ning, brother, where did you get these disposable bowls and chopsticks? Shin Ning smiled cleverly. Of course I asked Chu Han for them, but... I didn't feel embarrassed to ask for more, so I just took these. So that's how it is. It seems that my family needs to get some disposable bowls and chopsticks back to save water from washing dishes. Later in the afternoon, Shinseai boiled a few large pots of hot water with a kettle and suggested that everyone in the family take turns to take a bath. Everyone has been traveling for so long, and taking a bath can also get rid of their fatigue. Of course, it's impossible to take a shower, so I can only rinse and wipe my body. After this cleanup, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shinseai changed into clean fluffy pajamas, and nestled into the warm bedroom with his parents and brother, watching the heavy snow outside the window together. Finally, I can settle down again. Speaking of which, Shinseai didn't have time to organize the space all the way. She sat in front of the fireplace, holding a thermos cup in her hand, sipping the soy milk that her mother had just stewed, and began to organize the supplies in the space. Because the space was expanded, Shinseai also expanded the classified supply areas accordingly. Then, there were the things collected in the Bai shopping mall, such as clothes that needed to be selected one by one, and the ones that were suitable for the family to wear were selected and put aside. In addition, there were skin care products and cosmetics. Shinseai also carefully selected them, keeping the expensive and big-name ones, and putting aside the rest of the poor-quality ones. Finally, there was tea. Shinseai also kept the good ones, and put aside the bad ones. She piled up these discarded clothes, cosmetics and tea together, preparing to exchange them with the base or use them to pay rent when she has the chance. And the remaining better things, of course, should be kept for her own family. In addition to these, there are 3 boxes of snow collected in the building materials market. In order to save space, Shinseai put them all into the cold-resistant supplies area, including the fuel bought before the end of the world, and the 3 barrels of gasoline collected at the gas station after the end of the world. Before leaving the space, Shinseai took another look at the chicks and ducklings. They have grown up a circle, and the range of activities that Shinseai has divided for them has also expanded. Each one is full of energy and frolics all over the ground. Seeing how energetic they are, Shinseai can't help being infected. Mom, Our chickens and ducklings will lay eggs by the end of the year. Chen Yulan smiled and said, "That's great. We can have eggs to eat during the Chinese New Year." In previous years, chicken and duck eggs were available whenever we wanted, but now they are rare. However, because of their rarity, the lost flavor of the Chinese New Year seems to have returned. It's not even the end of the year yet, but Shen Xi is already looking forward to it. She was just daydreaming when suddenly, there was a lot of noise in the corridor, outside the door. Shen Xi went to the living room, and saw through the cat's eye on the door, that Fu Shuangshuang's family climbed up the stairwell, outside the door, and were using the key to open the house opposite. It's really unlucky. Feng Qingfan's family used to live opposite us, but now it's Fu Shuangshuang's family. But why do they all look so ugly? Shen Xi went back to his room, and told his parents and brother about this. Shen Ning was surprised. How come they just happened to live opposite us? Shen Xi said, "Not everyone can afford to live in the residential area. In order to save materials, more people will choose the unfinished area, so I guess those who choose the residential area are behind our family, followed by Fu Shuangshuang's family. This is how they are connected. As for Wang Yin and Yu Liang, as well as Yin Yong and Zhuang Yun, they should have gone to the unfinished area. But Zhou Xiangyuan, Shen Xi didn't see him just now. With his personality, he would never live worse than Fu Shuangshuang's family. Could he have gone to the villa area? It is possible. Maybe he contacted his connections in the base." Shen Xi didn't bother to pay attention. If she could never see Zhou Xiangyuan again, she would burn incense. Chen Yulan said, "No, I remember my eldest brother's family's villa seems to be here." Yes, talking about this, Shen Xi also remembered it. Fu Shuangshuang's family has a villa here, so if they don't go back to live in the villa, could it be? Shen Xi thought to himself, no wonder they looked unhappy just now. Maybe they wanted to get their villa back, but failed, so they came back at this time. But Shen Xi felt that they were still lucky, thinking that in the last life, the base was not in Jimao, and Fu Shuangshuang's family could only go to her house to enter the base. In this life, the base came to Jimao, and Fu Shuangshuang's family got together with Zhou Xiangyuan in advance. They are lucky to live in the residential area now. Shen Lianshan said, "Don't worry about these. Should our family go and say hello to them?" No matter what, he is the eldest brother-in-law, a relative, and he lives opposite. It seems unreasonable not to say hello. Shen Xi said, "Dad, don't worry, they will come to say hello to us." The fact is as Shen Xi expected. At about dinner time, Shen Xi's family had just prepared dinner, when the people next door came to knock on the door. Dong, dong, dong. Shen Xi went out with a bowl of fried rice, and saw through the peephole that Fu Shuangshuang and her family of 3 were outside. She opened the door. Outside the door, Qing Guiqin and Shi Qiushui both had kind smiles on their faces, but when they saw that the person standing inside the door was Shen Xi, the smiles on their faces froze. Shen Xi pretended not to notice their froze expressions, chewing a mouthful of fragrant rice and asked, "Uncle and Aunt, do you live here too?" Shi Qiushui didn't say anything, just stared at the rice in Shen Xi's bowl. Chapter 41. The white and tender rice was mixed with stir-fried pork and 3 fresh vegetables, and then stir-fried with golden cooking oil to make a large bowl of oily fried rice. Gulp, Shi Qiushui's family of 3's stomachs growled at the same time. Shen Xi couldn't ignore the sound. Qing Guiqin was the first to react. "It's Xi, I didn't expect you to live opposite your uncle's house. It will be much more convenient to visit in the future." Shen Xi swallowed the rice in his mouth, took another bite, and said in a hurry, "I didn't expect that my uncle and aunt would also come to the residential area." They couldn't hear the sarcasm in Shen Xi's words, right? But for the sake of this bowl of fried rice, Shi Qiushui decided not to bother with Shen Xi. He rolled his eyes, and made other plans. Fu Shuangshuang, who was at the back, suddenly said, "Cousin, we can live here thanks to Brother Xiangyuan. He paid a month's rent for us." Shen Xi nodded and asked, "What about Zhou Xiangyuan?" Fu Shuangshuang immediately flattered, "Brother Xiangyuan is so powerful, of course he lives in the villa area." "Yeah, just as I guessed. Why didn't he get you into the villa area too?" Shen Xi continued to ask. Originally, she just asked casually, but she didn't know that this question made Fu Shuangshuang think that Shen Xi said it deliberately to play tricks on her. She couldn't help but raise her voice. "Cousin, you don't know much. Let me popularize it for you. The security in the villa area is the strictest. Not just anyone can enter, and only people as powerful as Brother Xiangyuan are qualified to live in." Shen Xi, "I understand, you are just random people." Fu Shuangshuang, She was so angry. Shi Qiushui, who was standing by, saw his daughter being frustrated, and laughed out of character. "Ah, see, I didn't expect that we would become neighbors after coming to the base. It will be more convenient for relatives to visit each other in the future." "Really?" Shinsei didn't say anything, just pretending not to understand what his aunt meant. Shirchioshui hated it secretly, but still had to remain kind and said, "What are you eating for dinner? We just moved in today for the first day. Why don't we have dinner together?" This is Shirchioshui's real intention. Shinsei smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, aunt, we just made fried rice with the leftovers from lunch for dinner today. It's very crude, so we won't share it." No. Shirchioshui said hurriedly, "In this world, why bother with these things? It's good enough to be alive, right? Aunt, if you ask me, being alive is better than anything else. Relatives should help each other, and we can't rely on outsiders when encountering problems." Shinsei quite agreed with this. "Aunt, you're right." Shirchioshui thought that a fool is a fool, and he would share the supplies obediently with just a few words of coaxing. Who knew that Shinsei's next sentence was, "And, wait, I asked my parents to pack up and go to your house for dinner." Hey, go to my house? Yes, didn't you invite us to have dinner together? It's no good. Shirchioshui was so angry that his heart ached. Chen Guiqin couldn't listen any longer, so he pulled Shirchioshui over and said, "Okay, let's go home, it's not shameful." The family of 3 left in disgrace. Shinsei watched them leave with amusement, and then closed the door of his house. In the next few days, Shinsei did not go out, and stayed at home to avoid the cold. Anyway, there was no shortage of food and drink in the space for the time being, and firewood was enough if they saved a little. But her brother Shenming could not stay idle, so he went out for a trip in the middle to walk around the base and get familiar with it. After getting familiar with it, he brought back the information he had obtained and excitedly told Shinsei and his parents. Shinsei learned from him that a series of rules were implemented in the base. The others were fine, but there was only one rule that prohibited fighting. If it was a minor punishment, it would be punished, and if it was serious, it would be expelled from the base. This was a good rule. At least living in the base, there was a great guarantee of safety. In addition, Shenming also found out about a place. In the area where the base was located, not only a large area of housing was built before the end of the world, but there was also a park nearby. Now the green belt in the park has been cleared and turned into a square. There is a hall in the square, which is a place for everyone to issue tasks and complete tasks to earn materials, including official and personal releases. Shenming's mind became active. He thought that it was not a good idea for everyone to stay at home and live off the fat of the land. He wanted to take on some missions if he had the chance. Apart from Shenming, Shinsei also had this plan. She had rested enough during this period of time. As the end of the year was approaching, if she went out with her brother to do missions, she could get something back, and the first year in the apocalypse would be easier. As for parents staying in the base, as long as they didn't go out and didn't open the door, no one would be brave enough to break the door and come in against the rules of the base, so there was nothing to worry about. "Brother, let's go to the square tomorrow to take a look." "Okay." The next day, Shinsei armed himself fully and went out with Shenming. Shenming got familiar with the base and led Shinsei all the way to the square. Although the wind and snow were still falling, the roads in the base were always cleaned, so there was not too much snow. Shinsei walked into the hall set up in the square, and saw that the area of the hall was as large as several basketball courts combined. There were also many people walking in and out of it. They all wrapped themselves up like bears, but they still couldn't resist the cold and shivered. Shinsei took a general look around. The process of accepting and issuing tasks was very simple, a bit like the talent market before the end of the world. The person issuing the task held a sign with a pen writing the general information of the task and the requirements for the personnel, and then just found a place to squat and wait. This is a personal release. The official release is a little more formal. There is a long square table at the innermost part, and someone sits at the table to register the information of the registered personnel. Shenming leaned close to Shinsei's ear and whispered, "Generally speaking, official tasks will be completed by regular staff, but sometimes, when there are not enough people or the task is difficult, temporary team members will be recruited." Shinsei nodded and took note, thinking that it would be better not to do official tasks as much as possible, because the difficulty means the risk factor is also high. "Shinsei?" Shinsei suddenly heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw Wang Yin and Yu Liang in the crowd. Wang Yin quickly came up and took Shinsei's hand. "I thought we would never see you again after we went to the unfinished area." Shinsei was also surprised. "How have you been doing in the base during this period? Is your husband's illness cured?" "I'm well now, thanks to the medicine you gave me." We can just take some simple tasks now, and exchange them for coupons, so we can barely get by. Speaking of this, Wang Yin looked left and right, and made sure that no one was paying attention to this side. Then she leaned close to Shen Xiai and whispered, "By the way, when my husband and I were out before, we robbed several ATMs and took away a lot of cash. Do you want more? If you want, I get it when I get home and send it to you." This is good news. Shen Xi's eyes lit up. "Yes, as much as you want." "That's great, I go home and get it now." "Wait." Shen Xiai held Wang Yin and turned to Shen Ming and said, "Brother, you look here first to see if there are any suitable tasks." "I go with Wang Yin first." "Don't worry, you go quickly." Shen Xiai nodded and followed Wang Yin. The main reason is that the residential area where her family lives now, although the security is not as strict as the villa area, not everyone can enter. Furthermore, if Wang Yin really brought a large bag of cash, it would be difficult to explain if she was questioned by security, and it would be bad if she aroused suspicion in the base. However, before going to the unfinished area, Shen Xiai needed to go back to her home and give Wang Yin the materials prepared for exchange. This time, she put a few boxes of self-heating hot pot, 2 cans of treasure rice, and a bag of dumplings and glutinous rice balls in her bag. In addition, sanitary napkins were still not left out, plus 2 bottles of water and a box of vitamins. Outside the residential area, Wang Yin was so moved that she almost cried when she saw so many things. Shen Xiai said, "The end of the year is coming soon, and the treasure rice and glutinous rice balls in it are just right for the occasion and auspicious." "Oh, okay." Wang Yin wiped her eyes to prevent tears from falling. However, she did not accept it for the time being, but took Shen Xiai back to the unfinished area to get the cash. This was Shen Xi's first time to the unfinished area. At first glance, the buildings in the entire community looked incomplete. Fortunately, the doors and windows were roughly installed, so it was not uninhabitable. Shen Xiai entered smoothly, and there was not even a security check at the door. Wang Yin said with a smile, "Although the unfinished area is the worst residence in the base, it is managed by the base. It is much safer than outside anyway. My husband and I are already very satisfied." Shen Xiai agreed silently. She didn't know what to say. Wang Yin and Yu Liang were both down to earth. If they worked together, they would have no problem staying safe in the base. "We're here, this is it." Wang Yin opened the door and invited Shen Xiai in. After Shen Xiai entered the house, he didn't look at their house much, just wanted to find a stool to sit on, but he didn't find a stool. The huge living room was empty. It was a bare-bones house with bare walls, and it was chilly. Yu Liang helped Wang Yin carry a bag of cash out of the living room. Shen Xiai hurried forward to take it. At a glance, the bag was full of red bills. Great, the space can be expanded again. Shen Xiai quickly took out the supplies he brought, and then quickly put the cash into his bag. Yu Liang and Wang Yin also helped. After the transaction, Shen Xiai asked to leave. Because there were many people living in the unfinished area, and there were all kinds of people, Shen Xiai did not dare to put the cash back into the space for the time being. He did not use the space with confidence until he returned home. The journey from the unfinished area back to the residential area was not short. It was really tiring to go back and forth, especially Shen Xiai had gone to the square before, but he also gained a lot. She watched the space suddenly expand by many square meters, and her fatigue was swept away, and her mood suddenly became very good. In this way, the current space is about 300 square meters. This place is so big that Shen Xiai couldn't help but want to fill it with supplies. At this time, her brother came back. The two changed out of their clothes for going out, put on the fluffy pajamas they wore at home, and returned to the bedroom with their parents to stay warm by the fireplace. Shen Xiai had time to ask Shen Ming, "Brother, did you find a suitable task in the square?" Shen Ming took a sip of the hot water in the thermos cup and said mysteriously, "Yes, I saw a task to go to the plastic factory in the suburbs. It feels good." "Plastic factory? What kind of supplies can there be in the plastic factory?" Chapter 42. Shen Ming explained. The leader who issued this task is called Qiu Zhicai. He said that he has a relative who was the boss of that plastic factory before the end of the world. He also worked in the plastic factory. He said that there are many people in the factory, and the leader has specially vacated an office to store purified water. I think our family is not short of water at present, but it is always right to prepare more for drinking and washing. This is true. The water resources in the space have been partially depleted after these few months. Not to mention that when the extremely warm weather arrives next year, water will become more precious. Shen Xiai decided, "Brother, let's take this task." Shen Ming slapped his thigh. "Okay, I've made an agreement with Chiojisai and asked him to reserve 2 places for me. If it's confirmed, we go to the square to find him tomorrow and set off directly. So urgent? Brother, have you asked him how many people he wants to recruit? Shinming thought for a while. It seems about 10 people. 10 people? Does a task require so many people? Assuming that 10 people go, even if there are 10 barrels of mineral water in the factory, there will only be 1 barrel left for each person. It's too little to come out in such a cold day just to carry a barrel of water back, unless there are more water resources in the factory. Shinsiai always felt that something was strange, but it was the first task her brother took, so it was better to try it out. The next day, after Shinsiai armed herself, she was afraid that she might not be able to come back that day. What if? So she took a lot of supplies out of the space and left them at home. After saying goodbye to her parents, she went out with her brother. I followed the same path I took yesterday and arrived at the square. There were already quite a few people there, gathered in groups, each forming their own team. In addition, there were a few cars parked sparsely. In front of a black van, there was a group of people standing. Shinming strode up and greeted a tall and thin man among them. Leader. We are here. Everyone in front of the van looked up at the voice. Shinsiai followed Shinming and took a general look at the group of people, about 7 or 8. Chiojisai nodded to Shinming lightly, which was considered a greeting. Shinming pulled Shinsiai to join in and continued to wait for people with him. While waiting for people, no one said much, but the team members looked at Shinsiai with scrutiny. Shinsiai then realized that except for her, the rest of the team members were men. Not long after, the rest of the people also came one after another. Among these people who came, Shinsiai saw 2 familiar faces, In-young and Zhuangyun. On the way to the base, In-young and Zhuangyun split up with Shinsiai and went to Fu Shuangshuang's place. In addition, they later became dissatisfied with Shinsi's family because of the environment in the carriage. Although the 2 sides did not openly say anything, they always had some other ideas in their hearts. This time, they were not so warm when they met acquaintances. Shinsiai and them only had a nod of friendship when they met. Okay, everyone is here. Let's get in the car and set off. Chiojisai called out, and everyone squeezed into the car. A van had to squeeze more than a dozen people, and everyone wanted to get in early to find a good seat. They didn't care whether the people around them were teammates or not, and they were merciless. Shinsiai was pushed by a big man with a face full of flesh. After finally squeezing into the car, Shinsiai found that all the seats in the van had been removed. Without the seats blocking the way, more than a dozen people could barely squeeze in. Shinsiai found a corner and sat down to rest. She only wore the equipment when she went out. She had not changed it since the end of the world, and it had been dirty for a long time. Anyway, it was not the inside that was dirty outside, so there was nothing to care about. Besides, their family bought a lot of such equipment before the end of the world, which was completely enough. Then, Shinming sat next to her, and on the other side of her sat a middle-aged man with dark yellow skin. Seeing that everyone was seated firmly, Chiyoji, who was in the driver's seat, started the car and began to drive slowly. A young man with spots on his face and a middle-parted hair said, "Well, everyone is here, let me say a few words. I am your deputy team leader, you can call me Brother Mao, and then since we are lucky enough to form a team together, I still have to say some ugly words in advance. There is a very important rule in my team, that is, everyone in the team must contribute. I don't want to have a slacker in my team. Do you understand?" When Brother Mao said this, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Shinsiai and Zhuangyun. Shinsiai didn't have any expression, but Zhuangyun was not happy. Brother Mao's words were too obvious in his contempt for people. But she didn't have a good teammate, and it would be no good for her to confront Brother Mao directly, so she could only sneer in dissatisfaction. The black and yellow man sitting next to Shinsiai responded, "Don't worry, Brother Mao, we will definitely not drag our feet." Another team member said, "Brother Mao, your car is really amazing. It can be driven even in the wind and snow. I thought we had to walk there." Speaking of this, Brother Mao couldn't help but show pride on his face. "What do you know? Don't look at this car is tattered. In fact, it was modified by the base. The engine and tires, which one doesn't need supplies. All thanks to our team leader Chio, otherwise do you think you can be so comfortable? Oh my god, it's amazing. This modification requires a lot of supplies, right? The team leader is really capable. Yes, following team leader Chio to do the mission is the right person." A group of people started to flatter Chiojisai, but Shinsi's mind was elsewhere. Brother Mao said that the base can modify vehicles, which is good news. After all, the base was established by the government. They not only have top technology, but also experts in various fields. It has been a month since the end of the world, and it is time to research parts that can allow vehicles to drive in extreme cold. In this way, wouldn't she be able to modify her own car? It will be convenient to go north in the future. But after thinking about it, Shinsiai still shook his head. The road to the north is too long, and their car is not spacious enough. It will be very tiring after a long journey. It is better to get a motorhome. Around noon, the team leader's car finally arrived near the plastic factory. This speed is already fast. After all, even if the vehicle has been modified, you have to be careful when driving in the wind and snow just in case. Fortunately, the car is on the main road, and people from the base will come to clear the snow on the main road every once in a while, so it is not difficult to drive. We're here. Do you see the intersection ahead? Brother Mao motioned everyone to look out through the front windshield. The plastic factory is built inside the intersection. Those are the factory buildings. Get out of the car. In Yong couldn't help asking, why are you getting out of the car when we haven't arrived yet? Or should we drive a little further? Brother Mao glared, are you in charge or am I in charge? Doesn't the car need to be parked in a safe place? Do you still want to go back? In Yong was stunned by Brother Mao's yelling. He just asked casually. Was it necessary for Brother Mao to react so strongly? Seeing that Brother Mao was angry, those who had doubts in their hearts did not dare to speak and followed everyone to get out of the car. Shinsiai got out of the car and stood in the woohoo wind and snow. In the car, Brother Mao stuck his head out. You go first, the leader, and I will hide the car and come back. Remember, don't take too much water, we will share it together when the time comes. Hearing about the water sharing, everyone's mood improved again, thinking that if they went earlier, they could get supplies earlier. Even if they couldn't take more water, what about other things? What if they found something to eat and took it away secretly without being discovered? Everyone was a little impatient to go to the plastic factory. When the vehicle started again, a group of people couldn't wait any longer and rushed to the intersection ahead. Shinsiai hurriedly called them. Wait a minute. The people in front stopped, turned their heads, and looked at Shinsiai impatiently. Shinsiai said, I think it's better for us to wait for the leader here. No one knows what the situation is in the factory now. What if? What are so many what ifs? The big man with a face full of flesh said angrily, if you don't want to go, get out. Don't hold us back. That's right. A woman doesn't hide in the base properly, but has to come out to stand out. It's really unlucky. Who said it wasn't? Let's go. A group of people ran away cursing, not giving Shinsiai a chance to finish his words, and Shinning was so angry that he chased after them to argue with them. But as soon as he raised his foot, he was grabbed by Shinsiai. What's wrong, Osei? Shinsi's face was solemn. Brother, do you believe me? Of course. He can distrust anyone outside, but he believes his family 1,000 times and 10,000 times. Shinsiai said, then listen to me, don't go, I feel something is wrong. Wrong? Shinming became nervous. What's wrong? Shinsiai raised his eyes and asked him, Brother, the plastic factory is not a water factory, and water resources are limited. Why do you need to call more than a dozen people? If there are too many people, won't the water resources allocated to you be less? Maybe it needs manpower to carry it. Since it needs to be carried, why did Brother Mao tell them not to take too much water just now? If the water needs to be carried, you can't hold it even if you want to, right? Shinming suddenly realized, yes, the water needs to be carried. How can you take it yourself? How to hide it? This explanation is like nonsense. Also, did you see the direction of the car? It didn't go near the plastic factory, but went to a direction farther away from the plastic factory. If the water needs to be carried, according to common sense, everyone should be asked to carry the water to the car as soon as possible. What's the matter with them driving the car away? It would have been better if Shinsiai didn't say it. After saying it, Shinming really felt that everything was strange. Then what should we do? He asked. Shinsiai said, wait first, if I am too suspicious, the water will be divided equally anyway, there will not be much loss, but if not. Before Shinsiai finished speaking, suddenly, a huge dog barking sound came from the factory. The voice was full of energy, and it was obviously a ferocious dog. Shinsiai was prepared, and immediately pulled Shinming, turned around and fled, and then hid in a small restaurant on the side of the road. Those who went to the factory really got into trouble. If they wanted to escape, they would definitely flee along the way they came and try to find Qiu Jizai and Mao Gu. They had to hide before they arrived. In fact, Shinsi's prediction was correct. The group of people who ran into the gate of the plastic factory excitedly to find supplies only came to the open space outside, and were suddenly rushed by a big black dog that suddenly jumped out from inside. Chapter 43. The dog was as big as an adult man's waist. Everyone was caught off guard and screamed in fear. They retreated in panic. But the snow in the plastic factory was much thicker than on the main road outside. It was not even up to a person's thigh. It was difficult for everyone to walk, let alone run. The mutant dog was surprisingly agile. It was extremely fast. After it pounced, it bit a man's hind leg with its sharp teeth and tore off a large piece of flesh. "Ah, save me!" The man fell into the snow, screaming with blood splattering. The people who were running away in front looked back and saw this horrifying scene. They screamed even louder and ran away desperately. Yin Yong and Zhuang Yun reacted the fastest. With the experience of the mutant tiger last time, they knew what the black dog in front of them was. Fortunately, the size of this mutant dog was much smaller than the mutant tiger. As long as they could keep their strength to escape, and with so many people around them, they still had a great chance of survival. Yin Yong and Zhuang Yun ran side by side at the front of the team. However, they still thought things were too simple. Although the size of this mutant dog was not as big as the mutant tiger, its IQ was much higher than that of the mutant tiger. After biting the first man's leg, the mutant dog did not stop eating, but chased him again without hesitation, and pounced on the person closest to it. The screams resounded throughout the plastic factory. Everyone did not dare to look back, but just ran towards the place where they got off before, hoping that the leader and his team had parked the car and returned. Shen Xiai hid in the innermost part of the small restaurant, and heard the cries for help from outside getting closer and closer. She hurriedly took out the kitten ornaments from the space, and through the broken glass door of the small restaurant, she saw a big black dog with skinny limbs appear outside the door, and fiercely pounced on the dark-skinned man who had been sitting next to her. The others came to the side of the road, and saw that the leader had not returned yet, and their hearts and eyes were full of despair. Are they all going to die here? I should have listened to that woman just now, but now it's too late to say anything. The big man with fat on his face stopped running. How can they outrun the four-legged mutant dog with their 2 legs? Running further will only slow down the arrival of death. If you want to survive, you still have to fight. The big man spat on the ground. Damn it, brothers. Anyway, we can't outrun it, why not fight it? Instead of waiting for the mutant dog to defeat them one by one, it's better to kill it together while there are still some people. Shen Xiai admired this big man for being able to make a quick decision. He took out a short knife from his bag, and without saying a word, he went up to fight the mutant dog. The others were overjoyed to see that he had a knife, and their courage grew. At this time, Zhuang Yun suddenly had a thought in his mind. Where did the Shen brothers and sisters go? It seems they haven't followed since they got off the car. Are they in the same group with the team leader? They knew that there were mutant dogs in the plastic factory? It must be like this. Zhuang Yun was so angry that his teeth itched, and he cursed Shen Xiai and Shen Ming in his heart. She lowered her eyes to the ground, and suddenly discovered that there were several rows of human footprints in the snow, extending all the way to the door of a small restaurant before disappearing. Shen Xiai, who was hiding in the small restaurant, secretly cried out that it was bad. She had made a mistake, and actually forgot something as important as the footprints. Before she could come up with a countermeasure, Zhuang Yun outside yelled, "There are people in this small restaurant. They have guns." After that, Zhuang Yun ran into the small restaurant first. Yin Yong, who was behind, saw this and immediately realized who Zhuang Yun said had the gun. He wanted to catch up with Zhuang Yun, but because he was working with everyone to deal with the mutant dog, his chest was hit by the mutant dog's head, and he fell into the snow. He was in so much pain that he couldn't get up for a long time. After hitting Yin Yong, the mutant dog was attracted by Zhuang Yun shouting, and jumped away from the others and chased Zhuang Yun. Shen Xiai couldn't help cursing in her heart, but it didn't help. The man and the dog came in, and she and her brother couldn't hide anymore, so they could only run out. This run bumped into Zhuang Yun head-on. Zhuang Yun was overjoyed when she saw Shen Xiai. She knew that her guess was right. The Shen brothers and sisters were hiding here. While she was happy, she couldn't help but secretly hate them. They were fighting with the mutant dogs outside, but these two were hiding in the small restaurant safely. Why? Zhuang Yun stepped forward and grabbed Shen Xiai, and hid behind him like a loach. The mutant dog that was originally heading towards Zhuang Yun immediately changed its target, and rushed straight towards Shen Xiai. Be careful. Shen Ming didn't have time to think about it, and immediately blocked in front of Shen Xiai. Shen Xi's reaction was not slow, and he handed over the kitten ornament that he was holding tightly in his hand. When the kitten ornament appeared, the mutant dog forced himself to stop his front paws. The two men and the dog were facing each other, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Behind him, Zhuangyun kept pulling Shenxi's arm. "Where's the gun? Take it out and shoot it." Shenxi was pulled by Zhuangyun, and the ornament in his hand was shaking, and the mutant dog in front almost found an opportunity. "Shut up." Shenxi couldn't stand it anymore. This Zhuangyun was a trap. "Brother, let's go out." With this kitten ornament, the mutant dog didn't dare to get close to them. Shenxi stuck close to Shenming and slowly moved out, always aiming the ornament at the mutant dog. The mutant dog bared 2 rows of bloody teeth, and the black hair around its mouth and nose was all wet, dripping with red liquid. It let out a low roar, and its 2 eyeballs turned red, revealing a fierce light. Shenxi quickened his pace and let Shenming go out of the small restaurant first, and she blocked it from behind. Shenming glanced at the cat ornament in Shenxi's hand. When Ci said he wanted to take this ornament, he didn't know what it was for. Now it seems that it can restrain mutant animals. Seeing that her brother didn't leave, Shenxi knew what her brother was thinking. On the day she was reborn, due to time constraints and anxious to stock up on supplies, she only roughly told her family about the fate of everyone in their family in the end of the world, including the appearance of mutant animals, but she didn't mention the camphor wood because she was afraid of leaking the news. It's normal that her brother doesn't know now. "Don't worry, I be fine with it. I explain it to you later." Then Shenming was relieved and ran outside quickly. Shenxi threatened the mutant dog with the ornament while approaching the door, and then turned and ran. Zhuangyun had been following Shenxi all along, but she never expected that Shenxi would just run away. She hurriedly chased him, but she was a little late. The mutant dog had long lost its patience. As the scent of the camphor wood faded away, it lost its fear and rushed over with a roar. With a squeak sound, its front paws actually tore Zhuangyun's thick clothes, revealing the skin on her back with bloodstains. The intense pain came, and Zhuangyun screamed in pain. Her whole body was shaking, but she did not fall down, and she still struggled to escape. Outside, Shenxi found Shenming and the big man, and said to them, "I will hold the mutant dog back, and you go up and chop it." At this time, it was no longer possible to care so much. Only by killing the mutant dog first could he save his life. The big man did not expect that this little girl, whom he had always disliked, was quite courageous, and he was the first to respond. "Okay." He rushed up first. Shenming was also fast. He bent down, pulled out the short knife tied to his foot, and went to help the big man. Shenxi used the camphor wood ornaments to restrain the mutant dog. The mutant dog did not dare to approach the camphor wood. If it was forced to approach, it would smell the smell, and its mind would be confused. It had to deal with Shenming and the big man while trying to get rid of the camphor wood. Its mind was affected from time to time, and its movements were obviously much slower. Shenming took the opportunity to cut the mutant dog's back with a knife, leaving a deep cut. The mutant dog felt the pain and suddenly went crazy and fled to the side. However, Zhuangyun happened to pass by. Zhuangyun's calf was injured, and she limped and wanted to get away, but unexpectedly the mutant dog rushed towards her alone. She screamed and was instantly pounced on by the mutant dog. The huge dog mouth with smelly liquid leaned down and bit her neck. "Help!" Blood splattered, stimulating the mutant dog's sense of smell. Shenming took the opportunity to catch up and stabbed the mutant dog with a knife. Puff, it hit the vital point. The mutant dog was forced to open its mouth in pain, and the vitality quickly drained from its body. It whimpered twice and finally fell to the ground, unable to get up completely. "It's over." Shenxi breathed a sigh of relief, carefully put the camphor wood ornaments into his backpack, and ran forward. The big man on the other side, covering the wound on his arm with one hand, came over a little weakly and kicked over the mutant dog's body. "Damn it, Qiushitsai, that bastard, dared to plot against me." No one present was stupid, and they immediately understood the twists and turns in this matter. Qiushitsai and that brother Mao clearly knew that there were mutant dogs in the plastic factory, so they recruited more than 10 people and used them as knives. Save me." Zhuangyun lay in the snow soaked in blood, raised her hand to cover the wound on her neck, and asked for help. Shenxi squatted down and checked her wound. In the end, he had to shake his head regretfully. It's impossible to save her. Her wound was too deep, and blood was gushing out. She won't live long. If you really want to say that Zhuangyun is bad, it's not that she is stupid and does things without thinking. Shenxi is not surprised that she will end up like this. "Let's go!" Shenming said to Shenxi, "Let's hurry up and go to the plastic factory." "Yes, I guess Chiojisai and Brother Mao will be back soon at this time. The three of them set off for the plastic factory. When they passed Inyong, the big man reached out and pulled Inyong. Inyong's chest was hit by the mutant dog's head before, and he couldn't recover for a long time. Even if he was barely pulled up by the big man, he still needed the big man to support him when walking. Shinseai looked at his appearance and had a bad premonition. Could it be that Inyong's sternum was broken? I don't know if he can hold on until he gets back to the base. Shinseai retracted his gaze and stopped paying attention. The four of them walked all the way back to the plastic factory. What they saw along the way was blood and body parts everywhere. Because the mutant dog would not eat immediately after biting a person, Shinseai walked down and saw that several people were not completely dead yet, crawling on the ground and asking them for help. Chapter 44. Shinseai took a quick look at the injuries of these people. They were all too seriously injured. If they were sent to the hospital in time before the end of the world, they would have a high chance of surviving. But in the current extremely cold conditions, they couldn't even make it back to the base. Shinseai didn't look anymore. The more she looked, the stronger she felt helpless about life. She quickened her pace and entered the plastic factory. Without Chiojisai leading the way, everyone didn't know where the mineral water was stored, so they could only look for it one factory building at a time. Fortunately, the warehouse area was relatively large and was only set up on the first floor, so everyone found it quickly. There was a warehouse on the first floor of the factory building in the middle, with the door open and full of goods. Shinseai went in and saw that the goods were all plastic products, and the most conspicuous of them were several batches of large plastic storage boxes stacked together. Shinseai's eyes lit up. These plastic boxes were the same ones she had collected in the building materials market a few months ago. They could be used to store snow. Great! With containers to store snow, it would be a large amount of cooling supplies in the future when the weather is extremely warm. Everyone worked separately, and soon found barrels of mineral water piled up in a small door of the warehouse. There were a total of 12 barrels. I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune. The big man rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes glowing green. Who knew that at this time, there was a sound of car tires rolling over the snow outside the factory. Afterwards, someone walked into the plastic factory. The big man quickly put away the excitement on his face and walked out in big strides. Shinseai and Shinming hurriedly followed. Outside the plastic factory, a black van was parked there. Chiojitsa and Mao Gu got out of the car, stepped over the corpses on the ground, and walked into the factory gate. Boss, it seems that all the people are dead, Brother Mao said excitedly. Chiojitsa was also very happy. Now all the water in the warehouse is ours. That's right. There are no mutant dogs to deal with. Boss, you are so smart. Follow me, and you will have broth to drink. Chiojitsa was a little proud of being praised, and ordered Brother Mao, go, take out the warehouse. Who knew that before he finished speaking, his eyes froze. He saw that there were a lot of traces of human movement outside the open door of the warehouse. Someone entered the warehouse. In the warehouse, Shinseai quietly listened to the conversation between the two people outside the door, thinking that the news about the appearance of mutant animals had been discovered by the base a long time ago, and it was not surprising that the survivors living in the base knew about it. She winked at the big man who was hiding by the door. The big man nodded, holding a short knife in his hand, waiting for Chiojisai to come in and give him a fatal blow. Shinseai was afraid that Chiojisai would be on guard, so he and Shinming appeared at the door directly. Captain! You are finally back. Shinseai put on a wronged expression, and seeing Chiojisai was like seeing a savior. She was born beautiful, and this weakness, like a delicate flower, made Chiojisai, who was on guard, relax a little. Chiojisai looked up and down at Shinseai, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But this smile was not appreciation, but full of malice. Did you scare me just now? Chiojisai walked over while talking. Shinseai hugged Shinming's arm and nodded. Captain, you don't know, it was really terrible just now. Such a big mutant dog, it bit a lot of people to death. Fortunately, I had my brother to protect me, and we worked together to kill the mutant dog, but the others were still too seriously injured, and they have. Woo woo woo. Shinseai lowered his head and sobbed, but his peripheral vision was always paying attention to Chiojisai's movements. Chiojisai walked to the door and stepped into the warehouse while Shinseai was complaining. Now, with a whoosh sound, the blade cut through the air and whistled straight at Chiojisai. Boss! Brother Mao, who saw the scene later, was shocked and had countless thoughts flashing through his mind. What should he do if something happened to the boss? Unexpectedly, Chiojisai, who was ambushed, was well prepared. Almost at the same time as the big man made a move, he also moved, leaned back to avoid the blade, and quickly retreated to the outside of the warehouse. The big man couldn't hit him with one blow, and couldn't help cursing inwardly, and immediately chased him out with a knife. Shinming was afraid that the big man couldn't handle it alone, so he went up to help. However, seeing that the two were about to approach Chiojitsai suddenly took out a gun from his arms, pulled the safety, and shot at the big man and Shinming without saying a word. Because the big man was ahead of Shinming, and Shinming had been training for many years before, his physical fitness and reaction ability were better than ordinary people. He quickly dodged to the side the moment he saw the muzzle of the gun. Bang! A bullet hit the big man's stomach. Shinming never thought that Chiojitsai actually had a gun in his hand. Hide. Shinming turned around and ran toward Shinsei in the warehouse, trying to take Shinsei away, but he was still a beat too late, and the bullet behind him shot again. Shinming groaned and rushed toward Shinsei. In just a few seconds, Shinsei's reaction was not slow. He immediately took off his gloves, took out the gun from the space, and helped Shinming to dodge to the side, while shooting at Chiojitsai and Mao Gu outside. She no longer cared whether she would waste bullets. At this time, it was all about whose gun was faster. In the chaos, Shinsei only heard a cry of pain from Chiojitsai. When the gunshot stopped, Shinsei hid behind a pile of plastic boxes and carefully poked his head out to look outside. He saw that Chiojitsai and Brother Mao were no longer in the messy snow outside. Only the big man who was lying in a pool of blood and whose life or death was unknown was left. Soon, the sound of a car starting up sounded on the road outside. Shinsei hurried to check Shinming's injuries. "Brother, where are you injured?" Her face was ugly, and her hand holding Shinming was shaking slightly. Shinming, however, pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying and gestured to his arm. "Don't worry, his shooting skills were not accurate, and he only hurt his arm." Shinsei looked at her brother's arm, and found that he was bleeding a lot. Even if he pressed it with his other hand, the red liquid continued to seep out. Shinsei did not dare to be careless at all, and took out the medicine box in the space. "Brother, look quickly, use the things that can be used. I tell you, parents are still waiting for us at home, you can't be in trouble." Shinsei rubbed his eyes, and took out the bottles and jars in the medicine box with trembling hands. Shinming knew what his sister was afraid of, and hurriedly comforted her. "Don't worry, it's just an arm injury, you won't die, and I have learned first aid, I can handle it, don't worry." But how can Shinsei not worry? In the end times, in an environment where there is a shortage of doctors and medicines, a small injury or illness may be delayed into a serious illness. No, she has to take her brother back to the base as soon as possible. There are surgeons in the base, and the bullet in her brother's arm must be taken out. Shinsei calmed down. "Brother, you take care of the wound first. I will collect the things in the warehouse, and take you back to the base immediately." "Okay." Shinming sat on the ground, picked up the medicines and tools that Shinsei took out, and began to treat his wound simply. Shinsei moved quickly, and took away all the 12 barrels of mineral water in a small compartment, as well as the batches of plastic storage boxes, estimated to be hundreds, all of which were also taken away. The whole process of collecting things did not take much time. When Shinming on the other side also took care of himself, Shinsei helped Shinming up again, and walked out of the warehouse. But after walking 2 steps, Shinsei remembered one thing. Where is In-young? She looked left and right, and found that In-young had hidden in a corner at some point, huddled against the wall. His face was blue, and his eyes were closed. Shinsei walked forward carefully. "In-young?" She called him, but he did not respond at all. Shinsei had a bad feeling, so she reached out to feel In-young's breath, but he was not breathing. She put her fingers together, and pressed them on In-young's neck. After a moment, Shinsei confirmed one thing. In-young was dead. He should have been injured by the mutant dog's collision. If he had been sent to the hospital for rescue in time, he might have survived. But now, not to mention that there was no such condition, even Shinsei couldn't take another person away. Shinsei sighed, helped Shinming, and left the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, blood dripped into the snow, and the big man fell straight down with his face down. Judging from the amount of blood, he was bleeding. He might have been accidentally shot again in the chaos. Shinsei turned his face away, forced himself not to look anymore, and helped Shinming to quickly leave the blood-stained plastic factory. When we got to the main road outside, the wind and snow had stopped. It would take a long time to drive back to the base, let alone walk. Shinsei had no choice but to take out the off-road vehicle in the space. After helping Shinming into the car, she immediately started the car and drove to the base. She had never tried to drive in such a snowy and icy place. She was tense and held the steering wheel tightly with both hands. I don't know how long this car can last in the extreme cold. Shinsiai hasn't measured the temperature for a long time, but there is one thing she can be sure of. The current temperature is lower than before, and it is lower than the vehicle's cold resistance. Otherwise, Chiojisai and others would not have needed to take supplies to modify the vehicle. Shinsiai went forward with the mentality of driving as far as he could. When he drove to a position about 1 kilometer away from the base, the car finally couldn't hold on. Shinsiai had no choice but to help Shinming get out of the car, and then looked around and found that there was no one around, so he put the car back into the space and took Shinming to the base on foot. Brother, we will be at the base soon. When we get to the base, I will find someone to save you immediately. Shinming laughed. Don't worry, your brother is very powerful. This little injury can't defeat your brother. You are lying to me. Your face is obviously pale, and there is so much sweat on your forehead. Shinming, I am in pain. Okay, but no matter what, Shinsiai still dare not take it lightly. As soon as she entered the base, she immediately asked the people at the security booth at the door where the treatment of injuries in the base were. The woman sitting in the security booth saw Shinsiai and suddenly remembered, isn't this the family that Captain Chu brought in last time? The woman didn't like Shinsiai very much, but when she saw the man next to Shinsiai was injured, she understood the seriousness of the matter and quickly pointed the way to Shinsiai, and reminded him that he had to pay for medical treatment with coupons or supplies. Shinsiai hurriedly thanked her, and took Shinming to the direction the woman pointed without delay. After finally arriving at the medical building and seeing the doctor, Shinsiai finally put his heart at ease. Shinming was dragged into the operating room by the doctor. Chapter 45. Before dragging him in, Shinming grabbed Shinsi's hands tightly with both hands and urged him urgently. Don't tell my parents about my injury. I know I won't tell. Oh, and you must wait for me outside. Don't worry, I won't leave. And, brother, are you afraid of pain? Did he show it so obviously? The doctor who dragged him and seemed to have never seen a grown man dawdle like this, and said with a bad taste, Sir, don't worry, although we don't have anesthetics, your injury is not vital, just bear with it, and it will pass. What? Finally, Shinming was dragged into the operating room, like a piglet to be slaughtered. After the door of the operating room was closed, Shinsiai had time to walk around and look at the medical building he was in. The medical building is composed of several buildings connected by a long corridor in the middle. From the layout, it was a hospital before the end of the world. Unexpectedly, the location of the base this time is much more perfect than the previous life. Shinsiai wandered around the medical building board. While wandering, she suddenly saw two familiar figures at the corner of the corridor in front. Looking closely, one man was thin and tall, and the other man had a middle-parted hair and a few spots on his face. They were Chiojisai and Brother Mao. Chiojisai seemed to have just finished the operation. He covered his waist and abdomen with his hands and walked with difficulty. Brother Mao carefully supported him. Shinsiai quickly dodged into the corridor and hid. After a while, someone else came. Is the boss okay? Hee, I have paid the fee. Do you think we should go back first? Before Chiojisai could speak, Brother Mao shouted, Aren't you talking nonsense? Didn't you see how badly the boss was injured? The man was scolded by Brother Mao. Shinsiai stuck his head out and was stunned for a moment when he saw the man, because the man was none other than Zhou Xiangyuan. Why was he here? He called Chiojisai the boss. Facing Brother Mao's scolding, Zhou Xiangyuan's face suddenly sank, but he did not get angry. He quickly put on a flattering smile on his face and supported Chiojisai's other side. Boss, I will help you go back. With the support of the two, Chiojisai continued to walk forward slowly, cursing at Shinsiai and Shinming as he walked. Two little bastards, don't let me see you again if you have the ability. Otherwise, I will peel off your skin. Brother Mao hurriedly said, Don't worry, those two. I can recognize them even if they turn into ashes. They are all in the base anyway, so there is no problem finding them. Zhou Xiangyuan asked, Boss, what do they look like? Tell me, I will help you find them even if I have to search the base all over again. Shinsiai was secretly surprised to hear that Zhou Xiangyuan actually knew Chiojisai. Seeing how he tried to please Chiojisai, could it be that Chiojisai was someone Zhou Xiangyuan knew in the base? If so, Chiojisai should also live in the villa area. According to Zhou Xiangyuan's snobbish personality, Chiojisai was just an ordinary person in the base. He would definitely not try to please him so much, so the other party was most likely an internal staff member of the base. But how could an internal staff member come out to do the task by himself? Shen Xiai kept this doubt in mind for the time being. After returning to the floor where Shen Ming was doing the operation, Shen Xiai waited for a while. When Shen Ming came out with a sad face after the operation, the two went home together. When they got home, it was already dark. Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan were worried, especially when they saw Shen Ming was injured. However, Shen Xiai and Shen Ming agreed that it was just a cut, not a big deal, and would heal in a few days. Originally, Shen Lianshan didn't believe it and wanted to ask again. Fortunately, Shen Yulan realized that the children were afraid that they would worry and didn't want to tell the truth. If they forced them, it would add burden to the children, so she stopped Shen Lianshan in time. After that, no one mentioned Shen Ming's injury anymore, and Shen Lianshan went to make dinner for everyone. He planned to cook porridge for dinner today, and steamed a few braised pork buns. Shen Xiai had been freezing outside for a day. With the candles in the room, he drank a mouthful of hot porridge and felt comfortable all over. Only then did he feel like he was alive again. Halfway through the meal, Shen Yulan hesitated and said to Shen Xiai and Shen Ming, "Mom has something to tell you." Shen Xiai took a bite of the braised pork bun and asked vaguely, "What is it, Mom?" Shen Yulan said, "Your dad and I were idle at home today, so we went out for a walk and thought about finding some work at the base. Otherwise, if they stayed at home all the time and relied on their two children to support them, how could they feel at ease? They also wanted to help the children share the burden. The family should work together to live better and better." Privately speaking, Shen Xiai just hoped that her parents could stay at home safely. It was too cold outside, and she didn't want them to suffer a little, but she also knew that if they really stayed like this, they would be unhappy. If finding some work can make them feel at ease and happy, it's not impossible. Shen Xiai asked, "What happened later? How was it? Did you find a suitable job?" Some parts of the base are still under construction, so it's not difficult to find a job. As expected, Shen Yulan said happily, "Yes, your dad and I went to the medical building this morning. There are nurses and doctors recruited there. We were all recruited and can start work tomorrow." "That's great." Shen Xiai was sincerely happy for his parents. Only Shen Ming asked, "Dad, Mom, what about the salary? How much is it a month?" When it comes to money, Shen Lianshan lowered his head for some reason, and Shen Yulan couldn't help sighing. Afterwards, Shen Yulan said, "Your dad gets 3,000 points a month, and I get 3,500 a month." "What? 3,000? 3,500? Shen Xiai was speechless for a moment. When she first entered the base, she glanced at the price list posted in the security booth. If she remembered correctly, a pack of instant noodles alone required 100 points. 3,000 a month can only be exchanged for 30 packs of instant noodles at most, 1 pack a day. If you want to exchange for some water, it's not enough. Another thing is that nurses get more points than doctors, but this is probably because her father is not a surgeon, so he is not very popular. For a moment, Shen Xiai didn't know how to comfort her father. In the past, her father was a famous expert in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, but now, I think he must be feeling bad. "Dad, it's okay." Shen Lianshan pretended to be relaxed and said, "Your father knows how to be blessed. Our family is now living better than many families. As long as our family is safe and sound, it is more important than anything else." This is indeed true. Safety and health are the top priority. Shen Xiai has never thought about how much money her parents earn. Anyway, she and her brother are at home, and her parents can rest or go out to work as they please. My brother was injured and couldn't go out for a while. My parents had to go to work in the medical building. Shen Xiai thought that she could only stay in the base to take care of her brother. But it was good to stay in the base. She could take out the family's off-road vehicle and ask the base to help modify it, so that it would be convenient to go out in the future. "Ah, Xiai, you said before that with the kitten ornament, nothing would happen. What's going on?" When Shen Xiai mentioned this, he had something to discuss with Shen Ming, because the ornament is carved from camphor wood, and camphor wood has a restraining effect on mutant animals. "Brother, I want to wait until you are healed, and then we can go out and cut some camphor wood. I just don't know where to find camphor wood now. At least in Jianan City, Shen Xiai has never seen it." Shen Ming said happily, "I know where to find it. It's in Jianan City next door." Shen Xi's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's great. No wonder her brother brought the news about camphor wood back to the base in the last life. This time, they must go and cut a batch before the base gets the news. "Brother, when you recover, we will set off to Jiangnan City." "Okay." A few days later, Shen Xiai saw that Shen Ming's injury was better, and she planned to take the off-road vehicle at home to the base for renovation. Since the car couldn't start after the last strike, Shinseai had to go out and park the car in a remote corner, then stop a car on the main road, pay some supplies, and let the car help tow her car to a place where it can be renovated. The man who was stopped by Shinseai was wearing bloated clothes, but his face was quite regular, and he looked about 20 years old. Seeing that Shinseai was alone, he readily agreed to Shinseai's request, tied his car to Shinseai's car with a rope, and dragged it all the way to the place where the vehicles were modified. This time, Shinseai realized that she still knew too little about the base. The scale of the base was much larger than she had imagined. In addition to the place where the survivors lived, there were also large areas that were more militarized. As soon as Shinseai stepped inside, he felt a solemn and murderous atmosphere, and military armored vehicles drove past him. "You've never been here before." The man who helped Shinseai tow the car smiled and said, "How about it, beauty? Do you want to follow me? As long as you follow me, I will take you to see a bigger world in the future." Shinseai, How can he be so confident? Shinseai didn't want to make close friends with him, so he took out a few packets of compressed biscuits from his bag and handed them to the man. "Thank you for your help, I will call someone later." Who knew that the man took the compressed biscuits and didn't leave in a hurry, but grabbed Shinseai's arm. "Hey, beauty, you are boring now. I helped you so much, you just use these packets of compressed biscuits to get rid of me." Shinseai lowered her eyes and stared at the man's claws that were holding her arm tightly. The few packets of compressed biscuits she gave him could be exchanged for hundreds of coupons, enough to repay him for his help. "I'm afraid this man is deliberately looking for trouble." Shinseai raised his head, his face no longer as nice as before. "So what do you want?" The man was waiting for Shinseai's words, and his eyes, which were originally a little concealed, became more unscrupulous. "Beauty, I like people who know what's interesting, as long as you..." Before he finished speaking, Shinseai suddenly raised his foot and hit his trouser pocket. "Oh!" The man immediately covered his lower body with both hands, raised his head, and jumped on the spot with a headache. You stinky woman, how dare you trick me? What are you doing?" At this time, an aggressive officer came over, looked at the man unkindly, and then looked at Shinseai. As if he had found a savior, the man immediately jumped to the officer's side, pointed at Shinseai, and complained to the officer. "Officer, it's her. It's this woman. I helped her tow the car over, but she hit me. Is there a rule in the base that says you can't fight? She violated it. Officer, you must make the decision for me." Chapter 46. The officer shot a pair of sharp eyes at Shinseai. "Is that so?" Shinseai denied it, of course. "It's true that he helped me tow the truck here, but I have already given him supplies to express my gratitude. He is the one who wants to blackmail me." "Shut up. Who wants to blackmail you? The supplies you gave me are not enough to fill my teeth." After the man finished speaking, he put on a flattering smile and stuffed a few packs of compressed biscuits into the officer's hand. "Officer, to be honest, this woman is my wife. She and I had some conflicts, so we separated for a while, and she is angry with me." Wow, Shinseai was so angry that he laughed. Who knew that the officer actually believed such a lie with so many loopholes? The officer shook the packs of compressed biscuits in his hand, raised his eyes, and exchanged glances with the man. "So it's your family affairs? Family affairs should be handled at home. Do you know the rules when you come here?" Yes, you are right. I will take my wife back now." The man raised a triumphant smile and walked toward Shinseai, thinking in his heart that this woman has a car, and there may be other supplies at home. If she is taken down, you will get more than just a few packs of compressed biscuits. Shinseai looked at the man coldly and suppressed the urge to attack the man. This place is not suitable for action. It is better to follow this man first, wait until we get to a secluded place, and then get rid of the man quietly. However, at this moment, another voice sounded. "What's wrong? What happened?" This voice. Shinseai suddenly looked up and saw Chu Han leading a group of people not far away. When the officer saw Chu Han, he immediately withdrew his aura and spoke politely. "Oh, it's Captain Chu." "It's nothing. A young couple had a quarrel. I'm asking the man to take them back." Hearing this, Chu Han's eyes fell on Shinseai's face. "Husband and wife?" Yes. The commander replied. Somehow, he felt that Captain Chu's eyes looking at the woman were full of meaning, and he felt a little uncertain in his heart. "Why don't I know that my friend is married?" Chu Han's voice was a little colder. The man who claimed that Shinseai was his wife did not notice the coldness in Chu Han's voice at all, and still smiled and said, "That's because you don't understand her." As a result, before the word "solved" was finished, the man was slapped in the face by the commander, Good boy, you dare to lie to me, right? He never thought that the woman in front of him was actually Captain Chu's friend, and he almost got into trouble, but the man was stunned. I didn't. But the commander didn't want to listen to the man's explanation at all, and wished that this incident had never happened. Come on. Catch him for me. The people waiting behind came up and pressed the man down at once. Yes, is this a mistake? Ugh. The man tried to explain, but someone covered his mouth. The commander waved his hand, and quickly asked someone to take the man away, and give him a good beating. Then he smiled at Chu-han and said, Sorry, Captain Chu, I take him down now, and teach him the rules of the base. After that, the commander was about to leave. Chu-han said, Wait. The commander stopped and felt scared, but he turned around and saw Captain Chu reaching out a hand to him. If he still couldn't see the situation clearly, he would have wasted all these years. He handed the several packs of compressed biscuits in his hand to Chu-han, and took the others away immediately. Watching their backs as they left quickly, Shinsi couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, no matter where you are, there are places where the sun doesn't shine. Are you okay? Chu-han stepped forward and handed the compressed biscuits back to Shinsi. Shinsi took it, put it back in his bag, and said with a smile, It's okay. Cousin, why are you here? Fortunately, Captain Chu and I came at the right time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. It would have been better if Fu Shuangshuang didn't speak. As soon as she spoke, Shinsi noticed that Fu Shuangshuang was also among the group of people led by Chu-han. Chu-han ordered others, Take Miss Fu out first. Yes. Fu Shuangshuang seemed to want to say something, but she couldn't stand the dominance of the person who was responsible for taking her out, so she had to walk away with her head turned back every few steps. After the people left, Chu-han said, Miss Fu came here to join the base, but she did not pass the assessment. Joining the base and being recruited by the base to become a guard requires a basic assessment. It turns out that Fu Shuangshuang still has such an ambition. Speaking of joining the base, Shinsi really has something to ask Chu-han. By the way, there is something I want to ask you. People who join the base, can they go out to do tasks privately? On this point, Chu-han said very confidently, No, joining the base to enjoy the benefits of the base. Correspondingly, they must also be controlled by the base in case they need to be on call at any time. So if someone goes out to do tasks privately, unless they are not discovered, there will be severe punishment once they are discovered. Shinsi nodded, which was similar to what she expected, because in her previous life, when her brother joined the base, it seemed that there was also such a rule. Then Shio was most likely guilty, but Shinsi had no evidence at the moment, so it was difficult to report it. Oh, by the way, I came here to modify the car at home. Do you know where I should go? It looks like it's very strict here, and it's probably not easy to walk around. Chu-han said, It's a small matter, I'd let them help you. After that, he waved his hand, and the people following him came up to help. When the car was towed to the special modification site, Shinsi chatted with the person in charge for a few words, put forward his own requirements, and then paid for the corresponding materials. The materials were mainly tea and wine that she had sorted out before, and she thought the quality was not good. She took some out of her bag and handed them to the person in charge, just as waste. When the person in charge saw the tea and wine in good packaging, he hurriedly took them carefully, for fear of knocking them. Although this kind of thing can't fill the stomach, the officials on the base have always been used to enjoying it. Giving it to them, the benefits they get are much greater than the value of ordinary materials. After finalizing the date to pick up the car with the person in charge, Shinsi prepared to go back. Chu-han happened to have something to do outside the base, so he accompanied Shinsi for a while. On the way, the wind and snow had not stopped since they stopped a few days ago, but the temperature was still frighteningly low. Chu-han was driving the car, and Shinsi sat in the co-pilot. She looked at Chu-han beside her several times, and then retracted her gaze. After Chu-han noticed it, he asked her, Do you have something to say to me? Shinsi thought to herself that there really was. She didn't bother to be polite with Chu-han, and asked directly, I want to ask, is there a place like a training camp in the base? For example, where you can practice fighting skills or shooting. Shinsi thought that she would not leave the base for the time being, so she could use the time to improve her physical fitness, and her brother must also train well. Chu-han saw Shinsi's thoughts, but said regretfully, The base does have a training camp, but it is not open to the public. So, not open to the public means that you must join the base to be eligible to use it. Shinsi was a little disappointed. Who knew that Chu-han suddenly stopped the car, took out a black card from his pocket, and handed it to Shinsi. Although the training camp in the base is not open to the public, there is also a training ground in my residence. This is a pass to the villa area, with the building number of my residence on it. Take it, and come over whenever you want. Shinseai took the black card handed over by Chu Han, on which were 3 gold-plated characters pass, and the building number of the villa was marked in the lower right corner. Shinseai was a little moved. Will it not cause you any trouble? No. Since that's the case, Shinseai was not polite. Then I take it, thank you. Chu Han smiled lightly, and continued to step on the accelerator to drive forward. While driving, he mentioned another thing. In addition to the militarized area you just saw, there is also a night market in the base every night. If you are bored, you can go out and take a look. Maybe you can find something you want. This is good? Shinseai became interested. He raised his face, and asked Chu Han with sparkling eyes, Night market. This is good? Where is it? Chu Han simply stopped again, took out a pen and paper from his arms, wrote and drew on the paper, and drew a simple map for Shinseai. Shinseai took it and looked at it, and couldn't help laughing. Chu Han's painting skills were too abstract, but fortunately they were easy to understand. Shinseai roughly knew where the night market was. It was in the middle of the residential area and the militarized area, and it looked quite large. Shinseai made a note of it, and when he got home, his parents came back from get off work in the evening, the family had a simple hot meal, and then Shinseai took Shinming out. Shinming complained, That's too much, your brother is a patient now. Why are you shouting? You injured your arm, not your leg. That's true. In fact, Shinseai didn't want to drag her brother with her, but in order to avoid that kind of thing happening again during the day, she still had to drag her brother with her to make a show, so that no one would bump into her again. After all, killing people in the base is risky. Shinming didn't know the reason, so he had to accompany Shinseai to the night market stalls. The scale of the night market stalls was even larger than Shinseai had imagined. It was a long street with stalls on both sides. Little girl, do you want to take a look? This is a jade bracelet passed down from my ancestors. You can take it away with just a pack of instant noodles. An elderly woman saw that Shinseai was a new face, and hurriedly held a jade bracelet in both hands to sell it to Shinseai. Shinseai glanced at it, and shook his head gently. Going further, there are other stalls. The stall owner tried hard to recommend computers to passers-by, but was rejected by others. Your 2 laptops have parts frozen inside. You can't eat or drink. Why do you want to buy them? I think you should throw them away as soon as possible. In addition to these, there are also stalls selling sandals and teacups. There are all kinds of things. As Shinseai walked along, he occasionally encountered stalls selling candles and hot packs, but the requirement was that they must be exchanged with the things they specified. All these are in Shinseai's space, and there is no shortage for the time being. She walked around, looking around, and walked half of the street. Although she didn't see what she wanted to buy, she found the bustle interesting. After walking a few steps, she came to a stall and stopped. The stall owner was a woman in her 30s, sitting on a small stool with a gloomy face, as if she couldn't sell her things. Even if Shinseai stopped, she had no interest in selling. Shinseai squatted in front of the stall, grabbed a handful of feed in a snakeskin bag and asked, Boss, how much do you sell this for? Did she hear it right? Someone asked the price? Chapter 47. The woman hurriedly sat up straight, looked serious, and introduced to Shinseai in a flattering tone. It's not expensive, just 1 loaf of bread, you can take the whole bag. 1 loaf of bread in exchange for a whole bag of feed, if others would definitely not look at it, but this feed is a necessity for Shinseai, the price is not expensive. The woman thought Shinseai didn't say anything because he thought it was too expensive, so she quickly added, Girl, I really haven't eaten for a long time. If you need it, in addition to this bag of chicken feed, I also have a bag of duck feed. I can give it to you. You see, this snakeskin bag is very big, and there is a lot of food inside. I want it all. Okay. Wait, what did you say? Did she hear it wrong? All? Shinseai ignored the woman's shock and said, I want as much feed as you have. The woman was sure that she heard it right, and her expression was immediately excited. Wasn't she dreaming? These things that cannot be eaten by humans, there are really people who want them? She looked around and saw that no one noticed this side, and whispered to Shinseai, Girl, I'm not lying to you. He said, My family used to specialize in raising chickens and ducks. I still have 2 bags of these feeds, but you want so much feed, you won't regret it in the future, right? What if this person regrets it in the future and comes to trouble her, who can she cry to? Having said this, Shenxiai also confessed to the woman honestly, pointing to Shenming who was standing behind him and looking around, and said mysteriously, "Boss, I have been walking on this street for a long time, and only your family sells this thing, so I won't hide it from you. Do you see the man behind me? He is from the base. The base is now having a group of researchers who are secretly breeding chickens and ducks that are more suitable for survival in extreme cold. They are in urgent need of feed, but this may not be successful, so—" I understand. The woman understood the inside story and was very happy. "I won't tell anyone, but—" "You said?" After all, she only heard one side of the story from the little girl, so the woman still had some doubts in her heart. Shenxiai knew that she would not completely believe it, so he simply took out the pass to the villa area given by Chu Han and let the woman take a look. At this glance, the woman's eyes immediately revealed envy. Villa area, she only dared to take a look inside when she passed by from a distance, but she didn't expect that the two people in front of her were the nobles in the villa area. The woman had nothing to doubt anymore. Doing business with the base was the most secure. She said, I still have 2 bags of feed, but they are all at home. How about you come back with me to get them? It's just that my home is in the unfinished area." She laughed a little self-deprecatingly. Anyway, her home is in the unfinished area, and she is poor. What bad thoughts can these 2 people living in the villa area have on her? She is not afraid. Shenxiai heard that there were still 2 bags at home, so he decided to collect them all, so that the chickens and ducks in her space would have enough food. She followed the woman to the villa area and waited outside. After a while, the woman came down with a bag of feed. At the same time, a little girl who followed the woman came down. The girl was about 6 or 7 years old, thin and small, with round and bright eyes, and a small bag of feed on her thin shoulders. Shenming hurried over to take it, and Shenxiai took the feed from the woman. The woman smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, I made you wait longer." "It's okay." Shenxiai raised his hand and touched the little girl's furry head. "Is she your daughter?" "Yes." The woman turned her eyes to the little girl and softened. "It's hard for this child to follow a useless mother like me. If these bags of feed can't be exchanged for food, she and her daughter will really starve to death." Shenxiai couldn't help asking, "Didn't your family do chicken and duck business?" Doing business. Life should not be bad. Although money is useless after the end of the world, those frozen chickens and ducks are also a large amount of supplies. Who knew that when it came to this, the woman's face was full of hatred. "It's not my beastly man." After he exchanged the chickens and ducks for other supplies, he ran away with a team and left us mother and daughter behind. If we weren't lucky enough to meet someone in the base and bring us back, we would have starved to death long ago. As the woman spoke, her eyes gradually turned red. Shenxiai didn't expect that his casual question would bring up the woman's sad story. She didn't know what to say. In the end of the world, there are many people who have similar experiences to the woman, and there are even worse ones than her. How many of the former family members and friends chose to abandon them in the face of survival? "Oh, I shouldn't tell you this. Come and see. Do you want all these feeds?" Shenxiai checked the feeds. Together with the ones he brought back from the stalls, there were 4 bags in total, 2 bags of chicken feed and 2 bags of duck feed, all of which were fine. Shenxiai found an empty corner and handed the supplies he had prepared in his backpack to the woman. 2 bags of quick frozen dumplings with cabbage and pork filling, 2 bags of sesame rice balls, a box of 8 treasure rice, plus a bottle of water and a pack of sanitary napkins. The woman didn't expect that just a few bags of useless feed could be exchanged for such precious things. She hadn't eaten dumplings and glutinous rice balls for a long time, and she wished she couldn't afford them. Thank you. While thanking them, she pulled her daughter to kneel down and kowtow to Shenxiai. Shenxiai was shocked. She didn't do this for the woman's gratitude, but just for a deal. If the woman didn't have what she needed, she wouldn't have taken out the food. After all, there were too many people suffering outside, and she couldn't help them one by one, so she couldn't afford the woman's kneeling and kowtowing. She quickly stopped the other person and helped him up. "Don't thank me, these are all I can take out. If you really want to live well in the future, you still have to rely on yourself. It's too difficult for a woman with a child to survive in the end times. Fortunately, there's a base to take care of them now, and it's not impossible to save more money for survival." The woman understood what Shenxiai meant. She actually wanted to find a job in the base, but she was really worried about her child being alone at home. Unexpectedly, the little girl seemed to know her mother's worries, and raised her little face, and said obediently, "Mom, and it is fine." Hearing her daughter's soft voice, the woman almost shed tears again. Shenxiai didn't stay any longer. After saying goodbye to the woman, he and Shinming carried 4 bags of feed to go home. On the way, Shinming noticed that Shinsiai was a little depressed, and deliberately picked up something happy to talk to her. New Year's Eve is in a few days. Si, think about it quickly. What activities should we do on New Year's Eve? In previous years, when the family celebrated the New Year, they would eat and drink together, watch the New Year's Eve party, or go to the square outside to release balloons, but this year it was not possible. But there should still be a sense of ceremony. However, Shinsiai was not interested in this. She kept recalling the mother and daughter in her mind. The sadness on the woman's face, and the panic on the child's face. There is no shortage of people with tragic fates in the end of the world. Shinsiai always has a string in her heart. She must not let her family become like that one day. Brother, when I took the car to modify it today, I met Chu Han. He gave me a pass to the villa area and said that there is a training ground where he lives. Let's go there, and start training tomorrow. Training? Shinming was dumbfounded. The painful training memories in the past came like a flood, and he shuddered fiercely. Well, your brother is not injured yet. Who knew that before he could finish his words, he received a glare from Shinsiai. His sister's temper is more terrible than training, so he should just go obediently. Go, brother will definitely train well. That's better. Shinsiai has always known that her brother is not incompetent, but too distracted. If it were any other day, she might have dragged her brother along to be lazy, but now is the end of the world, where one can lose one's life if one is not careful, so there must be no slackness. So the next morning, Shinsiai got up early, washed up, had a simple breakfast, and took Shinming to the villa area. According to the building number on the pass, Shinsiai quickly found Chu Han's home, but what she didn't expect was that Chu Han was not the only one living in the villa. As soon as she knocked on the gate of the courtyard outside the villa, she saw a strange man as soon as the door opened. Shinsiai thought she had found the wrong place at first, but the man said that he had not found the wrong place, and the boss had told him in the morning, and enthusiastically invited Shinsiai and Shinming in. As soon as he entered, Shinsiai felt a little dizzy, as if he had fallen into a den of men. Everywhere he looked, there were men. Some were washing, some were exercising, and some were even getting dressed. They hadn't expected that a girl would come into the house one day. After being stunned for 2 seconds, they quickly hid with a wow, which made Shinsiai a little at a loss. Only Shinming stood in the huge living room and groaned angrily. Chu Han, this guy, doesn't manage his subordinates properly. What should I do if he scares his sister? Brother. Shinsiai poked Shinming with his elbow. This is someone else's home. They came to the door without saying hello, which was impolite on their part. As they were talking, Chu Han came down from the stairs. He seemed to have just taken a shower, wearing a warm blue home clothes, with a refreshing short hair, and the tips of his hair were still damp. I'm in need of someone to help manage people. Are you interested in coming? Chu Han said. Shinming waved his hand quickly. Not interested. He didn't want to train day and night anymore. Even now, when he heard the whistle, he still had a shadow. Shinsiai looked at his brother's useless look, and was really angry and amused. He apologized to Chu Han. Sorry to bother you, we want to borrow the training ground. Chu Han nodded. Follow me. Shinsiai immediately followed Chu Han into a downward staircase. Afterwards, a basement with a large area gradually appeared in front of Shinsiai. There were incandescent lamps hanging around, and it was not dim at all. Chu Han introduced. There are fighting, shooting, and some other areas here, all of which can be used. Shinsiai didn't have to think about it at all. Shooting, I want to practice shooting accuracy. Of course fighting is also needed. The fighting skills she learned in her previous life were all practiced when she competed with others for supplies again and again. She didn't have any foundation. If she was unlucky enough to meet someone stronger, it would not be enough. Now that she has the chance, she must make full use of it. Chu Han was not vague and said directly, Okay, I will practice with you. It would be great to have Chu Han as a partner. Shinsiai decided to divide the day into 2 sessions. First practice shooting and then practice fighting. Chapter 48. The guns used in the shooting range are not real guns. Not only will they not waste bullets, but they can also be recycled, so Shinsiai has no worries when using them. She practiced one by one under Chu Han's guidance. There was a moment of trance, and Shinsiai felt that the target opposite seemed to have turned into the mutant tiger that night. If she had a good aim, she wouldn't have to rely on her brother to shoot that night. Many things should be controlled in one's own hands to be safer. Shinsiai looked stern and moved forward, like a machine that would not stop, always heading towards one goal. Chu Han leaned against the wall, looking at the little girl from a distance, and saw the tenacity in the little girl's eyes, which turned into a piece of armor, covering her slender body, standing at the forefront, resisting all the wind and rain that came. And what made her so determined to protect was the existence of the family behind her. Shinming is so lucky to be Shinxi's family. Chu Han raised his foot to the fighting area and went to fight Shinming. After a while, Shinming screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah, be gentle. Chu Han, tell me. Are you going to settle it privately? Ah, my hands are broken, they are going to break." Such screams continued until the halftime break. Shinming sat down next to Shinxi, screaming ouch, ouch in pain, and complained to Shinxi, "Ah, Ci, look, Chu Han is too cruel, your brother almost died in his hands." Shinxi checked her brother's hands and feet, and found that although her brother kept screaming, Chu Han actually used a very measured move, avoiding her brother's injured arm, and no other parts of his body were injured. Shinxi couldn't help laughing. "Brother, you look energetic, right? I should bring you here more often." Shinming, No, why are these two still breathing out of the same nose? At this time, Chu Han came over and threw a towel on Shinming's face. There's a bathroom on the first floor. Hearing the bathroom, Shinming didn't care to complain. His eyes lit up and said, "Hey, then I won't be polite." He grabbed the towel, got up from the ground, and ran to the stairs, not looking tired at all. The rest of Shinxi looked down at himself, thinking that there were only men here with Chu Han, and it was not convenient for him to borrow the bathroom, so he should go home first. She stood up and prepared to say goodbye to Chu Han, who knew that Chu Han actually said to her, "The bathroom on the first floor is shared, but there is another one on the second floor, otherwise." He dodged uncomfortably. Shenxi's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Could Chu Han mean that she could use the bathroom upstairs? Thinking of the time when they first came, Chu Han just came down from upstairs. Wouldn't that be Chu Han's bedroom? No, don't bother. Shenxi smiled, trying to hide the discomfort on her face. "I just go home." She walked away. Unexpectedly, when she passed by Chu Han stretched out his hand to stop her arm. "It's freezing outside now. You just finished training. Aren't you afraid of getting sick if you go out like this?" "That's true. If you get sick, it will be a troublesome thing. Then, don't worry, there is a brand new set of toiletries upstairs." Since that's the case, Shinxi couldn't refuse anymore. "Okay, thank you for your help." Shinxi lowered his head and followed Chu Han silently to the second floor of the villa. However, when they reached the corner, someone hurried over and said to Chu Han, "Boss, Captain Xia is here." Shinxi thought to herself, could it be Xia Long? She hurriedly said to Chu Han, "You go and do your work first. I go to the second floor by myself. Otherwise, it would be bad to let Xia Long wait. He must have something important to do." Besides, Shinxi thought Xia Long came just in time. Otherwise, it would be weird to let Chu Han take her to take a shower. "Okay, the door is not locked. Everything is in the bathroom. If there is anything missing, remember to tell me." "Yeah." Shinxi nodded obediently. After Chu Han left, she continued to walk up the stairs and came to the second floor. The second floor is much quieter than the first floor, where there are many people and noisy. Shinxi walked into the largest bedroom and smelled a scent at the tip of her nose, very fresh, like the scent of soapberry with the taste of green lemon. This should be the room. She closed the door and looked around the room. The room was spacious, with a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. Everything was very simple. For example, the quilt was neatly folded on the bed, and the desk was as clean as new, with nothing on it. The color tone of the whole room was dark and cold. Shinxi couldn't help but sigh. If there wasn't a long fireplace against the wall, which was constantly emitting warmth, she would have thought it was an empty room. Shinxi couldn't help but think of Chu Han's cold face, and felt that this room was Chu Han's style. She came to a small door, pushed it open, and there was a neat bathroom inside. On the bathroom shelf was a set of pink, soft plush pajamas, and on the washstand were 2 towels, one blue and one pink. The pink one was obviously unused, with new creases on it. In addition, in the alcove, besides a bar of soap, there were 2 bottles of lotion, a bottle of shower gel, and a bottle of shampoo, all brand new, and smelled the same as the soap, lemon. Shinxi couldn't help but laugh. If she used it, would she smell the same as Chu Han? Downstairs, after Xia Long sat down on the sofa, he looked at Chu Han opposite him, wondering why Chu Han looked like he was in a good mood today. He could never hide things, and he said whatever he thought. "What's so happy about?" Chu Han raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Did he look happy? He was hiding it very well, okay? No, you saw it wrong. Chu Han perfunctorily said to Xiao Long, picked up the glass teacup on the coffee table, took a sip of hot water, and concealed the corners of his lips that could not help but rise. Xiao Long scratched his head, stopped thinking about the things he couldn't figure out, and quickly talked about the purpose of his trip, saying seriously, Chu Han, I have something to tell you. Speaking of business, Chu Han also put down his teacup and asked him, is there any news about Uncle Xiao again? Xiao Long nodded, his face a little heavy. The base just received new information, saying that my father is trapped in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City is next to Jinan City. Is the news accurate? Chu Han asked. This question made Xiao Long a little excited. Accurate, very accurate. I have already talked to my father on the phone, but before I could say a few words, the communication was cut off. Speaking of this, Xiao Long lowered his head, hugged his head with both hands in annoyance, and even his voice was slightly choked. Seeing Xiao Long so helpless, Chu Han felt bad. He couldn't help with emotional comfort, and he could only do one thing. I promise that I will do my best to bring Uncle Xiao out. Uncle Xiao had done him a favor. He thought Uncle Xiao was in Jingbei before, and wanted to go back to Jingbei with Gu Song at that time. Fortunately, he received a call from Xiao Long in time, so he came to Jinan base. No matter what, he must rescue Uncle Xiao. Xiao Long raised his face, and looked at Chu Han with gratitude. He put his hands on his knees together, and clenched them into fists, as if doing so would make him feel at ease. Thank you. He thanked Chu Han in a weak voice. The base was afraid that I would act impulsively, so they didn't give me this task. Fortunately, you are there, otherwise, the chance of his father being rescued would be even slimmer. Because he is Xiao Huijin's son, the base is afraid that if he is given this task, he will lose his calmness and affect his judgment during the execution of the task. So it is decided that the task will be taken by another captain. But how could those people care? Xiao Long was almost in despair, but fortunately at this critical moment Chu Han appeared, fought for this mission, and promised him that he would take him with him when he did the mission. Xiao Long didn't know how to thank Chu Han. Chu Han thought for a while and asked, besides finding out that Uncle Xiao is in Jiangnan City, did you find out anything else? No. Xiao Long shook his head, with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. The base means that the specific situation in Jiangnan City is unclear and needs to be considered. Anyway, it's just a delay. Xiao Long wanted to just go by himself. But the guards in the base must listen to the base's arrangements, otherwise the consequences of daring to act privately will be very serious. He couldn't do anything rash, or else things would get really bad. But waiting all the time wasn't a solution. Xiao Long was getting anxious. Chu Han rarely said something to comfort him. Look at it from a positive perspective. The people above can say this. At least it means Uncle Xiao is not in danger at the moment. Hearing this, Xiao Long smiled bitterly. When did you learn to comfort people? But this comfort was indeed effective. Just like Chu Han said, his father's personal safety was not a big problem at the moment. Okay, stop crying. It's going to be dark outside if you don't go back. Is that right? Xiao Long turned his head and looked at the sky outside the window. It was still bright. How could it be dark? He was already so sad. But Chu Han was so ruthless that he wanted to drive him away. Is there any humanity left? It's really sad. The sadder Xiao Long was, the more he didn't want to leave. Chu Han didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he got up and went straight to the kitchen. Xiao Long was curious, and simply followed him to take a look. Unexpectedly, he laughed angrily after seeing this. Good you, I was wondering why you suddenly rushed me away. It turns out you were stewing soup in the kitchen. Xiao Long couldn't help but move forward to taste it. As a result, his outstretched hand didn't even touch the pot, and was blocked by Chu Han. This is not for you. Okay, huh? Who is it for? Xiao Long asked curiously. It would be strange if Chu Han told him, but he just opened his mouth again to drive him away. Why don't you leave? Go, I'm leaving now. Xiao Long admitted his defeat. Anyway, he told Chu Han the news he got, and he could only ask him for everything from now on. Soon, Xiao Long left the villa. Chu Han looked at Xiao Long's back, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, and a touch of reminiscence floated in his eyes. That year, he was still in elementary school. In order to get good grades in every exam, he attended classes seriously during the day, came back at night to cook dinner for his family, and reviewed his homework until late at night. Day after day, he finally got the first place in the grade, and the teacher gave him a certificate. I remember it was winter, close to the Chinese New Year. Winter in northern Beijing is very cold, with heavy snow. Other children at the school gate were picked up by their parents, but he stood in the wind and snow, and never waited for his parents to pick him up. Chapter 49. It was getting dark, so Chu-han had no choice but to carry his school bag and walk home in the snow. The snow was raging on the road, and cars were passing by him. His face was red and purple from the cold, but he was still holding the certificate tightly in his arms, wanting to go home and show it to his parents as soon as possible. As long as his parents saw his certificate, they would be happy. However, when he finally got home, he found that he was wrong. In the large living room, the lights were warm, and his parents were smiling lovingly, celebrating his brother Chu-hwan's birthday, clapping their hands and singing happy birthday. It turned out that his parents didn't miss school. They went there, but just took his brother away and forgot about him. He walked in slowly, and suddenly felt that he came at an inappropriate time, but today was obviously his birthday. It's okay. My brother was kidnapped 2 years ago, and finally found. It's only right for Mom and Dad to pay more attention to him. Fortunately, he got the first place in the grade this time, which will definitely make Mom and Dad happier. He walked over, breaking the warm atmosphere in the living room, and with a pair of red hands frozen by the wind and snow, he showed the certificate to Mom and Dad with expectation. But who would have thought that after seeing the certificate, Mom and Dad not only did not praise him, but also criticized him. Mom said that if he hadn't caused his brother to be kidnapped 2 years ago, his brother wouldn't have studied at night. This first place in the grade should have belonged to his brother. Is it his turn to be complacent here? Mom said that he owed his brother his whole life. As for the award certificate that he had held tightly in his arms all the way back, Mom only glanced at it coldly, and then tore it to pieces. The fragments of the award certificate fell down in a scattering manner, and Chu-han felt that his heart seemed to be broken at that moment, and the pain spread silently in his body. He didn't remember how long he stood there, until the lights in the living room suddenly went out. He bent over, picked up the fragments of the award certificate on the ground, and then ran out of the house. Jingbei is a big city. This city is so big that there is no place for him to stay. The only thing he could think of was Uncle Xiao's house. Uncle Xiao is Dad's friend. In his memory, only Uncle Xiao treated him the best, would touch his head and praise him for being a good boy, and would buy him candy. He didn't knock on the door, afraid of disturbing Uncle Xiao's family, but just curled up under the door of Uncle Xiao's house. His heart was full of sorrow. It was not until Uncle Xiao opened the door and came out with a bag of garbage that he saw him. Chu-han? You kid, why didn't you tell me you were here? You're still hiding here. What if you get frozen? Come in, come in. However, Chu-han didn't say anything. He was just shivering from the cold. He raised his head and saw Uncle Xiao standing in front of him, his loving face full of heartache. He had never seen such heartache on his parents' faces, and suddenly he seemed to understand something. That night, he didn't go home, but stayed at Uncle Xiao's house. Uncle Xiao also used transparent tape to help him stick the broken certificate together bit by bit. Gulp gulp. The sound coming out of the soup pot pulled Chu-han's thoughts back from his memories. He hurried over to turn off the fire, took a big bowl to scoop out the stewed soup, and then 2 bowls of rice, a plate of spicy pickles, put them on a plate and took them upstairs. Upstairs, Shensi had already taken a shower and washed his hair. Unexpectedly, the living conditions in the villa area were not much different from those before the end of the world. Not only was there hot water supply, but there was also sufficient electricity. Since the end of the world, in order to save water, she could only wipe her body when taking a shower, but this time she could take a good shower, which was too comfortable, so comfortable that she wanted to throw herself into Chu-han's bed and sleep. How about next month? Her family will also move to the villa area to live? No, the villa area needs too many supplies a month, far more than the residential area. Shensi thought that his family was not short of supplies at present, but what about in the future? If the end of the world will never end, then the supplies will be used less and less. Shensi took a hair dryer and blew his hair while thinking in his heart. Suddenly, she heard someone knocking on the door. She turned off the hair dryer and hurried over to open the door. Outside the door, Chu-han was standing there with food in his hands. For some reason, when Shensi saw Chu-han, she felt a strange throbbing in her heart. She subconsciously wanted to tidy up her clothes, but then she remembered that what she was wearing was what Chu-han prepared for her. Pink, while Chu-han was wearing blue. Wait, it seems that the towels in the bathroom are also one blue and one pink. How come this looks a bit like a couple style? When Shensi was stunned, Chu-han was also stunned. He didn't expect the door to open so quickly, and his eyes couldn't help but stop on Shensi. Shensi changed into the fluffy pajamas he prepared for her. Her black hair hung on her shoulders, making her neck look white and slender. Chu-han hurriedly looked away, and walked in after Shin-si realized it belatedly. He put the food on the table, and said to Shin-si apologetically, "Sometimes we need to go out for a mission, and we may be away for a few days. There is not much food left in the villa, so we will eat some first." Now it was Shin-si's turn to feel embarrassed. She had come to borrow the training ground, which was already troublesome enough for Chu-han, but now she borrowed the bathroom to take a shower, and stayed for dinner. But the food was served, and it would be embarrassing for her to refuse again, so she simply sat down opposite Chu-han and asked with a smile, "Did you make all this?" Chu-han took the chopsticks and spoon and handed them to Shin-si. "I made it, try it, and see if it suits your taste." Then Shin-si would of course say something nice. "It suits you, the noodles you cooked last time were delicious." As he said that, Shin-si took a spoon and scooped a spoonful of the soup in the bowl and tasted it in small sips. The delicious taste of the soup made her eyes narrow into crescents. What a delicious chicken soup! There is no earthy smell of chicken, only the rich aroma that comes from the slow cooking, plus mushrooms, dried bamboo shoots and other side dishes. It is already delicious enough to whet your appetite without too much seasoning. If you say that Shin-si was subconsciously praising Chu-han's cooking skills before, now he really wants to praise him a few more times. But the only words that came out of his mouth were, "delicious." I really hate that my vocabulary is too small. Chu-han seemed to be a little unconvinced by what she said, and asked, "Do you really think it's delicious?" Shin-si picked up a piece of mushroom. "Of course, as delicious as the food my parents cook." This is the highest praise for her. Okay. Chu-han smiled when he heard this, but there was a hint of sadness in his smile. When he was a child, he would go to the kitchen every day after school to prepare dinner for his family in order to please his parents. But he never received a compliment. He always thought that his cooking skills were not good enough, so he tried to improve them again and again. But it was useless, and all he got was a cold remark from his father. "There are servants at home, so you don't need to do these things, and your Uncle Xia thinks we abused you." But they don't know that not all physical abuse is abuse, but mental abuse is also abuse. Chu-han picked up a chicken leg and put it in Shin-si's bowl. The base received a batch of chickens and ducks before, but unfortunately most of them were frozen to death. There are only a few left alive. They are kept in the greenhouse by the base. "If you like to eat, I will get a few more." No. Shin-si declined repeatedly. It's hard to get a few alive. The base must be keeping them as seeds to continue. More importantly, she can't always eat and drink at other people's homes, right? Chu-han said. "Then what do you like to eat?" "I make it next time." Shin-si almost choked on a mouthful of rice. No. After swallowing the rice, she said again, "I can't always eat at your place, otherwise it would be embarrassing. You can lend us the training ground." "I'm very grateful." Thinking back then, their family only invited Chu-han to eat a bowl of dumplings, and that was because Chu-han helped them install a generator. To be honest, their family didn't have any favors to Chu-han. She really felt ashamed of Chu-han's kindness. "How about this?" Shin-si said, "New Year's Eve is coming in a few days. If you have nothing to do, come to our house for dinner on New Year's Eve. Just treat it as a gift, and if Chu-han can come to visit, the house will be lively, and her parents will be happy. I just don't know if Chu-han is so busy Okay, I will definitely come." You agreed so quickly? Shin-si felt a little happy. After she finished her meal, it was already dark outside, and she went downstairs with Chu-han. Downstairs, Shin-ming was eating a big pot of rice with everyone, and when he saw Shin-si was leaving, he got up quickly. The two were sent back home by Chu-han. It was not until they got home that Shin-ming asked Shin-si in a low voice in the living room, "Si, what you are wearing is Chu-han." "No, that boy didn't bully you, did he?" Shin-si laughed. "Even if he bullied me, what can you do, brother?" "No, I'm going to fight him." "Come back." Shin-si pulled Shin-ming back unhappily. "He didn't bully me. Chu-han is a good person." "Oh, that's good." Then, he was relieved. But, Shin-ming then thought again, Chu-han wouldn't bully Si. What about others? What if one day in the future? No! He must protect his sister. So early the next morning, Shin-ming was the first to get up, and he spontaneously woke up Shin-si and urged Shin-si to go to Chu-han's house, which made Shin-si think that he was too excited and had hallucinations. Her brother was still humming yesterday. Why did he suddenly become so self-conscious today? It seems that he has grown up. Shin-si was very pleased. And not only that, Shin-si found that her brother trained very seriously in the next few days, especially his shooting accuracy, which had improved significantly. Of course, Shinseai also made rapid progress. During this process, Shinseai learned from Chuhan the reason for the water supply in the villa area. It turned out that the base collected the snow outside, purified it, removed impurities such as sand, and found that there was an unknown bacteria in the snow. It was this bacteria that caused the animals to mutate, but the human body would not mutate after drinking it. But even if it didn't mean it was harmless. It would still reduce the body's own resistance and make it very easy to get sick. Fortunately, this bacteria will die soon after leaving the water, so the purified water can be used for cleaning, but it is best not to drink it. Currently, this aspect is only provided to the villa area. Chapter 50. It was New Year's Eve in a blink of an eye. Shinseai prepared some dishes at home with great interest, including meatballs, tofu, small green vegetables, etc., all of which were bought by her mother before the end of the world and kept in the space. She was reluctant to eat them normally. But today was New Year's Eve, and Chuhan would come to visit again, so she had to bring out something decent to entertain her. For this, her brother was very jealous. Shinseai waited patiently for her parents to get home from off work. However, as time went by, it was almost dark, but no one opened the door of the house. Shinseai's heart skipped a beat, and she inexplicably had a bad premonition. She asked Shinming to stay at home, and she went out to visit the medical building where her parents worked. At this time, in the medical building, because it was New Year's Eve, the atmosphere was more relaxed than usual, and everyone's faces rarely showed a trace of joy, and even the plastic bag on the table actually hid 4 small red apples. However, this atmosphere was broken by a curse from a ward. "Where is my apple? Why is one of my apples missing? Which bastard touched my apple?" A young man with dyed red hair grabbed the nurse, who came to change his dressing. "Is it you? Did you take my apple?" The nurse was startled by him, and kept shouting that it was not her. However, the red-haired young man did not listen at all, forcing the nurse to run out of the door and go to the office to find the head nurse. At this time, the head nurse Shioshue was in the office, eating a bag of melon seeds sent by the subordinates. While eating, she talked to Chin Yulan, who was sweeping the floor. "Yulan, I heard that some time ago, Shinseai and Shinming went out to do a task." Chin Yulan didn't say anything, just swept the melon seed shells at Shioshue feet with a broom. Shioshue didn't care whether she responded or not, and said to herself, "If you ask me, you will only ask for trouble. Our Shuang is smart." As long as they are on good terms with Zhou Xiangyuan, you can see that now they have directly found me a head nurse. "Unlike you, you are doing cleaning work here." As he said, Shioshue threw another handful of melon seed shells on the floor that had just been swept clean. Chin Yulan looked at the melon seed shells on the floor, and was really angry. She came to work in the medical building, and was assigned the position of a nurse, but who knew that not long after, the original head nurse was removed for speaking too loudly, and then Shioshue was parachuted in. This was something Chin Yulan didn't expect. Shioshue had never been a nurse. How could she know anything about this? But she became the head nurse right after she came. Chin Yulan didn't believe that there was no hidden secret. Now the facts proved that Shioshue had taken a backdoor. After Shioshue came, she became the first person to be troubled. Shioshue asked her to do some cleaning work every day. Of course, she was unwilling, but she thought again that if she didn't obey, she would lose this job. Losing a job means losing income. Chin Yulan thought of her 2 children, who worked hard every day for the family's life. Last time, Ming was injured because of this. Although the 2 children had been hiding it, she had eaten more salt than they had eaten rice, so how could she not see that Ming's injury was not as simple as the 2 children said on the surface? As a mother, how could she bear to watch her children suffer? Thinking of this, Chin Yulan had to suppress her indignation and sweep away the melon seed shells on the ground again. At this time, a nurse ran in a hurry. "Head nurse, something bad has happened." A patient in the ward said that one of the apples in his plastic bag was missing. Now he is making a fuss and insists that someone in our medical building stole it. Hearing this, Shioshue loosened her grip on the melon seeds, and a few melon seeds accidentally slipped through her fingers and fell to the ground. She didn't care about the fallen melon seeds, and hurriedly got up and followed the nurse to the ward. Soon, many people came to the ward to watch the fun. The red-haired young man stood in front of the bed, arguing with a young nurse with an angry face. The young nurse didn't dare to offend the young man, because the young man said that the bag of apples was for a nobleman in the villa area. The villa area, the people who can live there are not ordinary, everyone is busy currying favor with them. How can they dare to offend them? And because there is no surveillance in the medical building, the young nurse has no way to deal with it. It was not until the head nurse came that she simply recounted the whole story with red eyes. After hearing this, Xiaoshui asked someone to invite Chen Yulan without thinking. Chen Yulan came to the ward, but found that the atmosphere in the ward was extremely depressing, and everyone around her was staring at her. "What's wrong?" she asked. What was the matter that she was called here for? Could it be that the nurse's mention of the missing apple just now was related to her? Chen Yulan had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, Xiaoshui said to her coldly, "This patient said that there was one less apple in his bag. Yulan, aren't you the one who takes care of him? How did this omission happen?" Chen Yulan was a little confused. It was true that she was the nurse who took care of this patient, but these days, she was troubled by Xiaoshui every day, and Xiaoshui didn't give her much time to check on the ward. Besides, the patient's injury was not serious. He could leave after 2 days of observation. She couldn't watch over the patient 24 hours a day. If an apple was lost, she could be blamed. However, Chen Yulan still said in a good tone, "Maybe it fell somewhere? Why don't we look for it again?" Unexpectedly, this angered the red-haired young man. "Why? Do you think I wronged you? I put the apple in the bag. It was there yesterday, and I didn't move it. Can it grow legs and run away by itself? I think someone in your medical building stole it. And you are still fooling me." Xiaoshui hurriedly smiled at the red-haired young man. "I'm sorry, I will let Nurse Chen give you an explanation for this matter." After that, Xiaoshui looked at Chen Yulan again, with a little anger on his face. "Chen Yulan, you are responsible for taking care of this patient, you are the one who changed her dressing, and you are the only one who had the chance to get close to him. Tell me honestly, did you take it?" Chen Yulan was speechless and said angrily, "I'm not so poor that I would steal an apple." As soon as Xiaoshui said this, another nurse said, "How would you know? If it was before the end of the world, an apple would certainly not be worth much, but now it is the end of the world. Even if you don't eat it yourself, you can get a lot of coupons by exchanging it with the base. Indeed, steal a little bit here and there, and you can get enough for next month's rent." Seeing that the nurses around were all following Xiaoshui's words, Chen Yulan was really angry. Since Xiaoshui came here to be the head nurse, everyone in the medical building secretly found out that Xiaoshui was able to parachute in because he had connections in the base, and met a big boss in the villa area. Everyone began to curry favor with Xiaoshui. Chen Yulan was not surprised that they would say this at this moment. Xiaoshui seemed very satisfied with everyone's reaction, and the corners of his mouth, that were slightly raised, could not be suppressed at all. He kindly advised Chen Yulan, "Yulan, no matter what, the apple is someone else's. If you really want to eat it, you can just tell your sister-in-law. At most, your sister-in-law can lend you some coupons. Why do you have to steal it?" I said, "It's not me." "Then tell me, where did the patient's apple go?" Chen Yulan was so angry that she laughed. So as long as she couldn't find the apple, she could say that she stole it. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Fu Shuangshuang suddenly walked in from outside, and Zhou Xiangyuan followed her in at the same time. "Mom, I accompanied Brother Xiangyuan to get medicine, and I heard your voices from a distance outside. What happened?" Fu Shuangshuang asked Xiaoshui. After asking, she saw the red-haired young man standing by the bed with an angry face, and asked in surprise, "Red hair? Why are you here too?" Red Hair was also surprised to see Fu Shuangshuang, but what surprised him even more was that he actually saw Boss Zhou again. "Boss Zhou!" Red Hair changed his angry expression and shouted with surprise, as if he had seen his own father. Zhou Xiangyuan enjoyed Red Hair's attitude towards him very much, and nodded solemnly before asking, "What happened?" Hearing this, Red Hair quickly pointed at Chen Yulan and complained to Zhou Xiangyuan, "Boss, I came to the base to join you, and I got a bag of apples to give to you, but I accidentally got injured on the way, so I had to come here to treat my injuries first, but who knew? One of the apples in the bag was stolen. It was this person who stole it." Zhou Xiangyuan took the opportunity to look at Chen Yulan. He couldn't help but sneer at this sight. It turned out to be Shenxi's mother. He hadn't yet collected the debt for Shenxi's injury to his wrist last time. Now it was just the right time to collect some interest. Fu Shuangshuang on the side exclaimed, "I was wondering why I saw a figure sneaking out of this ward last night. I just felt that the figure was a little familiar. Could it be my aunt?" A nurse on the side asked, "Nurse Fu, are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Fu Shuangshuang, "Yes, I was on duty last night. Now everyone has nothing to doubt." Xiaoshui said with a look of disappointment, "Chen Yulan, what else do you have to say?" Shuangshuang saw it with her own eyes. "You are also an elder. How could you do such a thing? You admit it now, At least you know your mistakes and can correct them. Yes, Aunt, you admit your mistake and take out the apple. We can pretend that this incident never happened. Fu Shuangshuang kindly advised Qin Yulan. Zhou Xiangyuan said, Shuangshuang, stealing people's things is not something that can be done by admitting your mistake. The base has its own rules. I will definitely report this matter to the higher-ups. He wanted to see how Shenxi would beg him then. Now Fu Shuangshuang was anxious. Aunt, you should admit it quickly. Don't make brother Xiangyuan angry. I will also plead for you. Qin Yulan saw that they put her in the position of a thief with just a few words, and she really felt that she couldn't clear herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Yulan won't steal anything. Just when Qin Yulan was helpless, Shen Lianshan strode in. Seeing Shen Lianshan, Qin Yulan's eyes suddenly became hot. Lao Zhan. In this medical building, the only person who would believe her was Lao Zhan. Shen Lianshan came to Qin Yulan and held her hand. Yulan, don't worry, I'm here. I won't let anyone wrong you. After that, he said to Shi Qiushui and Zhou Xiangyuan, Yulan doesn't need to steal apples, because we have them at home. Who knew that when the people around heard this, they not only didn't believe it, but laughed out loud. Chapter 51. Hao Mao laughed even more. You have one? It's really funny. Everyone, listen, these two old guys lie without thinking. I'm telling you, do you know how rare apples are in today's world? Just you? How many coupons can you get in a month? If you have apples, I will crawl out of this ward. Are you sure? A crisp voice suddenly sounded outside the ward, and everyone turned their heads and looked at the girl who appeared at the door. Shenxi walked into the ward and recognized at a glance that the patient who was making trouble was Hong Mao, whom she had seen in the Bai Mall before. Hong Mao was a celebrity around Zhou Xiangyuan in his previous life. CI. Seeing her daughter coming, Qin Yulan held her daughter's hand repeatedly, and she seemed to have found a foothold in her heart. Don't worry, Mom. She had heard about what happened in the medical building outside. With her around, she would never let anyone bully her family. Shi Qiushui, Fu Shuangshuang, and Zhou Xiangyuan, right? Shenxi swept his eyes over them coldly, and finally landed on Hong Mao's face. If our family can produce apples, not only you, but I want you and Zhou Xiangyuan to crawl out of this ward. Okay. Hong Mao was furious and agreed at once. After agreeing, he realized one thing belatedly, that is, there was nothing wrong with making this bet, but how could he agree on behalf of Boss Zhou? Hong Mao looked at Zhou Xiangyuan with some trepidation. Zhou Xiangyuan looked at Shenxi and narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe Shenxi could produce apples, but seeing how confident she was, he was afraid that it was really hard to say. But so what? Even if Shenxi can produce the apple, he has a way. Okay, I agree. Zhou Xiangyuan responded. Fu Shuangshuang called out worriedly, Brother Xiangyuan. Zhou Xiangyuan looked at Fu Shuangshuang soothingly. He wanted to let Shenxi know today that offending him would not end well. He said, if you can't produce it, I want your whole family to get out of the base. As soon as these words came out, the people around shook their heads and began to feel sorry for Shenxi's family. It's freezing outside. If you leave the base, you probably freeze to death outside soon. Nurse Chen is really something. She actually let her daughter do whatever she wants. Oh, can't you see? There's no smart person in this family. If it were me, I would quickly admit my mistake and apologize, and the matter would be over. I wouldn't end up losing my job and being expelled from the base. That's right, why bother? Listening to the whispers of the people around him, Shenxi was not panicked at all. Before the end of the world, her mother bought a wide range of things, and among the fruits, there were quite a few apples. Originally, Shenxi wanted to propose that if she could get apples, Zhou Xiangyuan and Red Hair would get out of the base. But then she thought that since Zhou Xiangyuan had moved into the villa area, it meant that he might have joined the base. The base's defenders are managed by the base, and they can't just leave whenever they want. Don't let the bet become invalid when the time comes. It's really a bargain for them. Fu Shuangshuang, who was standing by, kindly advised again, Cousin, Aunt, please stop being so stubborn. Listen to my advice and apologize to Brother Xiangyuan, or he will be really angry. Shenxi pretended not to hear Fu Shuangshuang's words, took off the bag he was carrying and looked inside. For a moment, everyone in the ward held their breath, stretched their necks to look, and wanted to know if the daughter of Nurse Chen could really take out an apple from the bag. Seeing Shenxi's posture, the red-haired man next to him suddenly began to feel nervous. But looking at Boss Zhou didn't seem to be worried at all. It seemed that Boss Zhou had a lot of ways, so he had nothing to worry about. He stared at Shenxi's backpack, wanting to see what was inside. Because the backpack was very deep, Shinsiai only opened a small opening for her hand to reach in, and even if others stared at it without blinking, they couldn't see any flaws. As Shinsi's hand slowly stretched out from the bag, a red apple slowly came into everyone's sight. At this moment, everyone's mouth opened involuntarily. Am I hallucinating? I feel like I'm hallucinating too. How could their family really produce apples? Yeah, if they were so rich, why would they come to work in the medical building? Not to mention the people around them. Even Fu Shuangshuang and Shi Qiushui couldn't believe it. How could Shinsi's family have so much supplies? They came to the base together. How could they not know each other's background? Could it be that during this time in the base, Shinsi's family went out and got a lot of good things? Shi Qiushui's eyes turned red. In the eager and envious eyes of everyone, Shinsiai shook the apple and signaled to the red-haired man, who had been dumbfounded, climb. Fulfill your promise and crawl out of the ward. However, Red Hair's legs seemed to be frozen, and he stood there without moving. His face turned panic, and he subconsciously looked at Zhou Xiangyuan beside him. Zhou Xiangyuan snorted coldly. Red Hair, take a look, is this apple the one you lost? Hearing this, Red Hair suddenly became alert. Yes, so what if they can take out the apple? Who can prove that the apple in their hands was not stolen from him? As long as he insists that this apple is the one he lost, who can do anything to him? Boss Zhou still has a way. He immediately shouted, that's right. This is the one I lost. Sure enough, they stole it. Chen Yulan was really angry. I have never seen such shameless people like you. Red Hair was also angry. Hey, old woman, you stole something and you dare to curse here? You? Mom. Shinsiai stopped Chen Yulan, who was about to argue with Red Hair, and asked Red Hair, are you sure you lost this? Red Hair, sure. Shinsiai laughed angrily. They dared to bet with her. It turned out that this was the plan. They really didn't cry until they saw the coffin. Shinsiai simply came to the table and took an apple out of the plastic bag. The apple in the plastic bag had a golden skin, and it was obvious that it was not the same variety as the one in her hand. Shinsiai checked it a little, and knew it in his heart. He picked up a small knife next to him, and made a shallow cut on the golden skin, and then showed it to everyone. Everyone's eyes were immediately straightened at this sight. Why is the flesh green? Yeah, I've never seen an apple like this. Isn't it poisonous? Shinsiai put down the apple, looked at the extremely ugly red-haired man, and explained to everyone, this apple is not poisonous. The reason it is green is because it is not an ordinary apple, but the fruit of a mutant apple tree. Shin Lianshan was surprised. Ah, Ci, are you telling the truth? There are mutant animals, but how can there be mutant plants? Shin Ci nodded and said, it's true, there are relatively few mutant plants. Most of them have no attack power, but there are also some that have attack power. Anyway, the end of the world has been a month. Shin Ci is not afraid that saying this news will arouse suspicion. She can say that the reason she knows is because she has encountered it, and others have no way to verify it. Now everyone finally understood that the apples in Zhou Xianyuan's bag were mutant apples, while the ones in Shinsi's hand were normal apples, which indeed proved that they were not of the same variety. Shinsi reminded Hong Mao and Zhou Xiangyuan again, are you going to continue to deny it, or fulfill your promise and crawl out? Hong Mao was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Impossible, how could you know? He had just discovered the matter about the mutant plants, and had originally wanted to use this information to exchange some benefits with the base. But now, all of this has gone to waste. As for Zhou Xiangyuan, he began to seriously examine Shinsi for the first time. Boss, what should we do? Hong Mao asked Zhou Xiangyuan in panic. They are not really going to crawl, are they? So many people are watching. If they crawl, how can they live in the base in the future? How will others look at them? Zhou Xiangyuan also understood this truth. He is now working under Qiu Zhicai, and is valued by Qiu Zhicai. He has great prestige in the outside world. If he loses face here, who will obey him in the future? Between not fulfilling the bet and losing face, Zhou Xiangyuan thought about it, and he would rather choose the former. He said, even if you didn't steal the apple, it is a fact that it was lost here. As a medical staff, you are responsible for this matter. Shouldn't you prove your innocence? Zhou Xiangyuan said it righteously. But no matter how nice he said it, Shinsi also heard that this person just wanted to say that they should prove their innocence, not the bet issue. This is trying to cover up the bet with a few words. If it were someone else, Shinsi would not care, but now he met Zhou Xiangyuan, she would never let him go easily. Thinking of this, Shinsi was about to speak, but unexpectedly, a series of footsteps and commotion suddenly sounded outside the ward. A nurse ran in a hurry and said to Shi Qiushui, It's bad, head nurse, the guards are here to search. What? Shi Qiushui's eyes widened. She couldn't care about anything else and hurried out of the ward. Shen Xiai, Shen Lianshan and Chen Yulan followed closely, and the others also ran out to see. On the dim corridor outside, a tall figure stood there, listening to the report of his subordinates. He noticed the footsteps behind him, turned around immediately, and quickly found Shen Xiai in the crowd. Shen Xiai was stunned when he saw Chu Han. Last time, she was used to seeing Chu Han wearing home clothes, but now Chu Han changed into a military combat uniform, a black windbreaker, a pair of combat boots on his feet, and his trouser legs were all rolled up, and his whole body was sharp. If Chu Han hadn't been holding a string of sausages in his hand, Shen Xiai almost didn't recognize him. Captain, I found it. A guard came hurriedly with a backpack and took out a golden apple from the bag. When the apple appeared, Shi Qiushui's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately shouted awe and rushed to the backpack. But how could the guard's skills be better than hers? The guard moved his feet, and Shi Qiushui missed. The sharp-eyed nurse recognized it immediately. Isn't this the head nurse's bag? How could the apple appear here? The nurse couldn't continue. But no one present was a fool, and with Shi Qiushui's reaction, who couldn't guess the truth of the matter, Shi Qiushui realized what he had just done and his face turned pale. No, this is not. Chapter 52. Shi Qiushui wanted to explain, but was met with surprised and contemptuous eyes from everyone around him. Why, how could it be the head nurse? TSK, I really can't tell. She was just crying thief. Oh my god, this is too embarrassing. If I were her, I would want to disappear on the spot. The corridor was so small that everyone's words were heard by Shi Qiushui without missing a word. Fu Shuangsheng eagerly defended. No, this would not be done by my mother, Captain Chu. You can't come to frame us just to help my aunt. Unexpectedly, someone next to him said first, Framed? We all saw the head nurse's reaction just now. Even if you want to frame the head nurse, you have to be upright and not afraid of the shadow. Chu Han ignored Fu Shuangsheng's defense and only ordered his men to report the matter. Hearing that he had to report to his superiors, Shi Qiushui's face was ashen, and he was completely depressed, but he still wanted to make a final struggle and begged Chu Han. Captain Chu, this is not the case. Listen to me, there is a misunderstanding. Chu Han held a string of sausages in one hand and took the apple handed to him by his subordinate with the other hand. The apple was missing a small piece, and the flesh was tender green and juicy. It was obviously eaten. He interrupted Shi Qiushui coldly. You should apologize and explain to me, not me. Shi Qiushui was slightly stunned. After realizing the meaning of Chu Han's words, she turned her eyes to look at Chen Yulan's family of three next to her, and a strong sense of humiliation almost swallowed her. But there was no way, she had to keep the position of head nurse, otherwise how would their family live in the future? Shi Qiushui endured the humiliation and came to Chen Yulan, almost biting her teeth, and said, Yulan, for your elder brother's sake, don't bother with me. She thought that Chen Yulan would definitely accept her apology, so she would just endure it for now. Later, she would definitely make Chen Yulan look bad. However, before Chen Yulan could speak, Shen Xiai first protected Chen Yulan behind him and turned to Chu Han. Just do what you have to do, and handle it according to the rules. Okay. Chu Han agreed very straightforwardly, without any other opinions. This submissive attitude was so submissive that the people around him dropped their jaws. In their impression, the guard team was the authority in the base, doing things swiftly and decisively, and saying what they said was right, not to mention the captain, who was high above them. But now, he was so submissive to a little girl. If they had known that Nurse Chen's family had this relationship, they would never dare to offend Nurse Chen and stand with the head nurse. Shen Xiai. Shi Qiushui was furious. You have to do this to the extreme, right? Facing Shi Qiushui's quarrel, Shen Xiai just glanced at Shi Qiushui indifferently. Don't think she doesn't know what Shi Qiushui is thinking. In any case, Shi Qiushui's position as head nurse must be removed, otherwise her mother will not have a good life in the medical building in the future. Furthermore, assuming that the truth of this matter today cannot be finally revealed, Shen Xiai believes that her good aunt will not be soft-hearted, and may even do something more extreme. Seeing that the situation could not be turned around, Fu Shuangsheng had to beg Zhou Xiangyuan, Brother Xiangyuan, please help my mother, there must be something hidden in this matter. But how could Zhou Xiangyuan help her now? Her mother stole the apples that Hongmao was going to give him. If he had known that things would turn out like this, why would he make a bet with Shen Xiai? He just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Zhou Xiangyuan snorted coldly and walked away. Who knew that he was stopped by Chu Han after walking a few steps? Wait. Zhou Xiangyuan stopped and turned back to look at Chu Han. He had already understood clearly that this man surnamed Chu was the captain of the guard team in the base, just like Qiu Zhisai, and his authority was higher than his. No, it should be said that this man surnamed Chu was higher than Qiu Zhisai, because the base could be established safely thanks to the guard team. So in addition to the position, the base valued merit more. Zhou Xiangyuan hated it in his heart, but he really didn't dare to disobey on the surface. He asked coldly, "Captain Chu, is there anything else?" Chu Han returned the apple to his subordinate, then took the tissue handed over by his subordinate, and wiped his fingers slowly, but the words he said almost made Zhou Xiangyuan bite his teeth. "Shouldn't you two fulfill the bet? What you fear is what will happen. Isn't he in a hurry to leave just to avoid this broken bet?" Zhou Xiangyuan said angrily. "Captain Chu, no matter what, someone in the medical building stole something, and the entire medical building is responsible. What's the matter with you not punishing the thief and holding the victim?" Who knew that Chu Han didn't listen to what he said at all, but only signaled to the two subordinates beside him. The two subordinates received the order and strode towards Zhou Xiangyuan and Brother Mao. "What are you going to do?" Zhou Xiangyuan panicked. However, no one answered his question, and the two subordinates directly tied his and Red Hair's hands and pressed them to the ground. Red Hair yelled, "Don't mess around. Boss Zhou is not someone you can afford to offend." In the end, the only response from Red Hair was the sneer of his two subordinates. Zhou Xiangyuan was so angry that he wanted to struggle but couldn't. He was forced to kneel in public, and the strong sense of humiliation made his whole face twisted. "Chu, I'm Captain Chiu's man. No matter what, you have no right to touch me. I advise you to think clearly about what the consequences will be if you offend Captain Chiu." Chu Han was tired of listening. "It seems that you two won't crawl." He gestured to the two subordinates again. "Teach them a lesson." "Yes. You dare." Before Zhou Xiangyuan finished speaking, he was greeted by a hard fist. He was not crooked and struggled to get up, but he couldn't resist the strength of the two subordinates. He was forced to kneel on the ground and then dragged out. The four knees of the two people dragged 4 clean traces in the corridor of the medical building. Xiao Long was holding a bottle of red wine. He ran in and saw such a spectacular scene. He almost kicked Zhou Xiangyuan in the face. He jumped up and dodged to the side. "Oh my god, what's going on?" He glanced at Hong Mao and Zhou Xiangyuan, who were dragged out, and walked quickly towards Chu Han. At this time, the atmosphere in the corridor was very strange, and no one paid attention to Xiao Long. Shen Xi's family had nothing to say. Zhou Xiangyuan and Hong Mao had brought it upon themselves. The onlookers were all scared and sighed in their hearts. Only Fu Shuangshuang and Shi Qiushui were stunned on the spot, and they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Zhou Xiangyuan, the person their family tried hard to curry favor with and arranged a position for them in the medical building, was dragged out in a mess by Chu Han with just a few words, like throwing away garbage. Fu Shuangshuang bit her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from making any sound, and the sourness in her heart burst out. Why can Shen Ci know Chu Han, while she can only please Zhou Xiangyuan, a short, fat, ugly and incompetent man? What did Zhou Xiangyuan say just now? He said that Chu Han didn't punish the thief, so what was the point of catching the victim? Oh, this bastard actually wanted to sacrifice her mother to get himself out of trouble. At this moment, Fu Shuangshuang finally realized one thing: in this end of the world, no matter who you rely on, you can't rely on yourself. If you want to live well, you can only rely on yourself. After solving this matter, Chu Han came to Shen Ci and said to Shen Lianshan and Shen Yulan, "Are uncle and aunt okay?" Shen Lianshan smiled and said, "It's okay." They didn't expect that Xiaohan, such a well-behaved child, turned out to be so fierce outside. Even now, they are a little scared. Chu Han changed his fierce attitude and handed a bunch of sausages to Qin Yulan. "Auntie, this is the sausage I brought. I wanted to visit you today, but I didn't expect to be delayed until now. It's dark outside. Why don't you take my car back together?" Qin Yulan took the sausages and said politely, "You kid, you came just to come, and you also brought things. It's too polite. Then we have to trouble you. Hey, there's me." Xiao Long came over happily and handed the bottle of red wine in his arms to Shen Lianshan. "Today is New Year's Eve, uncle and aunt. I'm also shameless to come and have a meal." Shen Lianshan took the bottle of wine and smiled. "Okay, you are all welcome. The family hasn't been lively for a long time, and he hasn't touched alcohol for a long time. If there is someone to drink with him, he will be very happy." Everyone walked out of the medical building while talking and laughing. When Chu Han passed by his subordinates, he whispered to them, We will handle it according to the regulations. Yes. According to the regulations, Shi Qiushui's position as head nurse will not be kept, including Fu Shuangshuang's position as a nurse. And it is not just as simple as revoking the position. Because Shi Qiushui has a history of stealing, it is difficult to recruit her for other positions in the base, including Fu Shuangshuang and Qin Guiqin will also be implicated. Fu Shuangshuang looked at the warm backs of Shenxi's family leaving, and her hatred soared in her heart, and her eyes were red enough to drip blood. Shenxi noticed the resentful gaze behind her, but she didn't take it to heart, and walked out of the medical building with everyone as usual. Outside the medical building, the cold air came from all directions, and Shenxi shivered violently with the cold, and the blood in his veins seemed to solidify. Fortunately, Chu Han's car was parked in the open space outside. Shenxi went over and opened the car door. As soon as she got into the car, Fu Shuangshuang suddenly ran out of the medical building and shouted to Chu Han. Chu Han! Stop! Fu Shuangshuang's shout made Shenxi and the people passing by in the cold wind look over curiously. Chu Han had just opened the driver's door, but when Fu Shuangshuang shouted, he had to stop. He put his wrist on the door and asked Fu Shuangshuang, "What's wrong?" Fu Shuangshuang stood angrily on the steps in front of the medical building, her cheeks red because she ran too fast. She said, "So what if you are the captain of the guard team? Can you trample on the dignity of others at will?" Chu Han, ? Even if they are ordinary people, they have the right to live well. I don't accept your behavior. I want to declare war on you. Chu Han, ? Xiao Long, who was halfway in the car, came out from the back seat, patted Chu Han's shoulder, touched the back of his head, and asked with a headache, "What is Shuangshuang doing?" Chu Han, "I don't know, get in the car." "Oh, okay." Then, the car door closed, the engine started, and the car turned around and slowly drove to the avenue outside. Fu Shuangshuang, who was completely ignored, was stunned in the place. Only gusts of fierce cold wind swept her declaration of war voice away. Until the car disappeared from sight, Fu Shuangshuang finally reacted and stamped her feet in anger. According to her assumption, what she said should attract Chu Han's attention, and he should think that she is different from other women. Isn't that how it's played in TV dramas? She was so angry, so angry. Besides, Shenxi, sitting in the co-pilot seat, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Has Fu Shuangshuang watched too many idol dramas? She couldn't help but look sideways at Chu Han beside her. Chu Han was wearing a cool combat uniform, with sharp edges on his face, and he controlled the steering wheel with one hand, and his cold and white fingers were all slender. Indeed, worthy of being remembered. Suddenly, Shenxi's heartbeat was out of control. What's wrong? Chu Han noticed Shenxi's peeking, subconsciously sat up straight, and asked. Shenxi quickly retracted his gaze, repeatedly covering up. "Oh, I want to ask, you are wearing so little, aren't you cold?" Chapter 53. Good question. Xiao Long in the back row suddenly leaned forward. "Sister Shen, let me tell you, before Chu Han came to you." "Shut up." Chu Han interrupted Xiao Long. "If you keep talking, I throw you down." Xiao Long, arrogant, unreasonable. Xiao Long could only curl his lips and reluctantly retreat, but he couldn't help but recall the scene before Chu Han left. At that time, he wanted to come to Chu Han's place for a meal, but he saw Chu Han preparing to go out and playing a dress-up game in front of the mirror. He also asked him, "Which one do you think looks good on me?" Xiao Long, ? God knows how shocked he was at that time. He was stunned for a long time before hesitatingly saying, Are you not crazy?" Chu Han, who bought several pieces of the same style of clothes to wear, actually thought about what to wear one day. This is more terrifying than seeing a ghost in broad daylight. In the end, Chu Han couldn't choose after choosing. After all, he only had a few styles of clothes, so he had to change into a set of combat uniforms. Downstairs, Xiao Long, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, almost spit out a mouthful of tea. "Brother, you are just visiting a girl's home, not going to the battlefield to fight." "It seems. That makes sense." Chu Han turned around and wanted to go back upstairs to change another set. But before he could go upstairs, someone hurriedly said that something happened in the medical building. So Chu Han lost the opportunity to change another set of clothes and hurried to the medical building. Xiao Long couldn't help but shake his head. This man in spring, it turns out that even stones can bloom. Shenxi didn't know what Xiao Long and Chu Han were talking about. When the car arrived home, she invited Chu Han and Xiao Long into the house. When Xiao Long came to Shenxi's house for the first time, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "This room is warmer than where I live." Because the captains of the guard team were all based on merit, Xiao Long's own merits did not get too many resources, and the villa was too big to be warm at all, so he often went to Chu Han's place to get some. Unexpectedly, the homes of the Shen brothers and sisters were warmer than his. He wanted to cry a little. Why did he seem to be the poorest? On the other side, Shen Ming had already heated the pot at home, and found a curtain to hang up, dividing the master bedroom into two parts, one for resting inside, and the other for eating hot pot outside. Everyone came back just in time. When he saw Xiao Long coming, he was overjoyed, put his arm around Xiao Long's shoulders, and asked to have a drink with Xiao Long. Soon, everyone sat down around the pot and started to use their chopsticks to put meatballs, small green vegetables, and other ingredients into the pot. Chen Yulan also cut a piece of sausage that Chu Han brought and put it into the pot to cook. After a while, the delicious smell of hot pot wafted out. Shen Xiai felt that the room was too stuffy, with the fireplace burning and the hot pot cooking, so she opened the door a crack and opened a small window in the living room facing the corridor outside to let in some air. After doing all this, she returned to the house, and Xiao Long was pouring a little red wine into everyone's disposable cups. Shen Xiai didn't want to drink it at first, but it was rare to be lively today, and it would be good to drink a little to warm up the body, so he also poured some for Chen Yulan. At this time, Fu Shuangshuang's family across the street had not returned yet. After Fu Shuangshuang and Shi Qiushui left the medical building, they walked outside with difficulty in the cold wind. When she finally got home, she felt that her whole body was numb, her lips were blue and purple, and she couldn't stop shivering all over. At this time, she smelled a faint smell of hot pot. "Mom, do you smell it?" Good hot pot." Fu Shuangshuang's voice could not hide her desire. Hearing this, Shi Qiushui raised her eyes, and looked at the small window of Shenxi's house that had opened a crack. The smell of hot pot came from there. Not only hot pot, but also faint laughter. Fu Shuangshuang also noticed this small window, and the bitterness in her heart erupted like a flood. Why can Shenxi's family live so happily, while she and her mother were dismissed by the superiors overnight? How will her family live in the base after losing their jobs? They can't live in the unfinished area, right? Fu Shuangshuang realized desperately that her family's future seemed to be blocked. She turned around angrily, and entered the front door of her house. Inside the door, Qin Guqin had just finished work, and didn't know what happened in the medical building. He was about to ask his wife and daughter why they came back so late today, but he found that his daughter's face was frighteningly ugly. Something happened. Qin Guqin's heart stomped. Afterwards, Fu Shuangshuang sat down on the chair, and the first thing she said was to attack Shi Qiushui. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you so greedy? Do you have to steal red-haired apples?" Fu Shuangshuang became more and more angry, and her voice became louder and louder. Shi Qiushui was stunned by her yelling, as if she didn't expect her daughter, who had always been well-behaved, to lose her temper with her and scold her for being greedy. Is this what a child can say to her parents? Shi Qiushui also lost her temper. "I am greedy? Isn't it for you? Otherwise, I would have eaten all the apples by myself, so how could they have a turn to look for them? Isn't it to leave them for you? You said I am greedy, your conscience has been eaten by a dog, right? For us? Don't use us as a cover. You are just greedy. Now it's okay, the work is gone. Let's see who dares to hire us in the base in the future. Our whole family will just go out and starve together." "You, say it to me again!" Shi Qiushui was so angry that she felt dizzy. This was the good daughter she gave birth to. "Qin Guqin, you don't care about your daughter." Shi Qiushui had to attack Qin Guqin. Qin Guqin sneered. "Oh, my daughter? Have you forgotten her last name? She is your daughter with your ex-husband. It would have been better if he hadn't said this." Once he said it, Shi Qiushui was so angry that she rushed up to fight with Qin Guqin. "Who couldn't give birth to a child? Who coaxed me to marry you with a child? I have been working like a cow and a horse in your family for these years, and this is how you repay me. Have you had enough of making trouble?" Qin Guqin pushed Shi Qiushui hard, and Shi Qiushui was pushed to the ground. Fu Shuangshuang stood in the living room, looking at the mess in front of her, and felt cold from the inside out. This is her family. Perhaps knowing that she couldn't beat Qin Guqin, Shi Qiushui simply stopped struggling and sat on the ground and cried loudly. "I lost my job, my daughter blamed me, and even you beat me. What's the point of me living?" Qin Guqin finally calmed down, his face suddenly darkened. "What did you say? You lost your job? If you lose your job, you can't earn coupons, and you can't even pay the rent for next month." Seeing Shi Qiushui didn't say anything, Qin Guqin could only ask Fu Shuangshuang, "Tell me, what's going on?" What can Fu Shuangshuang say? She didn't want to say anything. For a while, no one spoke anymore, and only Shirchioshue's crying was left in the living room. After crying enough, Shirchioshue slowly regained some rationality. In fact, she knew best in her heart that in the end, it was indeed her fault, and she shouldn't have lost control of her greed, but she hadn't eaten fruit for too long, so she really couldn't help it. Finally, she choked up and said, "How about, Shuang, you go and beg Zhou Xiangyuan again?" Heh. Fu Shuang sneered. The apple was originally intended for Zhou Xiangyuan, by red hair. Mom, you stole his apple, and you still expect him to help you? Speaking of this, Fu Shuang was very upset. What is this called? Family members fighting each other, speechless. Shirchioshue said, "That's not what I meant. Haven't you always had a good relationship with Zhou Xiangyuan? For your sake, he even got me a head nurse position in the medical building. Today, this is just a small matter, a misunderstanding. You go and explain it clearly and coax him. That man can't be coaxed. This matter will be over after a few times, right? It's easy to say, but she has to be willing to coax him, but she doesn't want to." Thinking of how Zhou Xiangyuan was pressed to the ground, knelt down, and dragged out not long ago, he looked so cowardly, it was simply embarrassing. In the past, she thought Zhou Xiangyuan had some power, so she was willing to endure the disgust to please him. As for now the facts have proved that, looking at the entire base, people like Zhou Xiangyuan are just a small fry. Especially compared with Chu Han, they are simply one in heaven and one in hell. No, she won't accept it. Thinking of this, Fu Shuang stood up and went to the door, opened the door, and looked at the Shenxi family across the street. The lively chattering in Shenxi's house still came out from the window from time to time. Although it was hard to hear what they were talking about, the warm and pleasant atmosphere could be clearly felt even by people outside the door. Fu Shuang compared it with her own home. On this New Year's Eve, the stove was cold and full of resentment. She kept looking at Shenxi's house, and stood for a long time. Until the night was getting darker, and Shenxi's family finished dinner, and began to disperse. Fu Shuang closed the door with a bang. Shenxi heard the door close, but she ignored it, and just sent Chu Han and Xiao Long downstairs. When they got downstairs, Chu Han suddenly asked Shenxi, "Today is New Year's Eve, the night market in the base should be very lively, do you want to go out for a walk?" Hearing this, Shenxi was stunned for a moment. When she saw Chu Han say this, his eyes looked at her like a big dog, dark and shiny, full of expectation. Shenxi almost didn't think about it, and agreed, okay. She liked the feeling of being with Chu Han a little bit, very safe and at ease, as if the nerves that were always tense could relax for a short time. Xiao Long, who was red-faced and drunk, leaned against Chu Han and suddenly shouted, "Where are you going?" "I want to go too." "Chu Han, we have to throw this troublesome guy back to the villa area first." Soon, the car started. Chu Han took a detour, sent Xiao Long away first, and then took Shenxi to the night market. On the way, Shenxi sat in the heated passenger seat, looking sideways at the pedestrians shivering in the cold wind outside the window. In such a bad apocalypse, it has become a luxury for ordinary people to live well. Chu Han also looked outside along Shenxi's line of sight and said, "They are all workers repairing the sewers. Just got off work." Shenxi was surprised. Repairing the sewers? Chu Han explained, "The base predicts that the current extreme cold weather will continue until July and August next year. By then, a large amount of snow will melt and need to be drained away in time, so they are rushing to repair the sewers to avoid water accumulation at that time." So that's it. Shenxi thought to herself that it was probably the email she sent to the official staff at the beginning that worked. After a while, we arrived at the night market. Unlike the desolate scene we saw on the road just now, the atmosphere here at the night market is much better. Whether it is setting up stalls or visiting stalls, there are more people than usual, and there are also light strips to decorate. Shenxi and Chu Han walk side by side, strolling and looking at the stalls on both sides. Because there are no decent tables and chairs, everyone's stalls are tattered, and the clothes they wear are also tattered, but everyone's creativity is very strong. Not only are there light strips hanging in the stalls, but there are also other toys that have been manually transformed into small lights that can emit colorful lights. This is the power of human beings. Even if they are in ruins, they can still bloom on the ruins. Chapter 54. "Girl, are you visiting the night market with your boyfriend?" A woman's voice entered Shenxi's ears. Shenxi turned around and saw a familiar face at the stall on the left. It was the owner who sold her chicken and duck feet last time. The boss was accompanied by her daughter, Enin, who was sitting on a small stool. When she saw Shenxi, She smiled sweetly and said, "Hello, sister." Shinseai went over, squatted down, smiled and touched An's face. "Hello, little An." Finally, Shinseai asked the boss again, "Boss, what good things are you selling today?" The boss smiled bitterly. "What else can I have? Just some worthless gadgets. Fortunately, I went out with a team some time ago. I didn't expect to collect a lot of firecrackers. Most of them were exchanged for coupons from the base. Now there are only a few bundles of scattered fairy sticks. Little girl, take a look. Do you like them?" Shinseai followed the boss's wishes and slowly picked up the things on the stall. "By the way," he said, "then boss, you are lucky. The gunpowder in the firecrackers must be very useful to the base. This exchange is estimated to be able to exchange for a lot of coupons, and the boss's family will have a much better life in the future." Chu-Han came to Shinseai, helped Shinseai choose, and asked the boss, "How much are the fairy wands?" The boss said, "Well, they are not worth much. If you want them, I give you a few." "How can I do that?" Shinseai hurriedly took out a few candies from her pocket. She bought a lot of candies and chocolates before the end of the world, and now they can be used as currency. But before she had time to hand them to the boss, Chu-Han took out the coupons and paid the money quickly. The boss smiled and gave Shinseai a pack of fairy wands. After that, Shinseai walked around the night market again. He didn't find anything he wanted to buy, so he went to a small mound not far from the night market with Chu-Han to play with fairy wands. The light golden light of the fairy wand exploded like a flower, lighting up Shinseai's eyes. "I didn't expect that there would be fairy wands to celebrate the first New Year's Eve and the end of the world." Chu-Han handed the remaining fairy wands to Shinseai. "If you like, take them all." Shinseai took them and asked him a little embarrassedly, "Don't you like them?" She thought Chu-Han was like her, and liked to create a sense of ritual during the festival. Chu-Han said, "I bought it for you." Hearing this, Shinseai was stunned for a moment, and then smiled with curved eyebrows and said, "Thank you. It's just right that I will take it back later and let my parents and brother put it away. Then pray for peace and joy in every year to come." Chu-Han looked at Shinseai's face. The smile on his face was brighter than a fairy wand, as if he could be illuminated by it if he approached Shinseai. He couldn't help asking Shinseai a question. Does everyone love their family very much? Shinseai didn't understand why Chu-Han asked this, but she had heard Chu-Han say before that Chu-Han said his parents were gone, and Shinseai just thought he was homesick. In the past, Shinseai would definitely tell Chu-Han that yes, everyone loves their family very much, but the experiences in her previous life taught her that in the face of life and death, any emotion is fragile. In the end times, it is too common to see people abandon their wives and children and betray their parents, and it is often a disaster brought by the people around them. Shinseai said, "Not all of them. Love also has different levels of importance. Those loves that are so important that they can ignore themselves are inherently anti-human, so they are particularly precious. Expensive things are not something that everyone can have. Fortunately, I am more lucky." Fortunately, her parents and brother all love her wholeheartedly. Of course, she will love them well, and use all her strength to protect them in this cruel end of the world. "Shinseai?" Chu-Han suddenly called Shinseai. Shinseai asked, "What's wrong?" Chu-Han said, "In a few days, I have a mission to go out. I may not be able to return to the base for a few days. You and Shinning's training will have to wait." Shinseai said without minding, "It's okay, you go." It just so happened that she also had to take back the modified car these days, and then prepare to go to Jiangnan City next door with her brother to collect a batch of camphor wood. Thinking of camphor wood, Shinseai remembered that there was something for Chu-Han. She pretended to reach into the inner pocket of her clothes and took out half a piece of pre-cut camphor wood and stuffed it into Chu-Han's hand. "This is for you." "This is..." Chu-Han took the camphor wood and looked at it over and over again. Shinseai said half-truthfully, "When I encountered mutant animals before, I found that they seemed to be very afraid of this wooden ornament, so I gave you half a piece. I hope it will be useful." Originally, Shinseai did not want the news of the camphor wood to leak out, because she was afraid that too many people would go to grab it, but now, she and her brother are about to go to Jiangnan City to collect it. It doesn't matter if the news is released now, it won't affect her family. Chu-Han thanked Shinseai and accepted half of the camphor wood ornament. Seeing that it was getting late, he took Shinseai back to the parking lot and drove Shinseai home. Until watching Shinseai's back disappear in the unit door, Chu-Han returned to his villa area. But who knew that just after entering the villa area, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side on the dark road, opened his arms, and blocked the car. Chu-Han hurriedly stepped on the brakes and stopped with a squeak. He then saw clearly that the person who blocked his car was Fu Shuangshuang. Fu Shuangshuang saw that Chu Han finally came back, and ran over with joy, stretched out her hand to pull the passenger door. However, the door seemed to be welded shut, and could not be opened. Fu Shuangshuang's face became anxious. Seeing her so anxious, maybe there was something important. Chu Han got out of the car and asked, "Miss Fu, is there something wrong?" Fu Shuangshuang blew on her hands and stamped her feet in the cold, begging Chu Han, "Chu Han, I have something to tell you, but it's too cold outside. Can we go to the car to talk?" The heater was on in the car, and Fu Shuangshuang had been thinking about it for a long time. But Chu Han refused Fu Shuangshuang without a second thought. "It's inconvenient. Also, it's better for Miss Fu to call me Captain Chu." The polite and distant tone, like a basin of ice water, extinguished the joy in Fu Shuangshuang's heart. He was so gentle and friendly when he spoke to Shen Xiai, why was he not so good when it came to her? Fu Shuangshuang was unwilling to accept it. She was obviously not worse than Shen Xiai. "Captain Chu, I want to ask you for a favor." Chu Han asked, "What is it?" After asking, Fu Shuangshuang didn't answer him for a long time, but bit her lip, as if she had made some difficult decision, and then said, "What happened this afternoon? I really didn't expect my mother to do that, but she was also because she was really hungry, so it was understandable. So Captain Chu, can you not dismiss us for the sake of her first offense? It turns out that she came here to plead for her family." Chu Han's brows softened, and he said to Fu Shuangshuang, "The base has its own rules, and it is impossible to restore the original position. Besides, the position of head nurse was obtained through the back door." Seeing that there was no hope at all, Fu Shuangshuang was anxious. "Then, she was the one who made the mistake, and I did nothing wrong. Can my position be restored?" Unfortunately, Chu Han still refused. Yura and Misher's positions did not go through the normal process, and the decision to remove them was made by the higher-ups. The implication was that their backdoor entry into the medical building had been exposed, and even the higher-ups knew about it, and the revocation was an irreversible decision. After figuring out the reason, Fu Shuangshuang's face was gloomy. She couldn't help but blame Shi Qiushui again in her heart. Why was he so greedy? Was he so greedy that he was short of an apple? Just for an apple, he hurt himself enough, and even caused his daughter to lose her job. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Chu Han didn't know what Fu Shuangshuang was thinking. He thought she was worried about her family's future survival. He kindly suggested, "Although the position cannot be restored, it is not difficult to find a job. The project of repairing the sewer at the base has always been short of people. If you want to go, I can arrange it." "What? Sewer?" Fu Shuangshuang almost doubted whether she had heard it wrong. Let her and her mother go to repair the sewer? Is that a job that people can do? Don't think she didn't see that those who went to repair the sewer had to work until dark before they could leave, and because they didn't need skills, they were treated very badly. It was dirty and hard work, and it didn't pay much. Whoever wanted to do it could do it. Anyway, she wouldn't do it. But this kind of words must not be said to Chu Han. She said, "It's okay, we can find a way ourselves." In this case, Chu Han can't help much, so he turned around and went back to the car. Unexpectedly, Fu Shuangshuang called him again, "Captain Chu." Chu Han turned around. "Anything else?" Fu Shuangshuang bit her lower lip again, her eyes reddened, and said, "It's too cold over there in the residential area. It's hard to find a job in my current situation. Do you think your family needs a part-time cleaner? Oh, by the way, in addition to cleaning, I can also cook and fold clothes, and I will definitely take good care of you." "Miss Fu." Fu Shuangshuang was interrupted by Chu Han before she finished speaking. "Miss Fu, you came here to talk about this, right?" Unexpectedly, her real purpose was seen through by Chu Han. That's right, what she said before was all about pity and foreshadowing. Her purpose was to go to Chu Han's place, even if she had to do some naughty work. She had confidence in herself. As long as she was given time and the opportunity to get in touch with him, Chu Han would definitely care about her. She simply stopped hiding it. "Yes, I want to make myself live better in the end times. I want to live well, and there's nothing wrong with that." Chu Han turned around and looked at Fu Shuangshuang seriously for the first time, and saw the determination and desire for survival in Fu Shuangshuang's eyes. He had seen such eyes in countless people after the end times. Everyone wanted to live well and decently, and there was nothing wrong with that. He said, "Each house in the villa area has a limited number of people living in it. You want to come to the villa area, but what about your family?" "Family?" Fu Shuangshuang didn't seem to have considered this question, and her expression fell into a brief shock. After a long while, she stammered, "They." It doesn't matter if there are really no vacancies. After all, only if I live well, I will have the spare energy to take care of them. After that, Fu Shuangshuang didn't wait for Chu Han's response for a long time. She raised her eyes, and saw Chu Han looking at her with deep eyes. She thought Chu Han was persuaded by her, and was hesitating whether to agree. She hurriedly said, "Captain Chu, don't worry, I will never let my parents cause you trouble." Chapter 55. Sorry, Miss Fu. What? I don't need to be taken care of. Please go back. After saying that, Chu Han turned around and got in the car. In fact, there was no quota in the villa area, and he had never thought of agreeing to Fu Shuangshuang's request, but there was always a knot in his heart that bothered him. That knot was planted since childhood, and it could never be untied. He could only try to find the answer from others, so he subconsciously asked Fu Shuangshuang that question. But now he felt that the answer was no longer important. Fu Shuangshuang thought there was hope, but she didn't expect Chu Han to refuse it outright. Did she say something wrong? She didn't say anything wrong. Wait, Chu Han. Wait a minute. Fu Shuangshuang ran up and knocked on Chu Han's car door, but unfortunately Chu Han didn't respond to her again. The car started, passed by Fu Shuangshuang, and drove forward. Fu Shuangshuang was left behind. She watched the car leave, and couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. At this moment, she felt like a homeless stray dog, humbly begging in front of others, but still couldn't get even a little charity. The cold night fell silent again, and the wind around made a whoo sound, which pierced Fu Shuangshuang's heart like a sieve. Why? She obviously did nothing wrong. She just wanted to live a good life. Why couldn't even such a simple wish come true? No one was willing to give her this opportunity. For a while, all the grievances in her heart surged into Fu Shuangshuang's heart, turning into big tears, overflowing from her eyes, and then blown by the cold wind, forming thin ice crystals, covering her face. Fu Shuangshuang looked around herself and at the villas in the distance, with warm yellow lights on. She wondered if it was warm inside. Could the people living inside have delicious meals? Would there be comfortable hot water? Would it not be dark and cold like her home? Why couldn't she be one of them? Fu Shuangshuang clenched her palms. Since Chu Han didn't work here, and he couldn't be used by her, then she would find someone who could. Thinking of this, Fu Shuangshuang raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had turned into ice crystals on her face, and turned to go in another direction. In a villa, Zhou Xiangyuan came out of Qiu Jicai's room with a dusty face. Just now, he was scolded by Qiu Jicai. He was scolded for abusing his power in his name for a woman. But he was also holding back a lot of anger. Whenever he thought about the humiliation he suffered in the medical building in the afternoon, he was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? After being humiliated, he had to be scolded by Qiu Jicai when he came back. He was living worse than a dog, so the position of the captain of the guard team is very important, right? Then, why can't he be the captain? Zhou Xiangyuan's face was frighteningly dark, and he walked back to his room with heavy steps. But halfway, the red-haired man came over with a strange expression, and whispered to Zhou Xiangyuan, "Boss Zhou, the woman surnamed Fu, she is here." Surnamed Fu? Fu Shuangshuang? When this name was mentioned, Zhou Xiangyuan's heart was filled with nameless anger. He was so good to Fu Shuangshuang, and even flattered Qiu Jicai to help Fu Shuangshuang get a pass to the villa area, which allowed Fu Shuangshuang to enter and leave freely. But what was the result? How did she repay him? That woman, she actually has the nerve to come here now. Let her come to my room. Yes. Zhou Xiangyuan angrily told Hamao, and then continued to stride towards his room. After such a thing happened, Fu Shuangshuang actually dared to come and beg for mercy from him? Well, he was so angry that he had no place to vent, so he took Fu Shuangshuang to vent his anger and get back the debt from her with interest. Speaking of which, although Fu Shuangshuang is not as beautiful as Shen Xiai, she is also considered to be of high quality. Thinking of it, Zhou Xiangyuan suddenly felt dry in the mouth. Who knew that he was sitting on the bed waiting, and Hamao came back quickly. When Hamao saw Boss Zhou, he was trembling all over and almost cried. Boss Zhou, Fu Shuangshuang, that woman, she went directly. Went. After going for a long time, Hamao couldn't say the second half of the sentence. Zhou Xiangyuan ran out of patience and shouted angrily, "Where did she go?" This shout frightened Hamao so much that he blurted out, "I went to Boss Zhou's room." What? Zhou Xiangyuan wondered if he had heard it wrong, or if Hamao was blind. Fu Shuangshuang, she went to Qiu Jicai's room? How is this possible? How dare she? Zhou Xiangyuan stood up and strode out of the room. He had to find out what was going on, and he had to catch Fu Shuang and ask that woman a question. "Boss, calm down. Don't be impulsive." Hong Mao quickly stopped Zhou Xiangyuan, who was about to get up and rush out to settle accounts with Fu Shuang. Zhou Xiangyuan's blood was boiling, and he felt like he was about to explode, but when he heard what Hong Mao said, he could only force himself to calm down. Fu Shuang went to Qiu Zhicai's room. What could he do no matter how much he hated him? Should he rush in and rob him? No, he couldn't offend Qiu Zhicai yet. Although he couldn't offend him on the surface, Zhou Xiangyuan had already cursed Qiu Zhicai and Fu Shuang thousands of times in his heart. Sooner or later, he would make them pay the price. So that night, Fu Shuang didn't return home all night. She didn't return to the residential area until the next morning. Shen Xiai just opened the door and was about to go out to collect a few boxes of snow, but he saw Fu Shuang dressed in new clothes, carrying large and small bags of things upstairs and out of the stairwell. Fu Shuang saw Shen Xiai, without even saying hello, just glanced at Shen Xiai, and then knocked on the door of her house. After the door opened, Qin Guiqin and Shi Qiushui saw their daughter coming back and bringing back a lot of good things, and they smiled immediately. "Shuang, what are these?" Shi Qiushui asked happily. Fu Shuang glanced at Shen Xiai behind her again, deliberately raised her voice, and answered, "Mom, this is a bag of apples. And this is a bag of pickled duck. Oh my God, my good daughter, you actually brought back so many good things." Shi Qiushui warmly welcomed Fu Shuang into the house. When she saw Shen Xiai outside the door, she stopped smiling, glared at Shen Xiai, and then slammed the door shut. Shen Xiai didn't know where Fu Shuang got the apples and pickled duck from, but it had nothing to do with her anyway, so she just pretended that she didn't see their family. After a few days, Shen Xiai counted the days until the time she had agreed to pick up the car. She rushed to the place where the car was modified early in the morning. The car was modified very smoothly. From the outside, there was no change, but some key things inside had been replaced with parts that were more suitable for extreme cold environments. In addition, Shen Xiai saw that the 4 tires of the car had also been modified. Even if there was a little thick snow, it could be rolled over, and it would not be stuck accidentally like ordinary vehicles. Shen Xiai was very satisfied with this modification, which made her more determined to get another RV back. During the process of picking up the car, the person in charge of modifying the vehicle may have seen Shen Xiai and Chu Han know each other last time, so he took the initiative to chat with Shen Xiai and said that Captain Chu was on a mission and was not at the base now. As for the specific mission, the other party did not say, and Shen Xiai did not ask. Anyway, no matter what the mission was, she just hoped that Chu Han's trip would be safe and smooth. Besides, Shen Xiai calculated the time again, and it was almost time for her to go with her brother to Jiang'an City to collect camphor wood. Since Jiang'an City was next door, the journey was not very close, and there was snow on the road, so it would probably take several days. "I hope I can get back before New Year's Eve. We have to leave as soon as possible." When Shen Xiai got home, she discussed this matter with her parents. Although her parents were worried, they knew there was nothing they could do, so they kept reminding her and Shen Ming to be careful when they went out. Shen Xiai responded obediently. The next day, Shen Xiai simply packed up her things and set off with Shen Ming. Shen Ming was responsible for driving, and Shen Xiai sat in the co-pilot seat, checking the map while giving directions to Shen Ming. The map shows that the fastest and most convenient route from Jiang'an City to Jiang'an City is to take the highway, and the rest are all wild. Having encountered a mutant tiger attack in the wild last time, Shen Xiai decided that it would be better to take the highway this time. The reason why she chose to go through the wild last time was largely because of the problem of staying overnight. But now it is different. Her car has been modified and can be driven in extreme cold, and can still be driven at night. At worst, the highway is very different from the elevated road at that time. After all, there are service areas on the highway, and you can also stay overnight. It just so happens that Shen Ming also thinks so. The two hit it off and choose to take the highway. Because driving in extremely cold weather, the speed of the vehicle must be reduced as much as possible, and it drives very slowly. In addition, the days are short and the nights are long in winter. The sky began to gradually darken before the car arrived in Jiang'an City. Unsurprisingly, I have to spend the night outside tonight. Through the front windshield of the car, Shen Xiai vaguely saw the outline of a service area in the half-bright and half-dark night ahead. "Brother, let's go to the service area to spend the night," Shen Xiai suggested. Shen Ming readily agreed. "Okay. The service area is spacious, and you can make a fire to spend the night, which is much better than staying in the car for a night." In order to avoid the service area being difficult to store the car, Shenxiai and Shenming got out of the car a few hundred meters away from the service area, put the car into the space first, and then walked over. The two quickened their pace and headed straight for the service area. When they arrived outside the service area, Shenxiai found that the snow on the open space here was as thick as elsewhere, and there was no sign of human movement. There were only a few cars parked outside, and the body and tires were covered with thick snow. They had not been driven for a long time. It seems that no one else has been here yet, Shenming said happily. ACI, do you think there are still supplies inside? Shenxiai was uncertain. Let's go in and take a look first. There is no one now, but that doesn't mean there was no one at the beginning of the apocalypse. Maybe it had been robbed at that time. Shenxiai walked in with Shenming one after the other on the snow. There were convenience stores and restaurants inside. Shenxiai took a rough look around and found that, as she guessed, this place had been robbed at the beginning of the apocalypse. Not to mention the restaurants, it was mainly the convenience stores. The items on the shelves were scattered on the ground in a mess, and there were even a few bodies frozen into ice sculptures. However, although the supplies were robbed, there were still a lot of good things left, such as sanitary napkins, toilet paper, napkins, wet wipes, etc., as well as cups, toothbrushes, toothpaste, etc. These daily necessities cannot be eaten or drunk, and most people will not take them away, so Shenxiai was not polite. Chapter 56. Shenxiai was in a very happy mood after taking away a large number of daily necessities. On the other side, Shenming did not rest either. He searched around in the convenience store and found a lot of food. There were instant noodles, bread, potato chips, cookies, etc., not many in number, about 3 or 4 packs each. Shenming came over and asked, CI, do you want to take these too? Shenxiai looked at it and said, Brother, we don't want these. There are not many in number, and we don't lack this bite of food. It's better to leave them. In case someone else comes later, it may be a life-saving thing for them. Shenming nodded in agreement. You are right, then let's find a place to make a fire and cook something delicious. Speaking of food, Shenming couldn't wait. After driving for a day, he was cold, hungry, and mentally exhausted. The two simply regarded the convenience store as their place to stay tonight. As for the several corpses inside, Shenxiai could only turn a blind eye. Fortunately, this time, Wang Yin and the others were not around, so Shenxiai could boldly use the space and take out some firewood from it, without having to go out to find firewood. After a while, a warm little fire lit up in the convenience store. Shenxiai took out 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the space, and gave one to Shenming as dinner tonight. But just as Shenxiai started, the sound of a car driving suddenly came from the highway outside, and it sounded getting closer and closer to the service area. Then, a dazzling white light passed across the large glass. Shenxiai paused while eating. She slowly raised her head and looked at Shenming opposite. Shenming also looked over and said, Shush, someone is coming. Shenxiai subconsciously wanted to put out the fire, but it was too late. She heard a man outside say, Brother, there are people inside. The man called Brother squinted his eyes, and took a puff of the cigarette in his hand, then threw the cigarette butt to the ground. Let's go and take a look. Soon Shenxiai heard a few sets of footsteps stepping on the snow, crunching towards them. Because the convenience store had been robbed, a large piece of glass in front was partially damaged, and people could enter and exit unimpeded. Shenxiai couldn't stop people from outside from coming in. With a ping sound, the glass, which was already partially damaged, was kicked again by someone, and shattered even more severely. Some of it even flew in, and fell at Shenxiai's feet. Shenming immediately stood up, protecting Shenxiai, who also stood up, and coldly questioned the 3 people who kicked the glass and came in. What do you want to do? The 3 people seemed to have not expected that there was a tall young man inside, and they originally had a contemptuous heart, but they restrained themselves a little. The leading brother was about 40 years old, with dark skin and prominent cheekbones, and his face looked fierce and mean. He grinned and laughed. Hee, little brother, don't get me wrong, we saw a convenience store here and came to see if there is anything to eat. When he said this, although the expression on his face was smiling, his dark eyes were very sharp, and they fell on Shenxiai behind him the whole time, looking at Shenxiai from head to toe like looking at a piece of goods. Not only him, Shenxiai found that the man and woman following this big brother also had the same eyes. The man was a little younger, about 30 years old, and the woman was in her 40s, like the big brother. These 3 people gave Shenxiai a bad impression. Shenxiai didn't want to have too much contact with them, so he pulled Shenming and stepped aside to make way. Please. She let go of the few supplies that were originally left in the convenience store behind her. When the three saw the supplies, their eyes lit up, and they strode forward, passed in front of Shen Xiai and Shen Ming, and went in to get the supplies. Shen Xiai picked up the unfinished self-heating hot pot next to the fire, and turned around with Shen Ming to leave the convenience store. Unexpectedly, before they reached the door, the man in his 30s noticed their movements and hurried up to stop them. "Where do you want to go?" The man smiled and said, with a crooked mouth, full of ruffian spirit. Shen Ming's face suddenly darkened. "What? Where are we going? Do we need to report to you?" "You? Okay, Asen." Lin Jian spoke up and stopped the man named Asen, then walked up and introduced himself. "My name is Lin Jian. The other two are my brother Asen, and the other is my wife. What are your names?" Shen Ming replied coldly, "Our surname is Shen, and she is my sister." Lin Jian laughed again. "So she is your sister. The little girl is so beautiful." After saying that, Lin Jian's eyes, like looking at goods, moved to Shen Xiai again. Shen Xi's heart sank. Just now, when her brother was talking to the man named Lin Jian, she quietly glanced at the vehicle parked in the open space outside. It was a van, the door was not closed tightly, and it was half open, and there were 3 women inside the door. The 3 women were tied up with ropes, their mouths were sealed with black tape, and their hair was messy. Combined with the look in Lin Jian's eyes, a chill quietly grew from the bottom of Shen Xi's heart. She and her brother might be in trouble. However, Shen Ming didn't know about this. He just didn't like the look in Lin Jian's eyes when he looked at his sister and said, "Can we go now?" As expected, Lin Jian didn't let him go so easily. "Little brother, it's freezing outside. If you go out now, what if you freeze to death? Your sister is so beautiful, what a pity?" He kept talking about his sister. Shen Ming was usually a little nervous, but it didn't mean he was stupid. He used his body to protect Shen Xiai firmly behind him, and asked Lin Jian with a threatening tone, "What do you want?" After asking, Shen Ming's hand hanging by his side moved slightly, ready to pull out the short knife tied to his leg at any time. This small movement was keenly captured by Lin Jian. Lin Jian narrowed his eyes, then laughed out loud, patted Shen Ming on the shoulder. "Brother, don't misunderstand, we don't mean anything else. The world is so chaotic now, it's fate that we meet each other." Finally, he said to Ah San and the woman who came with a pile of supplies, "Let's go to the restaurant next to us to spend the night." So the 3 of them went out. Until they could no longer be seen, Shen Ming's tense shoulders finally relaxed. He immediately said, "ACI, let's leave here quickly." Those 3 people were not good people at first glance. If they stayed, there would be trouble. But unfortunately, Shen Xiai shook his head at Shen Ming, and motioned Shen Ming to look at the van parked outside. Shen Ming didn't understand at first, but when he followed Shen Xi's intention and looked at the van, his brows couldn't help but frown. Of the 3 people who just left, the woman did not follow Lin Jian and Asen to the restaurant next door, but went back to the van outside. Rather than guarding the van, it was more like monitoring them. In addition, Shen Ming also saw the 3 women tied up in the van. His face was extremely ugly, and there was even a tremor in his voice, but his words were extremely firm. "ACI, no matter what, brother will protect you. He would never let anyone hurt his sister." Suddenly, Shen Xiai asked Shen Ming a question. "Brother, are you afraid of killing people?" "What?" Shen Xiai said again. "Tonight, either they die or we die." Shen Xi's perception of danger, which he had cultivated in his previous life, was very clear, and those 3 people would never let them go easily. Besides, after Lin Jian went to the restaurant next door, he and Asen found an open space to sit down and ate the bread in their hands. After taking 2 bites, Ah San raised his head, his dark pupils filled with greed. "Brother, did you see what they were eating?" Lin Jian, "Yes." He smelled the self-heating hot pot as soon as he entered the convenience store. Ah San said angrily, "They still have that good stuff. I see there must be something better in their backpacks." Unexpectedly, Lin Jian scolded him, "Stupid! Can you only think about food?" Ah San lowered his head and continued to eat bread while muttering, "If it's not for food, why else?" Lin Jian looked disappointed. "I said you were stupid, and you really are stupid, right? Did you see that woman?" "Ah San, I saw her." "Wait," Ah San finally reacted, his eyes widened. "Brother, you mean? Let's take her. What do you think of that woman compared to the 3 women tied up in our car?" "Of course. The woman next door looks like this." Ah San raised his thumb and made a thumbs-up gesture. Lin Jian nodded, his eyes calculating. "You said if we tie her up too, send her to Jiangnan City, give her to that chief Lei. Fuck, what are you waiting for, brother? Let's do it." "Idiot!" Lin Jian slapped Ah San on the forehead. Can't you see that the woman's brother is not simple? Ah San rubbed his forehead aggrievedly. Then what do you say, brother? Anyway, I listened to you. The two were conspiring next door, and even if Shinsei couldn't hear it, he could roughly guess that they tied up these women for a purpose. Since he couldn't leave, Shinsei simply calmed down and finished the self-heating hot pot first. After all, only when he was full could he have the strength to kill. Just as she finished eating, someone came from next door. Ah San came in with a smile to find Shinming. Brother Shin, my eldest brother has a business to discuss with you. Please trouble me to go with me. Here he comes. Shinming looked up at Shinsei, who nodded slightly at him, and then stood up. Okay, I go with you, he said. Ah San originally thought that it would be difficult to invite someone this time, but he didn't expect that this kid was quite sensible, which saved a lot of effort. The smile on his face became stronger, and he led Shinming to turn around and leave the convenience store. Shinsei looked at her brother's back and disappeared at the corner of the convenience store. Outside the convenience store, the dark night was deep, like a huge black hole, swallowing everything in. The woman who was guarding the van got off, playing with a cold knife in her hand, and walked towards the convenience store. As she approached, Shinsei's face showed just the right amount of trepidation. Until the other party entered the convenience store, Shinsei's eyes trembled, and he glanced at the knife in the woman's hand several times, pretending to be calm. What are you going to do? Shinsei asked, and his feet took a step back involuntarily. The woman seemed to like Shinsei's frightened look very much, and continued to approach Shinsei without saying a word. Chapter 57. Shinming followed Ah San to the restaurant next door. Lin Jian was sitting on a stool eating bread, while waiting for Shinming to come. Shinming went over and asked directly, What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Jian finished the last bite of bread, clapped his hands and stood up, then put his hand on Shinming's shoulder. Brother, don't be nervous. After saying that, he gradually exerted force, and pinched the clothes on Shinming's shoulders deeply. But Shinming didn't even frown, just glared at Lin Jian with cold eyes. Lin Jian smiled heartily and let go of Shinming. Brother Shin has a good physique, have you practiced? Shinming moved his shoulders, and said casually, Not really, but it's still easy to deal with a few blind little bastards. Ah San glared at him. Who are you scolding? Lin Jian raised his hand to stop Ah San from getting angry, and the smile that had always been on the corner of his mouth gradually fell. Brother Shin, I asked you to come here because you are in good shape. I want to discuss a business with you. Please don't be ungrateful. Unfortunately, Shinming is the kind of person who doesn't know how to be ungrateful. However, he really wants to know what business Lin Jian is talking about, so he asked, What business? Seeing Shinming's interest, Lin Jian's smile returned. Do you know Chief Leite of Jiangnan City? Leite? This name sounds like a foreigner. Shinming frowned. I haven't heard of it. Lin Jian said, It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Then I will briefly introduce you to Chief Leite of Jiangnan City. Before the end of the world, his status was not ordinary. He now not only controls a large amount of supplies, but also that kind of thing. Speaking of that kind of thing, Lin Jian gestured his hand into a gun position. Shinming's pupils shrank slightly. His reaction fell into Lin Jian's eyes, and Lin Jian was very satisfied. Get it? I believe you are a smart person. As long as you surrender to Commander Leite, you will live a more comfortable life than the Emperor in this doomsday. In the doomsday, order collapses, and fists are the king. Shinming thought to himself, if there is such a good thing, Lin Jian will tell him so generously? Things must not be that simple. He asked, What do you want me to do? Lin Jian looked at Shinming with approval. You are indeed a smart man. If you want to surrender to Chief Leite, of course not just anyone can do it. At least you have to submit a letter of surrender. After that, Lin Jian motioned Shinming to look at the three women in the van outside. Did you see it? Chief Leite likes to play with women, especially young and beautiful women. Those three are our letters of surrender. At this point, what else did Shinming not understand? He clenched his hands hanging by his side into a fist, and his voice was as cold as ice. You want me to hand over my sister? That's right, cooperate with us and send people to Chief Leite together, you will get countless benefits. Lin Jian began to outline a beautiful future for Shinming, but secretly said in his heart, First coax this kid, and wait until the woman's surname Shin is in his hands, then it won't be too late to kill him. You don't have to worry about your sister. Your sister is so beautiful. When she goes to Commander Leiter, he will love her so much. Ha ha, don't you think so? That's right. This is simply a blessing for that woman. Before he finished saying the word angry in Fuji, Shinming could no longer bear it, and swung his fist to hit Lin Jian in the face. Shinsiai vaguely heard a strange sound coming from next door, and her heart tightened. It seemed that her brother had taken action. She was not worried about her brother. After all, the two siblings went to Chuhan's place for training every day before, and her brother's skills had improved a lot, not to mention the short knife and gun, which she gave to her brother. It was more than enough to deal with those two people. But next, it was her turn to take action. "Little sister, you don't want your brother to get into trouble, do you?" the woman said, as she put the blade in her hand on Shinsi's shoulder. The blade pressed against the skin of Shinsi's neck, and threatened, "If you don't want your brother to get into trouble, just follow me obediently." Shinsi suddenly realized, You did it on purpose? Deliberately separated us? Yes, you're not stupid. Leading the man to the next door, and letting her husband deal with it, she dealt with this weak little girl easily. The woman was happy, thinking that she had gained a lot tonight, and she couldn't help but relax her vigilance. However, before she could be happy for long, something happened. The weak and incompetent little girl in her eyes suddenly clamped the wrist of her hand holding the knife, like a cheetah with its claws exposed. The woman was shocked and was about to fight back, but the little girl was surprisingly strong. She twisted her wrist and twisted her whole arm to a tricky angle. The severe pain came over her, and she was horrified to find that her wrist was powerless. The blade in her hand slipped out of her hand and fell to the ground with a clang. Oh no, this little girl has practiced before. It's a pity that even if the woman realized this, it was too late. Shinsiai didn't give the woman any chance to react. His other hand quickly grabbed a short knife from the space, and the tip of the knife sank into the woman's heart with a puff. The whole process happened in an instant, and the woman couldn't even react. She widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. How could it be? How could it be? The other party's hand was empty a second ago. Where did she get the knife from? The woman's expression was like she had seen a ghost. But unfortunately, she would never know the truth. Shinsiai let go of the woman, threw the woman's body aside, and wiped the blood on the blade on the woman's clothes twice, and then took it back to the space after wiping it clean. After dealing with the woman, it was time to go see how her brother was doing. Shinsiai turned around, strode out of the convenience store, and went to the next door. When she arrived, Shin Ming was holding Lin Jian tightly, punching him in the face. As for Ah San, he was beaten so badly that he could only crawl slowly on the ground and couldn't get up. Shin Ming saw that Shinsiai was safe and sound, so he stopped, stood up, shook his hurt hands, and asked Shinsiai, "Ah Sai, how do you deal with these two people?" Shinsiai really hadn't thought about how to deal with them. According to her habit, of course, she would kill them to eliminate future troubles. But killing people doesn't necessarily have to be done by hand. She said, tie them up first, and then find a wasteland to throw them away and let them fend for themselves. In such extreme cold, it won't take long for them to be frozen to death if they are left in the wild. Otherwise, if they are left in the service area, I'm afraid someone will come later. By then, others will not know about it, and what will happen if they are saved? Shin Ming also thought that Shinsi's method was excellent. Brother, you stay here and watch them. I go get the rope. Okay. Shinsiai walked out of the restaurant and came to the open space outside. The door of the van parked in the open space was still open. The three women tied up inside were so cold that their eyes were numb, but they still had a desire to survive, and were struggling. Although it was too dark and they couldn't see clearly what happened in the convenience store just now, from the final result, the woman who was guarding them didn't come out. Great. They wanted to ask Shinsiai for help, and their throats made a woo sound. But when they saw Shinsiai really walking towards them, they suddenly fell silent and dared not ask for help. Lin Jian and the others were not good people, so what about the man and woman they met now? In the end times, the evil of human nature is infinitely magnified. There are already more evil people than good people. Who can they trust? As Shinsiai approached, the three of them shrank back in fear. Shinsiai reached out her hand, trying to untie the nearest woman, but the woman was so frightened when she saw her hand that she twisted her body wildly. Suddenly, a wave of sadness surged in Shinsi's heart. She suddenly thought, if the three women met another group of people instead of her this time, even if they also got rid of Lin Jian, what would be their fate? Would they fall from one devil's cave into another? People who have no ability to protect themselves will only be dominated by others like goods, and be eaten by others like fish. Shinsiai closed his eyes, suppressed the sadness in his heart, and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Lin Jian has been controlled by us. You are safe." I don't know if the word safety hurt the three women's hearts. They stopped shrinking and immediately had red eyes, and shed tears. Shinsiai continued, "I will help you untie them now." The three nodded repeatedly. After untying them, Shinsiai took the rope, and went back to the restaurant. The three women looked at each other, and seeing that Shinseai really left and ignored them, they really believed that Shinseai had no ill will towards them, and hurried to catch up. "Wait a minute," someone shouted. Shinseai turned around and heard the man sincerely thank her. "Thank you." The rest of the people were also aggrieved and crying, while looking at Shinseai gratefully. Shinseai thought for a while and asked them, "Do you want to come in and beat someone up to vent your anger?" When they heard about beating someone up, their eyes lit up. Before Shinseai could say anything else, the three of them couldn't wait any longer and rushed into the restaurant angrily. Soon, Shinseai heard the screams of Lin Jian and Asen in the restaurant. The two were beaten half to death by Shinming, and now they were beaten again, so they didn't even have the energy to curse. Seeing that the time was almost up, the eastern sky was dimly lit, and Shinseai thought about finding a place as soon as possible to throw Lin Jian and Asen out. She and Shinming tied them up quickly, and prepared to drag them into the van and leave. But before she got in the car, she noticed three eyes behind her that could not be ignored. Shinseai turned around and saw the three women standing in the snow, looking at them, their eyes full of confusion about the future. If they were left alone, they would probably fall into other danger soon. After thinking about it, Shinseai decided not to leave for the time being. She searched the van and found several knives in the car, as well as some food. She got off the car and said to the three women, "There are food and self-defense knives in the car. There are also some food in the restaurant that they took from the convenience store. You can share it and fill your stomach first. If you really have nowhere to go later, you can go to the base in Jianan City." Hearing base, the women were surprised. "There is a base?" Shinseai was silent. Because the communication was interrupted for too long, and not every city has the ability to build a base, it is common sense that people in other places don't know. Chapter 58. Shinseai said, "Yes, can any of you drive?" A thin woman raised her hand. "I can." Shinseai nodded. "Well, this van is for you. You drive along this highway and go back. Look at the road signs to find Jinmao District, and you can find the base." Hearing this, the women became excited. "Thank you, thank you. Yes, there is a base. This is great. But if the car is given to us, what will you do?" Shinseai certainly would not tell them that he had another car, and only said, "Don't worry about us, we have other things to do." Since that was the case, they didn't ask any more questions. Looking at this man and woman, they can even deal with Lin Jian, so their abilities must be extraordinary. The three women immediately set off, collected the supplies and drove away. Shinseai watched them disappear at the end of the highway, and then took his car out of the space, and then he and Shinming dragged Lin Jian and Asen into the car. After being beaten up, Lin Jian and Asen had passed out, like two dead bodies. Shinming threw one of them into the trunk of the car, and the other into the back seat, and then drove away from the service area with Shinseai. "You haven't slept all night, go get some sleep," Shinming said. Shinseai sat in the back seat, glanced at Lin Jian, who was tied up beside him, and shook his head. "It's okay, brother, drive carefully, I watch him." "If you don't watch closely, what if Lin Jian wakes up and breaks free? It's always better to be careful." Shinseai took out a piece of snow collected in the space from time to time, and used it to cool herself to wake up, and also sprayed it on her brother's face to prevent her brother from falling asleep while driving. Just like that, at about 8 o'clock in the morning, the car got off the highway and entered the territory of Jiangnan City. Once in Jiangnan City, the vehicle could no longer drive. Although the tires had been modified to be able to move in the snow in Jiangnan City was ridiculously thick. Shinseai could only drag Lin Jian and Asen out of the car and retract the vehicle into the space. After such a struggle, Lin Jian and Asen, who had fainted, were also awakened. When they woke up, they saw that they were in a vast expanse of white snow, and the hateful brother and sister were standing beside them. They immediately became anxious and struggled to get up and curse. As a result, they found that not only were their bodies tied up, but their mouths were also taped, just like the three women they had captured before. It was really noisy. "Brother, just throw them here. The snow here is thick, and it is obvious that no one will come here. It is more appropriate to let them freeze to death here." Lin Jian and Asen were both terrified. They struggled desperately in the snow. Unfortunately, Shinseai was too lazy to look at them anymore. He turned around and continued to walk forward with Shinming. Stepping through the thick snow, Shinseai had a bad feeling about Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City was much smaller than Jianan City. Judging from the snow on the road, no official people had come to clean it up for a long time. The situation inside was probably worse than Jianan City. While Shinseai was on the road, He listened to Shinming's information from Lin Jian, saying that there was a chief named Lei Tei in Jiangnan City. Lei Tei? Shen Xiai frowned. She had never heard of this name, but she knew it was a foreigner. It seemed that even without a base, there was still a force entangled. Lin Jian and Asen deserved to die for sending their compatriots to outsiders. Shen Xiai regretted not punching them a few more times. After she wrote this down, she began to look at the buildings in Jiangnan City around her. All the tall buildings were frozen into ice sculptures by the wind and snow. Some of the shoddy projects were even frozen and cracked, and began to collapse from the broken ends, falling towards the buildings next to them, and rolling down messy rubble and glass. It was simply a scene of urban doomsday ruins. Brother, look, there is a bridge ahead. Shen Xiai pointed forward, and under the dim sky, there was indeed a bridge arched in front. Shinming recalled, it's almost there. After crossing the bridge, walk a little further, and you will reach an old community. I remember that community seems to be called Chongqing Apartment. Yes, Chongqing. When I was in school, a classmate lived there, and often complained to me that the seeds of the camphor trees in their community made the ground dirty. Indeed, the seeds of camphor trees fall and make the ground dirty. Most places in the city have long stopped planting them, and only a few old communities still retain them. Speaking of this, Shinming was a little worried. I don't know if the camphor trees in Chongqing Apartment are still there after several years. No matter whether they are there or not, I always have to take a look. Hurry up, Shen Xiai urged. She continued to walk forward in the snow. But as she walked, Shen Xiai found something strange. The snow on the road began to gradually decrease, and there were more traces of people walking. Especially when she came to the bridge, the snow turned into a thin layer, covered with mud and footprints. After getting off the bridge and walking a few hundred meters forward, Shen Xiai stopped. She saw a corpse lying 7 or 8 steps ahead. The corpse was face down, the entire lower body was missing, and there was blood on the ground behind it, frozen. The whole scene was simply shocking. Shinming went up and roughly checked the fracture of the lower body of the corpse. He was on guard. It doesn't look like it was caused by humans. Could it be another mutant animal? Shen Xiai said firmly. No, this place is not far from Chongqing Apartment. There is a whole community of camphor trees. There shouldn't be mutant animals around. But this person's death was not caused by humans, so what could it be? Just as Shen Xiai was wondering, suddenly, several shrill screams came from somewhere in front. The screams were too abrupt in the silent city ruins. Shen Xiai hurriedly pulled Shinming up, dodged and hid in the broken bricks beside him, then carefully stuck his head out and looked out. On the gray street outside, an adult man ran towards them from the end, shouting and screaming. After running for a while, his speed gradually slowed down, and the screams in his mouth turned into painful sobs. Finally, he fell beside the body that had lost its lower body and could no longer get up. Shen Xiai waited for a moment, and made sure there was no danger around, and then he and Shinming quietly walked over to see if the man was dead or alive. But when she saw this, Shen Xi's hair stood up. She was used to seeing corpses, and she was not afraid of killing anyone, but the death of the man in front of her was far beyond her expectations. The man was wrapped in coats one after another, and he was bloated, but even so, his whole body was pierced by some sharp weapon like a sieve. The dense holes were all over every corner of the clothes. All the holes were filled with red blood. It was hard to imagine what a miserable state this person's body looked like under his clothes. He might have become a bloody man. What happened to him? Shinming hurriedly protected Shen Xiai and moved him away, as if there was something dirty on this person. Something is wrong with Jiangnan City. Shinming said with a heavy heart, it seems we can't get through. Shen Xiai never expected such a change to happen. If they had to go to Chongqing Apartment, they could only take a detour, but taking a detour might not work. After all, they had no way of knowing what was inside Jiangnan City. Brother and sister, I advise you not to go through. Suddenly, a small boy's voice came from the pile of ruins on the street. Shen Xiai looked sideways, and saw a round head sticking out from behind the broken steel wall, kindly advising them. The little boy looked about 9 or 10 years old, skinny, which made his dark eyes look particularly big. This little boy obviously knows something. Shen Xiai went over and asked, Little brother, is there anything ahead? Can you tell us? Unexpectedly, before Shen Xiai approached the little boy, a gray-haired old lady came out from behind the little boy, hugged the boy, covered his mouth, and stared at Shen Xiai and Shinming with vigilance. Sheng, what did Grandma tell you? I told you not to talk to strangers, but you didn't listen, right? The stranger Shen Xiai looked at Shinming next to him awkwardly. Shinming stepped forward and explained, Sorry Grandma, we have no ill intentions. We just want to go to Chongqing community, but it seems unsafe ahead. Can you tell us what happened ahead? We can pay you. After saying that, Shinming took out 3 fruit candies from his pocket, causing Sheng Sheng to stare at the candies and swallow his saliva. The old lady seemed to have never expected that there would be people so polite in this day and age, and she couldn't help but let down her guard. She stretched her neck to look at the dark and empty street outside, and after weighing it in her mind, she sighed and said, "Come in with me." Shen Xiai followed the old lady's words, and followed Shinming into a small shop behind a broken steel wall. The only door of the shop that could get light was half blocked by the broken wall, making the environment inside even darker, but fortunately there was a burning fire to illuminate. Everyone sat down around the fire. Next to the fire were 2 cans of canned food that had just been heated and had not yet been eaten, and there was a fragrance coming out of them. The old lady's guard was put up again, fearing that the 2 outsiders would snatch their canned food. Shen Xiai saw her alertness, and took out 2 packs of instant noodles from his backpack and gave 1 pack to Shinming for breakfast. The old lady was relieved to see that they had food, and shared the canned food with Sheng Sheng. After eating a bite, the old lady squinted comfortably and told Shen Xiai and the others, "I am kind-hearted and want to advise you to go back to where you came from and never go forward." Shinming asked, "Why is that?" The old lady was about to answer, but Sheng Sheng said first, "Because there are monsters." "Monster? Is it a mutant animal?" Shen Xiai asked. Who knew that the old lady shook her head and said, "It's a sweet-scented osmanthus tree. It's in the small park in front. You haven't seen it. The sweet-scented osmanthus tree is as big as a house, and its flowers are red, and it drinks human blood. The sweet-scented osmanthus tree that sucks human blood seems to be a mutant plant. Most mutant plants are not dangerous, but a few will attack people." "How does it attack?" Shen Xiai asked. "Each mutant plant that attacks people has a different way. Maybe we can find its weakness." The old lady asked in horror, You won't go over there again?" Chapter 59. Seeing that Shen Xiai and Shinming didn't say anything, the old lady said again, "Listen to my advice, nothing is more important than your own life. According to the information I know, all those who walked forward, without exception, have died. I tell you, their death is more terrifying than the 2 people lying in the snow outside. Anyway, she and Sheng Sheng would never dare to move forward." Shinming blurted out, "It's just a tree, burn it with fire and it's done." "Who knows?" The old lady shook her head, as if to say that Shinming was too naive, and said, "Someone has tried it a long time ago, but it didn't work. If it was an ordinary tree, it would burn, but that tree was not afraid of fire at all." This was within Shen Xi's expectations. The mutant plants did have the characteristic of not being afraid of fire. Shinming asked again, "Is there any other way to get to Chongqing apartment? Since it can't be passed, the worst thing is to take a detour." He had a good idea, but Grandma said, "There are 2 roads, but I advise you to give up. One of the 2 roads passes through the zoo, which is said to be unsafe. The other has a big lake in the middle, so you have to go further." Shen Xiai was not afraid of taking a detour. What she was afraid of was that the journey was long, and who knew what accidents would happen on the road. Compared with unknown dangers, it was of course safer to know what was known now. She stopped asking this question and asked something else. "Grandma, are you and Sheng Sheng living in this small shop?" Speaking of this, Shen Xiai looked around and found that it was a clothing store. There were summer clothes scattered all over the floor, and no other daily necessities. It didn't look like someone could live there for a long time. Grandma said, No, we don't live here. We came out this time to search for some supplies to take back. The food at home was almost finished. She didn't mind, but she felt sorry for her little grandson, who was starving and freezing with her. As for where they lived, they definitely couldn't tell the 2 people in front of them. And Shen Xiai didn't ask where Grandma lived. After finishing the instant noodles, she clapped her hands and stood up. "Grandma, thank you for telling us this news." After that, she called Shinming next to her. "Brother, let's go. I have thought of a way to deal with the mutant osmanthus tree." Shinming was delighted when he heard this. He stuffed a few fruit candies into Shing's hands, and quickly got up and followed Shen Xiai, asking anxiously, What method? Tell me quickly." Hearing this, Shen Xiai was about to tell the method, but the old lady behind him also stood up and called Shen Xiai and the others. "Wait." Shen Xiai had already walked to the door. She stopped and looked back at the old lady in confusion. The old lady stood by the fire. The firelight reflected the wrinkles on her face, but her half-drooped eyes lit up, and she asked in disbelief, Do you really have a way?" Shen Xiai was puzzled. Looking at the grandmother's appearance, it seemed that she also wanted to deal with the mutant tree. she said. There is a way, but it can only ensure that you will not be attacked when you walk over. If she wanted to completely kill the mutant osmanthus tree, Shinseai would not have that ability. Her target was only Chongqing apartment. But even so, it was enough for the grandmother to pay attention. The old lady frowned tightly, lowered her head, and looked at the candy in her grandson's hand. After a while, she finally made a decision. How are you going to get there? Can you take us with you? At this point, the old lady smiled bitterly. Sheng, his parents and I originally lived nearby, but since the osmanthus tree started to eat people, Xing's parents are gone. I finally managed to take Sheng out, but because I'm old, I can't go anywhere else. Besides, I don't know other places, so I can only stay here. At the beginning, we had enough food, but now it's getting harder and harder to collect supplies. If we don't go to the city, we're afraid. Shinseai suddenly realized that this was the situation. There are not many supplies to collect outside Jiangnan City. There is only hope to go to the city, but it's blocked by the osmanthus tree. It's okay if there was no way before, but now that there is a way, even if the success rate is not high, it's worth a try. Anyway, you're going to die anyway, so you might as well choose a way with hope of survival. Shinseai waited in his mind and agreed. If conditions permit, we can take you with us, but we have to leave now. You have to wait for us to come back. Shinseai didn't say too much. After all, things may not succeed. But the old lady was delighted to hear it, and looked at the candy in Xing's hand again, gritted her teeth, and said, "Okay, we live under the bridge behind. There is a bus below." She told her address, thinking that these two people would take the initiative to give them candy, so they are not bad people. Shinseai nodded. "Okay, I remember it." Leaving the shop, Shinseai returned to the street outside. "Brother, let's go find Lin Jian and Asen." Shinming was confused. "Why are we looking for them?" "See, the method you said will not be related to them, right?" Shinseai said, "Yes, it is not difficult to deal with mutant plants. The reason why mutant plants attack people is because they smell the smell of living things. So as long as they think you are the same kind, there will be no problem." After Shinseai's reminder, Shinming nodded in agreement and asked, "Then how to make it think we are the same kind?" Shinseai said, "It's very simple, as long as we smell the smell of plants. But the problem also arises. In such extremely cold weather, there are not many plants to be found, let alone to get their smell on oneself. The only thing Shinseai can use now is the half piece of camphor wood, but it is obviously not enough." Shinming understood the trick here as soon as he thought about it. He rubbed his chin with his fingers and pondered, "Where can I get the smell of plants the fastest?" His eyes gradually widened. "Isn't it that sweet-scented osmanthus tree?" Shinseai looked at her brother with approval. "Brother, you are right. The smell of sweet-scented osmanthus is strong enough. If we apply it on our bodies, even if we stand under the tree, it will not attack us. In this way, we can pass through smoothly. After all, no matter how mutant plants mutate, they can't grow eyes. It's like a blind man standing in a sea of flowers." Suddenly, the aroma of food wafts over. He will recognize it immediately, but if the smell of food is gone, and the smell is still the fragrance of flowers or trees, he will not know that there is actually food around him. A means of deception. Shinming still shook his head and said, "No, the mutant tree is too dangerous. I heard from that grandma that it is impossible to get close to it. It is unlikely to get its branches and leaves." Shinseai was not worried at all, and said with a smile, "So, don't we need bait?" Shinming's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. "You mean those two people? Using them as bait is indeed a solution, but isn't it a bit too cruel?" However, Shinming has this psychological burden, but Shinseai doesn't have it at all. Lin Jian and Asen are not good people. If she and her brother hadn't been prepared, ordinary people with no fighting power would probably have been caught. They like to eat people, so they must be prepared to be eaten. Soon, Shinseai returned to the place where she got off the car before. From a distance, she saw two black shadows lying in the snow, slowly crawling, and they actually crawled a long way away. Shinseai walked forward. When Lin Jian saw Shinseai, he was shocked and angry, and his eyes with white frost on his eyelashes were staring as if they were about to fall out. "Are you two still alive?" Shinseai said with a smile. But this smile made them feel terrified. This woman left and came back. She must have something to find them, and it couldn't be a good thing. "MMM." Lin Jian wanted to speak, but all he could say was MMM. Shinseai didn't say a word to them, and together with Shinming, he pulled them out of the snow and kicked them forward. The two men had been beaten and frozen for so long, so they could only walk with difficulty, and they had to rely on Shinming's help. Shinseai was afraid that they would die immediately, and then there would be no bait, so he had to endure it. After such a delay, it was already afternoon when they came to the bridge again. Shenseai glanced at the sky. Once it got dark, it would be more difficult to deal with the mutant tree. It seemed that there would be no bait today. She simply went with Shenming and others to find the grandmother under the bridge. At this time, an old and dilapidated bus was parked under the bridge. The body of the bus was covered with a thick layer of ice and snow, and the color underneath was almost invisible. When Shenseai arrived, he immediately alerted the people in the car. The old grandmother hurriedly picked up the stick and walked out with her grandson, wanting to see who was outside and be ready to respond at any time. However, when she saw Shenseai and Shenming, she let down her guard a little, but then she saw Lin Jian and Asen and became alert again. Then, who are those two people? Shenseai said, Grandma, don't be afraid. With these two people, we can get through the mutant tree. The old grandmother didn't quite understand what Shenseai said. Anyway, as long as they could get through, it would be fine. She asked Shenseai and the other four to get into the bus to talk. Shenseai got on the bus and took a quick look at the bus. It looked very dirty and messy. The windows were covered with worn-out clothes and quilts. The ground was built with various waste materials collected and covered with thick quilts and clothes. Although it was worse than the homeless people's nest, it was the refuge of this grandmother and her little grandson in the end of the world. Shenseai tied Lin Jian and Asen to the front passenger seat of the car and returned to the end of the car. The grandmother looked at the two men at the front of the car with some fear and asked Shenseai in a low voice, What are you going to do tomorrow? However, Shenseai did not answer the grandmother's question directly. She also glanced at the front of the car and decided not to say anything for the time being. Otherwise, if Lin Jian and Asen heard it, they might try their best to escape or be scared to death, which would be very unfavorable for tomorrow's plan. Shenseai only said, We will know tomorrow. In this case, the grandmother did not ask more. On the other side, Sheng Sheng lit a candle with a match and fixed it in the corner for lighting. Then, he carefully took out an alcohol stove from the small box under the seat. A small pot was placed on the stove, which was the tool they used to cook food. Chapter 60. Shenseai took out a few packs of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from his bag. We are the ones who disturbed you tonight. These are the accommodation fees for my brother and me. The old lady didn't expect Shenseai to take out food on his own initiative. She was really surprised. She thought for a while and said, Why don't we cook the compressed biscuits for dinner tonight? I have some biscuits at home. Let's put them in and have a full meal. She became happier and happier as she and Sheng Sheng hadn't had a full meal for a long time. Since that was the case, the old lady was busy with the cooking, and Shenseai couldn't help. She saw the other party rummaging in the corner, and soon found two thick biscuits as big as a palm. Grandma smiled and said, These biscuits are all made by me, but unfortunately there are not many left. You can try them later. Shenseai smiled and agreed. When the ice cubes in the pot melted into water, everyone opened the compressed biscuits and put them in, boiling them little by little, then put the biscuits in and stewed them slowly. Such a rough meal would be despised by anyone before the end of the world, but now in the end of the world, on such an extremely cold night, it can make people feel most expected and at ease. Lin Jian smelled the wheat fragrance in the air, and his stomach began to twitch with hunger. Shenseai took a bite of the batter that was served. In addition to the rich wheat fragrance, there was also the sweetness of the compressed biscuits. It was soft and sticky in the mouth, and even the coldness on the body was dispelled a lot. While eating, Shenseai heard Lin Jian's desperate sound at the front of the car, and then she remembered that there were still two people. She scraped the batter that was burned on the bottom of the pot after everyone finished eating, and sent it to Lin Jian and Asen. After tearing off half of the tape on Lin Jian's face, Lin Jian was so angry that he was about to curse, but his eyes rolled and fell on the bowl of porridge in Shenseai's hand. The porridge was mixed with burnt black, not at all like the soft and white food they had just eaten. This woman actually gave him the porridge. But his stomach growled very unconvincingly, and he was so hungry that his eyes were almost doubled. No, he couldn't offend this woman now, otherwise she wouldn't give him food, and he would starve to death. Don't want to eat? Shenseai asked, then took the bowl and was about to leave. Lin Jian was anxious. Eat, 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 I eat. First, scare this woman first, only if he eats, will he have the strength to resist. Shenming came up and untied Lin Jian and Asen's hands. Even if their hands were untied, their feet were still tied, and Shenming was standing by and watching them eat, and his fists were ready for them at any time, so they didn't have the chance to untie their feet even if they wanted to. Lin Jian had never suffered such hardships in his first half of life. But when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. In order to survive, he could only hold back his hatred and eat a ball of black dough with his hands. As for the taste, there was no wheat fragrance. Only the bitter taste remained. It was as bitter as his life. After he finally finished eating and swallowed it, and his hands and feet had strength, Lin Jian opened his mouth and asked fiercely, "What are you going to do with us?" "Ugh." Before he finished asking, Shen Ming sealed his mouth and tied his hands again with a rope. Ah San next to him was more sensible. Before Shen Xiai could do anything, he sealed his own mouth first. After making sure the two people would not starve to death, Shen Xiai no longer cared about them and found a corner in the bus to sleep. The next day, she and Shen Ming untied the ropes tied around the two people's feet and decided to take them to find the mutant osmanthus tree. Originally, Grandma and Shun also wanted to follow, but Shen Xiai was afraid that they would see him using the space, so he used the excuse of danger to persuade them to leave. Anyway, after getting the osmanthus and its branches and leaves, it would be the same to take them into the city. On the way, Lin Jian and Asen were full of panic. They knew they were going to be used as bait, but they didn't know what the bait was for. But no matter what it was, any bait would never be good. The two began to struggle constantly, but in return, they only got a flying kick from Shen Ming. Shen Xiai pushed them forward and kindly advised, "Don't struggle. If you listen to me, you still have hope of survival. Otherwise, I can only kill you now." As soon as these words came out, they were indeed very deterrent. The two really didn't dare to move anymore, but it could still be seen from their eyes that they had fallen into despair and helplessness. At about 8:30 in the morning, Shen Xiai saw from a distance that on the street ahead, there was a huge osmanthus tree growing out of a small park on the side of the road, spreading towards the buildings next to it, bearing its fangs and claws. Those buildings were probably destroyed by branches and had long been dilapidated, like old and dangerous houses, with cracks on the walls and glass, and the air around them was also filled with the rich fragrance of osmanthus. The closer Shen Xiai got, the stronger the fragrance of osmanthus became, so strong that it was pungent, and even his head began to feel faintly dizzy. Shen Xiai walked to the junction of the snow and the open space and stopped. The osmanthus tree seemed to sense the smell of food. The originally silent branches suddenly squirmed, revealing the huge red osmanthus under the branches and leaves. Shen Xiai was secretly shocked. The size of this mutant osmanthus tree is not only as big as a villa, but its leaves and flowers have also become several times larger, and the flowers are a charming crimson. In addition, the ground covered by it is covered with red and dark blood, broken limbs, and osmanthus branches and leaves. Shen Xiai can judge how far the branches and leaves of this osmanthus tree can reach based on the snow on the ground. There is no snow where it can reach, and there is snow where it cannot reach, which is the periphery where Shen Xiai is. Lin Jian and Asen were already shocked by this scene, their eyes bulged out, and they couldn't believe that this was something they could see with their own eyes. Such a big thing can move by itself, isn't this a ghost? The two were so scared that they almost peed their pants. However, what made them feel even more mysterious was that next, they actually saw the woman surnamed Shen conjure up a white car with her bare hands. The two were so shocked that they even forgot to breathe. Until Shen Xiai went to the cab to start the engine, Shen Ming threw them into the back seat of the car, and then untied the ropes on his hands. The two finally realized what they were trying to lure with this bait. It was the osmanthus tree. Shen Xiai got out of the car after starting the engine. This car had not been modified by the base. It had been placed in her space before, and the parts were not damaged. But now that it was taken out, it might not last long in the extreme cold. Anyway, the family already has an off-road vehicle, and she plans to get a motorhome in the future. So there is no use for this white car, so it is better to make use of its remaining value. Shen Xiai stood outside the car, put one foot in and stepped on the brake, turned his head, and exchanged glances with Shen Ming, who had already controlled Lin Jian and Asen behind him. Shen Xiai released the brake and stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove straight forward. Shen Ming also closed the door in time to ensure that the people inside would not climb out so quickly at the beginning of the car. As the wheels rolled forward quickly, Lin Jian and Asen screamed in fear and struggled desperately to open the door. But when they opened the door as they wished, they were stunned again. The whole car was driving at a fast speed. According to the current speed of the car, they had to jump out of the car, which made them want to retreat again. "What are you still standing there for? Go to the front and step on the brakes!" Lin Jian yelled and slapped Ah San on the head. Ah San was not stupid. He was a grown man, not a child. How could he crawl from the back seat to the front? Even if he pressed the button, his hands couldn't reach it. Besides, what if he got stuck in the middle? Lin Jian could run away, But what about him? Thinking of this, Ah San didn't move. He opened the door on the other side, and saw the branches outside, covering the sky and crawling towards them. If they stayed in the car any longer, they would be dead when the branches overturned the car. The strong desire to survive gave Ah San courage, and he jumped out of the car door with a decisive "ah." Seeing this scene, Lin Jian cursed angrily, but there was nothing he could do but jump out of the car. Plop, plop, two figures jumped out from both sides of the car door. Those wriggling branches rushed towards Lin Jian and Asen like countless poisonous snakes. Shen Xiai stood on the periphery, watching the spectacular scene in front of him. Although he knew he was safe now, he couldn't help but feel afraid. Those branches carried large clusters of crimson osmanthus flowers, from the sky, the earth, and the sides, all around like a net, enveloping the momentum to swallow everything up. Lin Jian and Asen were in the middle, as small as 2 ants. The two screamed ah and ran desperately, but their peripheral vision could still see the branches rushing over the side, which scared them to death. How good it would be if they didn't enter the service area at the beginning, or if they didn't stop the two people when they were about to leave at the beginning. Was it them who were stopped? It was clearly their own lives. Endless regret made the two people's intestines green, but it was a pity that regretting it was useless. Asen saw that he was about to leave the attack range of the mutant tree and go to the snow, but unexpectedly, a branch pierced his shoulder with a puff. As the intense pain came, Asen was horrified to find that the blood in his body seemed to be absorbed by the branch. Quick! Shen Xiai shouted angrily, and Shen Ning, who was well prepared, stepped in and swung his machete to cut off a section of the branch that pierced Asen's shoulder. However, the branch attacked too fast, and the army behind arrived soon. Shen Ming retreated and chopped. Fortunately, he was close to the periphery and retreated to a safe place in just 2 steps. Those branches that did not attack Shen Ming seemed extremely unwilling, intertwined with each other in the air and went crazy, and finally all pierced into Asen's body. On the other side, Shen Xiai also used the same method, using Lin Jian to lead the branches of the mutant tree to the edge of the safe zone, and then she seized the opportunity to go in and chop. After chopping a few times, she did not linger and quickly retreated to the safe zone. As a result, many branches and large osmanthus flowers fell on the ground. After leaving the main body's nourishment, they bounced and squirmed on the ground for a few times, then lost their lives and became ordinary branches, but the strong fragrance still did not dissipate. As for the two people, Lin Jian and Asen, who were used as bait, their bodies had long been pierced by many branches and became sieves.